In the realm of body refinement, I casually prepared a bowl of braised meat noodles. Yet it has plunged the entire sect into a collective frenzy. Not only did the sovereign express the desire to impart the unparalleled martial arts to me, even the esteemed elder must accept me as a disciple of the inner sect. Only because I traversed the fantastical realm and awakened the mightiest chef god system, consuming the dishes I prepare not only enhances physical prowess but also elevates inner strength and cures hidden ailments. All I need is to garner the praise of others to enhance my own capabilities. Such mechanisms can be described as mutually beneficial for both Hui Ring Shin Bao and oneself. I have traversed through time for 2.5 months, yet the system father has yet to make his appearance. What infuriates me further is that in my previous life, I was a chef, and now, having traversed into another realm, I find myself once again in the same culinary profession. At present, the identity of this body is that of a miscellaneous disciple at the sword peak, tasked with duties in the kitchen. The servant disciple remarked that being a servant is merely about performing menial tasks and cooking for others. The Dan formation cultivators can achieve the ability to abstain from food, yet lower-tier practitioners still require sustenance. Therefore, my duty is to prepare meals for those outer disciples. I was born into a landlord family in a small town. As the only child, my parents naturally harbored great hopes for my future. Thus, when I turned 15, the Yi family expended every effort to enroll me in the Daoist sect. Unfortunately, lacking any remarkable talent for cultivation, I have become a humble servant disciple. Merely managing to practice at the foot of the mountain can be considered a taste of the essence of immortality. After a year of arduous effort, I have barely managed to attain the preliminary stage of physical refinement. At this pace, one can only hope to live until old age, achieving nothing more than the perfection of physical cultivation. As for reaching the realm of chi perception, one should not hold any expectations. The system lacks a paternal figure. Even the old gentleman does not possess a ring. No one has come to annul the engagement, and yet the talent remains so feeble. It seems that this immortal has little hope of cultivation. I contemplate the possibility of returning home to inherit the vast expanse of farmland. Since it is impossible to become a monk, it seems quite agreeable to be a wealthy gentleman instead. At that moment, a sudden sound resonated in my mind, akin to a delicate chime. Instantly, I felt a surge of energy coursing through me. However, it was the binding of the system that captivated my attention. Those few simple words were reminiscent of the most exquisite language in existence. System Introduction. This system is the most formidable culinary deity system. The opening statement of this system left me utterly astonished. Canine system, I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. Please express clearly what system you are referring to. I eagerly awaited the stars and the moon, and at long last, you have appeared before me. You revealed that you are the culinary deity system, which essentially pertains to the art of cooking. Yet, this is a realm of fantasy, where demons and monsters roam freely. You expect me to wield a spatula in the endeavor of vanquishing these malevolent beings? However, soon, with the elucidation of the system, my expression gradually transformed. Indeed, it is a culinary system, yet it possesses a fantastical essence. As long as the dishes I prepare receive commendations from others, I shall be rewarded with various gifts, including but not limited to innate talents, longevity, and even cultivation levels. The most powerful culinary system has been successfully bound. Host, Yi Chongcheng. Identity, a humble disciple of the Daoist sect in the eastern continent of the vast earth realm. Cultivation level, initiative body refinement. Current skill, culinary arts. Reputation, obscure and nameless. The novice gift pack is being distributed. Comprehensive knowledge of ingredients in the vast earth realm. Acquired recipe, braised noodles. In an instant, I felt an overwhelming surge of information flooding my mind, and it took a full quarter of an hour to thoroughly digest all of it. This is the comprehensive compendium of ingredients from the vast world of how-to, transmitted by the system to itself. The world of how-to is replete with numerous mystical beasts and spiritual materials, thus, one cannot regard them as mere ingredients through the lens of a past existence. A chef aspiring to create delectable dishes must first possess a profound understanding of the ingredients. Let us delve into the introduction of braised noodles. A simple and unpretentious staple dish, featuring the most ordinary alkaline noodles paired with a sauce stir-fried from red striped pork. This delightful combination is not only uncomplicated but also delicious, and while its health benefits may be subtle, it can indeed enhance one's constitution. The red-striped pig is a peculiar beast that straddles the line between demonic creatures and ordinary wildlife. It is relatively common, yet it possesses a flavor that surpasses that of the average wild boar. There are unexpectedly special effects. I wonder how the flavors of this vast world differ from those of my past life. Upon the rising tide, I immediately rose and made my way to the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, I was greeted by a series of enticing prompts, adorned with vibrant colors, showcasing delectable dishes such as succulent meat and creamy cheese. I never anticipated that the system possessed such a capability. After the initial shock, I took down a piece of red-striped pork. Once minced, I commenced the preparation of the sauce. The essence of braised noodles undeniably lies in that sauce, which is the pivotal factor determining the quality of flavor. Under the system's guidance, I have become well-versed in the art of preparing this braised noodle dish. Moreover, the system remarkably offers suggestions during the process, such as cooking times and other essential details. Soon, a pot of fragrant mixed sauce is ready. Next, it is time to cook the noodles. Once the water reaches a rolling boil, add the noodles and subsequently incorporate 3 servings of cold water to enhance the elasticity of the pasta. Once the noodles are cooked, drizzle them with a savory sauce and sprinkle with some green onions. At that moment, a petite young girl unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard, her gaze fixed intently upon the large bowl in my hands. How delightful it smells! What are you doing? The little girl hurriedly approached me and inquired. This delicacy is known as braised noodles, and it appears that you are salivating. I apologize for my lack of restraint, as the aroma is simply irresistible. Would you be so kind as to prepare a bowl for me? I genuinely have a strong desire to savor it. Seeing the girl's pitiful demeanor, I couldn't help but smile gently as I extended the bowl in my hand towards her. I haven't eaten yet, I remarked. If you don't mind. Before I could finish my sentence, the bowl was swiftly snatched away, so quickly that I barely registered the action. Having never tasted braised noodles before, the girl did not even know how to mix them properly, simply picking them up to eat. Yet, despite this, she could not help but exclaim her delight, repeatedly praising the dish as delicious. I am filled with perplexity. How can plain noodles be so delicious? Your method of eating is incorrect. One must first mix the ingredients thoroughly with the noodles. Under my personal demonstration, this girl has finally learned the proper way to enjoy her noodles. Upon tasting the seasoned noodles, it felt as though I glimpsed a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes, swiftly followed by a whirlwind of sensations. That seemingly petite mouth now appears to transform into an abyssal maw. Take your time eating, no one is competing with you. I am not acquainted with this girl. Yet as a chef, it is indeed gratifying to witness others delight in the fruits of my labor. I entered the kitchen with a smile and prepared another batch of noodles. Braised noodles are truly convenient as long as there is sauce, they are effortlessly delightful. By the time I emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of freshly cooked noodles, that girl had already finished her meal. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the bowl in my hands, her cheeks flushed with a tinge of crimson, yet she could not help but utter, "Could you prepare another bowl for me?" It is simply irresistible. Seeing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Hand me the bowl, please. Upon hearing this, the little girl joyfully handed the bowl to me. Afterward, a tall and a small figure sat side by side at the kitchen door, savoring their noodles with great enthusiasm. I consider my eating habits to be quite normal, yet that little girl can only be described as ferocious. This braised noodle does indeed possess some enhancing effects on physical constitution, albeit modest. If one does not engage in careful observation, these effects may remain entirely imperceptible. After devouring 2 large bowls, the little girl gently patted her distended belly. I usually don't indulge this much, it's simply that your cooking was so exquisite that I couldn't help myself today. There is no need for embarrassment, it is perfectly fine for you to enjoy what you like. I certainly enjoyed it. Is it possible for me to return after having tasted the most delectable dish I have ever encountered? This place was originally designated for preparing meals for the disciples of the divine sword peak. You are welcome to come at any time. Then it's settled, I shall come every day. In high spirits, the little girl cheerfully exclaimed this and skipped towards the door. Just as she was about to exit, she suddenly turned back and looked at me, saying, "By the way, my name is Lu Yuyu. Thank you for treating me to the braised noodles." Having spoken, he swiftly departed. Just after Lu Yuyu departed, the system's notification sound suddenly echoed. Received a commendation from Lu Yuyu. Current progress, 1. Rewards: talent increased by 1 point, cultivation increased by 1 point. Guanfu, intermediate of low rank 51100. The system has summoned the personal panel. Aside from my innate talent, the rest are merely subpar. However, with the system by my side, I am emboldened. For now, I shall bide my time within the Taoist sect for 100 or so years. When my innate abilities are enhanced, I too shall become a remarkable figure in my own right. Upon checking the time, I realized that mealtime was approaching. The kitchen at Xinjian Peak serves 2 meals each day. Typically, only the miscellaneous disciples arrive, while the outer disciples have their own places to dine. Even the influx of miscellaneous disciples is scarce. Among the thousands of miscellaneous disciples on the Divine Sword Peak, it is estimated that fewer than 100 come each day. Let us prepare braised noodles for lunch today. Turning around, I entered the kitchen to commence the preparation of today's meal. At the same time, 2 lovely young maidens were tidying the courtyard for an outer sect disciple at the foot of the mountain. Finally, everything has been accomplished. One of the young girls wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile, "It seems we won't have enough time to cook today, let us dine in the kitchen instead." Upon hearing these words, another young girl furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "The food in the kitchen is quite unpalatable, I have no desire to go there." However, there is no time left now, and I am quite exhausted. Very well, let us first tackle the meal, and we shall prepare for ourselves later this evening. As the 2 women conversed, the owner of the courtyard also emerged, a young man of striking appearance. One might say that within this sect, there seems to be no one deemed unattractive. Even among the servant disciples, the males are handsome and the females are enchanting. Certainly, when it comes to the matter of appearance, I undoubtedly belong to the echelon of the most exceptional and illustrious. Thus far, no one has been able to compare with me, save for the esteemed readers who may slightly surpass me. In my interactions with the servant disciples, Brother Wu exhibits no trace of arrogance, on the contrary, he is exceedingly kind. This reflects the manner in which the disciples of the Taoist sect typically engage with one another. After bestowing a modest sum of silver, he promptly allowed the 2 women to depart. Although the miscellaneous disciples are required to perform numerous tasks, as long as they complete their duties, the remaining time can be freely allocated as they wish. After parting ways with Senior Brother Wu, the 2 young women made their way down the mountain path towards the foot of the mountain. At the same time, various servant disciples from the Sword Peak were making their way toward the kitchen in pairs. These individuals, each driven by their own reasons, intended to procure a meal from the kitchen. At the entrance of the kitchen, I have set up a large pot and brought in a spacious table. The pot is filled with boiling water, ready at any moment to cook noodles. On the adjacent large table, there was a substantial bowl brimming with a savory mixture, complemented by an array of ingredients such as green onions and cucumbers. To preserve the texture, I refrained from boiling the noodles in advance, opting instead to prepare them freshly upon the arrival of guests. Before long, 3 young apprentice disciples entered the courtyard. "Brother Changqing, what are you engaged in?" In response to the trio's inquiries, I smiled and replied, "I have crafted a new dish specifically for you to savor." I then commenced boiling the noodles, while the 3 of them curiously gathered around the large table. As the distance closed in, the 3 of them were enveloped by a delightful aroma. How exquisite it was! This fragrance stirred their appetites, awakening the gluttonous cravings within them. "Brother Changqing, did you prepare this? Indeed, can we savor this?" "Gentlemen, do not rush, the savory sauce truly shines when paired with noodles." Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals found themselves unable to take action and could only obediently stand before the table. During their wait, other miscellaneous disciples gradually arrived, entering the small courtyard. Upon seeing the large pot and the table, the 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback. However, upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma of the mixed sauce, they were unable to contain their excitement, for the allure of that scent was utterly irresistible to them. "Has the junior brother Changqing finished yet? If not, junior brother, why not directly serve me a bowl of fresh ingredients? Senior brother typically enjoys consuming live delicacies." The noodles prepared for the first 3 senior brothers are ready. I garnished them with a variety of condiments and instructed the trio to mix everything thoroughly before indulging. The already irresistible aroma of the savory sauce became even more enticing as the 3 of them stirred it, filling the air with a mouth-watering fragrance that left those nearby drooling. It truly emanates an exquisite fragrance. I am uncertain about the precise essence of this aroma. The numerous brothers gaze intently at the trio, eager to discern the flavor of this previously unseen bowl of braised noodles. As the three individuals stirred the mixture thoroughly, they each lifted a morsel with their chopsticks and brought it to their lips. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the verdict from the trio. How does the dish taste? Is it delicious? Three individuals savored their noodles with an expression of utmost delight. This has prompted a flurry of inquiries from fellow disciples, all eager to know if it is truly delicious. The three individuals remained silent, transforming instantaneously into the gaping maw of an abyss. The noodles within the bowl were relentlessly drawn into their mouths with the force of a tempest. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd surrounding me could hardly be oblivious to the fact that this braised noodle dish is undeniably delectable. Each person eagerly gathered around, impatiently awaiting their own bowl of noodles. In an instant, the courtyard of the kitchen was filled with shouts. Junior brother Chongqing, please give me a larger portion. Senior brother has recently been consuming a substantial amount of nourishing food for body cultivation. Did you not mention yesterday your intention to pursue the path of Dan refinement? What is the purpose of cultivating the physical form? Junior brother, do not heed his words. Senior brother, recently while refining tools, I require a large bowl. Junior brother, have you finished yet? Look, the noodles are already floating. Junior brother, where is my raw dough? Senior brother prefers uncooked food. You may simply provide me with the raw dough. A dozen or 20 individuals encircled me, vociferously calling out. To this, I remained entirely unfazed, continuing to leisurely prepare the noodles in a methodical manner. Before long, the second batch of noodles was served. Upon witnessing this, numerous fellow apprentices felt their eyes welling with emotion, as if they had laid eyes upon a rare and exquisite treasure in the sight of those more than a dozen bowls of noodles. The eldest senior brother remarked, Dear junior brothers, I believe our Taoist sect has always upheld the tradition of respecting our elders and cherishing the young. Therefore, this braised noodle. My senior intended to say something further, yet before he could finish his words, a multitude of junior disciples erupted into a collective shout and surged forward, swiftly pushing him out of the crowd. You have not heard what your senior brother just said about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. As your senior brother, this bowl of noodles should rightfully be offered to me. No way, everything else is negotiable, but this bowl of braised noodles must be mine. Junior brother, I shall bestow upon you a body-refining elixir, and in return, would you allow me the honor of savoring this bowl of braised noodles before you? I offer you 2 pills, my esteemed senior, let them go. In jest, for the sake of a bowl of braised noodles, numerous disciples are even willing to exchange a precious body refinement pill. It is essential to note that this body refinement pill is a crucial elixir for practitioners at the body refinement stage. As mere servant disciples, they receive merely 10 pieces each month, and yet not everyone has had the chance to partake. However, the mere aroma alone assures that this braised dish is indeed a culinary delight. Otherwise, why would those 3 individuals have devoured it with the ferocity of famished tigers? At this moment, a large bowl of braised noodles has been devoured by the 3 individuals. The sauce, mingling with the noodles, creates an irresistible flavor that leaves one utterly captivated. Thus, after finishing a bowl, the 3 approached Yi Chongqing without the slightest hesitation, eagerly requesting another bowl. Junior brother, may we have another? As soon as these words were spoken, the other disciples who were originally vying for the braised noodles turned their gazes towards the 3, each pair of eyes glimmering with a hint of peril. The eldest senior brother from earlier displayed a smirk that was neither a full smile nor a frown, suggesting that it would be prudent for you all to queue up and allow those who have yet to eat to dine first. What do you think? The oppressive presence of over 20 senior brothers made the hearts of the 3 tremble, and they instinctively swallowed hard. Rationality urged them to heed the words of their senior, yet their lips betrayed them, uttering, But senior, I still wish to eat. Meanwhile, other disciples had already seized the opportunity to savor the braised noodles. Imitating the actions of the 3, they mixed it thoroughly and took a bite. A wave of delight washed over them, as if they had been transcended to a higher realm. How delicious it is! The second group of disciples savoring the braised noodles, much like the previous trio, transformed into insatiable gluttons. The flavor was simply overpowering. Despite their extraordinary status in the mortal realm, they had never encountered such exquisite delicacy. There exists a peculiar situation within the Taoist sect. The outer disciples and inner disciples may not possess any notable background, yet their standing is solely attributed to their innate talent. Many of the disciples serving as menial laborers come from extraordinary backgrounds. At the very least, in the secular world, they are either the sons of prominent families or the daughters of esteemed households. Yet at this moment, these young gentlemen are indulging themselves, their mouths glistening with grease, utterly unable to restrain their appetites. They exclaim, even before finishing the contents of their bowls, "Junior brother Chongqing, another serving, please. A large bowl, if you would." Moreover, I am still present. Throughout the courtyard, the only sounds that linger are the shouts and the slurping of noodles. Such is the nature of the conversation. To the extent that those who came afterward were left in bewilderment. "Senior sister, what do you think has become of these individuals? What has led these people to such a trivial matter as a bowl of noodles?" Upon hearing this, another young girl shook her head in confusion. "I don't know, but let's just eat." The two girls did not dwell on it for long and soon approached Yi Changqing. "Junior brother, are you having noodles today? Then bring us 2 bowls." Hearing this, I glanced helplessly at the remaining bowl of noodles. "I apologize, senior sister, but there is only 1 bowl left." I never anticipated that these individuals could consume so voraciously. It is worth noting that I had prepared enough noodles to serve 100 people, yet only over 40 attended, and they devoured every last bit. Upon hearing these words, the 2 women furrowed their brows, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. While the 2 women pondered whether to change their dining location, the disciples nearby became increasingly animated. Only 1 bowl remained. If Brother Changqing were to cook again, the elder brother could enjoy another serving. "This final bowl is mine. I humbly request all my esteemed junior brothers to grant me this favor. I am willing to offer 2 body-refining pills for this bowl of noodles. I kindly ask my senior brothers to relinquish it to me. Speaking of leisure, if I offer you 3 pills, would you be willing to part with them for me? How could we, as cultivators, bow down for the sake of mere handfuls of elixirs? Today, my esteemed junior disciples, I shall claim this final bowl of noodles for myself." Upon hearing that only 1 bowl remains, the disciples could not resist the urge to vie for it once more. The 2 women who had just arrived were utterly perplexed. What in the world was happening? It was astonishing that these individuals were willing to exchange a bowl of noodles for body-refining pills. Was this not sheer foolishness? How could the 2 young women, who have never tasted braised noodles, comprehend that Yi Changqing's braised noodles are not only extraordinarily delicious but also possess the remarkable ability to enhance one's physical strength? This effect has already been perceived by every disciple who has indulged in them. "Dear Junior Qing, please allow me to savor this final bowl of noodles." "Senior brother, you seem to have forgotten the rule we just discussed. The 2 senior sisters have only just arrived and have yet to dine, so we must wait for them to finish their meal before it is your turn. First come, first serve, no contention is the rule I have just established. After all, with so many individuals present, it is impossible for me to cater exclusively to a select few. Moreover, the system's favorable reviews are calculated based on 1 point per person. A single individual will not be counted multiple times for the same meal." Upon hearing these words, the senior brother felt helpless. He could only turn to the 2 junior sisters for discussion. "Would you consider letting go of this bowl of noodles? I can exchange it for 5 body-refining elixirs. To be candid, my senior brother has not eaten for 5 days. In light of our camaraderie, I implore my 2 junior sisters to generously offer this bowl of noodles to him. He is afflicted with a peculiar ailment, one that renders him unable to survive without noodles. I assure you, I am absolutely truthful to my 2 junior sisters. As a disciple of the Taoist sect, I would never deceive another disciple of the same sect. Every word spoken by my elder brother is entirely sincere. In pursuit of this bowl of noodles, this senior brother employed every conceivable tactic, both coaxing and deceitful. Ultimately, the 2 young women, bewildered and dazed, found themselves inexplicably agreeing. Upon witnessing the 2 women nod in agreement, the senior brother was instantly filled with joy and hastily presented them with body-refining pills, seemingly fearful that they might reconsider their decision. Suddenly rushing in front of me with an eager expression, he exclaimed, "Longqing, my junior brother, please hurry and cook the noodles." Upon witnessing this, I smiled and gently shook my head, choosing not to elaborate further. As for the other disciples nearby, they gazed in disbelief at the 2 young women, who were fervently discussing. "Junior sisters, you are being foolish. You relinquished a bowl of braised noodles for merely 5 body-refining pills. Do you comprehend just how misguided this decision is? It seems you lack experience and are rather naive." Indeed, one may know a person's appearance but not their heart. Speaking of frivolities, even when faced with the braised noodles of my esteemed junior, I find it hard to trust, even if we were as close as brothers. Upon hearing the exclamations of the disciples, the 2 women became even more perplexed. Was it merely a bowl of braised noodles? How could it be described in such an enigmatic manner? Furthermore, exchanging a bowl of braised noodles for 5 body refinement pills seemed, by any measure, a most advantageous trade. As she pondered upon this, the senior brother began to stir the marinated noodles, and as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the two women instantly felt a pang of regret. The aroma of this braised noodles is utterly delightful. Just the scent alone is enough to captivate one's senses, leaving one languishing in temptation and unable to resist, with saliva involuntarily cascading forth. The two women's gazes swiftly turned towards their senior brother, who was holding a plate of braised noodles with a foolish grin on his face, causing them to feel as though the body-refining elixir in their hands had lost its allure. The junior sister spoke with conviction, stating that you all had promised to relinquish this braised noodle dish to me. Sensing the gaze of the two women upon me, this senior brother instantly became alert, guarding the bowl with a wary expression as he spoke. Perhaps, my esteemed senior, we should return the body-refining elixirs to you. Do not even entertain the thought. Speaking in a casual manner, he offered the two women no opportunity to utter a word before he turned away and began to indulge in his meal with great enthusiasm. Observing the exquisite enjoyment of their senior brother's meal, the two young women could not shake the feeling that they had missed out on something truly extraordinary. Senior sister, with a sense of grievance, turned to glance at her fellow apprentice, feeling helpless. She then redirected her gaze towards me, only to receive a similar response. Do not be deceived, I genuinely have nothing left. In that fleeting moment, the youthful visage of the woman was tinged with redness around her eyes, a testament to her sorrow. She confessed her regret, pondering why she had relinquished this bowl of braised noodles for merely 5 body-refining pills. Observing the brother, who slurps his noodles with utter disregard for his surroundings, his mouth full and words flowing like a babbling brook, I can't help but notice the two women drooling beside him. Coupled with the irresistible aroma wafting through the air, I am filled with regret for having acquiesced to his request. Why did I ever agree to this? Is there truly no longer any presence of the esteemed junior disciple? Would it be possible for us to share just a bowl? The younger woman tugged at me, indulging in a fit of charming coaxing. The gentle sensation emanating from the arm was undeniably pleasant, yet I still shook my head and remarked, Senior sister, there truly is none. Why not come a bit earlier this afternoon? I absolutely refuse to work overtime, regardless of beauty. After finishing the meal, everyone took turns to wash their dishes. As per my custom, I also rinsed my bowl. Once the washing was completed and everything was tidily put away, the group of disciples reluctantly took their leave. In the courtyard, I find myself utterly alone. Reward multiplier, 1 point cultivation, 1 point. At that moment, the system's notification sound resonated. Reward, insight, 1 point cultivation, 1 point. Host receives a commendation. Host gains 1 commendation. A multitude of notifications flooded in. My cultivation steadily ascended. Reward. I directly broke through to the initial stage of body refinement, achieving the minor success of body refinement. The host garnered commendations. Open the panel. Talent, low intermediate 70100. Successfully broke through in cultivation. Although the innate foundation has not yet advanced, it is not far from a breakthrough. With another day or two, it should be attainable. At noon, only over 40 disciples came for the meal. Feeling the burgeoning strength within me, I nodded in satisfaction. It had only been half a day since I had bound the system, yet I had successfully transcended my cultivation level. It is worth noting that my predecessor had to toil for an entire year to breach the threshold of body refinement. In the afternoon, with little to occupy my time, I intend to engage in some practice. The primary focus of the body refinement stage lies in the rigorous training of the physical form. Aimed at purging internal impurities and harmonizing the body with the ethereal energies of the universe, thereby preparing for the subsequent absorption of these energies. The journey of cultivation is intricately interconnected, with the body refinement stage laying the groundwork for the chi sensing stage, which in turn serves as a foundation for the meridian opening stage. The ability to sense the celestial energies prepares one for the later cleansing of meridians with these energies. Thus, each stage must be diligently traversed, step by step, to establish a solid foundation. Only then can one aspire to progress further. In the practice of the body refinement stage, the most effective method involves the use of body refinement pills in conjunction with medicinal baths. Yi Chongqing possessed a few body refinement pills, and upon consuming one, he swiftly felt a surging warmth within him. He recognized this sensation as the manifestation of the pill's efficacy, the warmth serving to cleanse his physical vessel. Generally, individuals with higher innate talent are better able to retain the medicinal potency, whereas those with lesser talent often waste much of its effectiveness. This discrepancy elucidates why individuals with superior gifts progress significantly faster than their less talented counterparts, even when provided with identical resources. However, after merely one complete cycle, Yi Chongqing sensed the effects of the body refinement pill dissipating. This was indeed absurd. A single body refinement pill should yield effects lasting at least 3 to 5 cycles, while those in the outer sect typically experience benefits lasting 10 cycles or more. Yet for him, it vanished after just one cycle, implying that he had absorbed at most 1/10 of the pill's efficacy, with the remainder squandered. This rendered his efforts futile. The benefits he gained from 10 body refinement pills equated to merely 1 for others, and such arithmetic does not account for the complexities involved. Overall, it became evident that his innate talent was fundamentally unsuited for cultivation. This underscores the importance of innate ability in the pursuit of immortality. Mere perseverance is insufficient. Without adequate talent, relentless dedication yields little significance. Given the fleeting lifespan of mortals, one must ponder whether they have sufficient time for the foundational stages of body refinement. Qi sensing and meridian opening do not considerably extend one's lifespan. Only upon reaching the core formation stage can a substantial increase in longevity be expected. If one lacks talent and cannot transcend these foundational stages within their lifetime, they are left awaiting their demise. Previously, Yi Chongqing had experienced similar frustrations. Yet now circumstances had shifted. After an afternoon of cultivation, his innate abilities had not markedly improved, but he remained undeterred. With newfound confidence, he resolved to persevere. As the hour approached for dinner, he prepared to make his renowned braised noodles. Surprisingly, even before the designated mealtime, several disciples had already gathered in the dining hall, having previously tasted Yi Chongqing's delectable noodles. After their initial experience, they returned home restless, their minds consumed by thoughts of those noodles. At last, eager to savor the dish once more, they hurried back. The aroma wafting through the courtyard was irresistible. When the first group of brothers arrived, Yi Chongqing had yet to finish preparing the sauce, yet the tantalizing scent enveloped the courtyard, causing mouths to water in anticipation. Each disciple stood outside, craning their necks toward the kitchen, yearning for a taste of that braised noodle dish. The savory sauce has been prepared, and the water is now boiling. Junior brother Chongqing, allow us to handle these menial tasks, one offered. I shall fetch the water. I will chop the firewood. I will tend to the flames. Without needing any prompting from Yi Chongqing, the group instinctively took it upon themselves to manage these chores, all in the hopes of savoring the delectable noodles as soon as possible. In response, Yi Chongqing could only smile helplessly and say, "Dear brothers, do not rush. It will be ready shortly." "Very well, we are not impatient," they replied, saliva pooling in their mouths as they nodded eagerly, though their expressions betrayed their lack of conviction. Before long, other brothers arrived, and even before stepping into the courtyard, they could hear the shouts. "Brothers, charge forth! If we arrive late, we shall miss junior brother Chongqing's noodles. What the elder brother says is true, arriving late means losing out." A throng of people rushed into the courtyard, only to find that over 10 individuals were already waiting there. The crowd paused in astonishment, soon engulfed by regret. Indeed, they had arrived too late. Chapter 7, Cooking Delight. Having arrived promptly, I was taken aback to discover that this group of latecomers had beaten me to it. "Had you all been waiting here the entire afternoon?" "No, we just got here." The early arrivals instinctively formed a line, bubbling with excitement, while the latecomers grumbled in discontent. However, no one dared to cut in line. After all, these were the rules set by Yi Chongqing, and even without his admonition, the other disciples would vehemently oppose any breach of decorum. Their determination for a bowl of braised noodles was unwavering. Fairness served everyone well, and those who dared to jump the queue would surely find themselves despised by all. The lengthy queue extended beyond the courtyard, and at that moment, 2 young maidens, who had missed lunch, rushed over, eager and hopeful after an afternoon of anticipation. On their way, one of them remarked with pride, "Sister, this time there's no way we can miss out, we arrived so early, and it's not even time yet." Indeed, they believed they had arrived in good time. Yet upon reaching the entrance, they were met with the sight of an extensive line, leaving them momentarily speechless.
"Junior brother, what is this?" they inquired. "Waiting for the meal. Are you both here to eat as well? Please join the queue."
Gazing at the line stretching beyond the courtyard, the smiles on their faces instantly froze.
It wasn't even mealtime yet. What on earth was going on?
They had thought themselves punctual, only to find these early birds had bested them. This was utterly outrageous. Even more so than the monthly distribution of cultivation resources, an event that had never elicited such fervor.
All this commotion for a mere bowl of braised noodles?
They attempted to move closer to assess the situation, but even taking a couple of steps forward drew the ire of the crowd.
Hey, junior sister. Please do not disrupt the order, go to the back of the line.
Yes, we're all queuing here.
Do you understand the concept of first come, first served?
Having merely advanced a couple of steps, they faced opposition from the throng.
With a resigned retreat, the two young women retracted their necks and obediently took their place at the end of the line.
What should we do, sister?
Are we going to miss out again?
What is so special about this bowl of braised noodles? Let us wait a bit, perhaps we will still get a chance to eat. That was all they could do to console themselves, hoping for at least a taste.
Meanwhile, atop the divine sword peak, were the elders, favored disciples.
And the peak master resided, within a cavern. An inebriated old man spoke to a young girl before him.
You, did you remember everything I just told you?
Yes.
I remembered it all. Is there anything you do not comprehend?
No, master.
Then you may leave. Disciple takes her leave, respectfully exiting the cavern.
The young girl did not linger, making her way swiftly down the mountain, disregarding those who called out to her along the path.
Hey, what is you doing? Why is she in such a hurry? Indeed, she didn't even acknowledge us and went straight down the mountain.
With a puzzled expression, she wondered why, as a direct disciple,
she should behave in such a manner. Could it be that an urgent matter had arisen?
Yet, there had been no news of any significant events. The girl in question was none other than Lu Yuyu, the first to savor the delectable braised noodles.
After enjoying that bowl of noodles in the morning, Lu Yuyu had spent the entire day yearning for that exquisite flavor.
She had intended to come by at noon, but was detained by her master,
leaving her unable to escape.
After enduring until the afternoon, she was determined to indulge in that bowl of braised noodles. Thus, after bidding farewell to her master, she hurriedly made her way to the kitchen. Her speed reached its zenith, and before long, she arrived at the foot of the mountain. The crowd waiting outside the kitchen merely felt a gust of wind pass by, followed by a fleeting white figure. What had just rushed past?
They hadn't caught a clear glimpse. Was it a large white rat? Nonsense, that was clearly a person.
They were also curious as to why there were so many people outside the kitchen, but Lu Yuyu had no time to ponder. All she wished for was a taste of the braised noodles. She paused in the courtyard, her large eyes sparkling as she looked towards Yi Changqing.
"Junior brother Changqing,"
she called sweetly. Hearing this, Yi Changqing, who was busy cooking the noodles, looked up and, upon recognizing Lu Yuyu, responded with a smile, "Ah, it's Sister Yuyu."
"Yes. I'm here to enjoy the noodles again."
Upon hearing this, before Yi Changqing could speak, the surrounding disciples voiced their discontent.
"Sister, you can have the noodles, but please wait in line."
It was evident that Lu Yuyu was not a servant disciple, however, since she wasn't dressed in the attire of a direct disciple. The crowd was momentarily uncertain of her status, though she was likely an outer disciple. But with the allure of the braised noodles before her,
what did it matter if she was an outer disciple? She still had to queue.
Perhaps encountering such a situation for the first time,
Lu Yuyu looked at Yi Changqing in confusion.
Sensing her bewilderment, Yi Changqing helplessly replied, "Sister Yuyu, this is the kitchen's rule, I can't do anything about it." In Yi Changqing's eyes, distinctions between servant, outer, inner, or direct disciples were irrelevant. Each person could only contribute a small amount of praise for each meal.
So everyone was treated equally. Seeing Yi Changqing's resolute stance, Lu Yuyu pouted in disappointment but nodded nonetheless. "Oh, then you must save a bowl for me, junior brother."
"Rest assured, sister, there is plenty prepared for today, it will certainly be sufficient." One bowl after another of noodles was served, and soon everyone was savoring the braised noodles. Those who had tasted it devoured their portions with great enthusiasm, while those yet to partake were filled with anticipation. Among them were 2 young girls, relishing their bowls of noodles, tears of happiness streaming down their cheeks, utterly unconcerned with their appearance. "Why, sister, this is too delicious. I was such a fool at noon. I actually agreed to trade 5 body refining pills for a bowl of braised noodles. I regret it so much. Had I known it was this delectable, I wouldn't have traded even 10 pills at noon." The sounds of slurping noodles and requests for more echoed around. Each person felt an immense sense of satisfaction, with some even suggesting to Yi Changqing, junior brother Changqing, why not make it 3 meals a day? Upon uttering these words, he instantly garnered unanimous agreement from all present. Indeed, brother Changqing, it is often said that having 3 meals a day is healthier. I concur. I agree. What nonsense about health is this? Coming from a group of cultivators? After some contemplation, I realized that 3 meals a day might not be a bad idea, yet would the time be too constrained? Recently, Yi Changqing intended to acquire some cultivation resources. Although he possessed a system, he could not afford to be negligent. At the very least, he should dedicate a couple of hours to cultivation before retiring for the night. Thus, he shook his head and politely declined. "My esteemed seniors, I sincerely apologize. But I must focus on my own cultivation as well as devise methods to obtain cultivation resources. Managing 3 meals a day is simply beyond my capabilities. Even as a mere disciple, aside from the fixed resources received monthly, one must complete tasks to acquire additional cultivation materials." However, upon hearing these words, Lu Yuyu was the first to rise, producing over a dozen jade vials and placing them before Yi Changqing. "Do you lack cultivation resources, brother Changqing? I have some here. You need not worry about such trivial matters in the future. Just take them and make use of them." Chapter 8, the soul of the culinary practitioner. Gazing at the numerous bottles of elixirs and powders before him, Yi Changqing found himself momentarily dazed. At this moment, the other disciples also regained their composure and began to speak one after another. "Indeed, Changqing, if you are in need of elixirs, do not hesitate to inform us. I have 10 body refinement pills that you may use for now," one elder brother offered. "I find myself somewhat strapped for resources, with only 3 bottles of body refinement liquid left. Here, take this, and in a couple of days, I will have my family send more," another disciple chimed in. "Do not fret over such trivial matters, dear Changqing. With us around, you can focus solely on your cultivation and your culinary endeavors." "Absolutely. Such minor concerns should not trouble you, junior brother." Yi Changqing was taken aback, realizing that his simple remark had unexpectedly garnered him hundreds of body refinement pills in liquid. This was quite absurd. Moreover, judging by their tone, it seemed that whenever he lacked something in the future, he could simply ask them. When did cultivation resources become so dispensable? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he understood that their eagerness was merely a ploy to indulge in his culinary creations. If Yi Changqing were to undertake tasks for cultivation resources, it would diminish their time to relish his meals. This was simply unacceptable. Hence, such trivial resources were of no concern, they had ample means to support him. Is that appropriate? He pondered. Changqing, you must not refuse such a minor offering. It would be rather embarrassing for us to come and enjoy your cooking if you do not accept, they insisted. Eventually, Yi Changqing acquiesced. However, accepting their generosity necessitated a gesture of gratitude. Immediately, he decided to increase the meal service from 2 to 3 meals a day. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers, mentally calculating the implications. Previously, they could partake in 2 meals daily. Now, with the increase to 3, that amounted to an additional 30 meals in a month and 365 in a year. Chuckling to themselves, many couldn't help but express their delight, recognizing that the provision of cultivation resources was indeed worthwhile. This arrangement must continue, as nothing should hinder Changqing's culinary pursuits. After the meal, everyone took it upon themselves to wash the dishes and tidy up, including Lu Yuyu. As night fell, the disciples gradually departed, leaving Lu Yuyu to linger until the very end. When the courtyard was empty except for her, Yi Changqing approached with a tea jar and inquired, "Is something on your mind, senior sister? Changqing, if I wished for you to become my attendant, would you be willing?"
Lu Yuyu asked with anticipation. In the Daoyi sect, direct disciples, peak masters, and elder seat holders had the privilege of having attendants. An attendant was akin to a personal bond. If Yi Changqing were to become Lu Yuyu's attendant, their fates would be intertwined, sharing both triumphs and tribulations. Of course, there were numerous benefits as well, such as access to additional cultivation resources, one portion from the sect and another from Lu Yuyu herself. Moreover, it would provide him with an additional layer of support. Perhaps fearing that Yi Changqing might decline, Lu Yuyu paused momentarily before continuing, "Rest assured, junior brother, I shall never treat you unfairly. I will cover all your cultivation resources from now on." Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing gazed at Lu Yuyu in astonishment, surprised to learn that she was indeed a direct disciple. Only direct disciples are entitled to have attendants. He initially presumed she was merely an inner sect disciple. But to his surprise, she was a significant figure. It is worth noting that there are currently only 7 direct disciples on the entire Divine Sword Peak. Becoming an attendant to a direct disciple is a coveted position that countless individuals aspire to attain. Not only the servant disciples but even those from the outer and inner sections. After all, a direct disciple is akin to a prince in the secular imperial court. And being in their company implies a position of close proximity, which brings numerous benefits. Moreover, Lu Yuyu is an enchanting young lady, undoubtedly an added advantage. However, Yi Changqing shook his head almost without hesitation, declining, "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I do not have such intentions at the moment." He could easily discern Lu Yuyu's motives, it was merely due to his culinary skills. Yet, if he were to follow her, he would only be preparing meals for her alone, which would not contribute to his own growth. Furthermore, Yi Changqing was unwilling to be subordinate to others. Although he was currently just a servant disciple, he found contentment within his small realm of the kitchen. As for cultivation resources, to speak frankly, did he truly lack them? Lu Yuyu felt a twinge of disappointment but did not press the matter further. "Then I shall come to find you for meals every day," she said. "That is perfectly fine, this is the Divine Sword Peak's kitchen after all. Senior sister Yuyu is always welcome here." With a smile that revealed her dimples, Lu Yuyu took her leave. Soon, it was time to reap the rewards, and the system notification chimed as expected. The evening meal had a few more attendees than lunch, totaling over 50 people. Host, Yi Changqing. Identity, servant disciple of the Daoyi sect. Cultivation, minor accomplishment in body refinement, 76-200, reputation, obscure. Talent, low tier upper grade, 3-100, root bone, low tier upper grade, 61-100, comprehension, upper tier middle grade, 31-00000. His cultivation had not advanced. Yet his talent had improved to low tier upper grade. The praise for the braised noodles has reached 100-100, rewarding the dish stir-fried pork. 0-100 foot, additionally. The praise for the braised noodles had met the threshold, granting him a new dish. Combined with the previous medicinal pills, his gains were quite commendable. After an hour of cultivation and a medicinal bath, Yi Changqing fell into a delightful slumber. Although he slept soundly, the other disciples found themselves restless and unable to sleep. "Come on, why isn't it dawn yet? Braised noodles, slurp. Who in the world is stealing my noodles? We are brothers, I can yield on other matters. But when it comes to braised noodles, you cannot take mine." In the early hours of dawn, numerous servant disciples found themselves in various states of wakefulness. Some were unable to sleep at all, while others, though slumbering, mumbled incoherently in their dreams. At long last, daybreak arrived. And as per Yi Changqing's instructions from the previous day, breakfast would now be provided by the kitchen. Thus, long before the sun had fully risen, several dozen servant disciples had already risen from their slumber. "Why are you up so early? Don't you usually sleep until noon?" Some disciples observed this unusual scene with a hint of astonishment, wondering when these individuals had become so industrious. After a brief wash, the bustling army of breakfast seekers made their way to the kitchen, disregarding any invitations to dine along the way. "Brother Chen, why not come to my place for breakfast?" "Not going." "Brother Wang, where are you off to so early?" "To eat." Witnessing such peculiar behavior, the other servant disciples were filled with curiosity. In the early morning light,
Each of these individuals appeared with eyes ablaze, akin to fierce tigers descending the mountain, seemingly eager to devour their prey. Chapter 9. These individuals have issues at the break of dawn, as the first light of day began to permeate the sky. A throng of disciples had already gathered outside the kitchen. When Yi Changqing finally opened the door, he was taken aback by the scene before him. "Dear senior brothers and sisters, you have arrived rather early, haven to you?" "Not too early," they replied. "The plans for the day are made in the morning. Rising early is of no consequence." Each of them shook their heads, for little did Yi Changqing know the lengths they had gone to the previous night. Dreaming solely of indulging in the savory bowl of braised noodles. Yi Changqing could only sigh. These individuals were truly relentless in their pursuit of a good meal. Without further ado, he ushered everyone into the courtyard and set about preparing the sauce, while the others busied themselves chopping wood, fetching water, and kindling the fire, all in hope of savoring that delightful bowl of noodles as soon as possible. Before long, the enticing aroma of the sauce wafted through the courtyard. And the disciples of the divine sword peak gathered in small groups, unabashedly devouring their meals with the enthusiasm of common folk, utterly forsaking the decorum expected of disciples. "Changqing, please add another bowl of noodles. 2 bowls, if you please. Here too, don't forget us." The chorus of requests rang out. And even the female disciples insisted on at least 2 bowls, while the male disciples were even more demanding. "Changqing, do prepare a larger quantity for lunch." After their meal, as they washed the dishes and tidied up, one disciple remarked to Yi Changqing, "It seems there is never enough of this braised noodle dish." This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement among the gathered disciples, yet Yi Changqing merely shook his head. "We shall not have noodles for lunch. I have devised a new dish to try. Eating noodles every day can become monotonous. Just yesterday, the system rewarded me with a recipe for stir-fried pork, which will surely provide a delightful change of pace. This dish, a simple yet exquisite home-cooked meal, employed choice cuts of red striped pork, perfectly balanced in fat and lean meat. And when paired with rice, it was bound to be a culinary delight." Upon hearing of the new dish for lunch, the disciples' eyes brightened with anticipation. In the past, they may not have harbored any expectations, but after savoring the braised noodles, their opinion of Yi Changqing's culinary skills had undergone a complete transformation. "Excellent, excellent. Changqing, is there anything you require assistance with? Speak freely. I have a few body refining pills here. You have worked hard, take them for your cultivation." "Senior brother, you are too kind, I still have plenty of pills from yesterday." "That is of no concern. If you find it excessive, simply treat them as candy." With the promise of a new dish, the disciples vied to offer their help, some presenting pills and powders. Despite Yi Changqing's repeated refusals, he ultimately accepted the gifts, as they insisted on not taking them back, preferring instead to humor him. "There is no need for assistance, just arrive at the appointed time, dear senior brothers and sisters." With no further need for discussion, they finished their breakfast and gradually departed. Most were mere servant disciples, each burdened with their own tasks, and thus could not linger at Yi Changqing's side. Yet, Lu Yuyu remained, and as Yi Changqing observed her solitary presence, he smiled warmly. "Is Sister Yuyu free today?" "I have nothing to do every day," Lu Yuyu replied with a smile, while Yi Changqing merely curled his lips. "I meant, doesn't Sister Yuyu need to cultivate?" "Of course I do, but there is no rush, I'll practice in the evening. By the way, do you need any assistance, junior brother?" As a direct disciple, Lu Yuyu's sole responsibility was cultivation, with others attending to her other matters. However, the thought of enjoying a new dish at noon completely distracted her from her training, leading her to stay here and wait. Observing this, Yi Changqing chose not to say more and resolved to practice first, as there was still ample time until noon. "Feel free, sister, I will practice for a while. Then let me teach you," she said without a moment's hesitation. The guidance from a direct disciple was indeed a rare opportunity for any disciple, and such an opportunity would invariably come at a steep price. After all, direct disciples were not accessible to everyone. Many of the miscellaneous disciples had failed to recognize Lu Yuyu's status simply because they had no interaction with direct disciples. "All right." Yi Changqing did not decline, and soon the two began to cultivate in the courtyard. However, after merely half an hour, Lu Yuyu began to question her life choices. Perhaps it was due to the differing experiences of individuals. Throughout her life, Lu Yuyu had always been surrounded by prodigies. Yet, Yi Changqing's talent was rather difficult to articulate. He possessed a high level of comprehension, grasping many cultivation concepts after just one explanation, even able to extrapolate from them. Yet, when it came to actual practice, it was an entirely different matter. It was as if his mind understood, but his hands and feet did not. Basic martial techniques took Yi Changqing an inordinate amount of time to learn each movement. To Lu Yu, such simple techniques should have been mastered after just a couple of repetitions. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Yi Changqing couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Sister Yu, why don't you rest for a bit while I practice alone? No, I'm fine. If I can't do it, we'll just practice a few more times. Master said diligence can make up for shortcomings, Lu Yu insisted stubbornly. This determined girl was resolute, having promised to teach Yi Changqing, she was determined to see him succeed. They continued their training until it was nearly noon. Seeing that the time was approaching, Yi Changqing began to prepare lunch, while Lu Yu fell into deep contemplation, pondering how best to instruct her junior brother. Paying no mind to her thoughts, Yi Changqing fetched half a slab of red striped pork, over 100 pounds, which should suffice for lunch. He washed, sliced, and marinated it, then prepared the accompanying ingredients and started cooking rice. Meanwhile, at various locations around the Divine Sword Peak, the miscellaneous disciples had begun to silently count down the time. At the main square halfway up the mountain, over a dozen miscellaneous disciples were tidying up, 3 of whom gathered together, drooling as they spoke. How long until we eat? Don't rush, it's only half an hour until mealtime. Damn it! There's still half an hour left, I'm going to starve to death. Enough with the chatter, hurry and finish sweeping so we can line up, if we're late. We might miss out on food. Yes, quickly complete your tasks and get in line. For the sake of a meal, the 3 individuals suddenly seemed invigorated. Their brooms wielded with such fervor that they appeared to almost blur in motion. Observing the 3, whose brooms were being swung with remarkable intensity, the other disciples looked on with expressions of confusion and curiosity. Brother, are they all right? They seem a bit off, don't they? I don't know. Could they be practicing some martial technique? Surely not. What kind of martial art involves a broom? It seems there isn't one. Oh no, it's on fire. Look over there. Following the direction of the finger, they beheld one of the brooms indeed ignited, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. What does it even mean to set a broom on fire while merely sweeping the floor? Chapter 10, another flaming broom in the hands of this menial disciple. The broom blazed like a whirlwind. It's on fire, Brother Chang! Exclaimed his fellow disciples. Realizing the predicament, Brother Chang discovered that his broom had been entirely consumed by flames. Preoccupied with hastily finishing his sweeping so he could have his meal, he had entirely overlooked this critical detail. Now, coming to his senses, he quickly stomped out the fire, expressing his frustration at the broom, saying, utterly useless, almost jeopardizing my important task. With a dismissive toss, he turned to the other disciples, requesting, Brother, may I borrow your broom? Are you all right, junior brother? One of them asked with evident concern, noticing that Brother Chang's demeanor was clearly off. However, he merely shook his head, took the broom, and resumed his sweeping. They had not ventured to the kitchen, and thus were unaware of the thoughts in the minds of Brother Chang and his companions, who were eager to finish their work and head to the dining hall. Not just the trio, but all the other menial disciples hastened their movements, fixated on completing their tasks swiftly in order to queue for food. Yet, they all tacitly refrained from voicing their thoughts. They were not foolish. With only Yi Changqing managing the kitchen, the current number of people was already too many for ample food. If even more joined, there would hardly be enough to eat. Hence, those who had been to the kitchen chose to keep silent, fewer mouths meant more bites for themselves, and this logic was irrefutable. Not only were the menial disciples anxious, but in the area designated for direct disciples, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an air of aloof elegance, was hurriedly searching for someone. Junior brother, have you seen Sister Yu? This woman, also a direct disciple, had not seen Lu Yu since early morning and had searched everywhere without success. The disciple shook his head in response. I haven't seen her. But it seemed that Sister Yu rushed down the mountain in a hurry yesterday evening. I'm not sure what it was about. Nodding in acknowledgement, The woman hastened down the mountain, having scoured the summit without spotting Lu Yu. She could only try her luck at the foot of the mountain. But what was that girl doing at the foot of the mountain? Wasn't that the area for menial disciples? As the last closed-door disciple of the master of the divine sword peak, Lu Yu was cherished among her seniors, and her sudden disappearance naturally caused concern. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was in the kitchen, gazing longingly at a freshly prepared dish of stir-fried pork, her mind blissfully oblivious to all else. It smells divine. Sister, would you like to try? With that, Yi Changqing offered her a pair of chopsticks, smiling. Stunned, Lu Yu accepted the chopsticks and asked, "Is that all right?" "Of course," came Yi Changqing's reply. Without hesitation, Lu Yu picked up a piece of pork and savored it. The rich aroma spread across her palate, evoking an indescribable sensation that made her squint her eyes in delight. Delicious. So incredibly delicious. Better than braised noodles. And this stir-fried pork even has the effect of invigorating one's vitality. Although this enhancement may seem negligible to Lu Yu, it holds significant value for body-refining practitioners. If they could consistently partake in such nourishing meals, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results in their cultivation. With a single bite, Lu Yu was completely captivated. Gazing at Yi Changqing with an expression of utter satisfaction, repeatedly extolling the dish's virtues. Delicious, truly exquisite. As long as my senior sister enjoys it, he replied. Unable to resist, Lu Yu took several more bites, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment each time. After all, this was a communal lunch prepared for everyone. And her actions felt akin to pilfering. Just one last bite, truly the final one. Yet, time and again, she found herself making excuses, only to succumb to temptation once more. Before long, Yi Changqing brought a large pot of freshly cooked rice and stir-fried pork to the kitchen entrance, setting up a grand dining table. Simultaneously, the first group of disciples arrived, their senses immediately captivated by the enticing aroma. Is this the new dish from junior brother Changqing? It smells heavenly. Upon noticing the gathering, Lu Yu swiftly positioned herself at the front of the line. Despite having already indulged, her appetite yearned for more. Observing her, the others instinctively aligned themselves into an orderly queue. As time passed, the number of people swelled, and soon the line extended beyond the courtyard. With everyone eagerly anticipating the meal, their patience wearing thin. At that moment, a woman soared through the sky. Upon seeing the throng below, she initially wondered what all the fuss was about. However, upon spotting Lu Yu at the front, she was momentarily taken aback before descending gracefully to the courtyard. Junior sister. Hearing her voice, Lu Yu turned, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Second senior sister. The woman, named Lu Shuang, was also a direct disciple of the Sword Peak at Daoi's sect. Finally locating Lu Yu, Lu Shuang's expression remained impassive. What are you doing here, junior sister? Lu Shuang's demeanor had always been aloof. Throughout her years at Sword Peak, she had rarely formed close bonds with others, even among her fellow direct disciples. Only with Lu Yu had she developed a relatively amicable relationship. I'm here to eat, Lu Yu replied without hesitation, leaving Lu Shuang momentarily speechless. Eating? You, a direct disciple, are in the kitchen for a meal? Are you serious? She scrutinized Lu Yu for a while before finally asking in a subdued tone. Yes, second senior sister. Please do not underestimate junior brother Changqing, his culinary skills are exceptional. Both Lu Yu and Lu Shuang had long since transcended the need for food. Yet who could have anticipated that Lu Yu would one day find herself yearning for sustenance? This thought led Lu Shuang to glance at Yi Changqing. Noticing his modest cultivation level and only handsome features, she furrowed her brow. Do not jest, junior sister. Come with me, master is waiting for you. Lu Shuang was utterly unconvinced by Lu Yu's assertions. Although the courtyard was indeed filled with a delightful fragrance, Lu Shuang, the esteemed second sister of the divine sword peak, would not be swayed by such trivial sense. Nevertheless, Lu Yu resolutely shook her head in refusal, insisting that she would finish her meal before departing. Their exchange, however, elicited little interest from the numerous disciples present, who were preoccupied with their own meals. Even Lu Shuang acknowledged that Lu Yu was a direct disciple, yet at that moment, all eyes were solely on the food, disregarding her esteemed status.
In fact, those standing behind Lu Yuyu whispered, "Sister Lu, if you have matters to attend to,
please do so without keeping the peak master waiting."
Indeed, indeed.
If Sister Lu has urgent business, do hurry along and do not delay important matters.
Chapter 11, Breakthrough of the Root Bone. The many disciples present began to persuade, seemingly for the best interests of Lu Yuyu. However, in reality, their thoughts were aligned. With one less person to feed, they could indulge a bit more themselves.
At this moment, all the disciples in the kitchen were, to put it bluntly, competitors.
Yet, Lu Yuyu paid them no mind. What could be more important than satisfying her hunger?
Moreover, today was the day to sample the new dish crafted by her junior brother, Changqing, and the tantalizing aroma of the stir-fried pork had her salivating. Thus, even if the sky were to fall, she was determined to enjoy her meal first.
"Senior sister,
I'll head back after I finish eating," she declared decisively to Lu Shuang. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang was left speechless. Her little junior sister had always been obedient.
So why was she now defying their master's orders for just a bite of food? Was the food here truly that delectable?
With a skeptical glance at Yi Changqing and the heaping bowl of stir-fried pork, she conceded, "Well then, I'll stay and eat with you before we return." Though her fingers twitched in appetite, Lu Shuang feigned calmness as she spoke. In response, Lu Yuyu replied, "That is fine, but senior sister has to wait in line."
"What?"
Lu Shuang was taken aback at the notion of waiting in line as a direct disciple. She looked incredulously at Lu Yuyu, who simply replied, "Yes. That's the rule of the kitchen, everyone must queue, regardless of status." Lu Shuang glanced at the other disciples present.
Although they dared not speak, they nodded in agreement,
affirming that indeed, one must wait in line for meals. Seeing this, Lu Shuang couldn't help but question her life choices.
"Senior sister, if you don't hurry, there might not be any food left," Lu Yuyu reminded her.
Reluctantly, Lu Shuang complied and moved to the back of the line outside.
As mealtime approached,
Lu Yuyu was the first to fill her bowl, generously piling a large spoonful of stir-fried pork atop her rice, and then she began to eat with great enthusiasm. Yi Changqing sat at the kitchen entrance, not needing to serve himself, as each disciple was responsible for their own portions.
One by one,
disciples emerged with bowls brimming with food. Even the female disciples were no exception, often heaping more than their male counterparts. Witnessing this scene, Lu Shuang stood in shock.
Was the life of the servant disciples truly this arduous?
Although the sect did not place much emphasis on servant disciples, they did not seem to suffer from a lack of provisions.
While the resources for cultivation might be meager, surely they could fill their bellies? Yet, why did they all appear as if they had returned from the brink of starvation?
She had no doubt that their bowls were simply small, otherwise they would surely take more. Finally, it was her turn, and Lu Shuang followed suit, filling her own bowl and then taking a modest scoop of stir-fried pork. Compared to the others, her portion seemed quite reasonable. Although the dish was enticing, she had only added a little over half a bowl, which appeared rather meager. Approaching Lu Yuyu, who was devouring her meal with unabashed delight, Lu Shuang observed her second senior sister's modest portion and inquired with curiosity, "Senior sister,
is that all you are eating?"
"I have been fasting, and were it not for you, I would not have dined today."
To this,
Lu Shuang replied with a nonchalant air, while Lu Yuyu wore the expression of someone with experience. "Trust me, senior sister, you will soon regret this," Lu Yuyu warned.
"Regret? Nonsense. I, the illustrious second senior sister of the Divine Sword Peak, regret over a mere meal?" Skeptical, she took a mouthful of rice. Savoring the combination of grains and tender meat, the flavors utterly overwhelming.
In that single bite, Lu Shuang found herself momentarily entranced, as if her very soul had been elevated. In an instant, she transformed into a voracious creature, consuming her meal with a speed that rivaled even Lu Yuyu's. The already scant rice was devoured in mere moments. Observing this, Lu Yuyu chuckled, having predicted her senior sister would indeed come to regret her earlier choices. Hastily making her way to the large table outside the kitchen, Lu Shuang discovered that the feast had long since been consumed.
"All gone?"
she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the empty rice container.
"Indeed."
Yi Changqing affirmed with a nod, noting the astonishing appetite of his peers, each capable of consuming a meal meant for two.
Yet, Lu Shuang appeared to possess a more reasonable appetite.
Unbeknownst to Yi Changqing, at that moment, Lu Xuan was filled with a deep sense of regret. Finally grasping the truth in Lu Yuyu's words. Are they all pigs? How could such a vast container of rice simply vanish? She cast a pitiful glance at Yi Changqing. Her previous aloof demeanor replaced by a look of dismay. Senior sister, don't look at me like that, even if I wish to help now. It would be too late. Come back tonight earlier, he replied with a hint of resignation. Returning to Lu Yuyu, who had finished her meal, Lu Xuan wore an expression of disappointment. How was it, senior sister? I did not deceive you, did I? Lu Yuyu beamed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Xuan retorted, exasperated. I did mention it, Lu Yuyu defended herself. You. Lu Xuan sighed, her frustration slowly subsiding with Lu Yuyu's continued reassurances. After the two young women washed the dishes and tidied up, they agreed to return in the afternoon before taking their leave of the kitchen. Once the multitude of disciples had departed, Lu Yuyu followed suit, leaving Yi Changqing alone in the courtyard. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, host gains 1 positive review. Reward, Talent 1, Cultivation 1, host gains 1 positive review, reward, Root Bone 1, Cultivation 1, host gains 1 positive review, reward, Physique 1. Cultivation 1, he opened his panel, host, Yi Changqing, identity, miscellaneous disciple of Taoist sect, cultivation, small success in body refinement realm, 146-200, fame, obscure and nameless. Talent, inferior grade, upper stage, 36-100, root bone, medium grade, lower stage, 2-1000, comprehension, superior grade. Middle stage, 69-1000000. With a sudden surge of warmth coursing through him, Yi Changqing experienced an inexplicable transformation within as his root bone ascended directly to the medium grade. This elevation in rank signified a fundamental change. While it may not hold much significance within the Taoist sect, it is considered moderate among other sections. Feeling the alterations brought forth by this breakthrough, Yi Changqing murmured to himself, time to cultivate a bit. After half an hour of diligent practice, he noted a marked increase in efficiency compared to before. If only his talent could also be elevated to the medium grade, the progress would be even swifter, nevertheless. Such advancements were merely a matter of time. Very well, this is promising. Now, it's time for a midday rest. Yi Changqing understood the importance of balance in cultivation. After half an hour of intense training, a proper rest was essential to avoid jeopardizing his foundation. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu and Lu Xuan had also returned to the mountain summit, where they met their esteemed master, the revered Jiao Jianhong. Chapter 12, Discovery at the summit of the Divine Sword Peak, within a modest cave dwelling. The only furnishings were a few simple tables and stools, alongside numerous jars of wine and a solitary meditation cushion. At this moment, a disheveled old man, clad in grey robes and inebriated, sat cross-legged upon the cushion. Before him were Lu Yuyu and Lu Xuan, who had just returned. The old man was the esteemed leader of the Divine Sword Peak, Hongzun, a formidable figure who had transcended the nascent soul realm. With a belch, he slurred. Where have you two little girls been so early in the morning? Just as Lu Xuan was about to respond, Lu Yuyu interjected, Master, my senior sister and I went for a stroll in the town below. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan cast a skeptical glance at her younger sister, puzzled as to why she would deceive their master instead of simply stating they had visited the kitchen below. However, she chose not to expose the ruse. And Hongzun seemed indifferent, continuing in his drunken haze, just don't wander about aimlessly, especially you, Yuyu. Understood, master, Lu Yuyu replied obediently. After imparting some guidance on their cultivation, Hongzun eventually allowed them to depart after nearly an hour. Junior sister, why did you deceive master? Lu Xuan inquired quietly as they exited the cave. Lu Yuyu gestured for silence, glanced back at the dwelling, and hurriedly pulled Lu Xuan away. Once they were a safe distance from their master's cave, Lu Yuyu explained, Senior sister, tell me, how is the food prepared by Brother Changqing? Uncertain of Lu Yuyu's intent, Lu Xuan nodded nonetheless. Do you wish for someone to compete with you for his cooking? Lu Yuyu asked, shaking her head in refusal. Then it is settled. Brother Changqing's culinary skills are exquisite. Once tasted, no one can forget them. The more who know, the greater the competition. Conversely, if there is one less competitor, we can enjoy a bit more for ourselves. With a look of self-satisfaction, Lu Yuyu elaborated, and Lu Xuan, upon hearing this,
wore an expression of sudden realization.
Indeed, Brother Changqing is a treasure, such a gem must be well guarded. No one desires to invite unnecessary competition.
Younger sister.
You make a valid point, Lu Xuan conceded.
Thus, regarding Brother Changqing, we must keep our silence. I understand, Lu Yuyu affirmed.
The two girls, believing themselves clever,
remained unaware that within the cave, after their departure, Hongzun wore a knowing smile. These two young girls think they can deceive me.
I have consumed more salt than they have rice, and I still have not wiped the grease from my lips.
As mealtime approached,
the disciples of the divine sword peak hurriedly completed their chores, eager to queue at the kitchen, where the stir-fried meat was simply irresistible. And they intended to savor 2 bowls of rice.
Brother, unless there is anything else, we shall take our leave, one disciple said. Not so fast, junior brother. Today I happen to have caught a snow hare. Let us enjoy it together before departing. In the inner disciple area,
2 young female servant disciples had just completed their tasks and were preparing to leave when one inner disciple took the initiative to invite them. It is not uncommon within the Taoist sect for inner and outer disciples to invite servant disciples for a meal.
In the past, servant disciples, when extended such an invitation, would often be overjoyed and would not refuse. Moreover, consuming snow hare, a genuine beast of the realm, is beneficial for cultivation. However,
at this moment, the 2 girls were solely focused on heading to the dining hall, and without a moment's hesitation, they declined the invitation.
Thank you for your kind offer,
senior brother, but we have matters to attend to, and we hope you will not take offense.
I see, then I shall not insist.
May you both travel safely.
Thank you, senior brother.
After refusing the inner disciple, the 2 girls immediately dashed away, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. Observing their swiftly retreating figures, the inner disciple couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems they truly are in a hurry." That was a remarkable display of speed, indicative of their body refinement stage cultivation.
If there weren't pressing matters, who would exert themselves so recklessly in a wild dash?
It is worth noting that those at the body refinement stage possess no spiritual energy. And such a full-speed sprint would be tremendously taxing on one's physical stamina.
Yet, these 2 young servant disciples showed no hesitation, running as if their lives depended on it.
One can only wonder what the inner disciple would think if he knew that their frantic dash was merely to secure a good spot in the dining hall.
All around, servant disciples were racing with equal fervor, leaving many other disciples bewildered by the spectacle. What has gotten into these servant disciples? I have no idea. Could it be a family emergency? Nonsense. If it were a family emergency, would every home be in crisis? I've seen over a dozen servant disciples behaving like this along the way. Completely perplexed, they also heard the servant disciples shouting as they ran. Hey, slow down. I can't keep up. If you can't keep up, then take a break. Don't worry, I'll eat your portion for you. What? You want to eat my food?
With that, it seemed as if they had been injected with adrenaline, chasing after one another.
Half an hour before mealtime,
a long line had already formed outside the dining hall, with Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang prominently among them.
However,
the 2 girls had arrived a bit late and did not secure the first position, though they were still near the front. The line extended all the way to the courtyard, with everyone craning their necks, eagerly anticipating the announcement of mealtime.
What are you all doing? At that moment,
an old man at the end of the line inquired of the servant disciples ahead.
Upon hearing his question,
one of the servant disciples turned to look but did not recognize the old man as the esteemed master of the sword peak, Zhou Jianhong.
After all,
they rarely interacted even with the core disciples, let alone a peak master. Although he did not recognize Hong, the servant disciple still replied with enthusiasm.
We are at the Sword Peak Dining Hall, and we are all here to eat. Senior, are you here too? Me? I am here to eat as well.
Upon hearing this, Master Hong was taken aback to discover that the 2 young ladies, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, had hurriedly come here solely for a meal, and that this was indeed the kitchen of his revered Sword Peak.
Momentarily perplexed yet intrigued,
he resolved to ascertain what could possibly draw his 2 disciples to this humble kitchen in such haste. Upon learning that Master Hong had also come for a meal, the servant disciple did not dwell on it too much, merely offering a reminder. Dining was permissible, yet the kitchen had a strict rule: everyone must queue.
Q? Am I also required to do so? The words left Master Hong momentarily speechless, as the esteemed leader of a peak. He was expected to stand in line for a meal? However, the servant disciple was unfazed by his bewilderment and merely pointed towards the front, where Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang were situated at the corner of the courtyard. Do you see those two senior sisters? They are indeed direct disciples. Yet they too must adhere to the kitchen regulations, so, esteemed elder. Chapter 13, The Elder's Lack of Martial Virtue in the Taoist Sect. The direct disciples of each peak hold a status akin to that of elders. The servant disciple refrained from continuing, yet the implication was unmistakable. Even the two direct disciples obediently queued, demonstrating that not even the elder from the Divine Sword Peak enjoyed any privileges. Upon hearing this, Master Hong appeared unfazed. Taking a hearty swig of wine before dutifully positioning himself behind the throng of servant disciples, the meal was served. As a disciple in the courtyard called out loudly, the line began to advance leisurely. The disciples in front rubbed their hands in anticipation, eager to exchange their large bowls for basins, piling their rice until it teetered precariously, refusing to relent until their bowls could hold no more. Such fervent behavior incited impatience among those behind. Come on, Chendanio, that's enough. Save some for the brothers behind. Though the words were spoken, when it came time for them to fill their bowls, each one clenched their teeth and pressed on, determined to load their bowls with as much rice as possible. Even Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang were no exception. Observing Lu Shuang's indignation as she flattened and refilled her bowl, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but comment, "Sister, does this rice hold a grudge against you?" "It's not that. It's just that my appetite is large, and this bowl is too small," Lu Shuang replied without lifting her head, continuing her relentless endeavor. Yi Chongqing's lips twitched at her response. "This bowl is likely larger than your head, yet you still complain it's small?" Everyone was scheming to augment their portions. Yet Yi Chongqing's serving was substantial enough, ensuring no one went hungry, as the number of diners each meal was merely around 50 to 60. After a full quarter of an hour, they finally reached Master Hong. He had just observed his two disciples each wielding bowls larger than their heads, devouring their food with utter disregard for decorum. Intrigued by their lack of concern for appearances, Master Hong pondered the peculiar allure of the kitchen. As he approached, the aroma intensified, and by the time it was his turn, his beard was thoroughly dampened by saliva, and his chest bore large wet patches. "Serve the rice. Serve the rice, quickly." His eyes gleamed with ravenous intensity, fixated on a platter of stir-fried meat. Despite Yi Chongqing being accustomed to the expressions of the many disciples, he was taken aback upon seeing Master Hong. What was amiss with this elder? Had he succumbed to some frenzy? Senior, are you all right? Give me a bowl." However, Master Hong paid no heed to the inquiry. His mind singularly focused on the meal. Observing this, Yi Chongqing pointed to a large bowl nearby, only to witness Master Hong, more exaggerated than Lu Shuang, resort to employing his spiritual power. "Not enough, not enough? Come, press it more." He used his spiritual energy to compact the rice in his bowl, aiming to squeeze in just a few more grains. Yi Chongqing was rendered speechless, while on the other side, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang felt the surge of spiritual energy. They looked up in astonishment to discover their master. How could the master be here? However, this was not the most pressing concern. As they watched their master compress the rice with spiritual energy, the contents of the bucket diminished rapidly, threatening to be completely consumed. Lu Yuyu hastily rose and exclaimed, "Master! One must not use spiritual energy to serve rice, it violates the rules." With her words, the other disciples also looked up, realizing that their revered master was none other than the esteemed leader of the Divine Sword Peak. Such a prominent figure dining among them was astonishing. Yet, upon noticing the rice bowl in Master Hong's hands, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, how much has he taken?" "Master! There are rules in the dining hall that must not be broken," Lu Shuang also chimed in, although the other junior disciples remained silent. The glimmer of envy in their eyes spoke volumes. The rice in the bucket had significantly dwindled. Under the scrutiny of so many, and with two disciples admonishing him, Master Hong felt a flush of embarrassment. It was unintentional, truly unintentional," he chuckled.
retracting his spiritual energy but still scooping a generous serving of stir-fried meat onto his plate. He then strode over to Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, devouring his meal with little regard for decorum. Delicious, absolutely delicious, he mumbled through mouthfuls. Despite his age, Master Hong's voracity in consuming food was unmatched, even surpassing that of the younger disciples. When one disciple finished and approached to refill their bowl, they were met with a swift shadow darting past, as Master Hong appeared at the large table. "Young brother, may I refill my bowl?" "Certainly, as long as you refrain from wastefulness as you did earlier." "Haha, understood." With a grin, Master Hong filled his bowl to the brim, leaving the other disciples behind him with eyes wide in disbelief. This old man has no sense of decorum. If I am not mistaken, he just employed a martial technique to dart over. Even Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to realization. Master is so impressive, how did we not think of that? Initially, there was a queue to serve rice, but once finished, the disciples could refill their bowls without waiting, provided they did not waste food. With glee, they returned with heaping bowls. Inspired by their master, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang also executed their martial techniques. The junior disciples were caught off guard, feeling merely a gust of wind before witnessing the two women at the large table. This sparked an uproar among the crowd. Is this even fair? Are we to be bullied for our lesser cultivation? They lamented. Sisters, save some meat for us. Even a bit of gravy would suffice for our rice. With their bowls filled to the brim, Lu Yuyu turned to the lamenting disciples and smiled. We have certainly not violated any rules. The principle of serving food is indeed based on the order of arrival, and we were in line earlier. It is true that no regulations were breached, however, Yi Changqing had not anticipated such a situation arising. Who could foresee that one would resort to martial skills merely to secure a meal? The many disciples were left speechless, for what Lu Yuyu asserted was indeed valid. She had queued as well, and the notion of serving food on a first-come, first-served basis is entirely reasonable. You mischievous youngsters, who neglect your training. How do you find yourselves unable to even procure a meal now? Perhaps you have come to understand the significance of cultivation. Meanwhile, Hong Zun, with his mouth full and dripping with grease, chuckled as he playfully chided them. After that, he lowered his head to devour more, exclaiming that it was simply divine cuisine. After all these years, he never imagined such exquisite flavors existed in this world. As for the throng of servant disciples, following Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang, chaos erupted as it was unclear who initiated the frenzy. Leave some for me. Junior brother, just one bite, I beg you. Chapter 14, Take it easy. Young man Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to compete due to their inferior cultivation levels. However, among the servant disciples, there was no fear, as they all scrambled for the meager leftovers with fervor. Junior brother, let's cut to the chase, 10 body refining pills. Senior brother. Last year when you encountered a beast on your descent from the mountain, it was I who led the rescue. Today is the time to repay that life-saving favor. Once I finish eating, you may take my life. Don't forget the bowl, give it a lick. Lick it? It's already been licked clean. By the end of the meal, even the bowl gleamed as if it had been polished, cleaner than any washed utensil, capable of serving as a mirror. Once the meal concluded, the disciples were left wanting more, primarily due to the presence of the unprincipled Hong Zun. His use of cultivation and martial techniques during the meal surpassed everyone else's, and no one could match his intake. Sipping comfortably from his drink and under the watchful gaze of the servant disciples, Hong Zun chuckled, "You all lack experience. While the sect's rules provide protection, one cannot solely rely on them. Take this meal, for instance, the first bowl requires you to queue, which serves as your basic guarantee against hunger. But if you desire more, you must rely on your own abilities. If you do not practice diligently, you won't even be able to catch the warm food, let alone partake in it." Hong Zun's profound words left the servant disciples speechless, unable to find an opportunity to retort. Alright, off you go. If you wish to acquire more, then strive for it through your own strength. Be it resources for cultivation or meals, otherwise, you shall only have enough for a single bowl. As the disciples departed, only Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, and Yi Changqing remained in the courtyard. Looking at Yi Changqing, Hong Zun beamed with delight. This young man is truly a treasure, albeit his talent is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, he continued with a smile, young man, you are quite impressive. Would you be interested in taking me as your master? Although your talent is modest, with the aid of pills, you could reach the golden core stage and no longer need to serve as a disciple. Hong Zun genuinely appreciated Yi Changqing's culinary skills and made an exception to take him as a disciple, requiring nothing more than meals prepared for himself. In contrast to what others might have done without hesitation, Yi Changqing, however, promptly declined without a second thought. Thank you, Peak Master. But I am aware of my limitations and do not feel worthy of being a direct disciple. His refusal was polite, after all, he addressed a Peak Master. Despite the latter's unconventional demeanor. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun appeared to have anticipated such a response and was not overly disappointed. I can see you are quite proud. Unlike the other servant disciples. The old man wishes to have you by his side as a dedicated cook, yet you refuse. So be it. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, reach out to my two disciples. Hong Zun was indeed a solitary figure, unreserved in expressing his thoughts. With a smile, he rose and, before departing, tossed a bottle of pills to Yi Changqing. This was a 5th-grade breaking cocoon pill, capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Alchemical pills are categorized into 9 grades, and a 5th-grade pill is exceedingly precious, especially one that can augment innate talent. Surprised by Hong Zun's generosity, Yi Changqing clasped his hands in gratitude. No need for thanks, consider it an apology from the old man, albeit with a tinge of selfishness. Do not blame me for this, Hong Zun remarked, referring to his intention to take Yi Changqing as his disciple. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hong Zun and his two disciples departed. Yi Changqing found the Peak Master to be quite amiable. Upon closing the courtyard door, a system notification chimed, prompting him to access his personal panel. Host, Yi Changqing. Identity, miscellaneous disciple of Taoist sect. Cultivation, great accomplishment in body refinement, 3,300, fame, obscure and unknown. Talent, lower grade upper stage, 45,100, root bone, middle grade lower stage, 16,1000, comprehension, upper grade middle stage, 98,100,000, stir-fried pork rating, 100,100. Reward, new dish Mapo tofu, 0,100, having acquired a new dish and achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation to great accomplishment in body refinement, his strength significantly increased. As night fell, Yi Changqing consumed the breaking cocoon pill gifted by Hong Zun, and, as anticipated, his talent surged from lower grade upper stage to middle grade lower stage. At this juncture, both his talent and root bone had reached the middle grade. He attempted to cultivate and found his speed had accelerated by at least 5-fold. An evident benefit of enhanced talent and root bone. After half an hour of intensive practice, he indulged in a medicinal bath and consumed several body refinement pills, gradually drifting into sleep. Currently, he lacked for no resources. He had begun to treat body refinement pills like candy, savoring their pleasant taste occasionally. A night of silence passed, and upon awakening the next day, the moment he opened the courtyard door, he was met with a throng of disciples gathered outside. Among them were 3 familiar figures, Hong Zun and his companions. For breakfast, they feasted on braised noodles, and Hong Zun, tasting them for the first time, almost bit his tongue in delight. You've got some talent, kid, these noodles are exceptional, he exclaimed, thoroughly enamored with Yi Changqing's culinary skills. He even made a decision akin to that of Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, specifically instructing his two disciples. You must not disclose anything about the young lad Changqing to anyone. Rest assured, master, we understand, they replied. After breakfast, Yi Changqing surveyed his dwindling supplies. The consumption in the kitchen had surged dramatically in recent times. Meat, vegetables, rice, and noodles were nearly depleted, necessitating a replenishment. He made his way to the outer sect's deacon hall, seeking the deacon in charge of the kitchen, Shen Yukai. Changqing, what brings you here? Shen Yukai greeted him with a smile upon seeing Yi Changqing. The kitchen's ingredients have run out, and we need to procure a new batch. Yi Changqing was merely a servant disciple and lacked the authority to procure ingredients. Whenever the kitchen required replenishment, it was necessary to seek approval from Steward Xian. Only after obtaining a signed note from him could one proceed to purchase supplies. However, upon hearing this, Steward Xian expressed some confusion. It seemed that only half a month had elapsed since the last procurement. Historically, the number of disciples dining in the kitchen had been minimal, which meant that supplies were typically replenished only once every month or so. Yet now, nearly half a month had passed, and another purchase was already necessary, causing Qian Yukai to ponder the situation with curiosity. "I advise you to be cautious," he warned. "There are certain actions that must not be taken. If the enforcement hall gets wind of it, no one will be able to protect you." Seemingly sensing the implication, Chen Youcai's expression turned grave. Fearing that Yi Changqing might contemplate desperate measures, which would ultimately lead to his own undoing. Such actions could irrevocably jeopardize his future. Chapter 15, Procurement. The Dawi sect enforces its rules with utmost severity, and the members of the law enforcement hall are known for their unwavering impartiality, leaving no room for favoritism or corruption. Therefore, if Yi Changqing were to succumb to greed and engage in unscrupulous acts, there would be no one capable of shielding him from the consequences. Seeing that Chen Yukai wore a face of concern, Yi Changqing responded with a hint of exasperation. "What are you thinking, Deacon Qian? Even in my current plight, I would not stoop so low as to embezzle ingredients. It's merely a trifling sum." He continued. "The main issue is that the kitchen has seen an influx of people lately, resulting in a swift depletion of supplies." Upon hearing Yi Changqing's reasoning, Qian Youcai's expression softened slightly. Indeed, although Yi Changqing may not hail from a prestigious lineage, it was unlikely that he would covet such mundane provisions, which are hardly worth anything. The ingredients in the kitchen were, for the most part, quite ordinary and truly of little value. However, Yi Changqing's mention of the sudden increase in kitchen staff piqued Qian Youcai's curiosity. "What accounts for this sudden surge in personnel?" "I recall there being only a handful of individuals in the kitchen. Perhaps my culinary skills have improved," Yi Changqing replied with a smile, only to be met with a skeptical roll of the eyes from Qian Yukai. "Come now, I am well aware of your culinary prowess. Merely being edible is an achievement in itself." Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Qian Yukai was satisfied as long as Yi Changqing remained honorable. Before long, he completed the procurement order. "Take this," he said. "Thank you, Deacon Qian. If you have time this afternoon, I would be delighted for you to sample my cooking and see if there has indeed been any improvement. Feel free to drop by any time. Off you go. And take care on your way." After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Changqing departed from the outer hall of the sect. He genuinely appreciated the atmosphere within the Dawi sect, devoid of the melodramatic tropes found in many novels of his previous life. Throughout the Dawi sect, no one would arbitrarily create difficulties for another. In fact, when faced with challenges, fellow disciples would readily extend their assistance. Disciples of all ranks, as well as elders, diligently fulfilled their roles to ensure the smooth operation of the Dawi sect. As Yi Changqing made his way down the mountain, leaving the Divine Sword Peak behind, he observed the surrounding landscape. The Dawi sect comprises 36 peaks, with one principal peak amidst the other 35, which collectively form a circular mountain range akin to an intricate formation. Not far beyond these mountains lie over 100 villages. These villages, under the protection of the Dawi sect, also bear the responsibility of cultivating spiritual fields and raising low-tier spirit beasts such as the red-striped pig. From a secular perspective, these villages could be viewed as tenants of the Dawi sect. Nevertheless, for the villagers, residing here is a stroke of good fortune. They are shielded from the threats posed by malevolent beasts and are assured of their basic needs, never facing hunger. Moreover, the Dawi sect imparts simple methods for strengthening the body, allowing these villagers to engage in cultivation. Though these techniques may not compare to formal martial arts, they at least enhance physical fitness and mitigate ailments. Additionally, compared to those from the outside world, the younger generations in these villages find it easier to gain entry into the Dawi sect, provided they possess adequate talent and potential. They can begin their cultivation journey at a young age, akin to being the first to bask in the moonlight from a distant terrace. Along the mountain path, I arrived at the village closest to the Divine Sword Peak, known as Qijia Village. I was quite familiar with this place, and upon seeing Yi Changqing, the villagers of Qijia greeted him warmly. "The immortal master has arrived. What shall you procure this time?" Despite being mere disciples of menial tasks, the villagers held profound respect for anyone associated with the Dawi sect. In their eyes, they were akin to celestial beings. in response to their enthusiastic greetings. Yi Changqing smiled and said, "I am here to procure some items." "Is the village chief at home?" "Yes, I shall take the immortal master there," came the reply. Upon locating the village chief of Qijia, I conveyed the ingredients I needed to procure. They were mostly commonplace items such as spiritual rice, red striped pork, noodles, green onions, cucumbers, and tofu. Qijia village could easily gather these essentials, and preparations were swiftly underway. The only items lacking were some spices, which were of limited use yet carried a hefty price. The villages at the foot of the mountain did not typically stock such items. To acquire the necessary seasonings, a trip to the city was required. The nearest cities to the Daoyi sect were 3 in number, collectively referred to as Sanyuan City, positioned in a triangular formation around the sect. All were under the control of the Daoyi sect and were remarkably prosperous, ranking among the top 10 cities in the eastern continent. Currently, the closest to Yi Changqing was a Yuan city, which could be reached in an hour by riding a black-scaled horse. After checking the time, Yi Changqing decided to prepare lunch before making the trip, as half a day would suffice. Once he gathered the required items and stored them in his bag, Yi Changqing bid farewell to the villagers of Qijia and returned to the sect, arriving just in time for mealtime. Unfortunately, the mapo tofu would not be feasible. As there were no peppers, he would have to make do with a simpler meal. He quickly busied himself, and as mealtime approached, the other disciples, including Hong Zun, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang, arrived promptly. Notably, Hong Zun darted forward and claimed the first position in line. "Peak Master, you. What about me? Is it my fault that your strength is lacking?" Hong Zun retorted confidently. "I earned this first place through my own merit, is there a problem? Perhaps if you had been quicker, you wouldn't have fallen behind." Hearing this, the other disciples felt a mix of indignation and frustration, silently vowing to swiftly learn a technique of movement. Even if they could not surpass the peak master himself, they at least aimed to surpass their fellow companions. In a moment, the gazes of the disciples turned competitive, each determined to be the first to eat. The meal was devoured with great enthusiasm, and Hong Zun consumed the most, demonstrating a remarkable appetite that would leave even the youth shaking their heads in disbelief. "You intend to go to a Yuan city? Are you not aware of the recent sightings of demonic cultivators within the city? The sect is actively pursuing them. It would be wise to refrain from going at this time," Hong Zun cautioned after the meal, concerned for Yi Changqing's safety. Demonic cultivators were no trifling matter, especially for Yi Changqing, who had only attained the peak of physical cultivation. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. This left Yi Changqing feeling somewhat disheartened. This presents a bit of a dilemma, as the kitchen's condiments are rather inadequate, rendering many dishes impossible to prepare. Yi Changqing is eager to introduce some new culinary creations. And upon hearing this, Hong Zun's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. New dishes? However, there is no need for concern. While demonic cultivators may be troublesome, they cannot wreak havoc on the territory of our Daoyi sect. My dear lad, if you wish to venture to Yuancheng, you lack a steed, do you not? Allow me to gift you one." As he spoke, Hong Zun concentrated his thoughts, and soon, 2 celestial cranes, one large and one small, gracefully descended from the sky, landing steadily in the courtyard. Upon witnessing these magnificent cranes, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang were momentarily stunned, with Lu Shuang unable to restrain her curiosity. "Master, you cannot possibly mean young Changqing is in charge of the culinary affairs at my divine sword peak. Naturally, he must venture out for supplies. And having a good mount will undoubtedly save considerable time." Hong Zun explained with a smile, assuring them that his intentions were solely practical, not driven by mere gluttony. Chapter 16, The Bloodthirsty Old Demon. 2 magnificent cranes towered in stature, the larger one reaching over 5 meters in height, while even the smaller one stood around 3 meters tall. Both possessed a distinctive red spot atop their heads, their bodies and necks a pristine white, adorned with black stripes on their wings and bodies. Yi Changqing was well aware that these were the elite flying beasts reared by the Daoyi sect, the cranes. Typically, ordinary disciples would only ride black-scaled steeds, while only those who had attained the status of direct disciples or elders could possess the privilege of riding cranes. It was evident that these 2 cranes were personally nurtured by Master Hong. With a hint of disbelief, he gazed at Hong. "Master, what is this? This smaller one is a gift for you, making it more convenient for your future procurement of ingredients, Hong replied nonchalantly, even taking the initiative to establish a master-servant contract between Yi Changqing and the little crane. As the contract was completed, Yi Changqing felt an inexplicable bond form between himself and the little crane. In that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. After all, this was a crane, the pinnacle of mounts within the Taoist sect, akin to a luxury vehicle in his past life. What man wouldn't relish such a possession? Moreover, this little crane was evidently still young, having been nurtured from an early age, which would undoubtedly foster a deep emotional connection in the future. Just as the contract was finalized, the little crane affectionately nudged Yi Changqing with its head, lacking the unpleasant odor typical of other beast companions. Instead, it emanated a subtle fragrance of fresh grass, quite delightful. Gently caressing the little crane, it responded with a soft, contented coo. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Bai. Immersed in the joy of acquiring Xiao Bai, he even settled on a name. Completely oblivious to the envy reflected in the eyes of Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang nearby. Changqing, we shall take our leave for now and return in the evening, Han announced, not lingering further. After assisting Yi Changqing in bonding with Xiao Bai, he departed with Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang. Yi Changqing escorted the trio to the entrance, and after bidding farewell to the Grand Crane and Xiao Bai, they took to the skies, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. The magnificent crane was Xiao Bai's father, as Hong had previously mentioned. Master, you are biased, Lu Yuyu remarked with a hint of jealousy along the way. You have your own mount already, don't you? Yi Changqing retorted. That is not the same, she exclaimed. Xiao Bai was no ordinary crane, it was the most superior red-crowned crane of the Taoist sect, possessing the bloodline of celestial beasts. Within the entire Taoist sect, cranes were classified into 3 tiers: ordinary cranes, black-crowned cranes, and red-crowned cranes. Ordinary cranes were the most common, with adult ones barely achieving the level of purple mansion cultivation. Black-crowned cranes were somewhat stronger, typically reaching the nascent soul level, with a few surpassing it. In stark contrast, red-crowned cranes were of an entirely different caliber. If nurtured well, they could rival the peak masters of various summits. The number of red-crowned cranes within the Taoist sect did not exceed 10, and apart from the sect master and the grand elders, only Hong among the 35 peak masters possessed one. Yi Changqing Xiao Bai was the offspring of Hong's crane and the sect master's crane. How could it possibly be compared? Lu Yuyu's steed was nothing less than a majestic black-topped celestial crane, which had evoked a profound envy within her moments ago. Oh, my dear. Are you no longer inclined to partake in the culinary delights prepared by the young master Changqing? Indeed, I am, she replied. Then it is settled. The young master frequently ventures out for procurement, and with his low cultivation level, it is decidedly safer for him to have Xiao Bai by his side. Do you truly wish to forfeit the exquisite meals prepared by him in the future? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu was taken aback, and the mere thought of anything befalling Yi Changqing sent a chill through her heart. Having grown accustomed to his culinary skills, the prospect of never savoring them again was too daunting to contemplate. She nodded vigorously in agreement, acknowledging her master's foresight. Little did she know the intricacies of celestial cranes, for Yi Changqing's level of cultivation had yet to bridge that gap. After a brief respite of approximately half an hour, Yi Changqing prepared to set forth. Xiao Bai, exhibiting remarkable understanding, lowered itself to allow him to mount. However, with a powerful flap of its wings, Yi Changqing nearly lost his footing and clung tightly to Xiao Bai's neck, his body sprawled across its back. Previously, he had observed the sect's elders riding celestial cranes with an air of grace, standing as if rooted to the birds' backs. Yet, at his current stage of body refinement, lacking spiritual energy, he could not achieve such elegance, resulting in a rather unrefined posture. Xiao Bai, do take it slow, I can hardly catch my breath. In the skies above, Xiao Bai's speed was astonishingly brisk, prompting Yi Changqing to request a deceleration. Alas, my cultivation is insufficient. Without protective spiritual energy, I cannot harness Xiao Bai's full velocity. Nonetheless, soaring on a celestial crane for the first time was an experience unlike any he had encountered before. A stark contrast to his previous life of air travel. This was also the first occasion since his transmigration that he beheld the entirety of the Taoist sect from such great heights. The 36 towering peaks, reaching towards the clouds, formed a natural array, interspersed with meandering streams and lush greenery, while wisps of mist danced among the mountains, resembling the ethereal realms envisioned by many. Beyond lay hundreds of villages, with rice paddies stretching far and smoke wafting gently from chimneys, all embodying a serene tableau. The picturesque scenery uplifted Yi Changqing's spirits. This was the essence of being a cultivator roaming freely amidst the heavens and the earth. Although he still had a long way to go before reaching this state, confidence surged within him. He flew towards the direction of a Yuan city, and even at a reduced speed, he maintained impressive swiftness, estimating that he would arrive within half an hour. Yet, after traversing several hundred miles, a sudden wave of combat pulsated ahead, accompanied by a chorus of furious shouts. "Bloodthirsty old demon, there is no escape for you! Surrender, fiend!" Turning his gaze, Yi Changqing beheld several disciples of the Daoist sect pursuing a black-robed elder with blood-red hair, rapidly approaching him. The air shimmered with the presence of a powerful figure at the Purple Mansion stage. Realizing the predicament, Yi Changqing felt a jolt of dismay. Was it truly his misfortune to encounter a demonic cultivator so soon after stepping outside? For someone at his current level, a Purple Mansion cultivator was an insurmountable challenge, devoid of any means to retaliate. At this very moment, the bloodthirsty old demon was charging directly towards him, while a few disciples from the Daoist sect caught sight of Xiaobai. However, due to Yi Changqing's prone position, they failed to notice the individual on Xiaobai's back. In an instant, the disciples recognized Xiaobai, their expressions lighting up with excitement. "Red-crowned crane? Esteemed crane. Please intervene and capture this demon," they exclaimed. "Bloodthirsty old demon, today you have no escape." The disciples brimmed with confidence, while the bloodthirsty old demon, gazing at Xiaobai ahead, wore a frosty expression. He had been relentlessly hunted down for some time, with the Daoist sect relentlessly pursuing him. Now, even a crane dared to obstruct his path, filled with murderous intent, he declared, seeking death. With that, he unleashed a palm strike, a blood-red imprint descending from the heavens. Faced with this scene, Yi Changqing was utterly dumbfounded, realizing that he had truly ignored the omens of the day. Moreover, was this demon truly deranged? Even after Xiaobai had moved aside, he still chose to attack? Was his demise imminent? Chapter 17, the fierce display of Xiaobai as Yi Changqing beheld the crimson hand descending upon him with formidable force, a chilling sensation enveloped him, leaving no room for resistance. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Just as Yi Changqing resigned himself to the inevitability of his demise, Xiaobai suddenly unfurled its wings, unleashing a myriad of azure wind blades that collided violently with the blood-red hand. Upon contact, the hand exhibited no semblance of resistance and was swiftly torn asunder by the onslaught of wind blades. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, both Yi Changqing and the blood fiend elder were rendered speechless. How could this be? In disbelief, the blood fiend elder exclaimed as he watched his own blood-red hand disintegrate before him, only to be subsequently shredded by the azure wind blades. In a single strike, the blood fiend elder met his end. The peril arrived with great swiftness and departed just as quickly, primarily due to Xiaobai's extraordinary prowess. Watching the blood fiend elder dissolve into a cloud of crimson mist, Yi Changqing finally exhaled in relief, his expression transforming into one of elation as he turned to Xiaobai. "Wow, Xiaobai, you are impressive." This revelation brought him immense joy. He had not anticipated Xiaobai's strength to be so formidable. With this newfound ally, not only had he resolved his predicament, but he had also acquired a remarkable protector. In response to Yi Changqing's praise, Xiaobai let out a pleased cry, clearly basking in the admiration. At that moment, several disciples from the Daoist sect approached Xiaobai, intending to speak. However, upon noticing Yi Changqing reclined upon Xiaobai's back, their words were abruptly silenced. They had initially thought they had merely encountered a senior crane, but to their astonishment, there was a person atop it, one with a physique indicative of the body refinement realm. Yi Changqing, sensing the scrutiny, cleared his throat. Just then, Xiaobai came to a halt, allowing him to rise and bow respectfully to the gathered disciples. "I am Yi Changqing from the Divine Sword Peak. Greetings to all esteemed seniors." "Ah, so it is junior brother Changqing." Upon recognizing Yi Changqing's handsome visage, the leading disciple was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his attire as a mere servant disciple. After a brief pause, he returned the gesture. Something felt amiss. How could a servant disciple ride upon the back of a red-capped celestial crane? May I inquire about this red-capped celestial crane? Oh. I am on an errand to Yuan City, entrusted to me by the peak master. After a succinct explanation, the disciples nodded in comprehension. Realizing it was indeed the crane of the divine sword peak's master, which alleviated their concerns. Yet, they still felt something was amiss. How could a servant disciple, even while on official business, ride upon a red-capped celestial crane? It was simply absurd. Nevertheless, this was a matter for the divine sword peak to address. Aside from the main peak, only the divine sword peak possessed red-capped celestial cranes, specifically nurtured by Master Hong. As such, how they chose to conduct their affairs was not their concern. Since all is well, I shall take my leave, then. Junior brother, travel safely. We shall report the incident with the blood fiend elder to the sect truthfully. After exchanging greetings, Yi Chongqing bid farewell and gracefully mounted Xiaobai once more, bending his body as he did so. Observing the entire process, several senior brothers could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It seemed the ethereal aura surrounding him had vanished in an instant. With one hand embracing Xiaobai's neck and the other waving to the group, he said, "Farewell, esteemed brothers and junior brothers." Instantly, Xiaobai flapped its wings and soared away in a swift motion, safely arriving at Yuan City without incident. Yi Chongqing leaped off Xiaobai and affectionately stroked its head. "Wait for me outside the city." With a chirp and acknowledgement, Xiaobai signaled its understanding, allowing Yi Chongqing to step into the city. Yi Chongqing was not particularly familiar with Yuan City, having joined the Daoyi sect for over a year. His visits to Yuan City were few and far between. Nevertheless, being one of the prominent cities in the eastern continent, Yuan City was undeniably bustling. Towering city walls greeted him upon entry, and the streets were teeming with people, with shops of various kinds lining either side. As he walked, it became evident that numerous cultivators populated Yuan City. With a population of several million, it was comparable to the other two cities, Air Yuan City and San Yuan City. Within Yuan City, as long as one possessed wealth, virtually anything could be acquired, be it mundane items or rare treasures sought by cultivators. Intrigued by the ancient-like atmosphere of the city, Yi Chongqing gazed around with keen interest. However, some cultivators nearby took notice of him, drawn by the Daoyi sect disciples' attire he wore. Yet, when they recognized him as merely a servant disciple of the Daoyi sect, many lost interest, particularly the cultivators. Yi Chongqing remained unfazed, lacking any desire to engage with these individuals. As he continued his stroll, he indulged in several of Yuan City's signature delicacies, some delightful, others less so, but for him, it was primarily about savoring new experiences. Eventually, he stumbled upon a shop selling seasonings. Upon entering, the shopkeeper promptly greeted him with a beaming smile. "What can I assist you with, esteemed disciple?" Recognizing Yi Chongqing as a disciple of the Daoyi sect, it was clear that the sect held considerable influence here, even servant disciples garnered respect. After browsing, he found the shop's selection of seasonings to be quite comprehensive and of commendable quality, truly exceptional. Having gathered all the seasonings he needed, he completed his purchase, stored them in his bag, and turned to leave. With his shopping concluded, Yi Chongqing prepared to exit. Meanwhile, atop the divine sword peak, Lu Yuyu was engaged in a sparring session with her third senior brother, Su Jia. Despite several rounds of combat, Lu Yuyu found herself repeatedly defeated. Although Su Jia was indeed more skilled, he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation level to match hers in previous encounters at the same level. Defeating Lu Yuyu had proven challenging for him, however, today, he triumphed effortlessly, primarily due to Lu Yuyu's momentary distraction. Having long sensed Lu Yuyu's unusual behavior, Su Jie, after effortlessly breaking through her defenses with a single strike, inquired with curiosity, "Is there something on your mind, junior sister?" "Ah, no, not at all." Lu Yuyu hastily shook her head, indicating that she harbored no concerns. Could she possibly confess to Su Jie that her distraction stemmed from hunger? It had only been a little over an hour since lunch, yet she could hardly contain herself, her thoughts consumed by Yi Chongqing. The passage of time felt agonizingly slow. Why was it taking so long for dinner to arrive? Su Jia, naturally skeptical, perceived her demeanor as a clear indication of inner turmoil. Moreover, was there not a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth? Really, nothing at all? Then why is there drool, junior sister? Ah, I. Third brother. You must be mistaken. That will be all for today, I must take my leave. Quickly wiping the corner of her mouth, Lu Yu fled in haste. Observing her retreating figure, Su Jie furrowed his brow. There was undoubtedly something amiss with her, she had been acting strangely for the past couple of days. And it seemed that at a certain hour, she would mysteriously vanish. Chapter 18, pursued Lu Yu was undoubtedly not adept at deceit. Observing her hasty retreat, Su Jie became increasingly convinced that something was amiss. As she sprinted back to her residence, Lu Yu murmured to herself, still shaken. That was perilous. I nearly got discovered by the third senior brother. Gradually calming her nerves, she began to anticipate dinner, glancing at the clock, wondering why it hadn't arrived yet. For Lu Yu, her greatest anticipation each day revolved around the 3 meals. Meanwhile, Yi Chongqing returned from Yuan City, gracefully landing in the courtyard atop his steed, Little White. Casually tossing a body refinement pill into his mouth, he noticed Little White nudging closer, clearly eager for a taste. Amused, Yi Chongqing offered a body refinement pill to Little White. Go play in the backyard, I must prepare dinner now. As time passed, he organized the purchased ingredients and began his culinary endeavors. Tonight, Yi Chongqing planned to prepare 2 dishes, stir-fried pork and mapo tofu. As the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, Little White could no longer resist and approached the kitchen door. Watching Yi Chongqing busily at work, the little creature drooled, its eyes gleaming green as it fixated on the freshly cooked stir-fried pork. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing chuckled. You want some too? Little White nodded eagerly. Yi Chongqing found a small bowl and scooped some out. Here, enjoy. The fragrance enveloped him, even as a magical beast, Little White couldn't help but take a bite. The unprecedented flavor surged through its mouth, eliciting an excited cry. It had never tasted anything so delightful. As a red-crested crane, Little White's previous fare had been far from mediocre, yet it paled in comparison to the bowl of stir-fried pork before it. Unable to contain its exhilaration, Little White devoured the entire bowl in mere moments. Then, it gazed hopefully at Yi Chongqing. That's all, it's for everyone else. If you eat more, there won't be enough left. Who would have imagined a crane would take a liking to such fare? Nonetheless, Yi Chongqing firmly denied the request, knowing that if Little White consumed it all, others would be left wanting. Upon hearing this, Little White's expression fell dismally, while a notification chimed in Yi Chongqing's mind. Received a commendation, awarding 1 to talent and 1 to cultivation. Magical beasts can provide commendations? Turning to Little White, Yi Chongqing was taken aback. Any living being can offer commendations. The system's response was resolute. This unexpected surprise was indeed delightful. Observing the crestfallen Little White, Yi Chongqing contemplated and said, If you want more, you'll have to wait until dinner time to queue up. Upon hearing this, Little White's eyes sparkled with hope. There was still a chance. In that moment, even a magical beast like Little White eagerly awaited the arrival of mealtime. As time gradually slipped by, drawing nearer to dinner, the various disciples responsible for menial tasks at Xinjian Peak could no longer contain their excitement. Dinner is about to be served. It's almost time. Hurry. Put in more effort, and let's finish here so we can dine. At the lumberyard on the back mountain, several junior disciples were vigorously wielding their axes. These were no ordinary trees, they were black ironwood, the trunks exuding a deep ebony hue and displaying remarkable hardness, akin to steel. This would serve as the primary material for constructing houses on the Divine Sword Peak, being both sturdy and resistant to damage, albeit requiring significant effort to fell. 5 junior disciples working in unison could only manage to chop down a maximum of 3 black ironwoods in a single day. The tree before them was the third. Once it was cut, their tasks for the day would be complete. Upon hearing that it was time for a meal, the once exhausted junior disciples seemed to be invigorated, their axes swinging with such fervor that they appeared to leave after images. Good heavens! A nearby group of junior disciples, witnessing this scene, were left utterly flabbergasted. Their own task for the day was also to fell black ironwoods, and while they had all been equally fatigued, They could not fathom why this group suddenly seemed so full of vitality. However, their astonishment only deepened. Realizing their pace was inadequate, one junior disciple exclaimed, "Brothers, ignite your vitality, or we'll miss the cue." Indeed, if we're late, we might not get in line," another chimed in. "A mere bit of vitality, and a bowl of stir-fried meat will be ours." Immediately, several of them radiated bursts of vitality, leaving the other junior disciples in a state of bewilderment. "Brother, is this really necessary? It's just chopping a black ironwood. Why the need to ignite your vitality? One might think you are preparing for a life and death duel with the tree itself." The act of igniting vitality was not an advanced technique. Every practitioner in the body refinement stage possessed such a method. However, once vitality was ignited, the individual would enter a state of weakness for a period, necessitating subsequent recuperation and replenishment of vitality to gradually recover. Typically, this method was reserved for battle, yet here they were, merely chopping trees. Was it truly warranted? Incomprehensible as it was, under the enhancement of their ignited vitality, this group of junior disciples swiftly felled the final black ironwood, completing their tasks for the day. One would expect them to be utterly drained at this point, yet to their surprise, these individuals showed no intention of ceasing the ignition of their vitality. In a flash, they dashed towards the foot of the mountain, their fervor unabated. Charge, while we still have strength." Was this madness? Running wildly while igniting their vitality? It was as if their homes were ablaze. The surrounding junior disciples stood frozen, until one finally spoke up, "Something seems off with these fellows." "Indeed. I recall that many have been acting this way lately. It seems they become like this at certain times, as if they were all invigorated. There's something amiss. They must be hiding something from us. What shall we do?" Let two people discreetly follow them." Agreed. Sensing that something was amiss, two junior disciples stealthily followed suit. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu had finally endured until mealtime at her residence and, in high spirits, made her way towards the foot of the mountain. In her eagerness to hasten her pace, she even employed her agility techniques, her speed reaching its zenith. However, she remained oblivious to the figure shadowing her closely from behind, none other than her third senior brother, Su Jia. Having followed her from her dwelling to this point, Su Jia's curiosity only deepened. Why was his junior sister employing her agility techniques? What urgency compelled her to act in such haste? Under ordinary circumstances, one would never resort to such techniques for mere travel, as they consume considerable spiritual energy, especially when exerted to the fullest extent as Lu Yuyu was doing now. What pressing matter could possibly drive her to such lengths? Chapter 19, The Inescapable Truth. At the foot of the Sword Peak at dusk, the kitchen had already been reached by the first batch of disciples. Even before entering the courtyard, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting their appetites and causing their mouths to water. How delightful the scent was! Bursting into the courtyard, they found the mapo tofu had already been prepared, and the sight of new dishes sent waves of excitement through several disciples. Wow, new dishes! Impressive, junior brother Chongqing. Although they hadn't yet tasted the food, the fragrance alone was enough to stir their anticipation. Without needing any words from Yi Chongqing, the disciples immediately began to line up. However, they were momentarily taken aback upon noticing a white crane standing outside the kitchen. A celestial crane? How could there be one in the kitchen? And it appeared to be lining up as well. Was that a jest? This is my pet beast, you can call it Xiao Bai. Yi Chongqing chimed in, his head peeking out. The disciples were astonished. Their junior brother Chongqing actually had a pet beast, and a celestial crane at that. As mere servant disciples, they were unaware of the rarity of a red-crowned crane, but even an ordinary celestial crane was an unattainable dream for them. In an instant, envy washed over them. Yet, with the delectable food before them, they quickly regained their composure and gathered behind Xiaobai, eager to partake. While the celestial crane was indeed a source of envy, nothing could surpass the allure of a hearty meal at that moment. As time passed, more disciples arrived at the kitchen. Upon seeing Xiaobai, they were momentarily stunned but soon obediently fell into line. Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, and Hongzun arrived almost simultaneously. When Hongzun appeared, the queue was still relatively short, but upon noticing the 10 or so disciples ahead, he couldn't help but grumble. Are you little rascals just standing around here?
Have you abandoned your tasks to arrive this early? Peak Master, we completed our tasks long ago, came the reply. Completed?
Hearing that the disciples had finished their tasks before arriving, Hongzun felt a wave of frustration.
Glancing at the sky, it seemed implausible. They shouldn't have finished so early. Have you all taken some pills? Though the work of servant disciples was not exceptionally burdensome, it was certainly not easy. Based on past experiences, they should not have been able to finish at this hour, especially with so many of them. The fact that they had completed everything indicated an astonishing level of efficiency. Having arrived just a tad later, he found himself outpaced by others. Though not pleased, Hongzun obediently took his place at the end of the line. After all, he recognized the rules, and he had previously invoked them more than once. It was difficult for him to contravene them now. However, upon seeing Xiaobai at the front of the line, he immediately objected. Hey! We're lining up. But how did a beast sneak in here? Since when did beasts start queuing in the kitchen? One disciple explained. Peak Master, this was permitted by junior brother Chongqing. Xiaobai is considered one of us at Sword Peak. Upon hearing these words, Hongzun was rendered speechless. It was one thing to compete with others, but must he also contend with beasts for sustenance? Yet, Xiaobai paid no heed to the crowd behind her. Her gaze solely fixated on 2 generous servings of stir-fried meat and mapo tofu. Before long, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang arrived, accompanied by Su Jie, who had been trailing Lu Yuyu. Ah! The kitchen? Su Jie mused as he observed the modest courtyard and the lengthy queue that had formed. Throughout the journey, Xiao Shimi had rushed ahead. Was it merely to dine at the kitchen? Moreover, what was the meaning of this throng of disciples? When had the kitchen garnered such a multitude? Feeling somewhat bewildered, Su Jie ceased to conceal his presence and strode into the courtyard. However, upon entering, a disciple called out to him, "Senior brother, one must queue for meals." Taken aback, Su Jie exclaimed internally, "Queue? Me? A direct disciple, and I must wait in line for my meal? What an absurdity!" Yet before he could voice his thoughts, a familiar voice reached his ears. "You ungrateful wretch! Had it not been for my devoted care in your upbringing, would you be where you are today? And now you refuse to switch places with me?" Following the sound, Su Jie beheld Hongzun beside Xiaobai, angrily reprimanding him. It turned out that Hongzun, seeing Xiaobai at the front of the line, sought to exchange positions with her. This did not contravene any regulations, provided both parties agreed. Alas, Hongzun had overestimated his own standing, or perhaps underestimated Xiaobai's determination to eat, resulting in his rejection. No matter how he pleaded or threatened, Xiaobai remained resolute, inciting his frustration. Upon noticing his master's presence, Su Jie called out in surprise, "Master?" Hearing this, Hongzun turned and, upon recognizing Su Jie, exhibited a look of confusion. He then glanced at Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, his expression clearly conveying a mix of reproach and inquiry, as if to say, "Did you too inform him? Were we not to keep this a secret?" However, confronted by Hongzun's scrutinizing gaze, the 2 women were equally perplexed, pondering why Su Jie was here. "What brings you here?" Seeing the 2 women seemingly unaware, Hongzun furrowed his brow and inquired. Su Jie felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Did his master not wish for him to be present? In this master-disciple bond, why did it seem that both his master and junior sister were deliberately withholding information from him? A sense of injustice swelled within him. "I noticed that Xiao Shimi has seemed distracted these past few days, and I was a bit worried," so he explained, his tone tinged with discontent. Upon hearing this, Hongzun instantly comprehended. He cast a reproachful glance at Lu Yuyu. "You foolish girl, unable to feign ignorance properly. Did you not realize how easily you were seen through?" To this, Lu Yuyu felt equally wronged. It was not her intention to mislead. Nevertheless, now that they were all present, Hongzun refrained from further admonishment and simply stated, "If you wish to eat, go to the back of the line." Once again, it was a matter of queuing. However, this time it was his master who spoke, leaving Su Jie no choice but to comply and obediently take his place at the end of the line. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a myriad of new faces arrived one after another, all of whom sensed something amiss and followed the crowd, most of them being the junior disciples. Upon discovering that their final destination was the kitchen, these junior disciples were left perplexed. So much excitement, and for what? To merely dine in the kitchen? Were they truly so eager for this? It seemed so. How absurd rushing over just for a meal in the kitchen, can you believe it?
Although it may seem somewhat exaggerated. The aroma wafting from the dishes was indeed enticing. Some individuals caught a whiff of the fragrant food and couldn't help but succumb to its allure.
Upon hearing this, the others also leaned in to inhale deeply, confirming the delightful scent.
Without further thought, they joined the growing line, and in an instant, the queue became even longer. Chapter 20. The doubtful old Qian. Suddenly confronted with a plethora of unfamiliar faces, the seasoned disciples found themselves inwardly cursing. They had long kept this matter under wraps,
fearing precisely such a scenario.
Although they were aware that secrets could not be concealed indefinitely, they had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. With nearly 200 individuals now present, one could scarcely imagine the impact on their daily sustenance.
Pray tell, how did you come to be here? One curious soul inquired,
intrigued by how these newcomers had discovered the dining hall. To this, the new disciples candidly replied, "We followed you here."
Good heavens, you followed me?
The incredulity was palpable.
Who told you to be so sneaky?
It's always the same at mealtimes, it's hard not to arouse suspicion. The response left him momentarily speechless,
realizing he had been rather conspicuous.
Yet, the thought of his junior brother Changqing's culinary prowess was enough to quell his composure.
Now that they were all gathered, further discussion seemed futile, although the newcomers appeared exceedingly curious. Is it truly just to eat a meal here that you all are so excited? One asked. Didn't we hear previously that the food here is fit only for dogs?
With the veil of secrecy lifted, the older disciples decided to be forthright.
You know nothing.
Junior brother Changqing's skills are unparalleled, the flavors, well, it's best you experience it for yourself if luck permits. The new disciples were utterly intrigued.
Was it truly that delectable?
Their descriptions made it sound almost otherworldly. As they waited patiently in line, the aroma wafting through the air heightened their anticipation.
Meanwhile,
in the distance, Qian Yukai, a rather rotund steward, approached at a leisurely pace. He had intended to inspect the dining hall today but was taken aback to see a long queue of disciples waiting even from several meters away.
Are all these individuals here for a meal?
He pondered, momentarily stunned. Earlier that morning, Yi Changqing had mentioned the recent influx of patrons, though he had been skeptical at the time. Now, however, it was evident that the crowd was not merely substantial, it extended well beyond the confines of the hall.
What were these disciples discussing? Was Changqing's culinary talent truly unrivaled?
Surely, there must be some misunderstanding, for Qian Yukai had tasted Yi Changqing's fare before, and it had never been anything to write home about. Chuckling to himself, Qian Yukai continued on his way to the courtyard,
thinking he would simply ascertain the truth through experience.
Yet, just a few steps in, several servant disciples spoke up.
Steward Qian, meals in the dining hall require queuing.
Yes.
It is the rule.
In the past, the disciples might have refrained from voicing such remarks, but now, even the peak masters were dutifully waiting in line.
Surely, you do not expect to cut in line, do you, as a mere outer sect steward?
Taken aback, Qian Yukai found himself both amused and irritated.
A bunch of youngsters. As an outer sect steward overseeing the dining hall, I am here to supervise, not to queue. Do you comprehend?
As he spoke, Qian Yukai continued to walk forward. But after just a few steps, Su Jie blocked his path, his expression impassive. Although Steward Qian was in charge of the kitchen, it was mealtime. If he chose not to eat, he could skip the queue, but if he desired a meal, he had to adhere to the rules.
Seeing Su Jie startled Qian Yukai. Su's direct disciple? Surely his eyes weren't deceiving him? How could a direct disciple be here?
Such a lofty figure shouldn't venture all the way to the kitchen at the foot of the mountain, even if it were to indulge in culinary delights. It was unthinkable for a direct disciple to join the line alongside the lowly servant disciples. Noticing Qian Yucai's cold demeanor, Su Jie felt a sense of equilibrium.
Humph. Here I am, a direct disciple, dutifully queuing, while you, a mere outer sect steward, think you can cut in? So, Steward Qian, are you not going to join the line? Upon hearing this, Shen Yukai snapped back to reality, nodding and smiling profusely. Yes, I will queue, I will queue. He obediently moved to the end of the line and began to wait. Soon, with the call of mealtime echoing through the courtyard, the line began to advance slowly. The disciples in front had already filled their plates and were thrilled to discover 2 dishes today. Wow, it's like New Year's. 2 dishes! Exclaimed one. And one of them is a new dish, fantastic. It's worth the wait. Stop chatting and hurry up. The excitement of those at the front contrasted with the impatience of those behind. Yi Chongqing sat at the kitchen door, holding a large tea jar, smiling as he observed the diners. The senior disciples, well versed in the dining etiquette, had mostly queued in front. As the line progressed to the new disciples, Yi Chongqing had to remind them, serve yourself, don't waste food. Finish quickly and don't block those behind you. Under Yi Chongqing's guidance, the new disciples gradually filled their plates. Having caught a whiff of the aroma earlier, now holding a hefty bowl of rice, the newcomers finally understood why the senior disciples were so fervent. With the first bite, the taste was utterly overpowering, making it impossible to stop. Delicious. I feel like I've been eating pig feet all my life, exclaimed one, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavor. The new disciples were deeply moved and satisfied. However, some were indignant at their companions. You dog! How can you be so ungrateful? With such delectable food, you didn't even invite me. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you mute? Upon receiving no response, they turned to see the senior disciple engrossed in his meal, oblivious to everything around him, as if racing against time. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Just as the words left his mouth, the senior disciple polished off the entire bowl and, without a word, stood up to refill. These new disciples were still too inexperienced. They had yet to grasp that dining in the kitchen was all about speed. According to the esteemed words of the peak master, the pace is simply insufficient. One could be left lagging behind, struggling to catch a warm meal. Observing the swift and tumultuous actions of the senior disciples, the newly arrived disciple could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Why didn't you give me a heads up?" A heads up? What are you even thinking? The senior disciple scoffed. As one of the last in line, Shen Yukai finally found himself at the front, only to discover that the food was nearly depleted. Watching the ravenous crowd devour their meals, Shen Yukai began to question whether he had mistakenly arrived at the wrong place. However, upon catching sight of 4 figures in the corner, he stood frozen in disbelief. The peak master? It was utterly inconceivable that he would encounter the peak master here, along with Lu Yuyu, Lu Xuan, and Su Jia, whom he had just met. What on earth has transpired in this kitchen? Chapter 21, Selection of Martial Techniques. Upon seeing Hong Zun, Shen Yukai was so captivated that he neglected his meal, despite his stomach growling with hunger. How could he not approach and greet the esteemed peak master? He hastily made his way towards Hong Zun, only to find the latter engrossed in his meal, swiftly consuming the last morsel before abruptly rising. Peak master. Shen Yukai began to speak, but Hong Zun paid him no heed. At that moment, a servant disciple dashed towards the large table, where only a meager portion of rice, stir-fried meat, and mapo tofu remained, barely enough for one person. Witnessing this, Hong Zun's eyes turned red with fury. You little rascal, leave some meat. With that, Hong Zun vanished from his spot, arriving at the table before the servant disciple, firmly positioning himself. Without a hint of mercy, he scooped up the remaining rice. Peak master, you. What of it? Is it my fault that your cultivation is lacking? The disciple behind him gaped in disbelief as Hong Zun showed no inclination to leave even a morsel behind, lamenting. Could you not have left a little broth? But Hong Zun, showing no regard for others, poured the rice into the vegetable dish, ensuring that not a drop of broth remained, before returning it to his own bowl. He left nothing for anyone. Hong Zun was completely indifferent to their grievances. If you didn't manage to grab it, whose fault is that? I already let you have a head start, and if you couldn't secure any, it's your own misfortune. Balancing a generous bowl, he chuckled as he turned to leave, leaving behind a group of servant disciples staring at the gleaming rice bucket and empty dish, internally cursing the old man as selfishness.
The older disciples were somewhat accustomed to this behavior, as Hongzun was known for his insatiable appetite in the kitchen. However, the new disciples were utterly bewildered.
How could it be gone in less than a quarter of an hour? What? It's already finished? I was just beginning to savor it. I'm still hungry.
Incredulous, one of the older disciples scoffed, "Come on, with your speed, you wouldn't even catch up to a warm meal if you were eating dirt."
We haven't had our fill either.
Dining at the Godsword Peak's kitchen was all about speed, precision, and decisiveness, otherwise, dreaming of a second helping was futile.
Dinner was consumed in a whirlwind. Yet, the most unfortunate among them was Qian Yukai.
He had intended to greet Hongzun, but ended up with nothing to eat. By the time he realized what had transpired, the older disciples had licked the bowls clean. Qian Yukai could only stare in disbelief.
After the meal,
everyone washed the dishes and tidied up. The newcomers, under the guidance of the older disciples, quickly learned the rules and began to mimic their actions.
At last, Qian Yukai finally had the chance to speak with Hongzun.
Looking at him, Hongzun smiled with a pleasant demeanor. "You've done well, the kitchen is quite impressive."
"Thank you, Peak Master.
From now on, you shall heed the arrangements of Chongqing.
Whatever is required, you must strive to fulfill it, do you understand?" Initially,
this brought a sense of joy, yet in the next moment, Hongzun's words left Qian Yukai momentarily stunned.
"From now on, I am to listen to Yi Chongqing? As a steward overseeing the kitchen, I am to take orders from a mere servant disciple? Who could have anticipated that a mere visit to the kitchen would result in such a predicament?"
However, since these words were uttered by Hongzun himself, Qian Yukai, despite his discontent, could only respectfully nod in agreement.
"Yes." With a satisfied nod,
he engaged in a brief conversation with Yi Chongqing before Hongzun and his disciples took their leave.
On the way back, Su Jia, having savored Yi Chongqing's culinary skills, incessantly complained to Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang. "Second sister, junior sister, how could you both be so inconsiderate? We are all fellow disciples, with such delectable food available. You didn't think to include me?"
In response, Lu Yuyu, with a playful smile, replied, "But didn't third senior brother tell us that we, as cultivators,
should focus solely on our training and not be distracted by external pleasures?"
I assumed third senior brother had no interest in such matters."
"That is true," Su Jia conceded.
"But the meals prepared by Chongqing are in a league of their own, akin to medicinal pills. They are beneficial to cultivation."
Hearing this, Su Jia,
without a hint of embarrassment, retorted, "Even now, the exquisite taste of that rice lingers in my memory.
Besides, the food crafted by Yi Chongqing indeed contributes positively to one's cultivation, a fact Su Jia refrained from elaborating. Stir-fried pork enhances physical constitution,
while mapo tofu is particularly effective in refining the body, offering considerable assistance to those in the body refinement stage." In the courtyard, as everyone departed, Qian Yukai, having tasted nothing, could only return in frustration, awaiting another opportunity the following day. Left alone with Xiaobai, Yi Chongqing practiced diligently, indulged in a medicinal bath,
and soon retired for the night.
His life was meticulously ordered, and he relished this routine, preferring stability over excitement.
A night of silence passed, and the next morning,
in the area designated for servant disciples, over 100 individuals arose early, a number that had doubled from previous days. Even more peculiar was the sight of these individuals, after washing up, sprinting towards the kitchen in utter silence. What an odd spectacle, no one spoke, merely running with determination.
"What is going on?" "I don't know."
They ignore greetings and simply rush ahead.
Sleepwalking? Have you ever seen hundreds of people sleepwalking together? And in broad daylight? Strange.
Yet, these disciples seemed entirely unconcerned. Their minds preoccupied solely with thoughts of the delicacies awaiting them. As usual, upon opening the door, numerous disciples were already gathered. After a breakfast that could only be described as chaotic, Yi Chongqing's accolades finally enabled him to break through to a new level of cultivation.
Host, Yi Chongqing.
Identity, servant disciple of Daoyi sect. Cultivation, body refinement stage complete, 10-1000, reputation, obscure and unrecognized.
Talent, middle grade. low tier, 260-1000, root bone, middle grade, low tier, 320-1000, comprehension, upper grade, middle tier, 431-00000, within the confines of the kitchen. My cultivation has once again reached a breakthrough, finally achieving the consummation of the body refinement realm. The next step is to ascend to the chi perception realm. However, this transition necessitates the commencement of cultivating a technique, as it is through such practices that one can more effectively and swiftly attune to the spiritual energies of the universe. Moreover, only through a technique can one harness these energies to nourish the meridians within, preparing for the subsequent advancement to the meridian opening realm. According to the regulations of the Taoist sect, once a disciple of lower rank attains the consummation of the body refinement realm, they may visit the technique hall to acquire introductory techniques. I contemplated visiting the technique hall to obtain such a technique after breakfast. Just then, however, Master Hong, who had not yet departed, sensed a sudden fluctuation in Yi Changqing's vital essence and, quite unexpectedly, remarked, "Changqing, have you made a breakthrough?" To which Yi Changqing responded with a smile, "It was a fortunate breakthrough." Chapter 22, The Heart Enlightenment Technique. Observing the beaming smile on Yi Changqing's face, Hong Zun felt he had somewhat underestimated the young man's innate talent. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long and jovially inquired, "Now that you have reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, do you wish to visit the techniques hall to select a chi perception technique?" In response to Hong Zun's query, Yi Changqing did not conceal his intentions, for there was little reason to do so. Indeed, he harbored such aspirations. "Do not go there. With your status as a mere outer disciple, you would not acquire any valuable techniques. I shall impart one to you directly." To his surprise, Hong Zun promptly declined. Given Yi Changqing's status, a visit to the techniques hall would only yield a basic, rudimentary chi perception technique, which would be of little use. The technique imparted by Hong Zun would undoubtedly surpass the foundational techniques available at the hall by countless degrees. They were incommensurable. As he spoke, without waiting for Yi Changqing's response, Hong Zun casually pointed, and a surge of spiritual energy entered Yi Changqing's mind. In an instant, a technique named the Heart Enlightenment Technique materialized within his consciousness. Techniques are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Heart Enlightenment Technique that Hong Zun bestowed upon him was astonishingly a mid-tier technique of the heaven grade. It not only facilitates a deeper perception of the world's spiritual essence but also employs unique methodologies to traverse the meridians and fosters enlightenment of the heart. Overwhelmed by the perfection of this technique, Yi Changqing gazed at Hong Zun in disbelief, astonished that he would so readily impart it to him. Sensing Yi Changqing's thoughts, Hong Zun, seemingly unfazed, chuckled, "Do not overthink it, simply practice diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me." Now embarking on the quest to penetrate the chi perception realm, Yi Changqing had truly set foot upon the path of cultivation. Subsequently, he posed numerous inquiries to Hong Zun. Throughout this process, Hong Zun discerned that Yi Changqing possessed considerable comprehension. Theoretical knowledge, once articulated, was readily retained by Yi Changqing. Although he might still lag behind disciples like Lu Yuyu, he had nonetheless attained a level commensurate with the heaven grade. Is this young man's understanding truly so profound? Hong Zun mused in quiet astonishment. With such aptitude, ascending to the status of an outer disciple should pose no challenge. Why then was he merely an outer disciple? Soon enough, Hong Zun identified the crux of the issue. While Yi Changqing's theoretical knowledge was commendable, the practical application proved to be an entirely different matter. He stumbled and faltered, requiring Hong Zun to demonstrate a single technique numerous times. It was evident that while Yi Changqing's understanding was commendable, his innate talent and foundation remained rather insufficient. However, in light of the delectable delicacies that awaited him, Hong Zun, unusually patient, meticulously guided Yi Changqing through the nuances of the Heart Enlightenment Technique. The personal instruction from the peak master, particularly in a one-on-one setting, was a privilege even the most favored disciples would envy. As for the results, they were unmistakable. After 2 hours, Yi Changqing had effectively grasped the Heart Enlightenment Technique. From here on, it is up to you to cultivate. The master may lead you to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within your hands. As Yi Changqing approached the entrance, he had already exhausted Hong Zun. The extent to which Yi Changqing could cultivate the Mingxin Ju in the future would depend on his own abilities. However, according to Hong Zun's estimation, achieving minor success would be the pinnacle of his potential. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing nodded in acknowledgement, undeterred, and glanced at the time. Realizing it was nearly time for lunch, so he began preparing the meal. Speaking of food, Hong Zun suddenly perked up, and without realizing it, he had spent the entire morning with this young man. It was inevitable, sometimes this lad was so urgent that he unwittingly lost track of time. No! He must eat 2 bowls more at noon. For lunch, it was once again stir-fried meat and mapo tofu, with no new dishes available as they were waiting for the ingredients to be delivered in the afternoon. The rave reviews for the mapo tofu had just reached 100 yesterday, earning a new dish reward from the system, braised pig trotters. Once the ingredients arrived in the afternoon, they could begin preparations, but for now, they would make do with a simple meal. However, as lunchtime approached, the number of patrons left Yi Changqing stunned. Over 1,000 people showed up. As the mealtime drew near, Yi Changqing was still in the kitchen, while Hong Zun stood alone in the courtyard. He faintly heard a series of footsteps, clearly a large crowd. Expanding his consciousness, Hong Zun was momentarily taken aback. So many people? Just yesterday, there had only been 200, why had it suddenly swelled to over 1,000? With a swift movement, Hong Zun was the first to reach the large table, followed by Xiao Bai, and then a throng of people surged through the courtyard entrance. Goodness! Why are there so many today? I have no idea, even outer and inner disciples have come. Did someone leak the information? Who can't keep their mouth shut? I remember that Li Dazue came to eat yesterday. It must have been him, he has no discretion whatsoever. Li Dazue was quite notorious among the miscellaneous disciples of Xinjian Peak for his loose lips. Anything he learned would spread like wildfire the very next day. The miscellaneous disciples cursed in anger, while the outer and inner disciples were filled with curiosity. Is it really as delicious as the rumors say? It must be good. Just look at how excited these miscellaneous disciples are. Amidst the throng of disciples, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, who had arrived late, were taken aback by the sheer number of people. However, it was only a fleeting moment before Su Jia regained his composure first. Sisters, we must use our martial techniques. If we delay, we might not even get a chance to eat. Yesterday, we merely missed an extra serving, but with 1,000 people today, if we are slow, we might not even get a drop of soup. With that, Su Jia was the first to act. Using the linging step and the falling flower technique, the three swiftly accelerated, darting through the crowd and into the courtyard. Sensing a gust of wind beside them, the miscellaneous disciples were still in a daze. While the few inner disciples exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Martial techniques? How swiftly it all transpired, I scarcely had the chance to comprehend it. Presently, the focus lies elsewhere, as these individuals employ their agile techniques to vie for advantageous positions. Some have realized that just moments ago, others were utilizing their martial skills to seize prime spots. Consequently, a multitude of outer and inner disciples began to mimic this behavior, showcasing their own agility. Remarkably, they nearly succeeded in pilfering opportunities from one another. Rushing forward, an exclamation of frustration escaped me. Who the devil just kicked me? Is there no sense of martial decorum? As everyone unleashed their agility techniques, chaos erupted at the entrance of the courtyard. Not only did individuals display their skills, but some even resorted to ambushes, all in pursuit of securing a more favorable position. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, the top 5 positions were already occupied by Hong Zun, Xiao Bai, Su Jia, and others, who remained unfazed, focused intently on their meal, showing no inclination to engage with the tumult around them. Chapter 23, The surge in numbers outside the kitchen courtyard. Numerous disciples showcased their prowess, shadows flitting through the crowd. Those less adept in agility, in a moment of desperation, resorted to direct confrontation to impede others. Where is my belt? Who on earth has pulled down my trousers? Let us rely on our own abilities, without resorting to underhanded tactics. In the distance, Shen Yukai had arrived early, yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Why are there so many people today? However, drawing from yesterday's experience, he quickly regained his composure and transformed into a blur, dashing toward the courtyard. Having missed out on a meal the previous day, he was determined to savor at least a bite today. Despite his somewhat portly figure, Xian Yukai's speed was remarkable, surpassing even that of the inner disciples. Indeed, to have become an outer sect steward, one must possess the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. After a few quick flashes, he burst into the courtyard, managing to secure a prime position despite the presence of over a dozen inner disciples ahead. Goodness, these fellows have truly lost their minds, he mused, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the chaotic pursuit he had just endured. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, escaping would have been an arduous task. The frenzy surrounding a simple meal resembled a battlefield, yet with such a large turnout, it was inevitable for the disciples to lose their composure. Even Yi Changqing had not anticipated such a turnout. With only a limited amount of food prepared, there was no alternative but to adopt a first-come first-served approach. As mealtime approached, the fortunate disciples who secured their spots were filled with excitement. Particularly those outer and inner disciples who had never tasted Yi Changqing's culinary skills. With bowls brimming, they took their first bites, only to be struck dumb by the exquisite flavors. Regret flooded their minds as they pondered why they had not discovered the delectable offerings from the kitchen on Sword Peak earlier. Their previous meals had been akin to swill. They found themselves unable to stop. As more disciples passed by, the food quantity dwindled rapidly, and by the end, after over 200 disciples had feasted, nothing remained. Those still lingering at the back wailed in despair. What? It's all gone? Yesterday, they had been fortunate enough to indulge in seconds, but today, they could barely secure a morsel. Such was the drawback of a large crowd. Amidst the throng, Xian Yukai gleefully held his oversized bowl, relishing each bite. This young lad Changqing has truly honed his culinary skills. However, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. Those who had not managed to eat gazed longingly at their ravenous peers, their mouths watering in envy. How fragrant! I yearn to partake. What should I do? Brother, let us strike a deal. Just a single bite, and I shall offer you 10 low-grade spirit stones. Get lost. 20 low-grade spirit stones. Brother, don't wash your bowl, I'll lick it clean for a taste. Moreover, there are those who do not even spare the remnants at the bottom of their bowls. The scale of this meal far surpassed those of the previous days, and all the external and internal disciples who had savored Yi Changqing's culinary skills were, without exception, utterly captivated. One can only imagine that the number of people in the kitchen will only increase in the future. However, Yi Changqing was somewhat helpless regarding this matter. While having more people to feed certainly had its advantages, more praise leading to a quicker enhancement of his cultivation and talent, there lay a significant issue: he simply could not prepare such vast quantities of food. Furthermore, Yi Changqing did not wish to exhaust himself, laboring away in the kitchen day in and day out. By his own estimates, he could manage to cook for a maximum of 700 or 800 people per meal. Such a number was evidently insufficient for the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, and any additional demand would be too taxing for him. Thus, in response to the multitude of disciples who were unable to partake in the meal, Yi Changqing could only adhere to a first-come, first-served policy. Each person relied on their own abilities. If it was their turn to eat, then they would, but if not, there was little that could be done. The experience of the meal was bittersweet. Those who were fortunate enough to dine were elated, and upon their departure, many presented Yi Changqing with elixirs and spirit stones. Junior brother Changqing, take these spirit stones. I heard you were in need of cultivation resources. Do not hesitate to ask if you require anything in the future, one elder brother said. Indeed, you need not worry about anything else, just call upon us when needed. You are indispensable to this kitchen, junior brother Changqing. Their gestures were merely to reassure Yi Changqing to focus on his cooking, relieving him of other concerns. In response, Yi Changqing felt a sense of helplessness, akin to being spoiled. Meanwhile, those who had not had a chance to eat offered spirit stones as well, pleading, junior brother Changqing, could you prepare a bit more in the afternoon? Yes, we barely got a taste. Faced with these requests, Yi Changqing replied, I will do my best. But it is impossible for me alone to satisfy everyone, so it will still be first come, first served. Although many disciples felt a sense of resignation, they understood that with thousands of people on Divine Sword Peak, it was indeed unfeasible for Yi Changqing to cater to all. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the kitchen soon became vacant.
Hongzun was the last to leave, and before departing, he smiled at Yi Changqing, saying, "Young lad, I estimate it won't be long before your kitchen is overflowing with patrons." More and more disciples were becoming aware of Yi Changqing's culinary talents. And it was certain that word would spread, impossible to conceal. At that time, Yi Changqing would be troubled. Yet, Yi Changqing responded with remarkable composure. "I will do my utmost. Every person has their limits, as for the rest, it is beyond my control." Yi Changqing maintained a pragmatic outlook. Even with a system to enhance his cultivation, he did not wish to become a mere tool of that system. After all, he would prepare as much as he could for each meal. Upon hearing this, Hongzun chuckled, "Ha, you are quite the open-minded fellow." This noon, Yi Changqing reaped remarkable rewards, garnering over 200 favorable reviews, and the system granted him 2 new dishes. Now, it seems that he can unlock a new dish with nearly every meal. The pace is swift. There have been no significant changes. Yi Changqing remains unaffected by the increase in patrons, continuing his cultivation and resting as usual. However, the other disciples, especially those from the outer and inner sects, are far less composed. Having just left the kitchen after lunch, they find themselves already preoccupied with thoughts of dinner, despite being individuals who should be practicing fasting. It is simply irresistible, the exquisite flavors compel them to indulge. Chapter 24, all means exhausted after a period of cultivation and a brief nap lasting half an hour. Chen Yukai finally delivered the ingredients that Yi Changqing required. Ever since the last time when Hongzun spoke up, Chen Yukai, an outer sect steward, had entirely become Yi Changqing's subordinate. There was no need for Yi Changqing to lift a finger. As soon as he expressed a need, Chen Yukai would readily present himself at the door. To this, Chen Yukai harbored no grievances, like the other disciples. He believed that Yi Changqing should solely concern himself with cooking, leaving all other matters aside. "Thank you for your trouble, Steward Qian," Yi Changqing remarked with a smile as he observed the fine red-striped pig trotters that Chen Yukai had brought. "We are still being polite, aren't we? By the way, is there a new dish tonight?" "Yes, we shall stew a pig trotter." "I shall assist." Upon hearing of the new dish for dinner, Chen Yukai's eyes lit up. It was one thing to have never tasted it before, but after experiencing Yi Changqing's culinary skills at noon, he could not forget the exquisite flavors. An outer sect steward eagerly offering to help left Yi Changqing with no choice but to allow him to chop some firewood. After cleansing the pig trotters, Yi Changqing commenced his preparation. As the braised pig trotters required considerable time to absorb the flavors, he began his work early. First, he blanched the trotters in boiling water to remove impurities and blood froth, then he heated oil in a pot, adding rock sugar and sought ing at over low heat. Following this, he introduced various spices and an appropriate amount of clear water, bringing it to a boil before reducing the heat for a slow simmer. As Yi Changqing worked, a tantalizing aroma began to permeate the courtyard, causing Chen Yukai nearby to salivate uncontrollably. So fragrant! The enticing scent stimulated his senses, rendering him nearly tormented. "Changqing, it's not ready yet, please wait." This fellow attempted to sneak a taste but was promptly rebuffed by Yi Changqing. Although Chen Yukai felt helpless, he could do nothing but fix his gaze on the pot that continuously exuded fragrant steam, as though it were a rare treasure. In the courtyard, Yi Changqing reclined lazily on a bamboo chair while Chen Yukai remained steadfast by the pot, refusing to budge an inch. The afternoon swiftly passed, and before they knew it, mealtime was approaching. Checking the time, Yi Changqing leisurely rose, approached the pot, and lifted the lid. An aroma far more intense than before wafted toward him. Chen Yukai, inhaling this rich fragrance, widened his eyes in astonishment. The next step was to thicken the sauce. Meanwhile, in the outer sect disciple area, the hall was crowded due to an elder's sermon that day. Whenever an elder spoke, it was a moment of great significance for the outer disciples. After all, such opportunities were rare, and the available spots were limited, making every individual take it seriously. This occasion was no exception. Throughout the afternoon, numerous outer disciples listened intently. However, as time passed, a small number of disciples began to lose their patience. In the back row, 3 cushions housed 3 disciples who had evidently lost interest in the lecture and were now whispering to one another. What to do? The mealtime is fast approaching.
Indeed.
Considering the nature of those beasts, if we arrive late, there will surely be nothing left to eat.
So what can we do?
The sermon has not yet concluded.
Do you truly believe you can savor a meal once the sermon ends? Dream on. Goodness, there is less than half an hour left. What shall we do? I have no idea.
I shall not concern myself with you any longer. I am leaving first to secure a good position. The three of them felt a sense of urgency, and the reason was quite simple: the mealtime was imminent.
One disciple,
his mind wholly consumed by thoughts of the midday stir-fried pork and mapo tofu, could think of nothing else. Without further contemplation, he quietly slipped out of the hall.
Typically,
during an elder's sermon, one could leave without anyone saying a word. The decision was entirely personal.
However,
it was unprecedented for a disciple to depart in the midst of a sermon.
It was no laughing matter.
Merely obtaining a chance to listen to the sermon was a rare opportunity for outer disciples. How could one possibly leave halfway? Yet now, one individual had done just that. Right before the eyes of the others. The numerous disciples present were momentarily taken aback, glancing at this outer disciple and wondering if he had lost his mind.
After all, the opportunity to attend the sermon came at a great cost. How could he simply walk away?
However, before they could ponder further, two more outer disciples rose to follow in the footsteps of the first, exiting the grand hall.
Even the elder delivering the sermon found it perplexing. What was the matter with these young rascals? Was his preaching so lacking? Why were they all leaving?
The departure of the three disciples left the elder feeling somewhat insecure, for such an occurrence had never transpired before.
The atmosphere in the hall grew rather peculiar.
Yet the three disciples remained entirely unconcerned. Once outside, they wasted no time, immediately employing their martial skills to rush towards the kitchen at the foot of the mountain. Their figures darted with remarkable speed, akin to lightning. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across Xinjiang Peak, where streaks of light raced past on the summit, each faster than the last.
Even the miscellaneous disciples were sprinting with all their might.
At that same moment, the dining army arrived on cue, while Yi Changqing in the kitchen had already prepared dinner. As the crowd converged at the kitchen's entrance from various directions, disciples exchanged glances, igniting a spark of competition, with none willing to yield an inch.
Humph! Witness my flowing light steps.
Just a mere trick, soft palm.
Goodness, are you really going to make a move?
Some were the first to employ their martial skills, while others took it a step further, directly utilizing combat techniques. Of course, these were not offensive techniques, but rather controlling ones. They sought to temporarily restrain their opponent's movements,
allowing themselves to take the lead and secure a prime position.
This was the result of an afternoon of deep contemplation, in their quest for a favorable spot. The disciples had evolved once more. As soon as someone made a move, others naturally refused to be outdone, leading to a flurry of martial techniques outside the courtyard. The outer disciples and inner disciples have descended into a frenzy, leaving the unfortunate servant disciples in a state of despair. Outmatched by the prowess of the outer and inner disciples, these servant disciples can only stand by, helplessly observing.
Behold my gentle palm. I dodge. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted me? The absolute hand, I draw in. Golden bell shield. Inch steps. A myriad of techniques. Everyone is besieging the entrance, each vying to be the first to enter.
Just then, several figures flashed past. It was none other than the three direct disciples, Lu Yuyu, Su Jie, and Lu Shuang. A sense of dread washed over me. It was Su Shixiang and his companions. Recognizing the identities of the trio, many inner disciples fixed their gazes upon them. And in the next moment, someone shouted, "Let us strike together and block them."
Chapter 25. Do not discard the bones. Upon witnessing Lu Shuang, Su Jie,
and Lu Yuyu swiftly employing their martial skills to surge into the courtyard, a chorus of dissent erupted among the disciples. Under normal circumstances, the brethren would exhibit a modicum of courtesy toward each other, given their shared lineage.
However, faced with the tantalizing prospect of delectable cuisine, none were inclined to yield. With a shout from one disciple, the crowd collectively redirected their focus toward Lu Shuang, Su Jie, and Lu Yuyu.
And soon an array of martial techniques were unleashed upon the trio.
Damn, you all!
Su Jie began, but before he could finish his thought,
he was seized by the collar by another disciple and drawn into the throng. Do not allow them to get ahead. They clamored, rallying together in a bid to obstruct Su Jia and his companions from advancing. Aware that they could not best Su Jia individually, after all. He was a direct disciple, the crowd sought strength in numbers. Indeed, the combined might of the many appeared to momentarily hinder Su Jia and his compatriots. The unexpected blockade momentarily stunned the trio, but as they witnessed other disciples seizing the opportunity to rush into the courtyard, Su Jia's eyes ignited with determination. And an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. With a powerful thrust, he repelled those surrounding him several paces back, and without hesitation, he dashed toward the courtyard. The prime position is mine. True to his status as a direct disciple, even a coalition of inner disciples was unable to restrain Su Jia. Likewise, Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu, undeterred, unleashed their own powers, sending their obstructors reeling as they charged fervently toward the courtyard. In that moment, the formidable prowess of the three direct disciples was manifest, all for the sake of securing a favorable spot. Such intense fluctuations of spiritual energy naturally caught the attention of other disciples on Sword Peak. And those nearby sensed the disturbance emanating from the kitchen at the foot of the mountain. Are they fighting? Surely not. Who would dare engage in combat on Sword Peak? Unless they were at the dual platform, it is strictly forbidden to fight within the entirety of the Taoist sect. Yet, the palpable intensity of the spiritual energy indicated a considerable number of participants, suggesting a chaotic melee. Intrigued, many disciples followed the trail of spiritual energy to the kitchen, only to behold a tumultuous brawl unfolding at the entrance. Servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and even direct disciples like Su Jia were embroiled in a chaotic fray. Their voices raised in a cacophony of exclamations. Damn it, who told you to go in first? I'll offer you 10 low-grade spirit stones. Nonsense. Someone already offered 15 stones yesterday, do you think you can eat first with just 10? Dream on. Enough chatter, let us fight. Junior brother. Do not blame your senior for being ruthless. Soft palm. Senior brother, who will prevail remains to be seen. Bind finger. The scene was a frenzy, leaving the newly arrived disciples utterly astonished. What is happening? I just heard it was about food and competing for a ranking that led to this brawl. Fighting over food? Upon discovering that these individuals were engaged in a scuffle merely over a meal, the disciples were utterly speechless. This was truly a farcical spectacle. It was one thing for the mundane disciples to act this way, but external disciples, inner disciples, and even direct disciples, what kinds of delicacies had they not encountered? To brawl over a meal, especially from the kitchen of the Divine Sword Peak? Were they all out of their minds? Who knows? Perhaps we should approach to see for ourselves. With curiosity piqued, one individual ventured closer. However, upon reaching the entrance of the kitchen, before they could utter a word, a disciple had already taken action. Another one is here. No one shall usurp my place. Brother, what are you doing? I have no intention of taking your spot. I merely wished to satisfy my curiosity. The opportunity for explanation was swiftly denied, and these disciples were soon swept into the chaos. After a tumultuous struggle, the victor finally sat down contentedly to enjoy their meal. Yi Chongqing had anticipated a large turnout that evening, thus he had prepared ample portions. Yet, in comparison to the number of disciples, it was still insufficient, especially with the addition of new dishes. As they beheld the visually enticing and aromatic braised pig trotters, those who had secured their spots smiled broadly, while those left behind could only look on enviously. Delicious. Su Jia savored a large pig trotter, grease dripping from his mouth, while Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu mirrored his indulgence. Observing the three, the unfortunate disciples who had not managed to secure a meal could only swallow hard. With so many people present, any hope of extra servings was futile, each person was limited to a single bowl of rice. However, none of the left-behind disciples chose to depart. Instead, they stood aside, intently staring at those feasting, as if awaiting something. Since we cannot have the meat, perhaps we could at least gnaw on the bones. These individuals were indeed waiting to savor the remnants of bones. As they watched the fortunate disciples finish their pig trotters, those who had missed out contemplated whether they could at least enjoy a taste of the bones, if only to relish the flavor. Yet, after the disciples had finished their meal, one external disciple cautiously tucked the bones into his spatial ring,
Upon witnessing this, the other nearby disciples were rendered dumbfounded.
Surely not. You've eaten the meat and now you refuse to part with the bones?
Mind your own business, I intend to take these home for a midnight snack.
You are being excessively unreasonable.
After waiting for so long, these individuals had not only been denied meat but now found themselves deprived of bones as well. Even more infuriating was that, following the actions of this external disciple, others began to imitate him, carefully stowing away their leftover bones.
Even Su Jia, after finishing his meal, quietly remarked to Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu, "Sisters, this disciple makes a valid point. Don't discard the bones, they could serve as a midnight snack. A little nibble would surely satisfy our cravings."
Upon hearing Su Jia's words, both Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu, embodiments of grace, nodded in agreement without hesitation.
Indeed.
What the senior brother, says is quite reasonable, it should be so. Soon after, the three individuals similarly gathered the leftover bones, while not far away, Jin Yukai, an external disciple, stealthily imitated their actions, also collecting the bones. A sense of satisfaction illuminated his face as he crouched in the corner, having secured the remnants. Witnessing this scene, the disciples who had never set foot in the kitchen were utterly astonished.
What was the meaning of this? Not only had they fought for food,
but now, after finishing their meal, they were reluctant to discard even the bones.
Was this rice made of gold, or what?
Especially upon observing the peculiar behavior of Su Jia and the others, some inner disciples began to question their very existence.
Was there some extraordinary elixir hidden in this meal? Or was it crafted from dragon meat?
Why on earth were Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Yu engaging in such peculiar conduct?
Chapter 26, The Majestic Senior Brother Liu Shuang.
Revered as a celestial being by countless disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, and Lu Yuyu, surprisingly engaged in such behavior.
In front of a multitude,
they collected the remnants of bones, their earlier ravenous eating habits starkly contrasting with their usual demeanor.
A sound akin to a shattered dream echoed within. Why had Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Yu transformed in such a manner? Some disciples found it hard to believe, yet many were captivated, curious about the culinary magic that could incite such fervor among the disciples.
Consequently, a number resolved to partake in this culinary experience the following day.
Unbeknownst to this,
Yi Chongqing remained oblivious. After dinner, as the disciples tidied up and gradually departed, it was curious that Master Hong did not make an appearance that evening.
Ultimately,
it was Lu Yuyu who explained that their master was occupied and thus unable to attend. Understandingly, they nodded in response, bidding farewell to the departing guests.
Soon after,
the system notification chimed. Received 1 good review, Talent 1, Cultivation 1, received 1 good review, Root Bone 1, Cultivation 1, received 1 good review, Comprehension 1. Cultivation 1, received 1 good review, Mind Enlightenment Technique 1, Cultivation 1. This meal garnered a total of 800 commendations, and even the technique saw an enhancement.
One must admit, a life augmented by fortuitous circumstances is indeed simple yet profound. Opening the panel,
it displayed, host, Yi Chongqing, identity, miscellaneous disciple of the Daowan sect, cultivation, perfected body refinement stage, 823-1000, technique, Mind Enlightenment Technique. Minor accomplishment, 16-1000, fame, obscure and unremarkable, talent, lower midgrade, 630-1000, root bone, lower midgrade, 749-1000, comprehension, upper midgrade, 831-100000, only a slight progress remained for a breakthrough. While the Mind Enlightenment Technique had directly advanced to minor accomplishment. It is noteworthy that Yi Chongqing had only begun practicing this technique yesterday. Achieving such rapid advancement within a single day was nothing short of miraculous.
With this breakthrough, a flicker of enlightenment dawned in his mind, deepening his understanding and insight into the Mind Enlightenment Technique.
Upon attempting to circulate the technique, he found it considerably smoother than before, and his cultivation speed had notably increased.
Satisfied, he nodded appreciatively.
As per his routine, he practiced for an hour, indulged in a medicinal bath, and then peacefully succumbed to sleep. Yi Chongqing had always maintained a harmonious balance in his approach to cultivation. Even with the system at his disposal, he refrained from indulging in laziness. Recognizing that there was no necessity for relentless toil, a steady pace sufficed. Having experienced the trials of overexertion in his past life, this time around, he yearned for a more relaxed existence. Neither did he aspire to be a mere slacker, nor did he intend to overburden himself.
The night at Divine Sword Peak bore little distinction from the day.
Along the mountain paths, soft glimmers of light illuminated the surroundings, emanating from luminous pearls,
casting a gentle glow.
Disciples meandered through the mountains, and similarly, figures could be seen training in the martial arts arena.
Throughout the entirety of the Divine Sword Peak.
It seems that aside from Yi Changqing, who maintains a consistent sleeping schedule, none of the other disciples share this habit.
Cultivation remains their paramount pursuit, and, of course, one must now also consider the significance of sustenance.
At the summit, within the abode of Master Hong,
he gazes with a look of exasperation at a young man before him.
The reason he has not ventured to the kitchen for his evening meal lies entirely with this youth, who happens to be none other than Master Hong's eldest disciple, the esteemed senior brother of Divine Sword Peak. As the senior brother, Zhao Zhangping commands great respect among the disciples, not solely due to his position but also because of his unwavering integrity and fierce opposition to malevolence. One could assert that in every conceivable aspect, Zhao Zhangping epitomizes the qualities of a commendable senior brother, save for his somewhat rigid and obstinate demeanor. Just as now, upon returning from a mission, he insists on recounting the details of his task to Master Hong, leaving the latter in a state of helplessness. Missing his dinner weighs heavily on Master Hong's heart. After listening for several hours, the essence of Zhao Zhangping's report is that he had embarked on a hunt to eliminate a formidable evil spirit, which had taken residence in a certain area and even committed acts of mass slaughter, thus drawing the attention of the Daoist sect,
ultimately leading to Zhao Zhangping taking action.
The mission concluded successfully, with Zhao Zhangping slaying the malevolent entity.
However,
his investigations suggest the existence of a shadowy force behind the spirit, possibly linked to a ghostly overlord. Consequently, Zhao Zhangping expresses his concerns, seeking Master Hong's counsel to ensure the sect remains vigilant and endeavors to uncover and eradicate this lurking menace.
Zhangping, I am already aware of your report.
If there is nothing further, you should retire early and rest. You have labored tirelessly in recent days, Master Hong remarks after Zhao Zhangping finishes speaking.
Yet, Zhao Zhangping,
with a serious countenance, responds, as disciples, it is our duty to protect the populace and vanquish evil. Master Hong is not taken aback by Zhao Zhangping's response. It is characteristic of him, stern, resolute, yet harboring a profound sense of responsibility for the world. However, at this moment, Master Hong finds himself disinclined to engage in such discussions, his mind preoccupied with the delectable dishes prepared by Yi Changqing. How frustrating it is not to have savored them this evening.
Very well, I acknowledge your noble intentions.
I shall inform the sect of your findings, Master Hong assures.
Yes, disciple takes his leave.
Having finally dismissed Zhao Zhangping, Master Hong gazes at the sky, sighing in resignation, and opts to meditate quietly, awaiting breakfast the following day. The night swiftly passes, and as the morning sun rises, figures begin to emerge from various areas of Divine Sword Peak, almost simultaneously, all heading towards the foot of the mountain. It goes without saying that these are the disciples eager to prepare for breakfast.
Goodness, why are there so many people? An outer disciple exclaims, having concluded a night of cultivation and rushing out of his courtyard without delay. He had believed himself to be among the early risers, only to find throngs of others bursting forth from their own quarters, all sharing the same destination. What on earth is going on? The disciple, bewildered, quickens his pace, joining the throng.
Regrettably, everyone is racing with all their might, and none have truly gained any advantage.
The same holds true for the inner disciples area,
where disciples surge forth from various directions, ultimately converging on the main path, creating a torrent of movement cascading down the mountain.
Hurry, hurry!
These creatures have risen far too early. No need to jostle, we are still on the mountainside. Sometimes, defeat is determined right at the starting line, do not obstruct the path. Flow with grace. Even at this early hour, the entire Divine Sword Peak has erupted into chaos,
with chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy swiftly alarming many elders residing on the peak.
Standing atop the mountain, the elders observe the throngs rushing downhill,
their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment. Are they preparing for battle? What madness possesses these young rascals so early in the morning?
With such a multitude recklessly charging down, one might mistakenly believe that demons are assaulting the mountain. Chapter 27, Compulsory Mission. Early in the morning, a commotion erupted, and Zhao Zhangping, who had just returned, stepped out of his cave abode, his face a mask of confusion. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at a torrent of disciples. A black wave surging towards the foot of the mountain, his mind brimming with questions. At that moment, from the caves on either side, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu also burst forth. "Damn it, are they all up this early?" Su Jia exclaimed in frustration upon witnessing the scene. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out. He was already a step behind. Any further delay would surely mean missing breakfast. Those damned fellows, don't they ever cultivate? Rushing to the kitchen at such an early hour, are they trying to drive someone to madness? Not to be outdone, Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu followed suit, nearly synchronizing their departure with Su Jia. Junior brothers and sisters. Zhao Zhangping began to greet them, but in the blink of an eye, Su Jia and the others had vanished. He stood there, momentarily stupefied, feeling as though the sword peak had become utterly foreign to him. Were all these disciples mad? The sky was just beginning to lighten, the kitchen door had yet to open, yet a crowd of at least 2,000 had already gathered outside. In their pursuit of a prime position, the crowd stood their ground, though remarkably, none dared to disturb Yi Changqing. When the time finally arrived, Yi Changqing opened the courtyard door to find an extensive queue formed outside, leading with the likes of Hongzun, Su Jia, Lu Yuyu, and Lu Shuang, followed by Qian Yukai and several newly arrived stewards or elders. "You all have arrived quite early," he greeted them with a smile. Su Jia urged impatiently. "It's not early anymore, we've been waiting for half an hour. Can't we start breakfast now, Changqing Junior brother?" "Half an hour?" Yi Changqing's lips twitched slightly. Was it truly necessary to come so early? Yet Su Jia bore his own burdens, as it was evident that the fervor of his companions compelled him to arrive early lest they lose their chance at a good spot. Today's breakfast featured a new dish, soup dumplings accompanied by millet porridge. Soup dumplings, consumption can slightly enhance spiritual power. Millet porridge, consumption can slightly heal hidden ailments. With special effects still in place, as the fortunate disciples who secured their spots began to indulge in the soup dumplings, the courtyard was filled with sounds of inhalation and exhalation. So hot. So delicious. Splendid. With each bite, the rich broth burst forth in their mouths, the exquisite flavor rivaling that of the finest noodles. Moreover, it even aided in cultivation, truly remarkable. 1,000 portions had been prepared for breakfast, and those who failed to secure a position watched with longing as others feasted, their desire palpable. It was a new dish, one they had yet to taste, and the aroma wafting through the air was torturous to their senses. "Senior brother, just let me have a taste, just one, please." "Sigh, it is indeed possible. Yet I have a task to attend to today, making it difficult to decline. If I do not have a hearty breakfast, I shall take my senior brother's place." "Good junior brother. Brother Chen, I reflected on this matter yesterday and concluded that you are a person worthy of trust. Thus I have agreed to become your Tao companion. Could you possibly give me?" "Oh, let us speak of it after I finish eating." "After I finish? What more is there to say?" For the sake of this morsel, many disciples spare no effort. Some have successfully savored the flavors, while others can only stand by in envy. Yi Changqing leaned against the kitchen door, observing the ravenous crowd and their envious expressions. 1,000 portions of food was already the limit for Yi Changqing, any more would be too burdensome. Therefore, he resolved that in the future, each meal would consist of 1,000 portions, available on a first-come, first-served basis. With 1,000 favorable reviews per meal, 3 meals a day would amount to 3,000. The rate of improvement was already commendable. Just as the crowd was devouring their breakfast, a celestial crane descended from the heavens, not landing but rather dropping a token into Yi Changqing's hands. This was the token from the main peak's task hall. At this sight, Yi Changqing was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that he had forgotten to complete this month's mandatory task. Disciples of the Daoist sect, whether from the inner gate, outer gate, or as miscellaneous laborers, are required to fulfill at least one mandatory task each month. Completing these tasks brings benefits, as one can earn sect points to exchange for techniques, martial skills, elixirs, weapons, and more. Essentially, anything within the Daoist sect can be exchanged for sect points, functioning as a form of internal currency. Yi Changqing had previously awakened a system and had been preoccupied with enhancing his cultivation, which caused him to overlook the mandatory tasks. Now that the time had passed, the main peak's task hall had directly assigned him a task, delivered by the celestial crane, which was non-negotiable. Upon activating the token, a luminous screen appeared, revealing the task details to Yi Changqing. It was not complicated, as tasks for miscellaneous disciples are generally straightforward. Not far from the Daoist sect lies a small town named Leshan, where it has recently been reported that a half-demon has appeared. The task requires a thorough investigation of this matter. It is classified as a one-star task, with no requirement to slay the creature, although should one manage to do so, adequate sect points would be awarded based on the demon's cultivation level. The tasks of the Daoist sect are categorized from low to high, with 5 stars being the highest. 1-star tasks are the most basic. It seemed devoid of peril, merely an investigation into a single half-demon. However, the sect does not assign overly difficult tasks to miscellaneous disciples, typically relegating them to 1-star tasks. Nonetheless, the presence of the task hall token in Yi Changqing's hand elicited significant reactions from the surrounding disciples. "Changqing, have you not completed your mandatory task this month?" someone inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing could only smile wryly. "I've been so busy cooking daily that I momentarily forgot." At this, a singular thought arose simultaneously in the minds of the many disciples present. The disciple Changqing is set to embark on a mission, specifically one of reconnaissance, which will inevitably consume several days of his time. This implies that they will be deprived of the culinary delights prepared by Changqing for at least a few days. This news was met with discontent among the group. However, the mandatory nature of the task is dictated by the sect's regulations. It is not merely the auxiliary disciples who are bound by this, but even the core disciples like Su Jia and Lu Xuan must fulfill such obligatory missions. All eyes turned to Yi Changqing, and someone amongst them spoke up. "Changqing, I shall accompany you." Given that Changqing is currently only at the body refinement stage, undertaking this journey alone would undoubtedly lead to delays. If he could have both outer and inner disciples accompany him, the task would be considerably simplified. After all, dealing with a mere half-demon is a trivial matter. Whether it involves reconnaissance or outright elimination, it can be accomplished with ease. Once completed swiftly, it would not impede anyone's mealtime. This proposal was met with immediate support from numerous disciples. Chapter 28, The Remains of the Great Demon Brother Changqing, I shall accompany you. A disciple spoke, and this declaration immediately garnered the support of the others. "Indeed, Brother Changqing, we will accompany you. A mere half-demon can be dispatched with ease." "Yes. Brother Changqing, you may rest while we handle this task. We are more than willing to assist with such trivial matters." The disciples chattered enthusiastically, their eagerness seemingly surpassing their own desire to undertake the mission. It was unthinkable to allow Brother Changqing to be distracted by a task. They were determined to assist him, believing that the half-demon would pose no challenge to them. The sect did not explicitly prohibit assistance, and team missions were commonplace. However, such situations were rare, as seeking help typically meant sharing sect points, which were highly valued in the Daoist sect. Few would willingly part with them. Yet, in this case, the disciples surrounding Yi Changqing were indifferent to the sect points, driven solely by a desire to lend a hand. Faced with their insistence, Yi Changqing smiled bashfully. "Thank you, brothers, but this is merely a reconnaissance mission, and I am more than capable on my own." His intention was to avoid burdening them, for he had his companion, Xiaobai, making the journey quite manageable. However, before he could finish, the others interrupted him. "Brother Changqing, what are you saying? It is only right for us, fellow disciples, to support one another." "Exactly. Besides, I happen to have business in Leshan town. It would be convenient to resolve this matter on my way. Do not refuse, brother. I have little else to occupy my time and merely wish to explore a bit." With no room for rejection, Yi Changqing felt helpless. Ultimately, it was Master Hong who designated a fellow inner sect disciple to accompany him. "Changqing, let Jin Min accompany you. She excels at reconnaissance tasks, far superior to Yu, which will save you considerable trouble." Although Jin Min's combat ability was not particularly formidable among the inner disciples, Ranking only in the lower to mid-tier with her full cultivation at the golden core stage, her keen perceptiveness and suitable cultivation method would be invaluable for reconnaissance, significantly expediting the process. Seeing that even Master Hong had spoken, Yi Changqing acquiesced. I will strive to return promptly. After breakfast, Master Hong remarked as he departed. He was concerned that Yi Changqing might be delayed outside and miss a meal, hence the arrangement for Jin Min to accompany him. Once the task for Yi Changqing was organized, the other disciples gradually left, though their spirits dampened at the thought of missing lunch. They would not return until the evening at the earliest. Brother Changqing, do return swiftly, they implored, their faces etched with reluctance. Hearing this, Yi Changqing could only smile wryly and nod. Was it really necessary to be so concerned about him venturing out alone? With Xiaobai and the inner disciple Jin Min accompanying him, was there truly any cause for alarm? Once he bid farewell to the others, Yi Changqing turned his attention to Jin Min. A tall and beautiful young girl, slightly older than Yi Changqing, stood by. Sister Jin, please wait a moment. I will be ready to depart shortly. All right, junior brother, Jin Min replied with a smile, her face adorned with two charming dimples that were utterly delightful. She harbored no reluctance about accompanying Yi Changqing on this mission. Her thoughts were simple: hastening the task would lead to a quicker meal, a sentiment shared by all disciples, including the peak master, Hong Zun. After a brief tidying up, the two mounted the swift steed, Xiaobai, and departed from the Sword Peak, heading directly towards Lesan town. With Jin Min by his side, Yi Changqing finally experienced the sensation of riding atop Xiaobai, shielded by their spiritual energy, while the fierce winds were entirely kept at bay. Simultaneously, Xiaobai's speed increased significantly, much swifter than their previous journey. As Yi Changqing and Jin Min hastened towards Lesan town, within the mountains surrounding it, an unremarkable peak concealed a vast hollow space within, resembling a grand hall. In the center of this hall, 5 figures sat in a circle. These beings appeared human yet bore varying degrees of animalistic traits, unmistakably indicating that they were transformed demon beasts. Just as human cultivators are categorized by their cultivation levels, so too are demon beasts. Starting from the lowest rank of transformed demon to the levels of common, profound, purple, and primordial demons, corresponding respectively to human cultivators' condensation of qi, pulse unblocking, dan formation, purple mansion, and primordial infant stages. Those capable of transformation are at least of the purple demon rank. It was evident that these 5 demon beasts were indeed formidable entities of the purple demon realm. Their gathering outside Lesan town hinted at the complexity of the situation there. Through their discourse, it became clear that Lesan town was under the jurisdiction of the Daoist sect, which would undoubtedly be on high alert due to their presence. What can be done? Should we simply disregard the remains? Fear not, we have continuously dispatched that half-demon to investigate. Even if the Daoist sect becomes aware, they will merely perceive it as a half-demon causing trouble, at most sending a few outer disciples, which is hardly a concern. We must retrieve the remains of Lord Heiyu. The purpose of the 5 purple demons' congregation was to seek the remains of a great demon hidden beneath Lesan town, which held immense significance for them. However, due to the proximity of Lesan town to the Daoist sect, they dared not reveal their whereabouts, lest they be surrounded and slaughtered. Thus, these 5 purple demons employed secret methods to control a half-demon, utilizing it to infiltrate Lesan town, creating the illusion of a half-demon causing chaos, while in reality, they sought the remains of the great demon. To the Daoist sect, a half-demon was evidently inconsequential. Even if they dispatched disciples, they would likely be mere outer disciples or even menial ones. For the demons, there was little difference between outer disciples and menial laborers. They could be easily crushed without a second thought, without drawing the attention of the Daoist sect. The plan of the 5 purple demons was to acquire the remains of the great demon and swiftly make their escape. Thus far, the scheme had unfolded flawlessly. By manipulating the half-demon, they had ascertained the location of the great demon's remains. Now, they awaited the opportune moment to strike. It was likely that even the Daoist sect had not anticipated the covert involvement of the 5 purple demons, otherwise, the task would have necessitated the deployment of inner disciples rather than being entrusted to mere servant disciples. Regrettably, these 5 purple demons had concealed themselves too effectively, remaining entirely incognito throughout the endeavor, leaving no one aware of their presence. Unbeknownst to this unfolding intrigue, Yi Changqing was currently en route to Lesan town alongside Jin Min. Chapter 29. The call for help. Lesan town is modest in size, with a population of just over 10,000, merely a nondescript small town near the Daoyi sect. When Yi Chongqing and Jin Min arrived, Wu Yuanwei had long been waiting outside the town.
The Wu family is the local landowning clan,
with several disciples having joined the Daoyi sect. In the presence of Yi Chongqing and Jin Min, Wu Yuanwei exhibited profound respect. The commoner Wu Xin had previously met the two celestial masters and respectfully saluted them. However, it was Jin Min that Wu Yuanwei was particularly concerned about.
Upon first seeing Jin Min, Wu Xin was taken aback.
He was aware that the Daoyi sect had classified the situation in Lesan town as a one-star mission,
which typically involved only outer disciples.
Yet, an inner disciple was now here, filling him with both joy and confusion, though he dared not ask too many questions. What further bewildered Wu Xin was Jin Min's behavior, as she seemed to defer to Yi Chongqing in all matters.
Wu Yuanwei.
This task was undertaken by my junior brother Chongqing. I merely accompany him, Jin Min explained lightly, sensing Wu Xin's puzzlement. Upon hearing this, Wu Xin was even more flabbergasted. While it was not unusual for a miscellaneous disciple to take on a task, it was quite peculiar for an inner disciple to accompany them.
In that instant,
Wu Xin's gaze towards Yi Chongqing shifted. To have an inner disciple accompany him indicated that Yi Chongqing's status was indeed extraordinary.
I see. Shall we allow Master Yi to rest for a moment, or?
Wu Yuanwei inquired.
No need.
Let us proceed directly to the locations where the half-demon previously appeared, Yi Chongqing replied. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can conclude our work.
Finding that half-demon is the priority.
Hearing Yi Chongqing's words, Wu Xin dared not say more and promptly led the two to the places where the half-demon had been sighted. Along the way, Wu Xin recounted the events. The half-demon had first appeared 10 days prior, invading the town under the cover of night.
Once discovered,
it had killed several individuals and then wandered around the town before leaving. Since that time, it had frequently entered and exited the town.
Curiously,
the half-demon did not seem inclined to harm others. As long as it was not obstructed, it would not deliberately kill, merely roaming the town as if searching for something. This was quite strange. As they spoke, the group arrived at one of the places where the half-demon had lingered.
Inside an ordinary dwelling.
The walls were stained with blood. This was the site of the half-demon's first murder. Yi Chongqing surveyed the surroundings but found nothing conclusive. So he turned to Jin Min for assistance. Senior sister, he called. Upon hearing him, Jin Min nodded and then formed hand seals to cast a spell.
9 arts. Divine calculation.
This was the technique Jin Min practiced. Though it lacked formidable offensive power, it could divine fate and probe the yin and yang. As Jin Min's incantation unfolded,
golden lines rapidly spread throughout the room.
The golden threads meandered through every corner of the room like ethereal tendrils, while Jin Min, her eyes tightly shut,
seemed to behold something profound.
The wolf demon, she murmured softly. After a moment, she retracted her incantation. Having discerned that the malevolent half-demon was indeed a wolf demon, not yet having truly entered the realm of transformation.
However,
her expression turned somewhat perplexed as she addressed Yi Chongqing.
Junior brother Chongqing, this wolf demon is rather peculiar. Within the aura it left behind,
there seems to linger a faint trace of another presence, though I am momentarily unable to ascertain its nature. Yi Chongqing pondered for a while before responding. Sister,
is there a way to locate that wolf demon? Without hesitation, Jin Min nodded affirmatively. It is certainly feasible. A mere half-demon should not pose much difficulty in tracking it down.
Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at her, especially with the ephemeral aura she had sensed earlier, which had evoked a disquieting feeling within her. Unable to confirm her instincts, she remained unsure if she had misinterpreted the sensations.
9 arts, shadow pursuit.
Jin Min invoked a tracking spell, embarking on the quest to trace the wolf demon's whereabouts.
A shadow, no larger than a palm,
detached from her own silhouette and soared swiftly into the distance. Let us follow, she urged. The two soon pursued the shadow, leaving behind Wu Xin and the others, who remained in the town. Being mere mortals, they bore little utility against the demon beasts. Observing how quickly Yi Chongqing and Jin Min pinpointed the demon's location, Wu Sen and the others regarded them with respect, acknowledging the prowess of the Daoyi sect as celestial masters.
With a practitioner from Daoyi sect in action,
The crowd felt reassured that all would be well. Guided by the shadow, Yi Changqing and Jin Min soon burst forth from the small town, racing into the adjacent mountains. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they finally discovered the source of the disturbance, the half-demon. Yet at that very moment, the 5 hidden purple demons lurking in the shadows became aware of Yi Changqing and Jin Min's arrival. Within a concealed cavern, a blood-red mirror stood amidst the 5 purple demons, reflecting the figures of Yi Changqing and Jin Min, their gazes fixated on Jin Min. One of the purple demons remarked in perplexity, "What brings an inner sect disciple here? It should not be the case. Why would a mere half-demon attract an inner sect disciple?" Despite their curiosity regarding Jin Min's presence, they dismissed it. Regardless of her status as an inner sect disciple, let us eliminate them both. We have already located the remains of the great demon. Once we acquire it, we shall depart. Although somewhat puzzled, they did not dwell on it further. For them, a mere inner sect disciple at the core formation stage posed no significant threat. They could simply be dealt with. Go, Black Ape. Dispatch these 2 swiftly. Understood. One of the purple demons exited the cavern, intending to personally slay Yi Changqing and Jin Min. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of the wolf demon, Jin Min's countenance shifted dramatically, for she recognized the very aura she had sensed earlier. It was unmistakably that of a purple demon. The half-demon was under control. Initially, it was thought to be merely a simple half-demon causing trouble, yet it was soon revealed that a purple demon lurked behind it. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing was taken aback, but without a moment's hesitation, he took out a token and crushed it. This token was not a precious artifact. It was known as the distress token, possessed by all disciples of the Daoist sect. When faced with life-threatening danger in the outside world, one could shatter it, and the Daoist sect would receive the message promptly, dispatching aid forthwith, an embodiment of the sect's protection over its disciples. However, whether one could be rescued also depended on fortune. It was not uncommon for assistance to arrive too late, leaving one to succumb. Without a trace of hesitation, he understood that a purple demon was far beyond Jin Min's capabilities. Simultaneously, Yi Changqing summoned Xiaobai, for in terms of strength, Xiaobai surpassed even Jin Min. Chapter 30, The Explosion of the Divine Sword Peak at Daoist Sect. The Divine Sword Peak, the time for lunch had long passed. The numerous disciples who had missed the midday meal from the kitchen now appeared somewhat listless. Although they continued to fulfill their respective duties, practicing or working, their faces bore an unmistakable air of dejection. Alas, without the culinary delights prepared by junior brother Changqing, I feel utterly unwell. Who could argue otherwise? Even during our cultivation, our minds wander, consumed by thoughts of food. I attempted to prepare a meal for myself at noon, but it ended in disappointment. I fervently hope that junior brother Changqing returns soon. With Jin Min accompanying him, he should be fine. After all, he is merely a half-demon. A few inner disciples, while practicing in the training grounds, exchanged weary remarks. Suddenly, a bell tolled from the peak, signaling a call for help. The sound of the bell indicated that a disciple had activated the sect's distress signal. One toll represented a servant disciple, 2 for outer disciples, 3 for inner disciples, 4 for stewards, and 5 for direct disciples and elders. The bell rang just once, indicating that it was a servant disciple who had sent the call for help. The initially changing expressions among the disciples quickly returned to lethargy. "Oh, it's merely a servant disciple." One of them sighed, but in the next moment, as another disciple spoke, they were all instantly galvanized. Could it be junior brother Changqing? Goodness! Yi Changqing is a servant disciple, and he is currently on a mission. In an instant, the group sprang to their feet, racing toward the summit of the mountain. They were not alone. Disciples from all corners of Divine Sword Peak surged toward the pinnacle. Could it be that something has truly happened to junior brother Changqing? Wasn't he senior sister Jin Min with him? A mere half-demon should pose no threat, right? Who can say? Junior brother Changqing is on a reconnaissance mission, and what hidden dangers might lie therein remains a mystery. Reconnaissance missions can be perilous or deceptively safe. After all, the very nature of such missions implies the presence of unknown factors. What may appear to be harmless on the surface could conceal untold secrets. Countless disciples were eager to discover whether this distress signal indeed originated from junior brother Changqing. At the peak of the Divine Sword, there stood a grand hall,
vigilantly overseen by an elder. In the center of the hall rested a massive bronze bell, which would react immediately upon the activation of any distress signal from the peak. At that very moment, inside the hall, the elder observed the hurried approach of Hongzun, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, their expressions riddled with confusion. What is happening? Although a disciple has activated the distress signal, it is merely a servant disciple. Why have the peak master and Su Jia come rushing here? And why at such haste? The four, now visibly anxious, inquired urgently, who activated the distress signal? As the bell tolled, the identity of the individual who issued the distress signal became clear. In response to inquiries from Hongzun and others, the elder replied with confusion, revealing that it was a disciple named Yi Changqing, a mere handyman. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hongzun, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu shifted dramatically. Damn it, Su Jia muttered under his breath before vanishing from sight. Following him, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, along with the other direct disciples, rushed out of the hall, transforming into 3 streaks of light, hastening towards Lishan town. What is happening? The elder stood bewildered as he watched the 3 depart. Was it truly necessary to react so strongly to the peril of a mere handyman disciple? Peak Master, what do you think? He sought to consult Hongzun. But upon turning around, he found only emptiness where Hongzun had stood. With Hongzun gone, the elder stood frozen, his mind swirling with countless questions. What on earth was transpiring? Surely, even if a direct disciple were in danger, such a response would be unwarranted. Yet, this was not the end. It soon became apparent that the news had spread, confirming that the distress signal had indeed been sent by Yi Changqing. In an instant, disciples from the Sword Peak, both inner and outer, flocked towards Lishan town. In the inner sect area, disciples soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light, racing towards their destination. The outer sect disciples followed suit, some riding swords, others navigating spirit vessels. In a flash, it seemed as though the Sword Peak had ignited a sect-wide conflict. Countless flashes of light streaked across the sky. At the summit, Zhao Zhengping stood in a daze, bewildered by the unfolding chaos below. Can someone please explain what is happening? Zhao Zhengping and the elders had never tasted the culinary creations of Yi Changqing, thus they struggled to comprehend the situation. All they knew was that the commotion erupted due to a handyman disciple's distress signal, and from that moment, the entire Sword Peak was in turmoil. Not only the Sword Peak, but other peaks of the Daoyi sect also took note of the disturbance. Peak masters inquired about the events at the Sword Peak. What has happened to the Sword Peak? What schemes is that old fool Hongzun concocting? Are they preparing to attack another sect? What is going on? Are they igniting a sect-wide conflict? The peak masters were utterly bewildered, having received no prior warning. After a series of inquiries, the answers left the peak masters in shock. Are you telling me that the Sword Peak has gone into upheaval because a handyman disciple sent a distress signal? Are you jesting? A mere handyman's plea for help has led all the disciples of the Sword Peak to mobilize? This is simply unbelievable. Even if the direct disciples of the Sword Peak were to perish, it would hardly provoke such a monumental reaction. Within half a stick of incense, figures began to rise from all corners of the Sword Peak, as if they had unearthed the ancestral graves of the Sword Peak. Not only the peak masters, but even the sect leader of Daoyi and the esteemed elders were left in a state of confusion. What has the Sword Peak done? What are they planning? Master, we are at a loss. What are their intentions for the impending attack? What is the situation regarding Hongzun? Such a significant mobilization. And yet they do not consult me? It is said that a mere servant disciple issued a distress signal. Nonsense. How could one lowly disciple incite a rescue mission involving thousands of disciples from the entire Divine Sword Peak? Master Qi Xiong harbored profound disbelief. Seated at the head of the Grand Hall, his complexion dark as storm clouds, his teeth grinding audibly. As the leader of the Daoyi sect, it is absurd that such a monumental conflict unfolds beneath me, and I remain entirely uninformed. What a farce that would be if revealed. Although Hongzun has never heeded my counsel, has he truly gone too far this time? Such a colossal initiative should at least warrant a prior discussion. If not with me as the Peak's leader, then at the very least to provide a heads up. Master, the senior disciple Zhao Zhengping from Divine Sword Peak has arrived. Chapter 31, Utter Confusion. Master, I have brought Zhao Zhengping,
the eldest disciple of the divine sword peak, announced the attendant. Zhao Zhengping soon entered the grand hall under the guidance of a steward from the main peak. Upon seeing him, Qi Xiong inquired, "What is happening at Divine Sword Peak?" Zhao Zhengping, equally perplexed, wished to comprehend the situation himself. There were no prior indications, and his master had not communicated anything to him. It all erupted suddenly. The disciples, as if invigorated by an elixir, rushed out of the Divine Sword Peak, leaving him bewildered about the unfolding events. Shaking his head in confusion, Zhao Zhengping indicated his ignorance. Qi Xiong's brow furrowed deeper with concern. What on earth was going on? After a thorough inquiry, Qi Xiong found no useful answers from Zhao Zhengping and, in resignation, gestured for him to withdraw. The entire Daoyi sect was thrown into chaos due to the events at Divine Sword Peak. Meanwhile, outside Lishan town, Xiaobai had already engaged in combat with the black ape. Astonishingly, facing a purple demon, Xiaobai did not falter, having attained the same level of cultivation. As the two demons clashed, the black ape's expression turned grave upon encountering Xiaobai. A red-crested crane? It had never anticipated encountering a red-crested crane from the Daoyi sect in such a place. This was utterly absurd. How could an inner disciple and a mere servant disciple be accompanied by a red-crested crane? Even among the esteemed disciples of the Daoyi sect, none possessed such a creature. The circumstances were rife with oddities. Meanwhile, within the cave, the other 5 purple demons also observed the scene through a blood mirror. This is strange. Why is the red-crested crane from the Daoyi sect here? Who cares why? Let us act swiftly and eliminate it. Delay may lead to unforeseen complications. Indeed. Qing Niao and Lin Mang, you both attack together and resolve this battle quickly. 2 more purple demons joined the fray, evidently intent on denying Yi Changqing and Jin Min any opportunity to retaliate. What had begun as an evenly matched struggle between Xiaobai and the black ape was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of 2 formidable energies racing in from the distance. Sensing these powerful presences, Jin Min's complexion turned pale. This is bad. The appearance of 1 purple demon had already bewildered Jin Min, but now 2 more had arrived. Clearly, the situation in Lishan town was far more complex than it appeared. As Jin Min's words fell, the purple demons Qing Niao and Lin Mang emerged on the horizon. Without wasting words, Qing Niao launched an assault on Xiaobai, while Lin Mang targeted Yi Changqing and Jin Min Jr. Brother, we must flee. Their instinct was to escape. Facing a purple demon, Jin Min and Yi Changqing evidently had no capacity for resistance, the disparity was too vast. However, Lin Mang merely scoffed. You think you can escape? 2 mere insects. With that, Lin Mang lunged towards Yi Changqing and Jin Min, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Time was of the essence. Lin Mang's ruthless strike aimed to eliminate Yi Changqing and Jin Min in a single blow. As it rapidly approached Yi Changqing and his companion, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within, inducing a chill that felt as if a terrifying presence had fixed its gaze upon them. When they turned their attention back to Yi Changqing, they noticed that, at some point, a drunken old man had appeared before them, clutching an unremarkable iron sword and gazing at the creature with bleary eyes. Bold beast, how dare you harm a disciple of the Daoyi sect? The old man declared, seemingly courting death. Upon hearing these words, the serpent's murderous intent intensified. It sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the old man, as if he were an ordinary person. The earlier icy sensation had long since dissipated. At that moment, witnessing the audacity of this inebriated elder, the serpent's fury ignited, and it launched a powerful punch. However, at the same instant, the azure bird, nearby, widened its eyes in shock, displaying an expression of utter disbelief. Stop! He is the master of the sword peak, the esteemed Hongzun. The serpent, in its ignorance, did not recognize Hongzun, but the azure bird did. Confronting a figure of such stature from the Daoyi sect, it was clear that even their formidable kind would be no match in the presence of a peak master. The only choice was to flee, yet the serpent dared to strike first, an act of sheer folly. Regrettably, it was too late for warnings. In the final moments, the serpent had no opportunity to react as Hongzun casually waved his hand, and a sword light sliced through the air, cleaving the serpent in 2 before it plummeted to the ground. With a single stroke, it was annihilated, utterly devoid of the power to resist. Observing the serpent's demise, the azure bird and the black ape felt their hairs stand on end, without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee.
Staying put meant death.
And even the remains of the great demon from Lesan town were no longer a concern. However, as they attempted to escape, disciples from the Daoist sect's sword peak arrived from all directions. The first to appear were Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, 3 direct disciples, followed by inner disciples, and finally outer disciples. In a mere span of 100 breaths, the skies around them were filled with thousands of disciples from the sword peak. Confronted with this scene, the azure bird and the black ape were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had the matter of the great demon's remains been exposed? That seemed impossible. They had been exceedingly cautious and had never revealed themselves, so they should not have been discovered so swiftly. Moreover, even if they had been found, the existence of a single great demon's remains hardly warranted such a grand mobilization from the Daoist sect. With the current assembly, not only had the peak master Hongzun personally arrived, but 3 direct disciples led thousands of sword peak disciples in attendance. This formidable array could easily dispatch not only the 5 minor purple demons but might even obliterate their own black tiger abyss with ease. Pale as death, their hearts equally despondent, they realized this was an extravagant display of power to deal with what they were, with no avenue for escape. The azure bird could only turn its gaze towards Hongzun, forcing a semblance of calm.
Master Hong, I implore you.
The Black Tiger Abyss and the Daoist sect have always maintained a respectful distance from one another.
This time,
let it be acknowledged that the Black Tiger Abyss has suffered a setback. We shall relinquish our claim to the remains of the great demon, simply allow us to depart. It seems that only the remains of that formidable demon could incite such a mobilization from the Daoist sect. To preserve our lives, we must, with heavy hearts, abandon our pursuit of those remains. Though it is with great reluctance, preserving our existence leaves us with no other choice.
However, upon hearing these words, Master Hong's expression turned peculiar. What remains of the great demon?
From above, Su Jie spoke coldly. What a wretched creature, facing demise yet attempting to deceive us. How dare you lay hands on the disciples of the Daoist sect, only to concoct tales of the great demon's remains?
Do you think this will allow you to evade your fate? Ha! Do not underestimate us.
With these words, Qing Niao fell silent. It appeared from Su Jie's remarks that they were not here for the remains of the great demon, and the Daoist sect was unaware of their existence. Chapter 32, the strange development. The Daoist sect seemed oblivious to the existence of the colossal demon's remains. If that were the case, it implied that their intentions were something else entirely. The gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yi Changqing and Jin Min, standing behind Hongzun.
Even the Qing Niao found it somewhat absurd. Could such a grand display be merely for an inner sect disciple? Yet, apart from this explanation, no other rationale appeared plausible. Could it be that this inner sect disciple was the offspring of some prominent figure within the Daoist sect?
Casting a lingering glance at Jin Min, Qing Niao had yet to pay any heed to Yi Changqing.
However, as Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang descended beside Yi Changqing, showering him with concern, Qing Niao's expression began to shift dramatically. Changqing, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?
Thankfully, Xiaobai was with you, otherwise, it could have been perilous. In the future, you must inform me before embarking on any tasks. I shall accompany you personally, the 2 women expressed with genuine care. Upon hearing their solicitous words,
Qing Niao suddenly grasped the situation. Were these disciples truly here for this young man?
His mind struggled to comprehend, and he turned to Hongzun.
Gritting his teeth as he inquired, You all came for this fellow?
For a mere servant disciple.
To summon the peak master of the divine sword peak and thousands of disciples? This is utterly preposterous. In response, Hongzun remained remarkably composed. In our Daoist sect,
disciples are regarded without regard to status. Once one enters our ranks, they become family.
What is a servant disciple? We shall rescue them just the same.
While his words echoed with righteous fervor, Qing Niao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in disbelief.
Who would genuinely believe such claims? Over the years, how many servant disciples had perished outside?
Not to mention the outer and inner sect disciples. Never had he seen such a reaction from the Daoist sect before.
Finally,
the truth dawned upon him, although the revelation was difficult to digest.
The entire debacle had originated from a servant disciple.
And it was this very individual who had drawn such an extensive assembly, thwarting their plans entirely. Had they known, they would have acted without hesitation. Even if a direct disciple had intervened, it was unlikely to elicit such a grand response from the Taoist sect. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Yi Changqing, who was conversing with Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, he suddenly sensed a piercing glare directed at him. Yi Changqing, feeling the chill, turned to meet Qing Niao's eyes. As if intent on etching his visage into memory, perhaps to seek retribution in the future. Internally resigned, Yi Changqing thought, "Do not look at me. I too am bewildered by these events. I merely activated a distress signal, who could have anticipated such a commotion?" Yet, the next words from Qing Niao left him utterly exasperated. Despicable humans, masquerading as servant disciples. Very well, I, He Hu Yuan, shall remember this incident. In Qing Niao's eyes, Yi Changqing was not a mere servant disciple but rather a cunning individual feigning humility to lower their guard. The cunning and deeply scheming nature of humanity is truly lamentable, as they remain utterly oblivious to the truth from beginning to end. Faced with the piercing gaze of the blue bird, which seems to see through everything, Yi Changqing's lips tremble. Truly, what a performance you put on, while I am but a lowly disciple, attempting to conceal my true self. However, before Yi Changqing could voice his thoughts, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang, upon hearing the blue bird's words, immediately retorted with fury. How dare you threaten junior brother Changqing when death is upon you? You seek your own demise. It was evident that this beast had set its sights on Yi Changqing, and thus, it must be eliminated to ensure his safety. Without waiting for the blue bird to respond, Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang launched their attack. Su Jia, witnessing this, raised his arm and shouted, "Protect junior brother Changqing! Attack!" In an instant, thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak surged forward, targeting the blue bird and the black ape. Faced with such a formidable assault, both the blue bird and the black ape were momentarily taken aback, particularly upon hearing the rallying cry of the disciples. Protect junior brother Changqing? Is there truly a need for your numbers to shield him? At this rate, who could possibly lay a finger on a single hair of Yi Changqing? Attempting to speak, they found no opportunity, as the overwhelming force of the disciples swiftly dispatched them. Despite the blue bird and black ape being at the level of purple demon realm, even in death, the blue bird's eyes remained wide open, fixed with malevolence upon Yi Changqing, murmuring, "Despicable humans." Observing the expressions of reluctance, regret, and hatred, Yi Changqing could only shake his head with a bitter smile. "I am truly but a mere servant disciple, I did not deceive you, trust me." Alas, the blue bird could no longer hear him. Meanwhile, the two remaining purple demons in the cave, upon seeing Lord Hong's appearance, wasted no time in fleeing without a hint of hesitation. With the crisis averted, the disciples gathered around Yi Changqing, offering their condolences and inquiries, leaving him both surprised and grateful, repeatedly expressing his thanks. "Master, that vile creature mentioned a great demon's remains in Leshan town. I suspect that is their purpose for coming here," Su Jia remarked beside Lord Hong. Upon hearing this, Lord Hong nodded, seemingly unconcerned. A mere demon's remains are of little consequence, however, remaining in Leshan town will inevitably lead to further troubles. You shall personally go and retrieve those remains for the Divine Sword Peak. Though the reason for the great demon's remains being in Leshan town remains unclear, it was evident that Lord Hong held no interest in the matter, whether it be the remains of a great demon or a living one. It posed no threat to him, thus he entrusted Su Jia with the task. Upon receiving the instruction, Su Jia nodded and set off towards Leshan town. Concurrently, disciples surrounding Yi Changqing began discussing the matters concerning the Black Tiger Abyss, with some expressing concern. It seems that vile creature has already harbored a grudge against junior brother Changqing. Do you think the Black Tiger Abyss might take action against him? It is possible. These beasts are notoriously cruel and hold grudges fiercely. If that is the case, we must remain vigilant. Junior brother Changqing, you must exercise caution in the future. Only a thief can remain undetected for 1,000 days, how can one guard against a thief for that long? A prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. In my view, since the Black Tiger Abyss harbors resentment towards junior brother Changqing, we might as well strike now and obliterate it entirely, thus ensuring a lasting resolution. Brother Wang's words hold merit. Indeed, there is no rationale for 1,000 days of vigilance against a thief. Since the Black Tiger Abyss intends to harm junior brother Chongqing, we should take the initiative and eliminate it before it can act. Listening to the discourse of his fellow disciples, the protagonist, Yi Chongqing, found himself utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, the conversation was amicable. Why, all of a sudden, was there talk of annihilating the Black Tiger Abyss? It seemed he had merely undertaken a minor reconnaissance mission, yet now, not only had he dispatched 3 purple demons, but it appeared he was also on the verge of eradicating the entire Black Tiger Abyss. The unfolding events left Yi Chongqing increasingly bewildered. Chapter 33, Whom Have You Provoked? Numerous disciples clamored to flatten the Black Tiger Abyss, and even Hongzhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, when faced with a potential threat, it is prudent to eradicate it in its infancy. Amidst the fervent indignation of the crowd, Yi Chongqing stood frozen, wishing to voice his thoughts, yet feeling utterly disregarded. They made their decisions without regard for him. Subsequently, at Hongzhu's command, the disciples soared into the skies, heading straight for the Black Tiger Abyss. Rest assured, junior brother Chongqing, we shall undoubtedly level the Black Tiger Abyss, pledged Lu Yuyu and Lu Xuan with unwavering conviction. Yi Chongqing attempted to speak. Sister, actually, do not worry, a mere Black Tiger Abyss can be vanquished with a mere flick of the wrist. Just follow our lead. They interjected, offering him no opportunity to respond, urging him to keep pace. Observing this, Yi Chongqing, with a sense of resignation, mounted his steed, Little White, and followed the main forces. Along the way, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak exuded an aura of formidable menace. Meanwhile, the 2 fleeing purple demons had returned to the Black Tiger Abyss. Flanked by sheer cliffs on either side, a natural chasm loomed in between. Within this abyss lay numerous excavated caves, the largest of which housed the 2 demons kneeling before a robust figure. This imposing man was Sha Hu, the master of the Black Tiger Abyss. A tiger demon of the primordial level, akin to a human cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Gazing down at his subordinates, Sha Hu inquired with a piercing gaze, So? You have failed? Lord Abyss, spare us. It was the Divine Sword Peak that seemed to have gone mad, mobilizing their entire force. Even the Peak Master, Hongzhu, made an appearance. Qing Niao and her companions were overwhelmed and slain on the spot. We were fortunate to escape, the 2 purple demons hastily explained. After a moment of silence, Sha Hu responded, The Divine Sword Peak has mobilized? Even if the matter of the great demon S remains reached Dawi sect, it should not have provoked such a response. Whom have you entangled yourselves with? Having not been present at the scene, the 2 demons could only offer a fragmented understanding of the situation. They exchanged glances before shaking their heads, recalling their experiences. We have not provoked anyone. To avoid detection by Dawi sect, we refrained from showing our faces, instead sending a half-demon to investigate the whereabouts of the great demoness remains. Everything proceeded smoothly, until a disciple from the inner sect and a core disciple appeared, seemingly to deal with that half-demon. Following that, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak descended and indiscriminately slaughtered Qing Niao and her companions. We truly cannot fathom whom we have angered. We were exceedingly cautious in our actions. This left Sha Hu even more perplexed. If they had not provoked anyone, then why would the Divine Sword Peak react so vehemently? Could it be because of that inner sect disciple? It is not surprising that the fierce tiger harbors such suspicions. After all, there seems to be no other explanation. The sudden loss of 3 capable subordinates undoubtedly causes him considerable distress. Dawi sect, good, very good, he coldly remarked. In truth, the strength of Black Tiger Abyss is utterly incomparable to that of Dawi sect, but given that the fierce tiger belongs to the Tiger clan, which is said to have some connection to Tiger Ridge, coupled with the fact that he typically does not provoke Dawi sect, the latter has little interest in engaging with him. If it were not for the remains of the great demon, the fierce tiger would not have dared to send people into the territory of Dawi sect. However, the sacrifice of 3 purple demons cannot be overlooked. If he cannot confront Dawi sect directly, surely he can discreetly deal with a few disciples from Dawi sect? Particularly the inner disciple and the servant disciple, as it appears that all this turmoil stems from their actions. He has resolved in his heart that, given the opportunity, he must eliminate these 2 to avenge this grievance. Just as the fierce tiger was contemplating how to exact revenge, a wolf demon rushed in, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, Not good.
The people from Divine Sword Peak are attacking. Upon hearing this, the fierce tiger and the two purple demons were taken aback. The people from Divine Sword Peak have come to their doorstep? What do these humans mean by this? Not only have they slain 3 purple demons from Black Tiger Abyss, but now they are brazenly assaulting them. Do they intend to annihilate Black Tiger Abyss? What enmity or grievance necessitates such a thorough extermination? In an instant, the fierce tiger's gaze fell once more upon the 2 purple demons, a chilling aura emanating from his being as he coldly interrogated. Are you not going to tell me the truth? Whom have you offended? If you had not angered someone you should not have. Would Divine Sword Peak be so relentless in their pursuit to eradicate Black Tiger Abyss? In response to the fierce tiger's inquiry, the 2 purple demons protested their innocence. Lord Abyss, we swear by the heavens, we have not provoked anyone. We truly do not understand why Divine Sword Peak would act this way. Ever since that inner disciple and servant disciple arrived, everything has spiraled out of control. The 2 purple demons were indeed bewildered, clueless as to the frenzy of Divine Sword Peak. As they spoke, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside the cave. Kill! For Brother Chongqing! Protect Brother Chongqing! Level Black Tiger Abyss! How dare they harm our Brother Chongqing! Charge forth, avenge Brother Chongqing! Among the battle cries, the name Brother Chongqing resounded repeatedly. And the fierce tiger certainly heard it. Do not evade! Who is this Chongqing, and what have you done to him? The origin of the turmoil seemed to lie with this so-called Brother Chongqing. It was because of him that Divine Sword Peak had gone mad, pursuing them all the way to Black Tiger Abyss. Under the fierce tiger's pressing interrogation, the 2 purple demons were nearly in tears. Lord Abyss, we truly do not know anyone named Chongqing, nor could we have provoked him. We do not understand why the people from Divine Sword Peak would seek vengeance for him. The murderous intent amidst the cries of battle seemed as palpable as that of a vendetta against one's own father. If you had not acted against them, why would the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak exhibit such hostility? Yet, no matter how fervently the blood tiger probed, the 2 purple demons remained utterly oblivious. They genuinely had no inkling, for who in the world was this Chongqing? It was futile to extract any information. At that moment, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had already breached the depths of the Black Tiger Abyss. As the distance closed, Blood Tiger had no choice but to confront the impending threat alongside the 2 companions. Upon emerging from the cave, they beheld Hongzun, Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, and several dozen inner disciples advancing towards them. The sight of Hongzun instantly rendered Blood Tiger gravely serious. Glancing around at the gathered disciples of Divine Sword Peak, Blood Tiger took the initiative to speak. Elder Hongzun, esteemed members of Divine Sword Peak, have we, at Black Tiger Abyss, offended you in any way? Chapter 34, Who is Chongqing? What? They have gone to the Black Tiger Abyss? At the main hall of the Dawi sect, Qi Xiong dispatched someone to Lesan town. Yet they could not locate the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Ultimately, they learned that the group had journeyed to the Black Tiger Abyss. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiong's eyelids twitched violently. What on earth is Hongzun planning? Great Elder, you must go personally. No matter the means, bring these individuals back to me, he commanded, shouting at the Great Elder beside him. The Elder nodded in acknowledgement and promptly vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger Abyss, facing Shahu, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak showed no signs of yielding. Lu Shuang, renowned as the Frost Fairy, took the lead and lunged at Shahu with her sword. Enough with the pleasantries, witness my blade, she declared, launching into action without hesitation. Shahu's expression darkened considerably as he gritted his teeth. Lu Shuang, he acknowledged, fully aware of her reputation and prowess. He did not dare underestimate her. With all his strength, the 2 immediately engaged in a fierce battle, while the others joined the fray against the numerous beasts of the Black Tiger Abyss. Lu Shuang, what does the Dawi sect mean by this? My Black Tiger Abyss has never wronged your sect. Shahu attempted to argue amidst the clash. Upon hearing the mention of Lesan town, Lu Shuang scoffed. Then why did you go there? The name Lesan town struck a chord with Shahu, causing his heart to race. Could it truly be because of that ancient demon's remains? It shouldn't be the case, while precious.
The remains of a great demon are not necessarily of utmost value to the Taoist sect, though the bones of a beast king may hold more significance. Confused and with no time to ponder further, Shahu hurriedly explained, "Indeed, I dispatched someone to Lesan town, but only because there are the remains of a great demon. I have not wronged your Taoist sect in any way. Even if it is for the remains of a great demon, it hardly warrants the aggressive actions of the disciples of the divine sword peak. Besides, it seems you have not suffered any losses," Lu Shuang retorted coldly. "Humph. Setting aside the remains of the great demon, your subordinate's intent to harm Changqing is a grave offense." At the mention of Changqing, Shahu's expression soured further.
And he bellowed in rage, "Changqing? Who the hell is Changqing? I do not know this person at all." He was utterly oblivious to this individual. In fact, he had already inquired about this Changqing from the two purple beasts, but they too were unaware of his identity. Standing beside Hong Zun, Yi Changqing suddenly heard someone call his name and instinctively replied, "Who called me?" Though the voice was soft, it caught the keen ears of Shahu, who was in the midst of battle. In an instant, he turned his gaze toward Yi Changqing. To his astonishment, he found that this was merely a servant disciple. Shahu was taken aback, incredulous as he exclaimed, "You are Changqing?" "I am Yi Changqing." "If there are no surprises, then indeed, that is me," he replied calmly. "Are you jesting with me?" Upon hearing this, Shahu was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, declaring that the divine sword peak was utterly intolerable. The likes of Hong Zun and Lu Shuang need not be mentioned. Can it be that a mere servant disciple dares to mock me? How could such a trifling figure prompt such a tumult at the sword peak? Is he truly deluded? Seething with rage, Shahu immediately aimed a palm strike at Yi Changqing. However, Lu Shuang, upon witnessing this, was instantly incensed. With a deft movement, she positioned herself in front of Yi Changqing and shattered Shahu's attack with a single stroke of her sword, her expression frosty as she declared, "Shahu, you are truly courting death." Taken aback by Lu Shuang's demeanor, Shahu hesitated for a moment before incredulously inquiring, "Is he truly that Yi Changqing?" This was utterly preposterous. Could it be that the sword peak was making such a grand spectacle solely because of the servant disciple? Yet Lu Shuang offered no response, launching a fierce counterattack against Shahu. "To dare strike a junior brother Changqing, Shahu, today you shall perish." Driven to madness, Shahu retaliated against Lu Shuang's relentless onslaught while lamenting, "Has everyone from the sword peak gone insane? He is but a servant disciple. Are you truly willing to obliterate my black tiger abyss over such a trivial matter?" He could scarcely fathom that the establishment he had painstakingly built would face ruin due to a disciple of Taoist sect. Meanwhile, as Lu Shuang's assault intensified, two purple beasts under Shahu's command fell to the combined efforts of Lu Yuyu and several inner disciples. Witnessing the demise of his remaining beasts, Shahu felt as though his heart was bleeding. The black tiger abyss was finished utterly undone by a mere servant disciple. And the most infuriating part was that the disciple had done nothing at all. With a furious roar, Shahu forcibly repelled Lu Shuang, his body bearing multiple wounds and drenched in blood. He cast a cold glance at Lu Shuang before fixing his gaze upon Yi Changqing, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Very well, Taoist sect, very well, sword peak, and you, Yi Changqing, I shall remember this day. You will pay for it." With that, Shahu produced a shard of black bone and crushed it with great force. A crimson light descended from above, enveloping him entirely. "The bone of the demon king!" Lu Shuang exclaimed as she thrust her sword forward, but upon contact with the red light, her blade disintegrated, failing to harm Shahu in the slightest. This was a precious fragment of the demon king's bone, a life-saving token that could transport the tiger clan back to their stronghold. It was unexpected that Shahu possessed such a treasure. Once activated, the bone granted Shahu a swift escape beneath the protective red light, vanishing from sight before Lu Shuang could intervene. With Shahu's flight, the remaining beasts of the black tiger abyss lost all will to resist and scattered in disarray. Lu Shuang returned to Hong Zun and Yi Changqing, her expression one of frustration. "Master, it is no surprise you could not detain him." Given he possessed the bone of the demon king, Hong Zun replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, the Tiger Ridge is entirely different from the Black Tiger Abyss. It is a true sanctuary for the demon clan capable of contending with the Taoist sect. In the eastern continent,
The demon race is comprised of 4 formidable sacred lands, among which Tiger Ridge stands as one of the most powerful. This explains why the esteemed Hong did not intervene and allow the malevolent tiger to escape. However, some disciples, oblivious to the implications, were quick to react. Upon witnessing the escape of the malevolent tiger, an outer sect disciple vehemently shouted, "Let us storm Tiger Ridge and eradicate the malevolent tiger." In response to this disciple's fervent exclamation, a multitude of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak echoed, "Let us ascend Tiger Ridge and annihilate the malevolent tiger. Let us ascend Tiger Ridge and annihilate the malevolent tiger." The thunderous cries reverberated throughout the expanse of Black Tiger Abyss. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of Daoi's sect, who had just arrived, stumbled upon hearing these words, unable to contain his shock. Have they lost their minds? The disciples of Divine Sword Peak are truly insane. Is it not enough to have obliterated Black Tiger Abyss? Do they truly intend to assault Tiger Ridge? What on earth do they wish to achieve? Chapter 35, Comfort. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Yi Changqing found himself utterly bewildered. He had done nothing, so why did that ferocious beast harbor such animosity towards him? By heaven's conscience, he truly had not uttered a word, nor was he the one intent on annihilating the Black Tiger Abyss. It felt inexplicably absurd to be the target of a vengeful primordial demon, and what was the situation now? Was it not enough that they had vanquished the Black Tiger Abyss, but they also sought to assault Tiger Ridge? While Yi Changqing remained in a fog, the Grand Elder of the Daoist sect made his appearance, confronting the clamorous disciples of the Divine Sword Peak who clamored for an attack on Tiger Ridge. The Grand Elder, his countenance darkened, bellowed, "Silence!" A terrifying wave of spiritual energy swept through the Black Tiger Abyss, instantly silencing the disciples, who now turned their gazes towards the arriving Grand Elder. "What brings you here, old man?" observed Hong Zun with a drunken grin, and at this sight, the Grand Elder's ire intensified. "Junior brother, your disciples of the Divine Sword Peak have truly outdone themselves. Vanquishing the Black Tiger Abyss was not enough. Now you wish to assault Tiger Ridge? Are you planning a collective act of self-destruction?" In the face of the Grand Elder's fury, Hong Zun remained nonchalant. "This is not my fault, the Divine Sword Peak is merely fulfilling its duty. The Black Tiger Abyss dispatched 5 purple demons to Lesan Town, thus breaching the rules. Is it not reasonable for us to eliminate them?" Reasonable? The Grand Elder was so incensed he almost laughed. "You mobilized thousands of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak in such a grandiose manner, and you dare call it reasonable? It is utterly preposterous." Having no desire to engage in further banter with Hong Zun, the Grand Elder declared, "We shall discuss other matters later. Right now, at once. You and your Divine Sword Peak disciples must return. It would be a farce to allow these disciples to attack Tiger Ridge. The ensuing chaos would likely ignite a war between humans and demons." Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Hong Zun did not argue and merely nodded. Fine. It's not a big deal. Your agitation suggests that you still lack composure, brother." In response to Hong Zun's jibe, the previously youthful-looking Grand Elder's face flushed with indignation as he retorted sharply. He cleared his ears, seemingly unbothered, and glanced at the sky, prompting Hong Zun's expression to shift dramatically. "Goodness, it's already dinner time." At this revelation, the expressions of the Divine Sword Peak disciples also shifted alarmingly. How had it come to be dinner time so quickly? "Changqing, let's go," Hong Zun urged. "We cannot delay this." "Peak Master, wait. The kitchen is out of ingredients. Let me inform Elder Qian." "Qian Yukai. Present." Together, they set off, with Yi Changqing and Qian Yukai joining them. The 3 mounted their steed, Little White, and in a flash, vanished from sight. The remaining disciples of the Divine Sword Peak erupted into a frenzy, pursuing them with astonishing speed. The once chaotic Black Tiger Abyss was now littered with the corpses of demonic beasts, leaving only the bewildered Grand Elder hovering in mid-air. After a brief moment of astonishment, he surveyed the desolate surroundings and his lips twitched in frustration, cursing under his breath at the madness of those from the Sword Peak. With that, the Grand Elder vanished from sight. The speed of the many disciples was no match for that of the swift little white creature, especially with the protective power of Master Hong. Little White's velocity surged to its utmost limits. As Yi Changqing felt the terrifying speed, He reflected with a twinge of regret that it was his own inadequacy that had prevented him from harnessing Little White's full swiftness. The scenery around them was a blur. And in less than half an hour, Yi Changqing and his companions had returned to Sword Peak. They landed directly in the kitchen, where Master Hong eagerly exclaimed, "Young Changqing, tell Chen Yukai what ingredients you need. It's crucial we prepare a proper meal without any oversight." "Understood," Yi Changqing replied, listing the necessary ingredients to Chen Yukai, who promptly set about his preparations. Yi Changqing then busied himself in the kitchen. Although the events of the day had left him somewhat dazed, he couldn't help but feel touched by the actions of the many disciples. Thus, he decided to make tonight's dinner a grand affair. He planned to prepare a new dish, steamed pot chicken. Many disciples had sustained injuries during the day's battle, and steamed pot chicken was known to aid in healing. Originally, time was scarce, but with Master Hong's assistance, there were no issues. By channeling spiritual energy, they could significantly reduce cooking time. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Hong agreed to Yi Changqing's request, stating that as long as they could eat, expending a bit of spiritual power was no trouble at all. Utilizing over 100 large pots, they prepared enough for 6,000 servings, ensuring that every participant in the day's combat would receive their share. Next came the rice. Along with 2 additional new dishes, stir-fried celery with giant horned beef and spicy sour shredded potatoes. The giant horned beast was indeed a formidable demonic creature, far more valuable than the red-striped pig. In the past, Chen Yukai would never have consented to use giant horned beef for a meal, but now, regardless of the ingredient, as long as it was something Chen Yukai could procure, Yi Changqing could request it freely, and he would go to great lengths to oblige. Moreover, with Master Hong's endorsement, Chen Yukai felt entirely unrestrained. The aroma of the steamed pot chicken soon wafted throughout the courtyard, mingling with the scent of the beef. About an hour later, the disciples trickled back to Sword Peak, though their pallid faces indicated they had pushed themselves to the limit. This was to be expected, as they had rushed back without regard for their spiritual energy consumption, eager to return to Sword Peak as swiftly as possible, neglecting any need for rest. Upon their arrival, they hurried straight to the kitchen, their pace unwavering. Line up, line up! Today, I shall have my share of this meal no matter what," one disciple declared. "You just slew a single demonic beast. Do you truly think you deserve to dine on the fare prepared by junior brother Changqing?" Another retorted. "I, on the other hand, have vanquished 5 beasts, earning my rightful place at this table in protection of junior brother Changqing. This meal is rightfully mine. How dare the 5-headed demon beast speak? With 2 digits less, I reckon there will be no need to visit the kitchen today. One might as well return and contemplate in solitude. Although I have not slain any demon beasts, I have steadfastly stood guard beside junior brother Changqing, thus I am certainly entitled to partake in the feast." A multitude of disciples clamored and rushed towards the kitchen, initially anticipating a fierce battle for resources. However, upon hearing junior brother Yi Changqing declare that everyone who had ventured to the Black Tiger Abyss would be rewarded with a meal, excitement surged through the crowd. Indeed, junior brother Changqing is generous. No wonder, as my elder brother has long known that this young man is destined for greatness. With the knowledge that there would be no need for competition and that all would be satisfied, the disciples showered him with compliments that soared to great heights. Yet, junior brother Yi Changqing had little time to acknowledge their praises. The task of preparing meals for 6,000 individuals, even with Hong Zun's assistance, left him utterly exhausted. Chapter 36, The Realm of Emotion. After 2 full hours of relentless toil, the sky had completely darkened, and the meals for the 6,000 individuals were finally prepared, leaving Yi Changqing utterly exhausted. The multitude of disciples served themselves, their eyes glimmering with delight at the sight of 3 new dishes. Each was presented with a bowl of stewed chicken, accompanied by a heaping mound of rice. Their spirits lifted as they indulged in the feast. Perhaps due to the considerable exertion of the day, their appetites had notably increased. When they found their portions insufficient, the disciples resorted to cunning tactics. "Junior brother, look over there, a beast from Tiger Ridge." "Where?" they exclaimed, turning eagerly, only to find nothing there. Upon returning their gaze to their bowls, they discovered half of their beef had vanished. You stole my meat?" "Junior brother, one must not speak so recklessly. When did I ever pilfer your meat?" "Brother, before you weave your tales, might you swallow the morsels in your mouth? Your words are barely intelligible.
And what of gratitude? Junior brother.
Recall today in Black Tiger Abyss when you nearly fell victim to the beast.
Was it not your elder brother who saved you?
Brother, spare me your words. Beyond this bowl of rice, I would give you everything, even my life, without a second thought.
What need have I for your life? Enough of this chatter. Let me have a bite of your chicken. Not a chance. Have you forgotten your debt? I saved your life.
I stated, beyond this bowl of rice.
I shall offer anything.
Speak freely, brother.
I want that bowl of rice, let me have half. Impossible. Though my head may roll and blood may flow, I will not share my rice.
The thousands of disciples filled the courtyard with boisterous laughter and shouts, each devising schemes to secure another mouthful. Amidst their jests and quarrels, Yi Changqing, reclining in a chair, could not help but smile. Upon his arrival in this unfamiliar world, Yi Changqing had felt a pang of anxiety. Suddenly thrust alone into a strange realm, despite possessing the memories of his predecessor, this vast world remained utterly foreign to him.
He felt akin to a rootless reed, unable to find his footing.
However, now, Yi Changqing sensed a profound sense of belonging.
It was the comforting knowledge that, when needed,
there would always be a group standing by his side, assuring him that he was not alone in this world. How wonderful, he murmured softly.
But no sooner had he spoken than Lu Yuyu's voice chimed in beside him. What is so wonderful?
Ah.
Nothing, senior sister, what brings you here?
Noticing Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang had approached, Yi Changqing casually deflected the inquiry.
Nothing much, just finished eating and came to chat with you.
The three had grown familiar with one another, and even the usually aloof Lu Shuang could manage a few words in Yi Changqing's presence.
Although most of the conversation often flowed between him and Lu Yuyu.
Three individuals engaged in a casual dialogue, drawing the attention of other disciples around them.
Having just finished their meal, the curious onlookers, idly digesting their food, began to speculate. Look at Sister Lu and Sister Lu. Is there something unusual? They seem perfectly fine. But don't you think that Sister Lu and Sister Lu appear to have a certain fondness for junior brother Changqing? Ah, it does seem that way. Sister Lu was just laughing. See?
I told you, junior brother Changqing possesses quite the charm.
Indeed, with Changqing's good looks, even during my prime,
I would have to step aside. He is undoubtedly the most handsome disciple of the Divine Sword Peak.
Yes, and you stepping aside would be a lifetime commitment. Wouldn't he it? However, I must say, Sister Lu and Sister Lu truly complement junior brother Changqing, although his cultivation is somewhat lacking. What does that matter? As long as Sisters Lu and Lu are strong, they can take the lead, while junior brother Changqing can manage the inner affairs.
With his skills,
he need not worry about being unworthy of Sisters Lu and Lu.
The disciples buzzed with discussion, their words inevitably reaching the ears of Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang,
as well as junior brother Yi Changqing.
The previously lively trio fell into an unexpected silence, the two women blushing and rendered speechless, their minds racing with the remarks of their fellow disciples.
The idea of the woman in charge while the man manages the home doesn't sound too bad.
Lu Yuyu found herself murmuring unconsciously.
Sister, what did you just say? Nothing at all. It's getting late, I should head back. Startled by the response,
Lu Yuyu dared not meet Yi Changqing's gaze and hurriedly fled, with Lu Shuang following suit in a similar fashion.
Observing the two women's bashful retreat, the other disciples exchanged knowing smiles, as if to say, see?
I was right, both sisters indeed favor junior brother Changqing. Thus, a saying from the mundane world held true, to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach.
Where did you hear that? I came up with it myself in the secular world. Get lost.
As the disciples continued to discuss the trio, they departed from the dining hall in small groups, each bidding farewell to Yi Changqing, who acknowledged them with nods. Once the crowd dispersed, the courtyard fell silent, and Yi Changqing mentally recited, "Open the panel."
Host, Yi Changqing.
Identity, miscellaneous disciple of Daoyi sect. Cultivation, initial stage of chi perception, 5,216 10,000, technique, enlightened heart technique, achieved, 982 10,000, reputation, fame gradually rising.
Talent, medium grade, intermediate, 3068 50,000, root bone, medium grade, intermediate, 2631 50,000, comprehension, upper grade, intermediate 1997 100000. This wave of progress is truly a comprehensive enhancement. As his cultivation has directly surged to a significant realm, reaching the stage of chi perception. Yi Chongqing could distinctly perceive the flowing spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding him. As he practiced the Mingxin Zhu, he was able to absorb this energy into his body. Furthermore, his mastery of the Mingxin Zhu had advanced to a remarkable level of completion. His innate talent and foundational abilities had also ascended by a minor tier, now reaching the intermediate stage of medium quality. With a significant enhancement in his strength and a notably accelerated cultivation pace, Yi Chongqing felt an immense sense of satisfaction, nodding in approval. Indeed, such substantial progress warranted a reward, thus, he decided to forego further cultivation for the night. Instead, he would cleanse himself and retire to rest. Meanwhile, atop the summit of the Divine Sword Peak, Zhao Zhengping, who had been waiting anxiously outside Master Hongzuan's dwelling, finally saw his master arrive. With a look of distress, he exclaimed, "Master, where have you all been?" Today, numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak rushed out in droves, and even my fellow juniors Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu have vanished without a trace. Yet here I am, the eldest disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, left in the dark about everything. This leaves me feeling quite aggrieved, as if you and the others are concealing something from me. Chapter 37, Learning the Art of Magic. Faced with Zhao Jingping's expression of grievance, Hongzun spoke with an air of righteousness. As a disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, it is my duty to intervene when my students are in peril. But master, Zhao Zhengping retorted, even so, must it create such a commotion? Nonsense, Zhengping. Do you not recall how I have instructed you? Once you become a disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, we are akin to family. When family is in danger, how can one justify inaction? Regardless of who it may be within our ranks, if they are in peril, it is my unassailable duty to assist. As the eldest senior brother, you should feel the same responsibility. Confronted by Hongzun's admonition, Zhao Zhengping sensed an underlying discord yet could not articulate it. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the wisdom in his master's words. Shouldn't fellow disciples support one another? With a serious demeanor, Zhao Zhengping replied, "Master speaks truthfully, I am enlightened." Very well. You may leave. Focus on your cultivation and do not squander my expectations. Understood. With Zhao Zhengping convinced, Hongzun smiled faintly and proceeded towards his cave dwelling. However, after taking only a few steps, he received a transmission from sect leader Qi Xiong, summoning him to the main hall for a discussion. It was evident that this was in response to the events of the day. Reluctantly, he arrived at the main peak, and upon entering the hall, he found the esteemed elders and over half of the peak masters already assembled. Qi Xiong's expression was somewhat grim as he addressed Hongzun. "Junior brother, do you have nothing to say regarding today's events?" His tone was laden with reproach, yet Hongzun appeared indifferent, seating himself and taking a sip of wine, mumbling, "What is there to explain? Did anything of note occur today?" Today, so many disciples of the Divine Sword Peak rushed out. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Upon hearing Hongzun's words, Qi Xiong felt his teeth grind in frustration, while Hongzun maintained a facade of inebriation. "Brother, I believe there is nothing commendable about this matter. When our disciples learned of the beast's presence in Leshan town, it is only natural for us, as disciples of the Daoyi sect, to eradicate the threat. It is a trivial matter that you need not dwell upon." "I need not dwell upon it? Your disciples stormed out without so much as a word to me. Now, this was an urgent situation, there was no time to inform you. When my disciples were in danger, it would have been troublesome had we delayed." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiong snorted disdainfully. Even for the sake of rescuing a disciple? Such a grand display was unnecessary. Which disciple faced danger? Oh, a servant disciple named Yi Chongqing. A servant disciple? The moment these words left Hongzun's lips, the expressions of everyone in the hall turned exceedingly peculiar. They had been speculating about which disciple's predicament had warranted such urgency from Hongzun, only to discover it was merely a servant disciple.
Qi Xiong, who had been suppressing his anger, could no longer contain himself and shouted furiously at Hong Zun.
How is it that you have created such a commotion over a mere disciple of the lower ranks?
This is simply uncalled for, my senior brother.
What is so wrong with a lower-ranked disciple?
Are they not still a disciple of our Taoist sect? If they belong to our sect,
how could we not safeguard them? My actions are but a reflection of this principle. Enough. Depart from my presence. As Hong Zun indulged in his wine,
he spoke with an air of eloquence that was almost maddening, while Qi Xiong's forehead pulsed with rage. Unable to contain himself any longer, he erupted in anger.
Yet, Hong Zun showed no hesitation, rising to his feet with a smile.
Very well, my senior brother, do take your rest. Without waiting for Qi Xiong's response, he vanished from the grand hall, leaving behind the echoes of Qi Xiong's furious roars and the sound of shattered furniture.
In his dealings with Hong Zun,
Qi Xiong found himself utterly powerless, just as he had in his youth. As the leader of a sect, he often felt a profound sense of frustration. But what could he do? After all, he was his own junior brother. The others present had long grown accustomed to such scenes.
Once again, the matter ended without resolution.
A common occurrence, as indeed, the leaders of the various peaks and esteemed elders, including Qi Xiong, shared a bond as brothers.
Many matters were simply allowed to pass.
And it was only Hong Zun, the incorrigible one, who consistently drove Qi Xiong to the brink of exasperation, yet he remained utterly incapable of rectifying the situation.
How infuriating! How infuriating! Master, why did you take on such a rebellious disciple?
Grumbling to himself, Qi Xiong exited the grand hall.
A night of silence passed.
And as dawn broke the following morning, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak rushed down the mountainside with even greater fervor than before. This time, their numbers had swelled.
Each disciple employed their utmost agility, occasionally resorting to clever tricks, all in pursuit of a morning meal. By the time Yi Changqing opened the courtyard door,
thousands of disciples had already formed a queue, though only 1,000 breakfast portions were available, making for fierce competition. It remained a matter of first come, first served. Those fortunate enough to secure their breakfast were filled with exhilaration, while those who missed out could only lament in frustration. After the meal, as the disciples departed, Yi Changqing approached Hong Zun, expressing a desire to learn a few techniques.
Upon hearing this,
Hong Zun focused his gaze and realized with astonishment that Yi Changqing had actually broken through to the Qi perception stage.
You, my boy, have made a breakthrough? If memory serves me right, just a few days ago, you had achieved perfection in the body refinement stage, and now you have ascended to a higher realm? This rapid progress is quite astonishing.
Seizing Yi Changqing's arm, he conducted a personal examination and discovered improvements in both talent and foundation.
Hong Zun could not help but exclaim in wonder, could it be that you possess a special constitution?
Those with such unique traits often display seemingly inferior talent and roots before awakening, but once they do, it is as if they have been reborn.
In regard to Yi Changqing's situation, Hong Zun naturally contemplated this matter.
In response, Yi Changqing elucidated that he was unaware of the specifics. But he had indeed experienced a notable acceleration in his cultivation recently. You, as a mere servant disciple, are truly underappreciated.
Hong Zun pondered.
Having already concluded that Yi Changqing possessed a unique constitution. With a hint of admiration, he subsequently expressed that, should Yi Changqing be willing, he could become a direct disciple.
However, Yi Changqing declined the offer.
After all, he believed he did not possess any extraordinary traits, his abilities were akin to those of a player using cheats.
Without the support of the kitchen, how could he possibly thrive?
Although Hong Zun found this somewhat perplexing, he did not press the issue.
Instead,
he bestowed upon Yi Changqing a token, stating, with this token, you may freely select techniques from the technique hall. However, as you currently only possess the Qi gathering stage, it is advisable to choose lower tier techniques, not exceeding the yellow tier, lest you find yourself unable to cultivate them.
Remember, do not be overly ambitious. Chapter 38, the practice and acquisition of magical arts fundamentally require spiritual power. Thus, although advanced techniques wield greater potency, even with Yi Changqing's current cultivation level,
it would be futile for him to attempt learning such high-tier arts, let alone executing them.
It is far more pragmatic to commence with lower-tier techniques,
which not only serve practical purposes but also establish a solid foundation. Yi Changqing nodded in agreement, understanding that one must invariably start from the basics. The yellow tier techniques mentioned by Hongzun, at this juncture, could already be considered high-grade for him. The classification of magical arts is as follows: foundational techniques, yellow tier, mysterious tier, earth tier, and heaven tier, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. This time, Yi Changqing intended to cultivate foundational techniques.
Good, you comprehend that? Hongzun remarked as he handed over a token before departing. Although Lu Yuyu and Lu Shuang expressed their desire to accompany Yi Changqing, he graciously declined their offer.
Selecting a few techniques was a trivial matter that he could handle alone. After breakfast, Yi Changqing mounted his steed, Little White, and made his way to the main peak. The main peak was expansive, surpassing the other 36 peaks in size. However, it lacked disciples, serving instead as the seat of various powerful institutions within the Daoist sect, such as the Law Enforcement Hall, Task Hall, Magic Hall, Pill Hall, and Divine Weapon Hall, among others. Each hall was overseen by a chief elder whose status was akin to that of a peak master.
Consequently, despite the absence of disciples,
the main peak remained bustling with activity daily, as numerous practitioners came to undertake tasks, learn magical arts, and exchange for pills. As Yi Changqing rode through,
he attracted considerable attention from the disciples due to Little White's striking appearance. Who is that?
Riding a celestial crane.
Upon closer inspection,
they realized it was a red-crowned celestial crane. Little White certainly drew attention, and Yi Changqing felt somewhat embarrassed by the stares as he arrived at the magic hall. Outside the magic hall, a dedicated steward stood guard. Generally, disciples wishing to learn magical arts were required to exchange sect points.
However, with Hongzun's token in hand,
Yi Changqing was exempt from this requirement.
Disciple from the Divine Sword Peak?
The steward was taken aback upon receiving Yi Changqing's token. This young man possessed an extraordinary identity. Yet why was he dressed in the attire of a servant disciple?
Moreover, was he not the one riding the red-crowned celestial crane?
Indeed, but why the servant disciple's garb?
I see now. What do you understand?
This is what they call playing the pig to eat the tiger, a phrase from the mundane world, indicating that someone of great stature deliberately adopts a guise of ordinariness.
Is that so? I just returned from the Yanfeng Kingdom,
where those from prominent families relish such antics.
Ah, now it makes sense.
The surrounding disciples engaged in wild speculation, struggling to fathom how a servant disciple could possess a red-crowned celestial crane, thus unanimously concluding that Yi Changqing's true identity was anything but ordinary. Listening to the discussions of those around him, Yi Changqing felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. And even the gaze of the gatekeeper had shifted. With the Peak Master token, one could enter the sorcery hall freely. Yet it was imperative to remember that the techniques learned could not be disclosed.
The disciple understood. You may enter.
Upon successfully entering the sorcery hall, Yi Changqing observed that it was divided into 6 levels. The first level housed foundational sorcery, the second level contained yellow tier techniques, the third level featured Xin tier techniques, and so forth. The sixth level, a repository for techniques surpassing the heavenly tier, represented the core heritage of the Daoist sect, and even with the Peak Master token,
entry was forbidden.
However, Yi Changqing had no intention of ascending to the higher levels. His purpose was merely to select a few foundational techniques. The first level was the most expansive, with the greatest number of techniques available.
Neatly arranged rows of bookshelves displayed no fewer than tens of thousands of sorcery techniques.
He intended to choose one offensive technique, one movement technique, and one defensive technique.
After careful consideration, Yi Changqing ultimately selected the Shadow Blade, 7-star step, and Spirit Barrier techniques.
For the offensive technique, he opted for a blade technique, as a chef's primary tool was indeed a knife. The 7-star step was suitable for limited range movement, making it highly applicable in combat. When traveling, he had little white, so he did not require additional movement techniques. The Spirit Barrier, on the other hand, was rather unique. It was divided into 5 tiers, and upon reaching the 5th tier, its rank would ascend to the upper heavenly tier, rendering it exceedingly powerful.
However, its cultivation was notably challenging,
and the Daoist sect had divided it into 5 segments to correspond with different ranks. Due to its difficulty, few disciples within the sect pursued the Spirit Barrier.
Nevertheless,
For Yi Changqing, this was of little concern. With the assistance of the system, he faced no real challenges. After selecting his techniques, Yi Changqing registered with the steward and received an expanded version of the techniques, which he was required to return within a month. In the days that followed, Yi Changqing maintained a highly regimented life. Apart from his 3 daily meals, he devoted himself solely to cultivation. With the aid of the system, his progress was nothing short of astonishing. Host, Yi Changqing. Identity, miscellaneous disciple of Taoist sect. Cultivation level, perfected chi perception, 8,360 10,000, technique, heart enlightenment. Perfected, 10,000 sorcery techniques, shadow blade, major achievement, 3,586 10,000, 7-star step, major achievement, 2,813 10,000, spirit barrier, minor achievement, 689 30,000, reputation, fame gradually emerging. Talent, medium grade intermediate, 32,044 50,000, root quality, medium grade intermediate, 40,886 50,000, comprehension, upper grade intermediate, 66,974 100000. After lunch, he lay idly in the courtyard, gazing at his personal panel. Realizing that he was on the verge of breaking through to the channel opening stage, the heart enlightenment technique was perfected, while both the shadow blade and 7-star step had reached major achievements. The only challenge remained the spirit barrier, which indeed proved to be significantly more difficult to cultivate than the other 2 techniques. Yet, with the system's support, it posed no real issue. Content with his current life, Yi Changqing felt a sense of security, free from any imminent danger, with an abundance of cultivation resources at his disposal. Just as he reveled in his contentment, a striking figure entered the courtyard. Apologies, but the meal has already been served, Yi Changqing remarked without raising his head upon sensing the newcomer. However, a feminine voice interrupted his thoughts. Yi Changqing, it has been over a year since we last met, and you seem to have accomplished nothing. This only reinforces my previous convictions. Startled by the words, Yi Changqing looked up, and his gaze met that of a beautiful young woman whose face was marred by a look of disdain, clearly expressing her contempt. As he beheld the young lady, a familiar figure flashed through his mind, prompting him to exclaim, "He Lu?" He recognized her well, and in many respects, they were quite familiar. Having been childhood friends and bound by a betrothal since their youth, she was, in essence, his fiancée. Cursing himself internally for having forgotten this detail, he realized that had he not encountered her in person, he might have completely overlooked their acquaintance. Chapter 39, The Falling Sunset Sect. Gazing at He Lu before him, Yi Changqing felt a profound sense of helplessness. His previous incarnation had been a devoted admirer, perpetually revolving around this woman, fulfilling her every whim. In their youth, such behavior was somewhat excusable, but as they matured, He Lu gradually began to disdain his former self, particularly after the revelation of his meager cultivation talent. He Lu boldly declared her intent to sever their engagement, to which he vehemently opposed. Initially, the He family refrained from openly confronting the Yi family out of fear. But everything changed when He Lu joined the Falling Sunset Sect, her innate abilities and comprehension reaching exceptional heights. One was a prodigious disciple of the Falling Sunset Sect, while the other remained a mere servant disciple of the Tao One sect. Although the Falling Sunset Sect may not boast the same power as the Tao One sect, the disparity in their statuses had become glaringly apparent. Consequently, his former self remained despondent for an extended period, unwilling to concede defeat. A devoted admirer, ultimately left with nothing. With a silent sigh of lamentation, Yi Changqing turned to He Lu and inquired, "Have you come for a purpose?" "Ha, Yi Changqing, spare me your pretense. You know precisely why I am here. I have now been accepted as a disciple by the third elder, becoming a direct disciple of the Falling Sunset Sect, while you remain merely a servant disciple of the Tao One sect. Given our current standings, do you truly believe there is any possibility for us? I am here solely to inform you to relinquish any misguided fantasies. We no longer inhabit the same world. However, in light of our past connection, should you agree to dissolve our engagement, I can persuade my master to grant you the status of an outer disciple of the Divine Sword Peak. With my master's rapport with Elder Hong, this matter is straightforward, and you are well aware of the distinction between an outer disciple and a servant disciple. Thus, I trust you understand how to choose wisely. Contemplate this carefully, After a barrage of words, she offered him a status as an outer disciple of the divine sword peak. Exuding such confidence that Yi Changqing found himself momentarily bewildered. By the time he regained his composure, He Lu had already turned on her heel and departed. As if lingering any longer would induce her nausea. Shaking his head in disbelief, he pondered the notion of an outer disciple. With a mere nod, he could instantly ascend to the status of a direct disciple of the divine sword peak. The audacity of her offering left him both amused and exasperated. Moreover, had he even voiced any reluctance to dissolve the engagement? With a resigned shake of his head, he decided not to dwell on the matter any further. He would find an opportune moment to terminate the engagement, remaining utterly unconcerned. He chose instead to bask in the warmth of the afternoon sun. Meanwhile, atop the divine sword peak, Elder Hong was engaged in lively conversation with an elderly woman. The old matron, known as Yu Li, was the third elder of the Falling Sunset sect and had known Elder Hong for many years. Their acquaintance had blossomed from their youth, fostering a familiarity between them. Despite the Falling Sunset sect not matching the Dao One sect in power, it remained a renowned righteous sect in the eastern continent, and their relationship was amicable, marked by frequent exchanges. "My dear old woman, why have you come to the Dao One sect instead of seeking out my senior brother at the main peak? What brings you to my humble divine sword peak?" Yuli responded with a smile upon hearing Elder Hong's inquiry. "I have come not for the matters of the sect, but for personal reasons." "Personal matters?" Upon hearing this, Hong Zun's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort as he regarded the elderly woman with her multitude of wrinkles, feeling an inexplicable unease within. What personal matters could possibly exist between us? Hong Zun genuinely wished to distance himself from any personal affairs with this elderly lady. Unaware of the subtle shift in his own feelings, Yu Li, maintaining her smile, continued, "I have recently taken on a new disciple named He Lu, who possesses commendable talent. However, she has been betrothed since childhood to a servant disciple of your divine sword peak. My disciple harbors no affection for that individual and implored me, this old woman, to intervene and dissolve this engagement. Thus, I felt compelled to come personally." There was no intent to conceal the truth, for in Yu Li's eyes, a mere servant disciple was hardly someone worth worrying about. Surely, Hong Zun would not deny her this request. At that moment, He Lu entered, guided by Lu Shuang. Although He Lu was not unattractive, she paled in comparison to Lu Shuang, who radiated an ethereal allure that could captivate countless admirers. Unconsciously lowering her head as she followed Lu Shuang, He Lu's eyes gleamed with envy. Lu Shuang epitomized the very ideal He Lu aspired to become, an exalted figure who commanded reverence and admiration. Yet, Lu Shuang remained aloof. Having spoken little to He Lu on their way, and upon reaching Hong Zun, she performed a respectful bow. "Master," she said, before seating herself aside, adopting an air of detachment. He Lu appeared somewhat ill at ease, but Hong Zun merely nodded before turning to Yu Li and stating, "Since there has been a betrothal since childhood, why would you, old woman, seek to annul it without approaching the family of the groom? After all, he is a disciple of our sect, and it is only proper to offer a prior notification. As for the family, I shall personally pay them a visit." Yu Li cared little for the opinions of the Yi family. What mattered to her was the stance of the Daoist sect. In her eyes, the Lu Xia sect was a formidable presence before the Yi family, rendering their approval irrelevant. Upon hearing this, Hong Zun nodded slightly, nonchalantly responding, "I have no objections." "Very well, let my disciple accompany her on this visit." He held no regard for the matters concerning the servant disciple, and in consideration of Yu Li's request, permitting Lu Shuang to accompany He Lu was a generous concession. Yu Li smiled in response, "That is splendid. Disciple, do express your gratitude to Peak Master Hong." "Thank you, Peak Master Hong, and I appreciate your assistance, Senior Sister Lu," He Lu said, rising respectfully to express her thanks to both individuals. Lu Shuang, however, offered no acknowledgement. Had it not been for her master's directive, she would not have been present at all. She preferred to devote herself to her cultivation and seek out her junior brother. "Chongqing, at mealtime. Let us depart," Lu Shuang stated, standing and addressing He Lu before leading the way out. Observing this, He Lu felt no inclination to express dissatisfaction. Instead, she hurriedly followed suit. After their departure, Hong Zun and Yu Li exchanged a few pleasantries. Noticing that Hong Zun seemed somewhat dismissive of her presence, Yuli took the initiative to speak up. It occurs to me that I have yet to pay a visit to Brother Qi Xiong. Now that I find myself at the Daoyi sect, it is only fitting that I extend my greetings.
Brother Hongzun, I shall take my leave for now. There are matters concerning my disciple that require your attention.
Fear not, for with Lu Shuang accompanying her, there should be no cause for concern.
I am truly grateful for your assistance.
With that, Yuli bid farewell and departed, while Hongzun took a swig of wine, murmuring with a lackluster spirit.
Is it not yet time for dinner?
His thoughts were solely consumed with the prospect of a meal, and the matter of He Lu was swiftly cast aside, as it held no relevance for an old man like him. Furthermore, Yuli, in her youth, was quite a remarkable young lady. It is a pity that time has rendered her into her current state. The last time he laid eyes upon her was 50 years ago.
And she seemed to possess far fewer wrinkles then.
Chapter 40, Sudden Change of Heart. He Lu followed Lu Shuang down the mountain path.
As they exited the Hongzun cave, they encountered Su Jia. Upon seeing the two women, Su Jia greeted them. "Senior sister, what brings you here?"
Lu Shuang replied nonchalantly. "The disciples of the Falling Sunset sect claim that they have a betrothal agreement with a servant disciple from the Divine Sword Peak, and they seek my master to annul the engagement."
Hearing this, Su Jia cast a glance at He Lu.
Feeling slightly flushed in the presence of the elegantly attired Su Jia, He Lu lowered her head, shyly murmuring, "I have met my senior brother." Su Jia casually nodded before turning back to Lu Shuang.
"Let us go together, it happens to be on my way."
Su Jia intended to head to the dining hall. Although it was still early, he thought it prudent to secure a spot, ensuring he would not miss out.
Lu Shuang did not oppose the suggestion,
and the three of them continued on their way. Throughout the journey, He Lu discreetly observed Su Jia, reflecting on the fact that he was a direct disciple of the Daoyi sect, a true gem among the youth. She mused that her future partner should undoubtedly be someone of his caliber. However, Su Jia remained oblivious to her thoughts. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the more than 10 disciples from the Falling Sunset sect who had accompanied He Lu were already waiting. As inner disciples, they lacked the qualification to enter the Hongzun cave and were thus assigned to rest in guest quarters halfway up the mountain. Upon He Lu's arrival, the group expressed their intention to accompany her, with one disciple audaciously proclaiming, "Sister, fear not, with us here, that boy will surely retreat in defeat." Another chimed in, "Indeed. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, how could a mere servant disciple be worthy of Sister He Lu?" Their words dripped with disdain for Yi Changqing. Yet they failed to grasp the gravity of their disrespect towards a disciple of the Daoyi sect, even one of lower status.
Upon hearing such remarks, Lu Shuang let out a cold snort, an aura of frost emanating from her.
The disciples of the Falling Sunset sect, suddenly feeling the chill,
recognized their blunder and fell silent.
He Lu quickly interjected, "Sister, forgive them, that was not their intention.
Do not let me hear such talk again."
"If you wish to annul the engagement, compensation is required," Lu Shuang stated icily, casting a sharp glance at He Lu.
Initially indifferent,
she now felt that if He Lu sought to withdraw from the engagement, it must be met with recompense. Without hesitation, He Lu nodded in agreement. "What you say is true." Disregarding the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect, Lu Shuang continued toward the foot of the mountain.
The disciples, now rendered mute, dared not utter another word.
Su Jia, walking casually alongside Lu Shuang, inquired nonchalantly, "Why do you concern yourself with such matters?" "It is what my master has arranged." Lu Shuang replied, unwilling to engage in the discussion further. However, since her master had spoken, she felt compelled to comply.
"Well, it's fortunate that master did not summon me."
Su Jia expressed his relief. However, Lu Shuang shot him an annoyed glance, questioning whether he was reveling in her misfortune.
Along the way,
numerous disciples of the God Sword Peak appeared to be in a rush, with some even employing their skills to hasten their journey. This scene puzzled the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect, as they wondered what could be so urgent. Little did they know that these disciples were heading to the dining hall, and there was still some time before mealtime. Otherwise, once the dining hour approached, the sight of disciples sprinting would be truly spectacular, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique abilities. Upon arriving in the area designated for the miscellaneous disciples,
Lu Shuang finally asked, "What is that person's name?"
It had completely slipped her mind to inquire about He Lu's betrothed until now.
Some disciples passing by curious upon seeing Lu Shuang and her companions, paused to watch. They quickly recognized He Lu and the others as disciples of the Falling Sunset sect and were intrigued by their purpose for visiting the Taoist sect. Through inquiries, they learned that the purpose was to dissolve a marriage engagement, and the fiancé was merely a miscellaneous disciple. Under the watchful eyes of many God Sword Peak disciples, He Lu replied candidly, Yi Changqing, a disciple from the God Sword Peak's dining hall. What should have been a mundane response caused Lu Shuang to freeze momentarily, as did Su Jia and several other inner and outer disciples of the God Sword Peak. They stood there, stunned, until Lu Shuang regained her composure and spoke again. Your betrothed is Yi Changqing? You wish to annul your engagement with him? Uncertain whether it was mere illusion, He Lu felt an intensified chill emanating from Lu Shuang, tinged with an undercurrent of hostility. Perhaps it was just her imagination, she reassured herself, and nodded in reply, indeed, my family has long-standing ties with his, and our elders arranged the engagement during our childhood. However, he is merely a miscellaneous disciple now, and looking back, that engagement seems a grave error, thus. He Lu attempted to clarify, but before she could finish, Lu Shuang abruptly interrupted, silence. With that utterance, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Shuang, enveloping the surroundings in an icy force that sent shivers through He Lu and the other disciples of the Falling Sunset sect. Confused by Lu Shuang's sudden demeanor, the disciples were left in a state of bewilderment. Just as He Lu was about to speak, Su Jia, with narrowed eyes, revealed a hint of danger, saying, So? It seems you believe that senior brother Changqing is unworthy of you and wish to unilaterally annul the engagement? Upon hearing Su Jia's words, He Lu instinctively nodded, still processing the situation. After all, the disparity in our current statuses, she began to explain. But the disciples from the Falling Sunset sect were persistently tugging at her sleeve. In response, He Lu turned her head in dissatisfaction and whispered sharply, What is happening? Upon hearing this, the disciple from the Falling Sunset sect exchanged glances with those around him, indicating that He Lu should first observe the situation of the Taoist sect disciples nearby. Following the direction of the disciples' gaze, He Lu finally realized that the multitude of Taoist sect disciples, who had previously gathered around, now regarded them with increasingly hostile expressions. It was as if there existed some deep-seated animosity. The chill in their eyes caused He Lu's heart to sink, leaving her filled with confusion. What had transpired with the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak? Why had they so suddenly transformed, as if harboring a grudge against her? She had barely spoken earlier, merely mentioning matters concerning Yi Changqing. Meanwhile, a disciple from the Falling Sunset sect quietly remarked, Sister, is your fiancé truly just a servant disciple? Chapter 41, The Paralyzed State of Humanity. Senior sister, is it true that your fiancé is merely a servant disciple? Moments ago, He Lu uttered the name Yi Changqing, and instantly, the countenance of many disciples from the Sword Peak, including Lu Shuang and Su Jia, underwent a drastic transformation. It appears that everything is somehow connected to Yi Changqing. In response, He Lu affirmed with utmost certainty, he is indeed a servant disciple. I just saw him in the kitchen. She was unwavering in her belief that Yi Changqing was a servant disciple. However, if not for Yi Changqing, what could be the reason? They had not spoken of anything significant moments ago. He Lu and the other disciples of the Falling Sunset sect were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the icy aura emanating from Lu Shuang grew increasingly menacing as her cold gaze fixated on He Lu. Are you planning to call off your engagement with Changqing? Is there a problem with that? He Lu stammered, at a loss for words. Around them, the disciples of the Sword Peak began to emanate subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the Falling Sunset sect disciples. Senior brothers and sisters of the Taoist sect, have we inadvertently said something amiss? If we have offended in any way, we sincerely hope for your understanding. Our actions were truly unintentional. As the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect observed the Sword Peak disciples assuming a combative stance, panic ensued, prompting one to step forward with a deeply respectful demeanor. At this moment, the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation. But the subsequent words of Su Jia shattered their stupor. Ha! You dare to come to our Taoist sect to call off an engagement? Offending Changqing is an even greater transgression. Yi Changqing? Is it truly because of him? Upon hearing this, He Lu stood frozen,
Unable to comprehend why her desire to dissolve her engagement with Yi Changqing elicited such an intense reaction from the disciples of the Sword Peak. Was he not merely a servant disciple? Why the uproar? Yet, the disciples of the Sword Peak paid no heed to He Lu's bewilderment. As one among them spoke up first. I sense their intentions are sinister, aimed at harming junior brother Changqing. Indeed. They seek to shatter the Tao heart of our junior brother Changqing. How bold! To dare commit acts of violence within the Taoist sect, harming our disciples. I suspect they have colluded with demons, plotting against our Taoist sect. Traitors of humanity, a disgrace to our kind. Let us subdue them at once. As the fervent shouts from the disciples of the Sword Peak reverberated around them, He Lu and her companions were left in a state of shock. What did they mean by sinister intentions? What did they mean by harming the disciples of the Taoist sect? The exaggeration was becoming more ludicrous by the moment. Now claiming they were in league with demons, branded as traitors to humanity, and labeled a disgrace. The disciples of the Sword Peak escalated their rhetoric further, leaving no room for rebuttal. Just as one disciple from the Falling Sunset sect attempted to explain, he was interrupted by the Sword Peak disciple. Brothers and sisters, you have misunderstood. Still attempting to defend yourself? Do you think we will believe you? Brothers, apprehend them! With a thunderous roar, the disciples of Divine Sword Peak surged forth. Observing this, He Lu and her companions sought to flee, yet found no avenue of escape. Any notion of resistance was utterly futile. In an instant, they were felled to the ground, besieged by a relentless barrage of fists and feet, oblivious to the identities of their assailants. Though no lethal blows were dealt, the assault was merciless. Even He Lu, a woman of considerable stature, was encircled by a throng of female disciples from Divine Sword Peak, subjected to a frenzied beating. Still contemplating the annulment of her engagement to Changqing, she was met with scorn. How dare she consider such a thing? They thought, if you are fortunate enough to be with Changqing, relish it quietly, dare to break the engagement, and we shall teach you a lesson. A disciple from Wanxia sect pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "This is not my affair. I merely accompanied them and do not even know Yi Changqing." However, such appeals fell on deaf ears as the disciples continued their merciless onslaught. You claim it is not your business, yet you chose to accompany them? This is merely asking for trouble. Spare us your words, let us deal with them directly. Be careful not to kill them. One disciple exclaimed, "Why are you drawing your sword? Fists will suffice." Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, another remarked, "Oh no. I lost control." After enduring a brutal beating that left He Lu and her companions battered and bruised, Su Jie commanded them to be bound securely. Bring them to Changqing. Let him decide their fate personally. Since there is an engagement with Yi Changqing, it is only fitting he handles this matter. Moreover, this presents a rare opportunity to curry favor with him. Divine Sword Peak is truly overstepping its bounds. He Lu, tightly bound and nursing her injuries, glared with indignation, having never anticipated such an outcome. And what does my engagement to Yi Changqing have to do with you? Is a mere servant disciple worthy of such treatment from Divine Sword Peak? I shall inform my master and the leader of Hongzuan Peak about your disciples. In her furious rant, she was abruptly silenced as a foot was shoved into her mouth. Desperate to break free, she writhed in vain as a male disciple of Divine Sword Peak sneered, "Hush now, do you think you can even leave Divine Sword Peak? And you dare to break an engagement? Ha!" Thus, under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples, He Lu and her fellow disciples from Wanxia sect were carried towards the kitchen. In the midst of preparing for dinner, Yi Changqing was startled by a knock at the door, hearing Su Jie's voice from outside. "Changqing, open the door. A certain wretch claims she wishes to annul her engagement with you, and I've brought her for you to resolve the matter." Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing, still holding a spatula, was taken aback. What wretch wishes to break our engagement? He Lu? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he was struck dumb, recalling that he had seen He Lu earlier that very day. Yet, in less than half a day, she had been captured by Su Jie? Honestly, Yi Changqing paid no heed to He Lu's arrival, completely indifferent to it. Reluctantly, he opened the courtyard door and beheld a staggering sight. Over 1,000 disciples were gathered outside the kitchen. while He Lu and more than 10 disciples from the falling sunset sect were bound like crabs, sitting helplessly on the ground.
Senior brother Su. What is the meaning of this? Changqing, do not overthink it.
I took action because these falling sunset sect disciples harbored malicious intent against you, seeking to undermine your resolve and possibly colluding with demons. Therefore, I instructed our disciples to apprehend them.
You need only decide how to deal with them. I shall handle the rest. What a preposterous accusation!
They were charged with plotting against a disciple of the Taoist sect, intending to destroy his resolve, and conspiring with demons. This was a serious matter indeed. Turning to He Lu, whose mouth was stuffed with cloth, Yi Changqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the similarity of her attire to that of the afternoon, he would scarcely have recognized her, given the state she was in. In response to Yi Changqing's gaze, He Lu struggled incessantly. If looks could kill, Yi Changqing would have been pierced by 1,000 blades long ago. Chapter 42, The Cancellation of Engagement. The possibility of divorce. He Lu, with her disheveled hair and bruised face, glared angrily at Yi Changqing, her eyes brimming with indignation and a profound sense of grievance.
Could you please remove the foot binding first? She said to Su Jie.
As it was impossible to communicate with her mouth covered.
Su Jie nodded in response and called out to the surrounding disciples, whose foot binding is this? Come and retrieve it. With a look of disdain, Su Jie was reluctant to touch the binding.
Observing this, He Lu could not suppress a whimper.
You won't even touch it and yet you shoved it in my mouth? Su Shixiang, mine is mine. Before long, a male disciple emerged from the crowd, revealing one foot unbound.
He approached He Lu to retrieve the binding, and she immediately began to gag.
After a lengthy moment,
she managed to stop and turned her furious gaze toward Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing, you tricked me.
In He Lu's view,
it was undoubtedly Yi Changqing who had offered some incentive to these disciples, compelling them to target her. She believed this entire situation was orchestrated by him.
Yi Changqing, however,
was speechless. He truly had done nothing.
Moreover, even if one were to speculate, reality should be taken into account. As a mere servant disciple,
what power did he possess to enlist so many disciples, especially with 2 direct disciples among them?
Is your mind intact?
He remarked with a look of concern directed at He Lu, questioning whether her head had indeed suffered any injury.
At that moment,
as He Lu and the others were brought before Yi Changqing, Yu Li, situated at the main peak, did not meet with the sect leader Qi Xiong, but rather with the third elder, who attended to her. At this time, she received a message from He Lu, and her expression instantly darkened. At the moment of her beating, He Lu had seized the opportunity to contact her master. Noticing Yu Li's sudden change in demeanor, the third elder inquired curiously.
Is something the matter, junior sister?
As adherents of the righteous path, and given the amicable relations between their sects, they typically addressed each other as senior brothers and sisters to express camaraderie. Facing the elder's inquiry, Yu Li, with a grim countenance, replied,
Isn't junior sister here specifically for my disciple?
Yes, you mentioned that before. But now, my disciple has been beaten by those from the Divine Sword Peak.
Whom? Upon hearing this, the third elder was taken aback. Hadn't everything been fine just moments ago? Moreover, they had already informed Master Hong. How could such an incident occur?
Though puzzled, the third elder spoke. Then I shall accompany junior sister to Divine Sword Peak. Considering it was within the Taoist sect and that their disciples were involved,
he deemed it necessary to visit personally.
Yu Li, upon hearing this, did not refuse and nodded in agreement. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother.
What is this? Come. Let us go see.
Thus, the third elder and Yu Li made their way towards Divine Sword Peak.
Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Divine Sword Peak,
Yi Changqing stood calmly before He Lu, his expression serene as he spoke.
You wish to annul our engagement, yet I vehemently oppose it. However, Yi Changqing,
I shall never acquiesce to this union. It was impossible before, and it remains so now. Your despicable actions will only serve to deepen my disdain for you. Do not presume that such tactics will compel me to yield. This woman is deranged, overly self-satisfied, and before I could finish my thoughts, she concocted a series of scenarios in her mind. Yi Changqing, uninterested in her ramblings, instructed Su Jie to silence her, allowing him the space to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Su Jie turned to the disciple nearby and commanded, "Come, silence her."
Understood, senior brother Su. Consequently, amidst He Lu's struggles and vehement protests,
her mouth was once again bound. "You from the Divine Sword Peak are excessively tyrannical. I will certainly inform the master," she wailed, only to be silenced once more. With her mouth gagged, the world fell into a serene silence, permitting Yi Changqing to speak freely. Gazing down at the thrashing He Lu, he continued. "An annulment is out of the question. However, to be candid, I harbor no feelings for you. Instead, I shall draft a letter of divorce for you to take home, thereby nullifying our engagement."
While an annulment is unattainable, a divorce is indeed feasible.
Upon hearing this, He Lu's eyes brimmed with tears. Disbelief etched across her face as she struggled to comprehend his words. "Senior brother, please remove the gag and let her express herself."
Once this was said,
Yi Changqing gestured for the disciple to untie the bindings.
"Yi Changqing, what did you just say?"
Her first words were a challenge, to which he replied. "I stated that an annulment is impossible, but a divorce can be arranged."
A divorce.
Yi Changqing intends to divorce her.
Upon hearing this,
He Lu fixed her gaze upon him, her expression one of rage, as if she wished to rend him asunder.
How could the proud He Lu, who had always held her head high, tolerate such a humiliation? Without restraint, she erupted, "Yi Changqing, how dare you divorce me? How dare you?"
Before she could finish, her mouth was once again silenced, her words abruptly cut off. Tears streamed down her face, a testament to her utter humiliation. She, He Lu, had never endured such indignity throughout her life. Yet, no one paid her any heed. Lu Shuang was engrossed in conversation with Yi Changqing.
"I say,
it would be simpler to just kill them," Lu Shuang stated bluntly, clearly prepared to act on her words.
Su Jie interjected hastily, "Senior sister, please remain calm.
To kill them would likely lead to complications, particularly with the main peak."
"What does it matter?
To harm a disciple of the Daoist sect,
to shatter the resolve of a Divine Sword Peak disciple, and to collude with demons, surely that is sufficient to condemn them to death?" Lu Shuang replied, her demeanor unwavering.
Su Jie, however, could only twitch at the corners of his mouth, realizing this woman was indeed fearless in her declarations.
"However, this woman's master."
"Then let them both be eliminated. If the disciple colludes with demons, the master is surely not far behind."
Good heavens, killing He Lu is not enough.
Now they even wish to take the master's life. Su Jie could only feel a twitch in his eyelids, shaking his head repeatedly.
"Surely, this is unnecessary."
"Then let them be buried. If they are not seen alive, they will not be found dead."
This.
Listening to Lu Shuang speak of how to kill and conceal the body, executing it with such stealth, Yi Changqing was left utterly baffled.
Is this truly the kind of discourse one expects from disciples of a righteous sect? Even more absurdly,
the surrounding disciples of the Divine Sword Peak did not oppose this notion. On the contrary, they eagerly offered suggestions.
"I believe second senior sister is right. Burying them directly is the way to go, and later we can claim they left of their own accord."
"Yes, that is feasible. But we must choose the burial site wisely.
Let us bury them in the back mountain, no one will find them there." "No.
I believe we should select a location that cannot be searched. How about the back courtyard of the Deacon Hall? Surely, no one would suspect that."
Listen to this.
What savage words are being uttered? He Lu and the other disciples of the Falling Sunset sect turned pale with fear upon hearing this.
Is this truly the pinnacle of righteousness in the Eastern continent? It seems no different from a demonic sect.
Chapter 43, Confrontation at the Hall of Stewards. The disciples were engrossed in a heated discussion about how to deal with He Lu and his companions. While He Lu and the others, upon overhearing the words of the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, wore expressions of sheer terror. Could it truly be that the disciples of the esteemed Daoist sect, the champions of the Eastern continent, were so quick to resort to violence?
With her mouth gagged,
He Lu was rendered speechless, while the other disciples of the Falling Sunset sect hastily interjected, "Wait, this matter has nothing to do with us."
"Indeed.
We are merely accompanying them to the Daoist sect. We have done nothing wrong." From the expressions on the faces of the Divine Sword Peak disciples, it was evident they were not jesting, causing the disciples of Falling Sunset sect to panic. Just then, He Lu's master, Yu Li, along with the principal elder,
arrived just in time.
With their formidable cultivation levels, they had overheard the conversation of the Divine Sword Peak disciples from a distance.
Yu Li's countenance darkened, while the principal elder's lips twitched in irritation as he could not help but bark, "Silence!" With that command, they descended from the heavens, taking in the sight of He Lu and others bound and gagged. Yu Li scoffed disdainfully and waved her hand, freeing the ropes that restrained them. The arrival of Yu Li was like a breath of fresh air for the disciples of Falling Sunset Sect, who quickly gathered behind her as if seeking refuge in her presence. "Elder, we..." "Silence! You have brought disgrace upon us," Yu Li interrupted. Not wishing to hear the explanations of her disciples, her gaze fixed firmly on He Lu. Under the weight of her stare, He Lu glared fiercely at Yi Changqing and exclaimed, "Master, it is all Yi Changqing's doing. He must have employed some insidious means to bribe the brothers of Divine Sword Peak to turn against us." With all blame cast upon Yi Changqing, both Yu Li and the principal elder's attention shifted towards him. Faced with the scrutiny of these two authorities, Yi Changqing could only respond with incredulity. "Are you truly going to wrongfully accuse someone without employing any common sense? As a mere servant disciple, how could I possibly bribe so many senior brothers and sisters? Not to mention the direct disciples of Su Jie and Lu Shuang." Yi Changqing was at a loss for words. He had done nothing wrong. Hearing this, Yu Li and the principal elder also found it hard to believe that he could orchestrate such a scheme. Yu Li cast a sidelong glance at the still sullen He Lu, who remained unyielding, retorting, "Yi Changqing, even now you seek to deny your involvement?" Skepticism lingered, and Yi Changqing could not be bothered to elaborate further. He merely regarded He Lu with an expression of bemusement. As both parties staunchly defended their positions, the steward of the law hall, accompanied by a group of disciples, arrived on the scene. Subsequently, Yi Changqing, He Lu, the disciples of Falling Sunset Sect, and more than 10 representatives from Divine Sword Peak were escorted to the law hall at the main peak, where the matter would be adjudicated. Within the law hall, the presiding principal elder sat in a position of authority, with Yu Li and the principal elder seated on either side. In the center of the hall stood Yi Changqing, He Lu, and the others, awaiting their fate. The events have been roughly understood by the second elder in charge. From what He Lu and the others have recounted, it is evident that the blame lies with the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. At this moment, the elder turned his gaze towards Su Jie and Lu Shuang, disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, and spoke in a deep voice. "Su Jie, Lu Shuang, the statements made by the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect are indeed factual. Do you have any explanations to offer?" "Ha, what utter nonsense!" Su Jie retorted with a cold smile, while Lu Shuang exhibited no intention of responding at all. Without waiting for others to reply, Su Jie directed his gaze towards He Lu and the others, raising his voice. "This incident is entirely the consequence of the Falling Cloud sect's own actions. Everyone knows that our Dawi sect enjoys a close relationship with the Falling Cloud sect. We have always treated their disciples with utmost kindness. Yet, who would have thought that these disciples would harbor ill intentions and attempt to harm the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak? You speak falsely. We have done no such thing. Why fabricate charges when there are none?" In response to Su Jie's remarks, the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect began to rebut, seemingly emboldened within the law enforcement hall. However, Su Jie merely cast them a dismissive glance before continuing to address the second elder. "You know the truth. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Let me ask you, why has your Falling Cloud sect come to our Dawi sect?" "It is regarding the engagement between Sister He Lu and Brother Yi Changqing," they replied. "You intend to annul the engagement, do you not?" "Indeed. Then what is there left to explain? You have all admitted it yourselves." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect were left bewildered. "What do you mean we have admitted anything?" they questioned, confusion evident on their faces. Su Jie let out a cold laugh in response. The engagement between He Lu and Brother Changqing was arranged since childhood, dictated by the elders of their families. As the saying goes, marriage is a matter of parental decree. He Lu now wishes to unilaterally break off the engagement, regardless of the rightness or wrongness of this decision. Should it not be addressed to the Yi family rather than our Dawi sect? Yet, you have chosen to come to Dawi sect, seeking out Brother Changqing directly. Ask yourselves, what man can endure the shame of an engagement annulment? Do you wish for Brother Chongqing to forever hold his head low within Daoist sect? Your intentions are clearly malicious, aiming to destroy his resolve. Is this not an act of harming the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak? To tarnish one's resolve is one thing, but you just now I distinctly heard you say to your companion that once Brother Chongqing's resolve is shattered, you would seek an opportunity to kill him. Not only do you wish to destroy his spirit, but you also intend to silence him permanently. The disciples of the Falling Cloud sect are so ruthless, and as fellow disciples, how can we stand by idly? The disciple of the Falling Cloud sect, now singled out by Su Jia, appeared utterly dumbfounded. When had he ever spoken of wanting to kill Yi Chongqing? He had merely come along to observe. Perhaps hoping to curry favor with the newly appointed direct disciple, He Lu. But how had it suddenly transformed into being labeled as a potential assailant against the disciples of Daoist sect? I did not. Upon regaining composure, the disciple fervently defended himself, yet Su Jia was utterly unconvinced. He turned to the second elder, offering a respectful bow, and then spoke with unwavering righteousness. Thus, witnessing my fellow disciple being wronged, as the third senior brother of the Divine Sword Peak, what error is there in my intervening to protect him? These disciples of the Falling Sunset sect are exceedingly audacious, harboring malicious intentions. I even suspect they have colluded with demons. Their arrival is but a ploy to sow discord between our Daoist sect and the Falling Sunset sect, aiming to achieve nefarious ends. Such disgraceful traitors of humanity. I earnestly implore the second elder to conduct a thorough investigation, to first imprison them in the dark prison and subject them to rigorous interrogation. No! We are wronged! They cried, as their claims grew increasingly absurd, even facing imprisonment in the dark prison. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect fell to their knees, fervently proclaiming their innocence, insisting they were neither demons nor spies, and had never contemplated harming Yi Chongqing. Chapter 44, Utter Humiliation. The collusion with demons has been exposed. Observing the upright and indignant Su Jia below, the second elder seated above could not help but twitch his lips. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, hearing Su Jia's words, erupted in fervent shouts. Indeed, the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect harbor malicious intentions and seek to harm our junior brother, Chongqing. Such base individuals, what wrong has our Divine Sword Peak committed? We implore the second elder to apprehend them and conduct a thorough inquiry. It seemed as if the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect had truly become the embodiment of heinous villains in that moment. In stark contrast to the impassioned disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, the disciples of the Falling Sunset sect trembled with rage, and He Lu clenched her fists, her gaze nearly turning lethal as she fixed it upon Yi Chongqing. The only one remaining composed was likely Yi Chongqing himself, perhaps bewildered by Su Jia's eloquence, which he had not previously recognized in his third senior brother. As the uproar from the Divine Sword Peak disciples reached a crescendo, the second elder rubbed his temples in exasperation. Elders, this is slander, a baseless accusation. We had no such intentions. And our visit to withdraw the engagement was solely due to the consideration that Yi Chongqing is a disciple of the Daoist sect. At this moment, He Lu gritted her teeth, her voice low and brimming with suppressed fury. Gazing at He Lu, whose eyes were filled with resentment, defiance, and anger, Su Jia let out a cold laugh. Slander and false accusations? Our disciples of the Divine Sword Peak are upright and just, there is no need for slander. If this disciple of the Falling Sunset sect wishes for secrets to remain hidden, they must refrain from wrongdoing. Enough. As the two confronted each other, the second elder intervened, realizing the complexity of the situation. Just then, Hongzun staggered in. Upon seeing him, the second elder felt an overwhelming headache and helplessly remarked, "Junior brother, what brings you here? How can I, as the Peak Master, stand idly by while someone plots against my disciples?" Hongzun's words only fanned the flames further. Initially, he had not taken the matter to heart, but upon learning that He Lu's betrothed was none other than Yi Chongqing, he could no longer contain himself and hurried to the law enforcement hall. As he spoke, Hongzun approached Yi Chongqing with a smile, surveying him closely. "How are you? Are you unharmed?" "Thank you for your concern, Peak Master. I am quite well." "That is a relief." After speaking, Hongzun's gaze turned sharply toward Yuli, his expression shifting from drunkenness to an icy demeanor as he questioned, "Yuli, I previously extended my goodwill to you.
Yet you from the falling sunset sect harbor ill intentions and dare to harm my disciple of the divine sword peak.
Senior brother, are you attempting to argue?
Yuli retorted, initially, you claimed your disciple was merely here to see her betrothed. Out of kindness, I allowed Lu Xuan to accompany her. Yet you have come to withdraw the engagement, intending to sabotage my disciple's resolve.
What a fine example of a master begetting a wayward disciple. Su Jie.
Despite the ambiguity of his words, at least conveyed some semblance of truth, whereas Hong Zun's utterances were nothing short of sheer nonsense. Upon hearing these words, Yuli felt her body tremble with indignation. She had clearly stated her intentions from the very beginning, and Hong Zun had agreed, albeit requesting some form of compensation. Yet now, that old wretch was denying everything and turning the tables. Hong Zun, I distinctly mentioned that my purpose in coming here was to annul the engagement.
And yet you, what do you have to say for yourself? At this juncture, do you still wish to quibble?
It has become apparent to me that the viciousness of the disciples of Luanxia sect is likely a reflection of your own character as an elder. As the saying goes, a crooked beam cannot support a straight roof. It is evident that your own lack of integrity has led to the emergence of such despicable disciples under your tutelage.
What did you just say?
Yuli was consumed with rage at Hong Zun's words. Observing her fury, the second elder hastily interjected, Junior brother, please calm down.
How can I remain calm?
My disciple is being secretly harmed, right under my nose, and Luanxia sect is clearly overstepping its bounds. If I do not provide my disciple with an explanation today,
how can I face my position as the sect leader of the divine sword peak? Hong Zun, filled with righteous indignation, was met with the second elder's utter helplessness.
The elder's gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Changqing amidst the crowd, prompting him to inquire, Yi Changqing, the origin of this matter lies with you. And I intend to address it directly.
I am here. Do you have anything to say?
I.
Just as Yi Changqing was about to speak, Hong Zun cut him off.
Changqing, I am aware of your kind heart and deep affections. But this woman harbors malicious intentions and is far from a suitable match for you.
Heed my counsel, cut ties decisively. If you cannot bear to punish her, then annul your engagement and cease all future contact.
Hong Zun stated with a stern expression, and without waiting for Yi Changqing's response, turned to Yilu and Yuli.
Yuli, considering our past camaraderie, I can overlook this incident.
However, your disciple is truly unworthy of Changqing. As the sect leader of Divine Sword Peak, I shall decide on behalf of Changqing, you are to annul your engagement, and you must provide some form of compensation.
This matter will be settled here and now.
But let it be known that this is a one-time concession, it shall not happen again.
You. Watching Hong Zun feign generosity,
Yuli trembled as she pointed at him, utterly speechless. It was evident that they had suffered a significant loss.
Yet it seemed as though Hong Zun was granting them a reprieve. Moreover,
transforming an annulment into a divorce was nothing short of an affront to both her and her disciple.
What, do you disagree?
I have already considered our previous ties. If that is the case, we must proceed according to the rules of Daoyi sect.
Second brother.
What penalty should one face for plotting against a disciple of Daoyi sect?
Faced with Hong Zun's inquiry, the second elder found herself momentarily at a loss for words.
The act of plotting against a disciple of the Daoyi sect, should it come to light, would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences.
Observing the current circumstances,
Yuli took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury that surged within her, and coldly replied, Very well, Hong Zun, I shall remember today's events. The situation was undeniably more potent than individual will, especially since they were within the territory of the Daoyi sect. Yuli was astounded by the sheer audacity of the Xinjian peak, from the peak master down to the lowest ranks, who shamelessly distorted the truth,
declaring black to be white.
For the sake of a mere servant disciple, they showed no regard for her dignity.
Realizing that further entanglement would only bring harm to them,
Yuli reluctantly acquiesced to Hong Zun's demands, feeling utterly humiliated.
In response, Hong Zun, maintaining his composure, turned to Yi Changqing and said, Changqing, draft a divorce decree.
Before all witnesses, Yi Changqing promptly penned the decree. At the moment she received it, Yilu trembled uncontrollably, consumed by indignation. She had contemplated numerous scenarios prior to her arrival, yet never could she have imagined that it would culminate in such a disheartening outcome.
Chapter 45, Enhancement of Effects. The body trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of her fury. With reddened eyes, He-Lu gazed at the divorce decree in her hands. Utterly engulfed in madness. She never anticipated, nor could she accept, that the final outcome would be her own dismissal through a mere piece of paper. Suddenly lifting her gaze to the calm visage of Yi Changqing, He-Lu gritted her teeth and declared, "Yi Changqing, very well, consider yourself formidable. The humiliation of today." "I will." "Silence." Yuli interjected, her icy gaze fixed on He-Lu. "Do you not feel sufficiently embarrassed? Leave. Look at the current situation. Do you still wish to issue threats? Are you not eager to depart from the Daoist sect peacefully?" As He-Lu spoke, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and even Hong Zun's expressions turned cold, hinting at a potential confrontation. To utter threats at this moment was sheer folly, even if resentment brewed within. It would be prudent to contain it. As Yuli rose, she bowed to the second elder, the third elder, and Hong Zun. "In that case, I bid farewell to my junior sisters and brothers." "Very well, my junior sister, travel safely," the second elder replied, unsure of what further words to utter. Without hesitation, Yuli led He-Lu and the other disciples of the Falling Sunset sect away, departing with resolute clarity. With Yuli and her company gone, Hong Zun resumed his languid demeanor, casting a lazy glance at the second and third elders. "Brother, we are leaving now." Without waiting for a response, he exited the law enforcement hall accompanied by Yi Changqing and others. Watching Hong Zun's retreating figure, the second elder and third elder exchanged weary smiles. This matter would likely not conclude easily for Yuli. At least it hasn't escalated too much. A bit of humiliation does not alter the greater picture. The second elder mused. Yuli certainly harbors resentment, yet it should not significantly affect the Falling Sunset sect or the Daoist sect, for ultimately, their disciples have not suffered any substantial harm. The second elder felt a headache coming on, and the mention of the divine sword peak only aggravated his annoyance. Yet, it appeared that both incidents had arisen because of Yi Changqing. Was a mere servant disciple truly worthy of such attention from Hong Zun? It was indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, upon safely returning to the kitchen of the Divine Sword Peak, it was well past mealtime, yet numerous disciples and stewards awaited outside. Upon seeing Yi Changqing return, the disciples greeted him with warmth and concern. After responding to each query, Yi Changqing said, "Dear senior brothers and sisters, please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. Take a rest, Brother Changqing, that is perfectly fine." Indeed, we are not in a hurry. Though their mouths watered in anticipation, they insisted they were not rushed. Observing this, Yi Changqing could not help but chuckle softly as he turned to enter the kitchen, commencing preparations. There was little to be done, merely reheating the dishes would suffice. Soon, dinner was prepared amidst a chaotic scene, with numerous disciples fiercely vying for a position, resulting in injuries. 1,000 portions of food were swiftly consumed. Those who secured their spots feasted joyfully while those left without lamented their misfortune, vowing to succeed next time. After the meal, the crowd dispersed, and Yi Changqing instinctively opened his personal interface. Host, Yi Changqing. Identity, miscellaneous disciple of Daoist sect. Cultivation level, entry-level Tsongmai realm, 165-1000000. Cultivation technique, Mingxin formula, perfected, 10,000. Spell, Shadow Blade, major achievement, 4,610,000, 7 star steps. Major achievement, 3,924 10,000, Spirit Stone, minor achievement, 1354 30,000, Reputation, name gradually becoming known. Talent, mid-tier intermediate, 33,120 50,000, Root Bone, mid-tier intermediate, 41,562 50,000, Comprehension, upper-tier intermediate, 69,978 100,000. His cultivation level had directly ascended to the entry level of the Tsongmai realm, allowing him to distinctly feel the influx of celestial energy washing through his meridians, purging impurities. Typically, the meridians within a cultivator's body are closed off prior to their training, except for those with exceptional physiques. Thus, the primary task of the Tsongmai realm is to harness the celestial energy to cleanse the meridians, expelling any impurities. Only when the meridians are thoroughly opened and the golden core is formed can spiritual energy flow freely within the body. Otherwise, with obstructed meridians, spiritual energy cannot circulate.
rendering the process of forming the golden core nearly impossible, and even ordinary cultivation becomes exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the purer and more unobstructed the meridians, the swifter the flow of spiritual energy. This not only enhances the speed of spellcasting during combat but also amplifies their potency, underscoring the significance of the Tsonmai realm. Even those with innate talent and naturally unobstructed meridians strive to fortify and widen their pathways at this stage. After experiencing the changes brought on by his breakthrough, Yi Changqing realized that the Mingxin formula had become less beneficial, as it was merely a technique for sensing energy. It seemed he needed to seek a Tsonmai realm technique from the peak master. In cultivation, each major realm corresponds to specific techniques. However, he had no concerns regarding this. His focus returned to the system, which unexpectedly provided a notification. Host's cultivation has broken through, the effects of dishes have been enhanced. The system's rewarded dishes offered significant benefits to cultivators, and as Yi Changqing progressed, the efficacy of these dishes would improve. For instance, now that he had reached the entry level of the Tsonmai realm, previous dishes, such as braised noodles, which had slightly enhanced his physique, would now deliver effects that were more than doubled, according to the system's calculations. To speak plainly, the previously enhanced physique may not have been of significant aid to the disciples of the body refinement realm, but now it has become equivalent to a body refinement pill. A bowl of braised noodles now holds the potency of a body refinement pill. Such enhancement is indeed formidable and will continue to improve over time. Nodding in satisfaction, it was only fitting that after breaking through in cultivation, one should indulge oneself. Thus, Yi Changqing luxuriated in a medicinal bath and retired early for the night. Completely unperturbed by the events of the day, far removed from the likes of Yu Li and He Lu of the Taoist sect. Meanwhile, in a small town they passed through, although it was late at night, He Lu was devoid of sleep. Standing by the window with a frosty demeanor, her gaze was icy as she fixed her sights on the direction of the Taoist sect, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Yi Changqing, the humiliation of today will surely be repaid, she vowed. During the 4 sects competition, I shall show no mercy, just wait. He Lu would not forget the disgrace of this day and swore to return it tenfold, determined to make Yi Changqing regret his choices. Chapter 46, increasingly challenging in the early morning kitchen, a lively throng of disciples clamored for a bowl of braised noodles, employing various tactics to secure their positions. The more adept disciples, leveraging their superior agility, swiftly maneuvered to the front, while the less skilled servant disciples, intent on seizing every opportunity, arrived early to wait outside. Consequently, amidst the crowd, some servant disciples managed to enjoy their breakfast. The braised noodles, identical to those served before, now elicited wide-eyed astonishment among the servant disciples. They could distinctly perceive an enhancement in their physical constitution. Goodness, these noodles! Is this truly a mere bowl of noodles? I feel as though I am cradling a bowl of body-refining elixirs, and exceptionally delectable ones at that. If the previous offerings were merely irresistible delicacies, then this bowl of braised noodles was nothing short of a treasure, particularly for the servant disciples in the body refinement stage. Even for the outer and inner disciples, while the effects may not be as pronounced, the prospect of savoring such exquisite flavors alongside potential improvements in their cultivation was an opportunity no one would decline. Noticing this transformation, the disciples became increasingly fervent. This was not merely a sumptuous meal, it was genuinely beneficial for their cultivation. After devouring a generous bowl, the disciples were left yearning for more, yet since the surge in numbers, the possibility of seconds was utterly out of reach. Merely having a chance to partake was already a significant blessing. Brother Changqing, your culinary skills have evidently flourished, one disciple remarked. Indeed, not only does it taste better, but the effects are also markedly different, another added. In response to their praises, Yi Changqing smiled and nodded, expressing his satisfaction that his fellow disciples enjoyed the meal. Once breakfast concluded, Yi Changqing sought out Hong Zun, who was already aware of his intentions and greeted him with a grin. Your cultivation speed is truly unparalleled. At first glance, Hong Zun recognized that Yi Changqing had successfully broken through to the pulse opening stage, causing him to momentarily pause in astonishment. With a flick of his fingers, reminiscent of their previous encounter, a technique suited for the pulse opening stage materialized in Yi Changqing's mind. Named the 9 Meridians technique, it was classified as a middle-grade heavenly skill. Thank you, Peak Master, Yi Changqing expressed his gratitude.
Hongzun teased, "You, lad, refuse to become a direct disciple and insist on remaining here in the kitchen."
To this, Yi Changqing replied with a chuckle, "I fear that even if I agreed,
my senior brothers and sisters would not permit it."
Hearing this, Hongzun glanced around at the anxious disciples, who clearly worried that if Yi Changqing became a direct disciple, they would be left without meals. After all, if Yi Changqing truly ascended to that status, it was unlikely he would continue to cook for them.
As for the identity of a servant disciple, who among the entire Sword Peak would genuinely regard Yi Changqing as such?
In response to the disciples' anxious gazes, Hongzun chuckled.
"You have a point. If I were to force you into becoming a direct disciple, this bunch would likely revolt."
With breakfast concluded, the disciples dispersed, and Yi Changqing commenced his daily practice. He had no need to worry about cultivation resources, as numerous senior brothers and sisters had generously provided plenty,
along with Hongzun as support.
In summary, Yi Changqing currently has no need to fret over cultivation resources. Even that rascal Xiaobai treats the body refining pills as if they were mere candies, consumed in excessive quantities. Yi Changqing himself finds that, although the body refining pills no longer hold substantial significance for him, their flavor is delightful, and they continue to enhance his physical form, thus,
indulging in them during idle moments is certainly no detriment.
The 9 meridians technique, despite being of the same caliber, presents a considerable challenge compared to the Mingxin technique. It took Yi Changqing an entire day to merely grasp the fundamentals, yet this initial understanding is more than sufficient, as the system will naturally facilitate his advancement thereafter. He is free from concerns regarding thresholds or bottlenecks, which is a source of great comfort for him.
In the ensuing days,
Yi Changqing's life returned to a state of tranquility, adhering to a regimented routine. However, the number of individuals frequenting the kitchen increased significantly, as so many disciples became aware of the commotion during mealtimes, making it impossible to keep it a secret.
Some inner sect elders residing at the mountain's peak had also become regular patrons of the kitchen.
Looking across the entirety of the Divine Sword Peak, only the senior brother and the 4th senior sister had yet to visit the kitchen. The 4th senior sister had been away from the sect, engaged in external training. As for the senior brother, Zhao Zhengping, his sole focus lay in cultivation. He remained secluded, indifferent to matters beyond his door, and, due to his nature,
had never set foot in the kitchen.
Aside from these two, mealtime at Divine Sword Peak resembled a fierce battle, with an intensity akin to warfare.
From the summit, figures surged frantically toward the foot of the mountain, showcasing their utmost agility, occasionally employing clever tactics. The competition intensified further with the participation of several inner sect elders. Despite these elders being seasoned veterans, they displayed a youthful vigor when vying for positions. The younger disciples, lacking both strength and cunning, found themselves at a disadvantage. Experience,
as the saying goes, is invaluable, and the elders undoubtedly possessed superior strategies. This was evident in the case of Elder Hong. He had never once left the kitchen empty-handed. Each time he arrived, he secured a spot, never failing. However, this left many disciples in dire straits. Not only the servant disciples but even the outer and inner sect disciples risked returning empty-handed, missing out on meals.
With only enough provisions for 1,000 individuals per meal, lacking a place at the table equated to going hungry.
Another brutal contest ensued, with Elder Hong and a host of inner sect elders leading the charge,
followed closely by the direct disciples Lu Shuang, Su Jia, and Lu Yuyu.
Trailing behind were the outer sect stewards, inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and servant disciples.
Those who failed to secure a spot looked on with expressions of resentment, unable to suppress their complaints. What a herd of brutes! How can their agility be so astonishing? They lamented. Not only their speed, but someone just used a grappling technique to ensnare me. How can their methods be so unscrupulous? It's infuriating. I haven't had a meal in 3 days. Don't these brutes understand the virtue of humility? Where has the traditional decorum of our sect gone? The absurdity of false humility. Rather than engage in such empty talk, one would be better off dedicating oneself to rigorous training.
I have heard that recently. Many individuals have been fervently honing their skills, all in the hope of securing a more advantageous position when the time comes. Who could have anticipated that the quest for sustenance would ignite such fervor on the sacred Sword Peak? Regardless of whether they belong to the inner or outer sects, or even the miscellaneous disciples, all have begun to devote themselves relentlessly to their training, driven solely by the desire to partake in the meals provided by the communal kitchen, and to possess the capability to claim a more favorable spot in the dining line. Presently, the disciples of Sacred Sword Peak engage in little beyond their training, with their relentless dedication bordering on despair. Yet, there is no alternative. If one does not put forth the effort, even a morsel of food will elude them, leaving them to watch others feast while they merely salivate in envy. Some disciples lament the increasing difficulty of their plight, simply yearning for a meal. Chapter 47, Establishing Rules. As the entire Sword Peak became aware of Yi Changqing's remarkable skills, securing a position grew increasingly arduous, particularly for the low-ranking servant disciples and outer sect members. Their inherent limitations in cultivation rendered the competition nearly insurmountable. Faced with the esteemed elders, the stewards, and the renowned disciples such as Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, they found themselves with little hope. Even when contending against the inner disciples, the disparity was stark. After yet another meal where they could only savor the aroma, the disheartened servant disciples expressed their frustrations. This situation is untenable, we are utterly devoid of opportunity. One lamented. Even if we exert ourselves to the utmost in our training, we can never hope to catch up to those inner disciples. The very designation of servant disciples stemmed from their lack of innate talent. With both cultivation and talent lacking, the notion of competing with the inner disciples seemed utterly fanciful. The thought of potentially being unable to partake in the communal meals left the servant disciples in a state of profound despair. Yet, recognizing their limitations, they pondered the possibility of leveraging external forces. Are you suggesting talismans? Talismans are a unique category of treasures, crafted solely by talisman masters, capable of unleashing offensive or defensive capabilities that far exceed the user's own. Talismans are classified into three categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. The auxiliary talismans are further subdivided into types such as speed-enhancing and binding. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the servant disciples sparkled with newfound hope, although some expressed concerns. But the price of talismans is quite steep. What does that matter? If it allows us to eat, what is the cost? One resolved. I shall write home for spiritual stones. I will do the same. So will I. One should not underestimate these servant disciples. Despite their perceived lack of talent compared to outer and inner disciples, they are often well-connected individuals from prominent families in the mundane world. Thus, within the Taoist sect, the servant disciples commanded a level of respect that should not be overlooked. In no time, a sudden and unexpected surge in the demand for talismans swept through Sanyuan City, predominantly for auxiliary types. Given the already limited supply of talismans, within just a few days, over 80% of the auxiliary talismans in Sanyuan City were sold out, leaving many merchants utterly astonished. What could these individuals possibly need so many auxiliary talismans for? In terms of cost-effectiveness, offensive and defensive talismans surely offer greater value. The purchasers of these talismans were none other than the many servant disciples of Sword Peak. Faced with their insufficient strength, they had no choice but to rely on external aids, compelled by their desperate circumstances. They had gone several days without a morsel from the communal kitchen, while the inner disciples treated them with utter disdain. As mealtime arrived once more, much like before, a throng of disciples surged forward. However, this time, the servant disciples were prepared. Without hesitation, they confronted the outer and inner disciples, immediately launching their talismans into action. They did not harm them. It was merely a simple binding talisman that temporarily confined the outer and inner disciples. Then, they unleashed a speed talisman, transforming into a fleeting shadow, dashing directly towards the kitchen. Caught completely off guard, many outer and inner disciples were taken aback, bound by the talisman. They could only watch helplessly as the servant disciples seized their positions, erupting in exasperation. Damn it, are you playing dirty? Can't you handle it? Using talismans, really? Curse it, leave a spot for me, I didn't get to eat yesterday. Brother, spare me, we haven't eaten for 3 days, so this meal must be ours today. With the aid of the talismans, the servant disciples finally fulfilled their desires for a meal. Even Yi Changqing felt a twinge of confusion. Why were so many servant disciples managing to secure positions today? Had the outer and inner disciples not arrived? However, soon As a group of outer and inner disciples broke through the talismans, their eyes reddened with fury, entering the courtyard and glaring at the gluttonous servant disciples. Yi Chongqing understood the truth. Is this how you treat your fellow brothers? Playing dirty with talismans? Truly despicable. Faced with the scorn of the outer and inner disciples, the servant disciples continued to devour their food while mumbling indistinctly, "Brother, we had no choice, we couldn't compete." Indeed, what strength do you possess compared to us? Without some special means, how could we ever hope to enjoy this meal? The servant disciples felt helpless, if it weren't for the need to eat. Who would willingly resort to this? Do you think talismans are cheap? Each one used costs a glimmering spirit stone. Moreover, recently, the unscrupulous merchants in Sanyuan City, seeing the high demand for talismans, had collectively raised their prices, infuriating them. Listening to the argument between the two groups of disciples, Yi Chongqing furrowed his brow. The disparity in cultivation levels among disciples was significant, a fact he had overlooked previously. When competing for positions together, the servant disciples were indeed at a substantial disadvantage. He pondered quietly. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Chongqing took the initiative to call out to Master Hong. "Master, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Master Hong became intrigued. Could this lad have suddenly gained insight and decided to become my disciple? He looked at Yi Chongqing with keen interest. "Speak." The trio of Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu also lingered with curiosity. Subsequently, Yi Chongqing shared his thoughts on revising the kitchen regulations with Master Hong. The competition for positions among disciples of different ranks was, on one hand, somewhat unfair, and on the other, it could likely spark unnecessary disputes. The servant disciples had already begun to use talismans, the outer and inner disciples would undoubtedly not stand idly by, and a backlash was inevitable. Who knew how things would unfold? Hearing Yi Chongqing's words, Master Hong nodded in agreement. You make a valid point, I noticed this as well today. Shall we prohibit the use of external forces? If that is the case, then the servant disciples would have no opportunity at all, Yi Chongqing replied. What solution do you propose? I intend to arrange the numerous disciples of the Divine Sword Peak into a hierarchy, categorizing them into 4 distinct groups: the servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and finally, the peak master, esteemed elders, and stewards. Each group shall queue separately, and individuals from different lines shall not be permitted to compete with one another. In this manner, even the servant disciples can secure their positions based on their own capabilities. It is utterly impossible for Yi Chongqing to prepare meals for tens of thousands, that would be exhausting. Now that he has advanced to the channeling realm, he can provide sustenance for a maximum of 2,000 individuals. This is due to his enhanced cultivation and the mastery of the shadow blade technique. One can only surmise that the creator of the shadow blade never anticipated that the technique he developed would one day be employed for the purpose of slicing vegetables. Chapter 48, Morning Sparring. Upon hearing Yi Chongqing's thoughts, Hong Zun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Your idea is quite commendable. After separation, it will indeed be fairer, allowing disciples of all ranks to have a chance to secure a position. While Hong Zun concurred, he added some stipulations. As you mentioned, during the competition, no external forces may be employed. Furthermore, to prevent disciples from loitering outside the kitchen prematurely, everyone may only head there half an hour before each meal. While the use of techniques is permitted during the contest, fighting is allowed, but it must not result in loss of life. Listening to Hong Zun's additions, Yi Chongqing furrowed his brow, sensing that the old man might be inciting chaos. Allowing combat under such circumstances seemed to invite disorder. Especially given the current obsession of these disciples with food, it was likely they would charge in with knives drawn. Observing Yi Chongqing's expression, Hong Zun chuckled, offering no further explanation, and thus the decision was set. At present, the entire God Sword Peak was in a frenzy over the meals. And one could only imagine the pandemonium that would ensue under the allowance of combat. It was likely that every individual would dedicate themselves fervently to cultivation, lest they find themselves left behind, unable to enjoy a warm meal. This was Hong Zun's intention, to motivate the disciples of God Sword Peak to enhance their training. As dinner time approached, Yi Chongqing, in the presence of Hong Zun, announced the new regulations regarding the kitchen to the multitude of disciples. Upon learning that each meal would serve 2,000 portions, and that all disciples, deacons, and elders would be divided into 4 distinct teams, with no inter-team competition allowed, a wave of excitement surged among them. The distribution of the 2,000 portions was allocated as follows: 700 for the miscellaneous disciples, 600 for the outer disciples, 500 for the inner disciples, and 200 for the elders and deacons. Among them, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu found themselves placed in the team of elders and deacons. During the competition for positions, fighting was permitted, but it must not lead to fatal consequences. With these rules established, the disciples erupted in cheers, not only because the meal portions had increased from 1,000 to 2,000, but also because the new arrangement benefited the miscellaneous and outer disciples. They now faced competition more comparable to their own rank, rather than from the inner disciples. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have a fair chance to secure a position. However, Su Jia and his companions felt somewhat discontented. As direct disciples, they were now relegated to the team with the elders and deacons. With disgruntled expressions, Lu Yuyu pouted and said, "Junior brother, this is unfair. We are disciples of God's Sword Peak as well, why must we be grouped with the elders?" Su Jia added, "Indeed, there is a disparity in seniority here." This decision was not made by Yi Changqing but was the will of Hongzun. Thus, upon hearing their grievances, Hongzun raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Nonsense about seniority. If I had placed you with the other disciples, wouldn't that guarantee you a meal every time? What would be the point? If you do not strive to cultivate and cannot outpace us old fellows, then you shall watch from the sidelines, with no hopes of eating." The prowess of Su Jia and his 2 companions indeed surpasses that of the disciples by a considerable margin, even extending to the inner sect disciples. Even some of the less proficient deacons find themselves no match for the trio. Thus, their designation as elders and deacons serves to instill a sense of pressure upon them. The decision was made, and implementation shall commence the following day. That very night, the disciples began to eagerly prepare themselves. Despite the late hour, the peak of the divine sword was alive with the sounds of fervent training. Disciples wielded their swords tirelessly, drenched in sweat yet resolute in their expressions, refusing to cease their efforts. "I must have a hearty breakfast tomorrow," murmured one disciple, tenderly stroking his treasured sword. "Whether I can savor a warm meal tomorrow depends entirely on you." In the charged atmosphere, glances exchanged among the disciples ignited a fiery determination. From tomorrow onward, they would be rivals for breakfast, and anyone who dared to obstruct them need not expect any leniency due to their shared camaraderie. As dawn broke, with half an hour remaining until breakfast, disciples from all directions flocked to the divine sword peak. The kitchen, having undergone a simple transformation the previous night, had set up 4 large tables designated for the various ranks: the miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and the elders and deacons. Even before the kitchen doors opened, numerous disciples had drawn their swords, exchanging fierce gazes. "Senior brother, this breakfast is mine today, do not push me." "Junior brother, whether you get to enjoy this warm meal depends on the sword in my hand. In that case, I must not hold back." As the swords flashed, the disciples plunged into a chaotic melee. Techniques and styles erupted in a dazzling display, with even the miscellaneous disciples embroiled in the fray. "Senior brother, your swordsmanship has shown no improvement." "Humph, spare me your words and step aside." Even Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu joined the fray. Their status as members of the elders and deacons weighed heavily upon them, as a moment's carelessness could mean forfeiting their meal. "Do not provoke the elders. Focus on these deacons first," Su Jia directed the 2 women. "Choose the soft targets, those elders are seasoned and far too powerful to contend with. Moreover, with only a handful of elders on the divine sword peak, it would not be detrimental to give them some leeway. Targeting the deacons was the most prudent strategy." In response to Su Jia and his companions, the deacons were equally unwilling to yield. Under normal circumstances, they might have acquiesced. But now it was a matter of securing their meals for the day. How could they simply relinquish that? The battle among the disciples raged fiercely, while Hongzun and the other elders observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening, seemingly unconcerned, as none among the disciples posed a threat to them. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the disciples continued their fervor, and the onlookers watched with keen interest. The disciples of the Blood Blade Peak and the dominant Spear Peak
closest to the divine sword peak, soon sensed the ripples of battle emanating from their direction.
Confusion spread among the disciples of the two peaks as they directed puzzled glances towards the divine sword peak, wondering about the commotion.
What is happening at the sword peak so early in the morning?
It seems likely that the disciples are engaged in sparring, which is quite a commonplace occurrence.
However, this seems rather early, does it not?
The practice of sparring among fellow disciples is entirely normal, and the Taoist sect encourages such activities,
as long as there is no intent to seriously harm one's peers.
Thus, the presence of residual combat energy is not unexpected, yet, the timing appears somewhat off.
Which sect begins their sparring before dawn?
Moreover, judging by the intensity of the combat energy, it seems that this is not a duel between just one or two individuals, but rather a multitude engaged in practice. Suddenly, someone recalled the rumors surrounding the sword peak. I had previously heard whispers that there were issues among the disciples of Sword Peak.
According to several elders from the main peak, some disciples have become mentally unhinged due to excessive training. Is that truly the case? Chapter 49, All injured recently.
The incidents surrounding the divine sword peak have indeed been rather numerous, leading to a plethora of rumors circulating among the other peaks.
However, as is often the case with rumors, they tend to become increasingly exaggerated.
Have you heard? Many disciples of the divine sword peak are facing issues with their cultivation.
What?
Are the disciples of the divine sword peak mentally troubled?
Do they have a penchant for masculine beauty?
On the main peak, numerous disciples were engaged in discussions, while the disciples of the divine sword peak, upon overhearing these remarks, wore expressions of bewilderment.
When did we ever develop a taste for masculine beauty? Infuriated,
one turned to retort but was restrained by a companion. Never mind that, let us focus on selecting our techniques. Indeed, the techniques are of utmost importance. I Haven T secured a spot in 2 days.
On the main peak, disciples from various peaks gathered.
But distinguishing the disciples of the divine sword peak was remarkably simple. They were the ones adorned with injuries.
It was a mystery why.
But every individual from the divine sword peak bore wounds these past few days. Who knows what they have been up to? Initially, the disciples were perplexed.
Could there truly be any danger within the sect?
Upon inquiry, they were informed it was merely due to sparring. Are the disciples of the divine sword peak truly that ruthless?
Can sparring lead to such injuries?
I have long warned you about the issues with the disciples of the divine sword peak. I tell you, every day, without fail, a chaotic brawl erupts among them. No one knows what they are fighting about. I also heard that the disciples of the divine sword peak are particularly combative.
Indeed.
It seems they cannot go a day without a fight, otherwise, they feel utterly unwell. Keep your distance, be cautious not to be dragged into an involuntary spar. Upon encountering the disciples of the divine sword peak, the other disciples have taken to avoiding them, fearful of attracting the attention of these lunatics.
Yet,
the disciples of the divine sword peak remained entirely unfazed by such scrutiny, dismissing the ignorance of those who could not comprehend the prowess of junior brother Chongqing. This sentiment was not exclusive to the disciples. Even the steward at the technique hall felt a shiver upon sighting the disciples of the divine sword peak. If one were to identify the location most frequented by the disciples of the divine sword peak recently, it would undoubtedly be the technique hall.
With insufficient strength, one cannot obtain sustenance.
Thus, all disciples from the divine sword peak are striving relentlessly to enhance their abilities, with the cultivation of techniques being the most direct and effective means.
Why are you here again?
The steward, observing two disciples of the divine sword peak, their hands still bound in bandages, expressed his frustration. You were just here 3 days ago. In response, the two disciples replied, we wish to select a sword technique. I seek to choose a movement technique.
Once more, they come to study techniques? What is the matter with these disciples of the divine sword peak? Are they truly willing to squander the hard-earned sect points? Are they neglecting their daily lives?
One ought to be prudent. Overextending oneself can lead to pitfalls. Progress in cultivation requires a steady, measured approach, taking one step at a time. With a heartfelt plea, the steward advised, the sect points have many uses.
Spending them all on techniques is not a wise choice. Moreover, retaining some points can be prudent for unforeseen circumstances.
Faced with the persuasion of the steward, The two disciples of the divine sword peak were wholly unresponsive, allowing the words to drift in one ear and out the other. The notion of taking things step by step seemed utterly irrelevant to them. Their sole desire was to eat. If they could not satisfy their hunger, what significance remained in holding on to sect points? They expressed their gratitude for the steward's goodwill, yet their resolve was unwavering. Well, do as you wish, the steward conceded. Others wished to learn and possess sufficient sect points, which did not contravene any rules, thus the steward could not forcibly intervene. Successfully entering the spell hall, the two disciples eagerly selected satisfactory techniques and returned to the divine sword peak, where they immersed themselves in relentless training. Once I master this sun-penetrating sword technique, I will surely seize my place next time. In the training arena, the two disciples practiced despite their injuries, and they were not alone. The once spacious arena now buzzed with activity. Every disciple bore wounds, yet none paid them heed. Not only the disciples, but also the stewards of the divine sword peak were fervently honing their skills. The atmosphere within the steward hall had transformed, devoid of its usual tranquility. Replaced solely by the sounds of cultivation. Stewards trained vigorously in the courtyard. Damn Su Jia, he has been watching me for 3 consecutive days. Does he truly believe I am an easy target? Once my Tianqing hand reaches perfection, I will ensure he knows my strength. The cultivation environment throughout the divine sword peak was palpably intense. On this particular day, at the foot of the peak, a pair of figures, a young girl and an elderly man, strolled leisurely. The elder, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, donned a flowing azure robe, while the girl, with her twin ponytails, appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she animatedly inquired of the elder. Master, what brings us to Divine Sword Peak? To visit an old friend. Oh, is it the esteemed sect leader Hong? Indeed. Master, do you think I am stronger than the disciples of Divine Sword Peak? Ordinary disciples are certainly not your match, however, the few direct disciples surpass you. Is that so? That is only natural, your training has been brief, yet in terms of talent, you are no less than they. Do the disciples of Divine Sword Peak train diligently? Absolutely. After all, it is the foremost immortal sect of the Eastern continent. Any disciple of the Taoist sect stands out as a paragon among men. How impressive. Can I also stay at Divine Sword Peak to train? What, do you no longer wish to cultivate alongside your master? But master could remain as well. You impish girl. I am accustomed to a free and unfettered life, I shall not join a sect. The elder, known as Qingshi, was a long-standing friend of Hong and a renowned figure throughout the Eastern continent, albeit as a solitary cultivator who had never affiliated with any sect. The girl was Qingshi's sole disciple, named Wang Yao. As they conversed, they ascended the Divine Sword Peak, where 2 disciples stationed at the gate were engaged in a sparring match. Observing the diligence of even those tasked with guarding the gate, Wang Yao's face lit up with admiration. The master speaks the truth, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak truly engage in their cultivation with remarkable diligence, even amidst their injuries. However, upon hearing this, the young man Qingshi furrowed his brow slightly. It was not his first visit to the Divine Sword Peak. Having formed a deep friendship with Master Hong, he had frequented this place on numerous occasions. He had developed a certain familiarity with the peak. Yet, the dedication displayed by these 2 disciples seemed rather exaggerated. The gatekeepers typically rotated their duties, and under normal circumstances, those assigned to guard the gate would not engage in cultivation. Yet now, these 2 disciples did not allow even this time to slip by, and despite their injuries, they persisted with such fervor. Were the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak always this industrious? A sense of unease lingered in his mind. But Qingshi chose not to voice his thoughts. He proceeded forward, and upon noticing Qingshi and his companion, the 2 disciples immediately ceased their practice and approached with respectful salutation. What brings you both to the Divine Sword Peak? Chapter 50, Unusual having declared their identities and intentions. The master and disciple of Qingshi were promptly granted passage. The 2 ascended the steps towards the summit of the Divine Sword Peak. However, as they made their ascent, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Master, Xiao Wangyao sensed the vibrations and turned to Qingshi with a puzzled expression, while Qingshi furrowed his brow in contemplation. The sound resembled a stampede, and the number of individuals was considerable. What could be happening? Before long, at the edge of their sight, a dark torrent surged towards them. And as it drew closer, they realized it was a throng of disciples from the divine sword peak. Pulling Wang Yao aside, Qingshi observed the chaos as numerous disciples raced past, seemingly in a frenzy. Has something occurred? Qingshi queried, perplexed by the sight of so many disciples rushing towards the foot of the mountain in such a reckless manner. Moreover, it was even more bizarre that each of these disciples bore injuries, shouting, "Don't push me! Look at my flowing light step! How dare you showcase such rudimentary skills? Allow me to demonstrate. Trying to escape? Have you sought my permission? Behold my sword!" In the midst of their frantic dash, some disciples could no longer suppress their competitive spirits and began to engage in skirmishes, resulting in a chaotic melee. "Master, are they sparring?" Xiao Wangyao inquired. Observing the tumultuous scene, Qingshi's lips twitched in uncertainty as he replied, "It appears so. However, one does not typically spar while fleeing. And they seem to share a common objective." The peculiar behavior of the disciples left Qingshi bewildered. Yet, this was not the conclusion of the spectacle. Soon, figures began to appear in the sky. Inner disciples, stewards, and even elders soared through the air with urgency. Strangely, these stewards were also embroiled in combat, unleashing various techniques against one another. This bewildering scene left Qingshi in a state of shock. What was amiss at the Divine Sword Peak? It was one thing for the disciples to engage in sparring, but why were the stewards fighting as well? And what could be so pressing that the elders were rushing to? No one paid any heed to Qingshi and his disciple as the crowd surged past them, too consumed by their own urgent affairs. It was mealtime, and who had the luxury to concern themselves with anything else? This was a race for positions. "Master, have the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak always trained in such a brutal manner? It seems so harsh. Look at the injuries they bear," Xiao Wangyao remarked. Her curiosity piqued. Qingshi found himself at a loss for words. In the past, the Divine Sword Peak had never been like this. The disciples appeared almost frenzied. Shaking his head in bewilderment, Qingshi decided to refrain from pondering further, resolving to seek answers from Hongzun when they arrived. Once the throng had passed, Qingshi and Wang Yao continued their ascent towards the summit. Outside the kitchen, another fierce battle awaited them. The disciples, devoid of unnecessary chatter, directly engaged in combat upon meeting. Remarkably, within just a few days, whether they were auxiliary disciples, outer disciples, or even inner disciples, all demonstrated significant improvement in their abilities. While their cultivation may not have experienced substantial breakthroughs due to the brevity of time, their application of techniques exhibited marked advancement, characterized by speed, precision, and ferocity, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of their practical combat skills. "Junior brother, you must further practice your sun-piercing sword technique. Off you go." Two inner disciples clashed fiercely, employing the same sword technique, yet one had only mastered it to a minor level, while the other had achieved great mastery. Consequently, it was inevitable that the former was struck down by a single sword thrust, withdrawing from the competition with an expression of profound dissatisfaction. "Damn it! Have you truly broken through to the realm of great mastery? Indeed, so today's meal is firmly secured for me, senior brother." Internally seething, he vowed to exert every effort to swiftly elevate his sun-piercing sword technique to great mastery as well. As the battle raged on, the disciples who secured their positions orderly arranged themselves into different teams. Meanwhile, Yi Chongqing prepared the meal. Each was smeared with blood, but at that moment, no one cared, eagerly anticipating the feast. Splendid! Junior brother Chongqing's culinary skills have improved yet again. The dishes are far superior to before. I feel my injuries are recovering more swiftly. The disciples descended upon their bowls like ravenous beasts, devouring their meal as if fearing it would be snatched away should they eat too slowly. Once the meal concluded, the disciples adeptly cleaned their bowls and tidied up before gradually departing. As they left, they couldn't resist boasting to their companions who had failed to secure a place. "Junior brother, I must tell you, today's stir-fried meat was even more delectable than before. What a pity you missed out." "I am utterly satisfied. Being able to enjoy junior brother Chongqing's cooking each day has rendered my ambitions trivial." Having relished 3 consecutive days of this culinary delight, he sighed. Such a life is both blissful and monotonous. Hearing these remarks, those who had failed to secure a position gnashed their teeth in frustration, thinking, "What are you bragging about? Next time, I shall cleave you down with a single sword stroke and relish my meal before your eyes." Upon bidding farewell to the disciples, Yi Chongqing instinctively opened his personal panel. Host, Yi Chongqing. Identity, auxiliary disciple of Daoyi sect. Cultivation, entry-level Chongmai realm, 86,351-100000. Technique, Ningxin Ju. Perfected, 10,000. Art, Shadow Blade, perfected, 10,000. 7-star steps, perfected, 10,000. Lingbai, Great Mastery, 8,657. 30,000. Reputation, fame gradually emerging. Innate talent, mid-tier intermediate, 48,365. 50,000. Root bone, mid-tier upper, 3,016. 70,000. Comprehension, upper-tier intermediate, 79,995. 100000. Although his cultivation has not advanced. Both the Shadow Blade and the 7-star steps have reached perfection, and his root bone has also ascended to the mid-tier upper level. This pace is remarkably swift, considering it has only been a few days. Quite satisfactory. After a brief respite, Yi Chongqing commenced his daily training. Meanwhile, Hong Zun, returning from the kitchen to his dwelling, spotted Qingshi and his disciple from a distance. "What brings you here, old fellow?" "Just passing by, thought I'd drop in to see you." The two shared a familiarity that allowed for a casual exchange, and they welcomed each other into the cave abode. Qingshi curiously inquired, "Where did you just go?" When they arrived, Hong Zun was absent. Not only him, but the entire mountaintop area was devoid of people. The elders were missing, and several direct disciples were nowhere to be found, as if only Zhao Jinping's cave abode harbored life. However, that abode was sealed, likely in a state of seclusion. So Qingshi chose not to intrude. With no one around, Qingshi casually asked, but upon hearing this, Hong Zun hesitated, mumbling, "I didn't go anywhere. Just took a stroll." Instinctively, he sought to conceal Yi Chongqing's presence, yet Qingshi could clearly sense his disbelief. After all, their long-standing friendship allowed him to discern the truth behind the old drunkard's words. Chapter 51, Hong Zun breaks through at a glance. It was evident that Hong Zun was merely talking nonsense. With his disposition, wouldn't it be more delightful to enjoy a drink in the cave dwelling rather than wandering aimlessly outside? Nevertheless, Qingshi refrained from elaborating. His visit to the Divine Sword Peak imparted a peculiar feeling, as if an inexplicable aura permeated the surroundings. Not only were the disciples injured, but the stewards and elders bore their own wounds as well. Moreover, the sight of numerous disciples rushing towards the foot of the mountain raised further questions in Qingshi's mind. He decided to observe discreetly to uncover the underlying disturbances at his old friend's Divine Sword Peak. With this thought, Qingshi chuckled and remarked, "If there is nothing pressing, I shall linger at the Divine Sword Peak for a few more days." "What did you say?" What had seemed like an innocuous statement provoked an unexpected reaction from Hong Zun. The more Hong Zun reacted, the more Qingshi's curiosity piqued. Prompting him to respond with a smile, "I mentioned I would stay a few more days at your Divine Sword Peak. Surely, you wouldn't find me unwelcome, would you?" Upon hearing this, Hong Zun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "That is not the case, it's just that I have been rather occupied lately. I fear." The unspoken refusal was evident in his words, yet Qingshi feigned ignorance, saying, "No worries, you need not concern yourself with me. Attend to your matters." With both old friends harboring their own secrets, the conversation reached a natural conclusion, and Hong Zun could only prepare accommodations for Qingshi and his disciple. After a modest drink and an hour of idle chatter, Qingshi took his leave to rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qingshi abruptly opened his eyes after meditating with his eyes closed. Has it begun again? His keen senses detected unusual activity throughout the Divine Sword Peak. The previous night had left him bewildered. The disciples had been practicing tirelessly through the night, a level of diligence that made Qingshi question his own confidence. While the disciples of the Daoyi sect had always been industrious, this seemed to border on self-inflicted hardship. Now, with the first light of day, the disciples, who had been fervently cultivating, surged towards the foot of the mountain as if responding to an unseen signal, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Not only were the disciples in motion, but the elders at the summit, including Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, also hastened downwards with similar urgency. It appeared that even that old rascal had stirred. Sensing Hong Zun departing from the cave, Xingshi surmised that the old fellow was likely trying to evade detection. Had he not been vigilant in monitoring the cave, he might have indeed lost track of Hong Zun. Driven by curiosity, Xingshi rose and stepped into the courtyard, where he spotted the diligent Xiao Wangyao, who had risen early to practice. In former times, Xingshi would have admired her resolve. Yet now she paled in comparison to the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, who were engaged in all-night training, an entirely different echelon of commitment. Master. Xiao Wangyao greeted him with a smile. I have matters to attend to outside, please wait here for me, Xingshi replied, offering no further explanation. Before vanishing from her sight. Following the crowd to the foot of the mountain, Xingshi finally beheld a group of disciples engaged in a fierce melee outside a small courtyard. Bewildered, he pondered the scene. Was it customary to brawl so early in the day? When had the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak become so formidable? While sparring among peers could be expected, even the stewards had joined the fray, which was utterly absurd. With his keen eye, Xingshi could discern that no one was holding back. This was a genuine battle. The wounds inflicted were real, with swords striking flesh, leading to gruesome injuries. Yet, despite the bloodshed, the disciples showed no signs of retreat, their fervor resembling that of those under the influence of a potent stimulant. What could possibly be the motive behind such fervent conflict? As the chaos subsided, the disciples divided into 4 teams, and the victors lined up obediently, seemingly indifferent to their injuries and bloodstains. Mealtime. At the sound of the call, the disciples orderly entered the courtyard to commence their meal. Mealtime? Xingshi was rendered speechless by the revelation. Had they fought tooth and nail merely for the sake of food? The victorious disciples were vying for a chance to partake in a meal? His worldview shattered, these cultivators were competing like beggars for a morsel of sustenance? Once a cultivator embarked on the path of cultivation, the allure of mundane grains and cereals should have been negligible. Even the flesh of rare demonic beasts was consumed solely for its enhancement to their practice. Yet here they were, feasting on nothing more than ordinary food. How could this be? Cautiously approaching, Xingshi soon found himself enveloped by an enticing aroma. It was heavenly. Unable to restrain himself, he began to comprehend why the disciples of Divine Sword Peak were so relentless. Under the sway of this delightful scent, he felt an uncontrollable urge to indulge. Especially as he observed others relishing their meals, saliva pooling in his mouth. In the throne, he spotted Hong Zun, who was absorbed in devouring a basket of soup dumplings. Unable to pause for breath, with a gulp, Xingshi swiftly appeared beside him, and before Hong Zun could react, the dumplings were snatched from his grasp. Hey! Who the hell stole my dumplings? Is there no decency left? The two were nearly evenly matched in strength. And Xingshi's sudden assault caught Hong Zun completely off guard. By the time the angry shouts erupted, Xingshi had already hastily stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. It was scalding, yet the flavor opened doors to a new realm of culinary delight. His eyes widened in astonishment, completely disregarding Hong Zun's furious protests. Upon seeing Xingshi, Hong Zun could no longer contain himself. You old rascal, is there no law? Those are mine. He lamented. Having just finished one dumpling while hastily shoving another into his mouth, his words muffled and indistinct. Faced with this scene, Hong Zun's eyes nearly bulged with rage as he beheld the last remaining soup dumpling. Without hesitation, he chose to act. Are you still eating? Put that bun down. Hong Zun attempted to seize it, but Xingshi was swifter, shoving the last dumpling into his mouth, still chewing on the one he had been savoring. Regardless of whether his mouth could accommodate it, his entire face was puffed up. Alas, with the last dumpling gone, Hong Zun stood there in a daze. You old scoundrel! You have gone too far. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike. Xingshi, still munching, retaliated in kind. The two soared into the air, clashing fiercely above the sacred sword peak. Wow, Master and Senior Xingshi are fighting! One disciple exclaimed. Is that truly a fight? It is merely a sparring session. Oh yes, right, a sparring session. The disciples, far from feeling any concern, were filled with anticipation. For encounters between such formidable beings as Hong Zun and his peers were a rare spectacle.
What could be more blissful than enjoying breakfast while witnessing a clash of titans? Chapter 52. The aroma of deliciousness. As numerous disciples savored their breakfast, they cast their gazes towards the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. Yi Chongqing was no exception. Although he did not recognize Changshi, it was only through Lu Yuyu's introduction that he learned this individual was a close friend of the Peak Master. Unfortunately, the confrontation did not last long. After swallowing the bun in his mouth, Changshi, with grease glistening on his lips, declared, "Wait a moment." Upon his retreat, Hong Zun also ceased his actions, though his face remained a mask of fury as he bellowed, "What more do you have to say?" Yet, Changshi seemed unfazed. A knowing smile spreading across his face as he replied, "So, it was this matter that you concealed from me yesterday?" At these words, Hong Zun's expression shifted dramatically. But he quickly regained his composure, stubbornly retorting, "Nonsense. When have I ever hidden anything from you? We've known each other for over 1,000 years. Do you think I don't understand you? Are you afraid I might discover that you are unwilling to leave your divine sword peak?" As Changshi spoke, Hong Zun's brows furrowed slightly, pondering what this old fellow was up to. Why did he feel a sense of unease under his gaze? Changshi's smile indeed held an unsettling quality. Just then, several figures soared through the sky, approaching from the direction of the Daoyi sect. Among them were the masters of other peaks and the second elder of the main peak. The overwhelming intensity of the earlier skirmish had naturally attracted the attention of many powerful figures within the Daoyi sect. The second elder's heart raced. He wondered if a demon king or a formidable figure from the demonic path was launching an assault on the Daoyi sect. However, upon confirming that the aura emanated from the divine sword peak, he grimaced. What on earth was happening at the divine sword peak? They seemed to be embroiled in trouble every day. Nevertheless, as the head of the law enforcement hall, the second elder felt compelled to personally investigate. Upon seeing Hong Zun, he immediately expressed his displeasure, saying, "I say, junior brother, what mischief are you up to so early in the morning? Can't you allow me a couple of peaceful days? Or should I take over your duties as the head of the law enforcement hall?" Before Hong Zun could respond to the second elder's complaints, Changshi interjected with a grin, "Dao Frencher song, it has been a while." Hearing this, the second elder also broke into a smile. Dao friend Changshi. It was evident that the two were acquainted, or rather, Changshi had connections with many powerful figures within the Daoyi sect. After all, in their realm, there were only a handful of individuals throughout the entire eastern continent. Even if they did not know each other personally, they had likely heard of one another. The circle was not expansive. Furthermore, as a loose cultivator, Changshi had no conflicts with the Daoyi sect, making their camaraderie entirely natural. "I was merely engaging in a light spar with Hong Zun." Changshi offered an explanation. The second elder raised an eyebrow, his expression turning peculiar. "A spar? Then what accounts for Hong Zun's ashen face? And perhaps you might want to wipe that grease from the corner of your mouth before speaking." Yet, since Changshi had stated as much, the second elder chose not to delve deeper. Meanwhile, Hong Zun's eyes remained fixed on Changshi. A sense of foreboding creeping over him as he suspected this old fellow harbored ulterior motives. As anticipated, once the words were spoken, Changshi continued. "There is one more matter I wish to elucidate to my esteemed friend Song." "Please, do go on." "Previously, honored friend Hong invited me to join Daoyi sect. However, as you well know, I have long cherished a life of wandering freedom. Yet, now that I have taken on disciples and advanced in years, I ponder that it may be time for me to seek stability. Thus, honored friend Hong extended another invitation for me to join Daoyi sect, to which I acquiesced." "Hold on." As Changshi spoke, honored friend Hong grew increasingly tense. It was evident that this old fellow was quite cunning, just as he had suspected. He hastily interrupted. But it was too late. Changshi accelerated, pouring forth his words. Song, on the other hand, welcomed this news with open arms. Changshi was not only immensely powerful, rivaling the peak masters and elder counselors of Daoyi sect, but also possessed a clean background and honorable character. To say he was well acquainted would be an understatement. Coupled with their years of friendship, having someone of his caliber join would undoubtedly benefit Daoyi sect. Without further contemplation, Song nodded in agreement. Naturally, we welcome fellow Taoist Qingshi to join us in Taoist sect.
I shall inform the sect leader. And you shall directly enter our main peak as a council elder. He promptly offered the position of council elder, a role Qingshi truly deserved.
Yet, to this,
Qingshi promptly declined.
Thank you, but I wish to remain at Xinjian Peak.
After all, my bond with honored friend Hong is akin to that of brothers. My joining Taoist sect was primarily for him. I hope fellow Taoist Song can understand.
As he spoke,
Qingshi cast a slight smile at the visibly displeased honored friend Hong.
Upon seeing that smile,
honored friend Hong felt an overwhelming desire to engage in battle with him once more.
This old fellow was scheming against him.
The notion of being akin to brothers was a farce. It was not for him but rather for those 3 buns that Qingshi agreed to join Taoist sect. However, honored friend Hong had not anticipated that Yi Changqing's culinary skills were so remarkable that merely 3 buns could persuade Qingshi, who had never joined any faction, to willingly become part of Taoist sect. From this moment forward, he had gained yet another rival in the realm of culinary prowess.
This could not stand.
He had to act swiftly to rid himself of them. As he lamented, honored friend Hong quickly realized he must ensure that Song and the others departed promptly,
lest the matter concerning Changqing be revealed.
Otherwise, the competition would only intensify.
Honored friend Hong had once basked in unrivaled supremacy at Xinjian Peak,
where none could contest him, ensuring he always had his own bowl during meals. However, with the arrival of Qingshi, he was disinclined to welcome others, otherwise he could find himself in a precarious position. With this in mind, honored friend Hong swiftly turned to Song and said, "Brother, let us allow Qingshi to remain at Xinjian Peak. After all, we are all members of Taoist sect." Upon hearing this, Qingshi's smile grew even brighter, while Song pondered for a moment before responding.
"That is not out of the question.
But we should find a time for you and fellow Taoist Qingshi to meet with the senior brother at the main peak.
After all, the joining of fellow Taoist Qingshi to Taoist sect is indeed a significant matter." "Very well." Without a hint of hesitation,
honored friend Hong nodded and began to urge Song and the others to depart with various persuasive remarks.
In a state of utter confusion,
I departed from the Sword Peak. After everyone had left, Hong Zun cast a discontented glance at Qingshi and coldly remarked,
"Who claimed that one must live as a carefree wanderer for a lifetime?
Such words are akin to flatulence.
Ah, people inevitably change.
I too wish to find a supporter for Xiao Wangyao. Henceforth, I shall not believe a single word that escapes your lips, and by the way,
you owe me 3 soup dumplings."
Speaking of which, Qingshi exclaimed, "Let us return first. And you shall enlighten me about the dining arrangements at Sword Peak, what time meals commence, how many there are in a day, and what rules govern them." The mere mention of food instantly invigorated Qingshi, as he threw an arm around Hong Zun's shoulders and dragged him upwards towards the summit.
Along the way, a barrage of inquiries ensued, causing Hong Zun's expression to grow increasingly grim.
"At your age, engaging in such frivolities is quite unbecoming. Release me."
"Come now.
We have shared the burdens of battle, divided spoils, and enjoyed performances together.
Be gone."
Chapter 53, a devious scheme. As Qingshi and Hong Zun made their way back to the mountain summit, they were greeted by their master. Xiao Wangyao rushed forward,
exclaiming, "Master, Senior Hong. Indeed, my disciple."
"From this moment forth, you shall also be a disciple of the Taoist sect," Qingshi replied with a smile, nodding at Xiao Wangyao, while Hong Zun beside him let out a disgruntled snort.
"Dragging family along, this old fellow.
I should have kept him at the mountain's edge," he grumbled, his irritation still simmering. Xiao Wangyao looked puzzled by the situation, but Qingshi remained unperturbed.
"What does my master mean?" she inquired.
"Your master is now the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Peak. As my disciple, you naturally belong to the Divine Sword Peak," Qingshi succinctly explained.
Upon hearing this,
Xiao Wangyao widened her adorable eyes, gazing at her master with skepticism. She was well aware of her master's solitary existence. Having only recently taken her as a disciple for companionship, how could she suddenly be part of a sect? Xiao Wangyao harbored no objections to joining the Taoist sect. After all, it was the foremost righteous sect of the Eastern continent, and countless aspirants yearned to join,
often without opportunity.
Moreover, wherever her master went, she would follow.
By the way, should there be any issue with my disciple becoming an inner disciple?
Qingshi suddenly pondered aloud, turning to the still irate Hongzun.
Decide for yourself, why ask me? Hongzun retorted curtly.
Qingshi had already attained the status of Grand Elder at the Divine Sword Peak, second only to Hongzun himself, a decision made during their journey. As for Xiao Wangyao, possessing a unique constitution and talents that rivaled those of Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu, she was more than qualified to be an inner disciple. Seeing that Hongzun was reluctant to engage, Qingshi chuckled. Then I shall make the decision myself.
Do as you wish, but hurry up. Once that's done, we need to head to the main peak. Don't delay dinner, Hongzun replied. With that, both of them swiftly set off towards the main peak, leaving Xiao Wangyao standing bewildered in their wake. At the main peak, aside from the sect leader Qi Xiong, all peak masters and senior elders had gathered to welcome Qingshi's arrival. Furthermore, Qi Xiong intended to extend invitations to the various esteemed sects of the eastern continent to host a grand event, partly to celebrate Qingshi's joining and partly to showcase the strength of the Daoist sect. After all, the inclusion of a figure like Qingshi was a significant event for any sect, warranting elaborate arrangements. However, Qingshi had little interest in such matters and attempted to decline, yet ultimately succumbed to Qi Xiong's insistence and reluctantly agreed. Nonetheless, such preparations would require time. At least several months would be needed before the event could take place. Internally, Qingshi's status had been established as the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Peak. Ordinarily, he would have been given the title of Senior Elder, but Qingshi steadfastly refused, insisting on remaining at the Divine Sword Peak. The sole requirement was that his disciple be recognized as an esteemed direct disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, a matter that naturally faced no opposition. Even under the witness of Hongzun and several other peak masters and elder council members, the talent assessment was entirely waived. Amidst a lively exchange of pleasantries, Qingshi was engaged in a cheerful conversation with Qi Xiong, while Hongzun glanced at the time and realized that mealtime was fast approaching. Casting a scornful glance at Qingshi, he inwardly chastised him, "Fool, have you forgotten the time?" Without further ado, he stood up and addressed the gathering. "There are matters requiring my attention at the Divine Sword Peak, so I must take my leave. Please, do take good care of Brother Qingshi and allow him to experience the warmth of our Daoist sect." This was a blatant attempt to undermine Qingshi, implying that he should remain and chat, thus missing out on lunch. Upon hearing this, the others failed to perceive Hongzun's true intentions and nodded in agreement. "Of course. Since Brother Qingshi has joined our Daoist sect, we shall warmly host him. Indeed, I have some enlightenment tea prepared, Brother Qingshi. Why not join me for a cup? I also have some heavenly fragrance fruit, which would go splendidly with it." The crowd eagerly presented their treasured items, expressing their desire to treat Qingshi well. However, at that moment, Qingshi's gaze remained firmly fixed on Hongzun. Observing the old man display a smirk of satisfaction, Qingshi clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Do you believe you can shake me off so easily?" Ignoring Qingshi altogether, Hongzun decisively turned to leave. Satisfied, he made his way back to the Divine Sword Peak, but it wasn't long before Qingshi caught up to him. "You didn't even invite me to the meal?" he exclaimed, beaming at Hongzun. How did you manage to come out?" Hongzun stammered in disbelief. "I simply walked out," Qingshi replied, brushing off Hongzun's irritation. It was a rare opportunity to outsmart that old trickster. Yet Qi Xiong and the others had proven utterly ineffective, they couldn't even keep one person behind. If only they could have bound him. Hongzun seethed inwardly, gazing at Qingshi with gritted teeth, while Qingshi merely smiled and waved his hand. "I shall take my leave first." With that, Qingshi transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the Divine Sword Peak. Seeing this, Hongzun quickly pursued him. "Damn it, old man. You have no sense of honor." The two raced ahead, soon arriving at the kitchen of the Divine Sword Peak, just as numerous disciples gathered, ready for a grand feast. Naturally, Qingshi did not need to partake in such a skirmish. With his strength, everyone at the Divine Sword Peak, apart from Hongzun, posed no challenge, including the elders. Thus, no one approached him with unwelcome intentions. Satisfied, he began to eat heartily, cradling a large bowl, indulging with unparalleled gusto. His once ethereal beard was now smeared with remnants of food, completely devoid of any semblance of a powerful figure. I say, old man. Could you at least eat with some decorum? Hongzun remarked irritably, observing Qingshi's gluttonous display.
In response, Qingshi turned his head, revealing a similarly disdainful expression.
How much better are you?
In truth, Hongzun was hardly in a better state, with grains of rice clinging to his collar.
Two elderly gentlemen, despite their age,
possess an astonishing capacity for consumption, surpassing even the swiftest of their youthful disciples. Once again, they were the first to finish their meal. But this time there was a worthy adversary. Qingshi nearly synchronized in placing down his bowl and chopsticks. Observing the other disciples who were still indulging heartily,
Hongzun spoke with irritation. Look at you all, so sluggish even at eating. What else can you possibly accomplish?
The disciples, taken aback by this inexplicable reprimand, were left bewildered, wondering what had caused their peak master to lash out. Unbeknownst to them, Hongzun was merely venting his pent-up frustrations upon them.
Indeed.
After releasing his grievances, he felt considerably lighter and departed with a flourish. Qingshi, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle before following suit. Chapter 54. Still young upon returning to the mountaintop, Hongzun made his way directly to his cave dwelling, disregarding Qingshi who trailed behind him.
Observing this,
Qingshi chuckled and shook his head, musing that despite his age, he still could not handle such trivialities. He then turned away, heading back to his own quarters. Realizing that from this day forth, the Daoist sect might very well become his new foundation. The thought amused him. One day, he too would join a sect,
willingly embracing its confines.
Yet, reflecting on the exceptional skills of the young Changqing made it seem worthwhile.
In a good mood,
he returned to his cave and was greeted by his master. Little Wang Yao immediately approached, inquiring, "Master,
are we truly going to stay at the Divine Sword Peak from now on?"
"Yes," came the reply.
"Oh."
She nodded innocently, her gaze inadvertently catching the grease stains on her master's beard, prompting her to ask, "Master, did you just have a meal?"
In her memory,
her master had long since practiced fasting, consuming only the occasional beast meat or spirit fruit during moments of leisure. It was the first time she had seen him with such remnants on his beard.
Realizing he had been discovered, Qingshi did not shy away. With a serious demeanor,
he instructed, "Disciple, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say." Noticing his gravity, little Wang Yao straightened her posture and nodded. At the foot of the Divine Sword Peak, there is a kitchen that serves 3 meals a day.
From now on, you must go there at mealtime. However,
there are rules. Disciples of different ranks must compete for their places, and only those who secure a position will be fed. As a true disciple of the Divine Sword Peak now, you will need to contend with other true disciples, as well as various stewards and elders.
Remember,
when the time comes, do not hold back. As long as you do not harm lives or foundations. You must strive with all your might to guarantee a spot at every meal, otherwise, you will surely regret it.
Upon hearing this seemingly nonsensical directive, Wang Yao stood frozen. Disbelief etched on her face as she finally managed to ask, "Master, are you telling me to fight for food?"
She had never imagined that her master would ever instruct her to contend for a meal, and Qingshi nodded emphatically.
"Yes, remember what I just said." Confused,
Wang Yao struggled to grasp her master's meaning. What was so valuable about a bowl of rice? She had already mastered fasting. Even without eating, it would not matter. So why should she fight for it? Moreover, her master implied that she should exert herself fully in this endeavor. Baffled, she sensed something amiss. Yet as a newcomer to the kitchen, she remained unaware that the meals at the Divine Sword Peak were entirely different from those offered elsewhere.
In a new environment,
little Wang Yao adapted swiftly, concluding an afternoon of cultivation.
Just as she prepared to rest, Qingshi hastily exited his room.
"Disciple, hurry to the kitchen.
Mealtime is approaching."
Though this old man had only recently joined the Daoist sect and experienced but 2 meals, he had already mastered the rules of the place. He was well aware of when meals commenced and when disciples should set out. Without regard for Xiao Wanyao, he soared into the sky, leaving behind only a fleeting remark before vanishing into the horizon. "Hurry, my disciple, or there will be no place left." There exists a regulation that forbids masters from intervening while their disciples vie for positions. Thus, even if Qingshi wished to accompany Xiao Wangyao to the kitchen, it was impossible. Standing there, Xiao Wangyao was filled with confusion, and after a long moment, she regained her composure. Although still perplexed, She chose to heed her master's words and hastened towards the kitchen at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, Xiao Wangyao encountered a scene she had never witnessed in her life. Numerous disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were sprinting and engaging in combat. Some, upon recognizing her attire as a direct disciple, swiftly identified her. By heavens, is that the newly appointed direct disciple Wangyao? The student of Elder Qingshi? Indeed, it was she. Earlier that afternoon, Qishong, in his capacity as the sect leader, had announced Qingshi's induction into the Daoist sect and his ascension to Elder of the Divine Sword Peak. His disciple, Wangyao, was thus acknowledged as a direct disciple of the Divine Sword Peak. The news had already spread throughout the Daoist sect. Upon seeing Wangyao, the other disciples were instantly intrigued, as she was a recently appointed direct disciple who had not followed the usual protocols. Her abilities were a mystery. However, the attention of the crowd swiftly shifted due to the words of one disciple. "Oh, isn't senior sister Wangyao also heading to the kitchen?" Indeed, she was. "Little one, I apologize." Initially, they were merely curious, but now that she was headed to the kitchen, things had taken a turn. In an instant, a passing steward did not hesitate to confront Wangyao, aiming to eliminate this rival first. "Apologies, young one, but I am left with no choice. I shall explain after the meal." As he made his move, he expressed his regret to Wangyao. Confused, she pondered the sudden shift. Everything had seemed fine only moments ago. Nonetheless, Wangyao retaliated. Contrary to expectations, the steward not only failed to subdue her but was, in fact, overwhelmed by her prowess. Good heavens! It seems that no direct disciple can be deemed weak. Many had assumed Wangyao had gained her position through connections, presuming her strength would be inferior to that of her peers. Yet now, it was evident that her abilities were extraordinarily formidable. Though she may not surpass Su Jia and his companions, the gap was remarkably narrow. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Wangyao pressed forward, ultimately joining the main group at the kitchen. The battles here were even more intense, leaving her increasingly bewildered about the circumstances at the Divine Sword Peak. Are the disciples mad? Or have the stewards lost their wits as well? Yet, hearing Qingshi's encouraging shouts, Wangyao gritted her teeth and defeated the steward. "Excellent, my disciple. Quickly, seize your position." Qingshi exclaimed loudly, to which Hongzun retorted coldly, "Are you disregarding the rules? One cannot interfere during the competition for positions." Was I interfering? Merely offering commentary is not allowed either. After being reprimanded by Hongzun, Qingshi smiled upon seeing Xiao Wangyao successfully seize her place and chose to remain silent. "Truly, my disciple has demonstrated her prowess by securing a position on her very first attempt. Splendid." Just when Qingshi thought the meal was firmly within their grasp, the next turn of events left him utterly astonished. The steward, who had just been bested by Wangyao, limped over to her with an exaggerated display of injury. His eyes filled with a desperate plea. "Wangyao, I have devoted myself to the Daoist sect for 581 years, diligently and sincerely. Now, as my life draws to a close and my hopes for a breakthrough fade, my greatest wish before I depart this world is to savor a meal from the Divine Sword Peak. To know that I have lived and died as a member of the Daoist sect." Upon hearing this, a look of compassion crossed Wangyao's face. The steward's performance was so convincing that it felt as though he might take his last breath at any moment. Without further hesitation, Wangyao relinquished her position. "I am deeply sorry, esteemed elder, I had no idea. It is of no consequence, for this is my personal affliction, merely this solitary wish. Please, come to me." Chapter 55, A Father's Love. Witnessing Wangyao's deeply moved expression as she willingly relinquished her position, Qingshi nearly choked on his own blood. Just a moment prior, he had believed that his disciple and he were secure, yet who could have anticipated that Wangyao would voluntarily yield her place? Unbelievable. Not only Qingshi, but everyone present bore expressions of utter disbelief. For the sake of their daily sustenance, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had exhibited an almost frenzied determination, wishing to cultivate an abundance of cunning strategies. They would resort to any means permissible within the rules, no matter how unscrupulous. Yet now, merely due to a few words, this girl had relinquished her position. As for the steward, while one could not definitively claim he was the youngest in the steward hall, he was certainly far from nearing the end of his lifespan. Thus, his previous remarks were utterly nonsensical. Moreover, such rudimentary tactics had been employed by many before, only to be met with a singular response: get lost. Truly, she was still far too naive. Disciple, what are you doing? Xingshi bellowed in anger. Ah, master, I just felt he looked so pitiful. Faced with Qingshi's wrath, young Wangyao momentarily felt frightened and replied in a small voice. This only served to stir a tempest of indignation within Qingshi. Pitiful? Take a good look at yourself. Hearing her master's words, Wangyao turned to observe the steward, who had firmly taken his position and was now embroiled in a heated argument with other stewards, devoid of any signs of nearing his end. You old fool have broken the rules, deceiving and bullying a naive girl. Nonsense. This is not deception, it's mutual consent. If she is willing to give up her position, what is wrong with that? Which rule states that one cannot relinquish their position? You have shamed the integrity of our sect. Rubbish. Go without food for 3 days and you shall see. As she watched the formerly feeble elder suddenly rejuvenate, Wang Yao exclaimed in confusion, Senior, you. However, she was immediately interrupted by the steward. Ah, little girl, it was your choice earlier. It's too late to backtrack now. Even the simplest of minds would recognize they had been deceived, and Wang Yao pouted in dissatisfaction, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. She could only sulk to the side, muttering to herself, all lies, he is not a true leader of the righteous path. How could the righteous sect engage in such antics? To Wang Yao, the notion of the righteous path was clear-cut, it embodied integrity and honor, dismissing any actions akin to thievery or deceit. However, observing the individuals from the Divine Sword Peak, who were willing to utilize any despicable means for a mere meal, starkly contrasted her expectations. Sighing at the sight of young Wang Yao's woeful expression, Qingshi lamented her lack of experience and the naivety that came with it. Meanwhile, Hongzun stood by, unable to contain his laughter. Senior sister. As Wang Yao, unable to bear the sense of grievance, shed tears freely. Several female disciples who also failed to secure a position could not help but approach her to offer comfort. Taking a handkerchief, she wiped her tears while lamenting. Are we not the leaders of the righteous path? How can we deceive our fellow disciples over a mere meal? Is this truly the conduct of righteous cultivators? Clearly, the impact of this incident weighed heavily on Wang Yao. Observing her distress, several female disciples sighed with peculiar expressions. Alas, senior sister, you will understand in due time. The culinary skills of junior brother Changqing are unparalleled. No matter how much was said to Wang Yao at that moment, she remained oblivious, however. Clarity would soon dawn upon her. With the announcement of the meal, the kitchen door swung open, and those who had managed to grab a spot rushed excitedly into the courtyard. Simultaneously, a rich aroma wafted through the air, prompting the disciples who had not secured a position to inhale deeply. If I cannot partake, I shall savor the scent. Let it be so intoxicating that you are left with nothing but the blandness of your meal. Enough, junior brother, your face has turned purple from inhaling. Are you not afraid of suffocation? Senior brother, before you criticize me, perhaps you should attend to your own appearance, your face is quite green. Even the female disciples gathered around Wang Yao were greedily inhaling the fragrant air, their noses twitching in delight. Senior sisters, you do not speak. If we cannot eat, then inhaling the aroma is a consolation in itself. Is everyone out of their minds? Wang Yao stood frozen, bewildered by the spectacle before her. Did these individuals suffer from some psychological affliction? Was it truly that difficult to secure a meal? In her heart, she still believed it was merely a meal. Obtaining it should not be a challenge. Yet, she had to admit, the aroma was undeniably enticing, even making her, who typically showed little interest in food, salivate. However, this was not an insurmountable dilemma. Given her master's affection for her, she was certain he would share some of his portion. This was indeed true, the two were inseparable. And Qingshi regarded her as his own. Their bond resembled that of a father and daughter, and what father would not cherish his little girl? With this thought, Wang Yao hurried into the courtyard, where the fragrance intensified, causing her to unconsciously swallow hard. In that moment, she began to understand the frenzy exhibited by the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Soon, she spotted her master, squatting alongside Hongzun on the steps.
devouring their food with great enthusiasm. Seeing her master relish the meal only heightened Wang Yao's anticipation, and she approached eagerly, asking, "Master, is it delicious?" "Delicious. Very delicious," came the muffled reply, his mouth full of food. Wang Yao swallowed hard and continued, "I want to eat too, master, could you?" In the past, whenever Wang Yao expressed this desire, Qingshi would surely offer her his leftovers. She had expected the same this time, however, upon hearing her words. Qingshi looked up at her, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and replied with a serious demeanor, "Disciple, you have grown, you cannot rely on your master for everything. The path ahead is one you must face on your own, and I cannot protect you forever. It is time for you to mature." Upon hearing these words, Wang Yao initially believed it to be her master's admonition, causing her to lower her head in a moment of guilt. Indeed, it was she who had been deceived out of her rightful position. How could she possibly have the face to ask her master for a share? With her eyes reddened, the thought of her master's disappointment filled her heart with remorse. Just as she was about to confess her wrongdoings, the conversation between Hong Zun and Qingshi drifted into her ears. "You even deceived your own disciple, you truly lack humanity. What do you understand? I am merely guiding her. Besides, Yao Er has long since ceased to consume food, it has no bearing on her." "Then what about you? Stop with the nonsense. Hurry and eat. Such delectable fare, how could I bear to share it with others when I can hardly satisfy my own appetite?" The two old men, engrossed in their ravenous feasting, mumbled indistinctly, oblivious to their surroundings, while every word was keenly absorbed by Wang Yao. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of paternal affection, akin to a landslide. Chapter 56, The Return of Jin Min. Observing the gluttonous consumption of food by Qingshi, Wang Yao stood in a daze, utterly bewildered. "My master loves me, does he not? Surely he does. Perhaps he does?" Yet, the more she contemplated, the less she could convince herself. Even her self-hypnosis proved ineffective. A father's love felt akin to a landslide, overwhelming and uncontrollable. Finally noticing Wang Yao, who stood with red-rimmed eyes, Qingshi felt a pang of sorrow, for she had nurtured this little darling with her own hands. With tears welling in her eyes, she could only lower her head and finish the last bite of her meal, subsequently letting out a deep sigh. Ah, what a relief! A sense of fulfillment washed over her, as if her body and soul had been elevated. Just then, a large bowl was placed before Wang Yao. "Disciple, wash this for me, I've overeaten a bit," Qingshi said, not waiting for Wang Yao's consent as she thrust the bowl into her hands, while she herself stretched lazily and departed. At that moment, the tears that had been suppressed for so long finally cascaded down her cheeks. Everything had changed, everything. The Daoist sect was not the place she had envisioned, and even her master had transformed. As she wept while washing the bowl, Yi Changqing, her master, observed this new disciple, puzzled. "What's wrong with this girl? Is washing a bowl truly cause for tears?" However, he paid little heed to her plight and reclined comfortably on a lounge chair. After the other disciples departed, many left behind ample cultivation resources. Although each contribution was modest, the sheer number of disciples meant that it equated to the entire Sword Peak sect supporting one individual. The treatment was, of course, self-evident. Yi Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for as the disciples expressed, if he did not accept their offerings, they would feel uneasy. Over time, this had become a routine. Periodically, the disciples would replenish Yi Changqing's cultivation resources, leading him to regard even the body refinement pills with indifference. At the pulse unclogging realm, Yi Changqing had already progressed to consuming pulse unclogging pills, never actively refining them, relying solely on his own absorption, a testament to his extravagance. Casually tossing a pulse unclogging pill into his mouth, he savored its rich aroma, finding it far superior to the body refinement pills. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The night at Sword Peak remained vibrant with life, bustling with activity akin to a festival compared to other peaks. Disciples could still be seen practicing their cultivation. As the night of training came to an end, dawn broke, and the disciples commenced their daily routines anew. Unbeknownst to them, a figure was swiftly approaching from beyond the Sword Peak, clad in the garb of an inner sect disciple. It was none other than Jin Min, who had been absent for quite some time. Since the kitchen regulations had changed, it seemed an eternity since anyone had seen her.
With everyone engrossed in their cultivation, dining, and vying for positions, her return went unnoticed. It was said she had been on a mission, and now, at long last, she had returned. There was still time. With an expression tinged with urgency, Jean Min glanced at the time and softly murmured, her figure hastening towards the kitchen. Having just returned to the sect, she found herself in perfect alignment with mealtime, believing it was fate that she should partake in today's breakfast. She soon arrived outside the kitchen, where the competition had already commenced, and without hesitation, she plunged into the fray. "Goodness, junior sister Jean!" exclaimed a fellow disciple, who had just exchanged blows with her. Upon recognizing her, he gasped in surprise but quickly chuckled. "You're finally back. But there won't be any breakfast left for you today." "Senior brother, do not celebrate prematurely," Jean Min countered. In terms of strength, she ranked among the lower tiers of the inner sect disciples, not at the very bottom, but securing one of the mere 600 available portions seemed nearly impossible. The disparity was significant, unless fortune smiled upon her. Thus, this senior brother felt quite confident. However, as the battle unfolded, his expression began to shift. Wait. How has Jean Min become so powerful after her brief absence? Even her cultivation in the 9 techniques has reached the minor completion stage, the senior brother remarked, astonished. Yet before he could finish his thought, Jean Min interrupted him with a smile. "Senior brother, you have no idea about the sacrifices I made to earn this meal." Each word she spoke resonated with unwavering determination. "I have endured immense hardships during this time, rolling in mud, being pursued by formidable beasts for thousands of miles, confronting hundreds of malevolent spirits alone, and even entering the 8 forbidden zones. I narrowly survived after facing perilous trials." The senior brother stood speechless. Wasn't Jean Min merely on a mission? How did it escalate to such harrowing encounters? Did she undertake a 5-star mission? Yet, even that shouldn't have been so treacherous. Listening to her experiences rolling in the mud, being hunted by great demons, facing countless evil spirits, and most shockingly, daring to enter the 8 forbidden zones, those were notorious for their dangers, after all. Under normal circumstances, disciples of the Taoist sect would never venture into such treacherous territories without the leadership of a peak master or a senior elder. "Junior sister, you..." He began again, but once more, Jean Min cut him off. "From this day forward, I shall have a share of every meal in this kitchen. For it is my life that has earned me this right." With that declaration, Jean Min formed seals with her hands and unleashed her magic, sending the senior brother flying. In a mere moment, Jean Min seemed transformed, and all of this was attributed to the cuisine of the divine sword peak. Throughout her trials, it was the thought of the nourishing meals that had sustained her spirit. The mere recollection of the hearty braised noodles and the generous rice bowls filled her eyes with hope. How could she perish without first savoring the meals from the kitchen? After the victory, Jean Min's eyes were filled with unwavering determination as she gazed towards the kitchen and the still-closed courtyard gate. Not far behind her, her senior brother, who had just been sent flying, staggered to his feet, seemingly witnessing the blazing flames that enveloped Jean Min. This was the unyielding obsession of the human heart, now fully ignited within her. "Junior sister," he called out with a complex expression, "have you truly gone to such lengths just to savor the kitchen's meals?" Initially, he found it incomprehensible that Jean Min had abruptly left the sect, even forsaking the culinary skills of their junior brother Chongqing. However, upon reflection, he realized his naivety. His junior sister was indeed engaging in a life-or-death struggle for survival. In comparison to her, were their daily cultivation efforts truly arduous? Yesterday, it might have seemed so. But now, it felt almost trivial. Jean Min was undergoing a genuine test of life and death, compelling herself to grow rapidly in the face of peril. Having achieved this level of perseverance, she certainly deserved a portion of today's breakfast. A sense of admiration welled up within him, mingled with a twinge of reluctance as he watched Jean Min join the queue. His voice, filled with resolve, murmured, "If my junior sister can do it, then so can I." Chapter 57, A Daring Expedition into Forbidden Grounds. Jean Min made her remarkable return, triumphing over several prominent inner disciples in succession, successfully securing her position. This spectacle soon spread among the disciples. After breakfast, even Master Hong sought out Jean Min, intrigued by her astonishing progress. "Where have you been lately, my girl? Your advancement is truly remarkable," he inquired. In a brief span, her cultivation had ascended, her techniques had evolved, and her combat prowess had surged dramatically. Such rapid improvement was indeed astonishing, especially considering that Jin Min's innate talent and constitution were hardly exceptional among the inner disciples. Master Hong harbored concerns that Jin Min might have strayed onto a perilous path, for the cultivation world is rife with dubious methods promising swift enhancement. These paths invariably come with significant costs. As the esteemed leader of the righteous path in the Eastern continent, Daoi's sect strictly forbids its disciples from pursuing such unorthodox practices. However, after personally questioning and examining her, Master Hong dismissed his apprehensions, though his expression grew notably peculiar. He was at a loss for words. Jin Min had been pursued by formidable demons and had ventured into the 8 great forbidden zones. In such a short time, she had encountered so much danger. While she spoke with calmness, Master Hong recognized the peril she faced. One misstep could have led to her demise. It was precisely through such grave dangers that Jin Min was able to progress so swiftly. Ultimately, Master Hong could only sigh deeply and pat Jin Min on the shoulder, saying, "It is good that you have returned safely." After the meal, the disciples gradually departed, yet the tale of Jin Min spread like wildfire among them. Whether among the servant disciples, outer disciples, or inner disciples, they all engaged in fervent discussions about her exploits. "Have you heard about senior sister Jin Min?" "Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Senior sister Jin Min's strength is now incomparable." "Indeed. In such a short span, she has become so powerful. I heard from an inner disciple that she was not strong at all before." "You think so?" "Let me tell you, senior sister Jin Min's transformation is well deserved. Do you know where she was during her absence?" "Where?" "You wouldn't know, would you?" Senior sister Jin Min ventured into the 8 great forbidden zones, pursued by formidable demons, and faced over 100 malevolent spirits alone. "Is that true?" "Absolutely. The son of my aunt's sister-in-law told me. He is an inner disciple." The events surrounding Jin Min's absence quickly became the subject of speculation among the disciples, each tale more fantastical than the last. "Have you heard? Senior sister Jin Min's strength derives from her ventures into the 8 great forbidden zones." "You know what? She became so powerful because she stealthily infiltrated the territory of the Black Tiger Demon King and stole the treasures of the Tiger Clan, refining them to enhance her strength." "Let me tell you. But don't breathe a word to anyone. His senior sister Jin Min's prowess stems from her slaying the Black Tiger Demon King and refining the royal elixir. Sister Jin Min has not only strengthened her own prowess, but she has also reclaimed the Black Tiger Demon King." "Indeed. Some senior brothers witnessed her riding back on the Black Tiger Demon King." By lunchtime, as Yi Changqing heard these rumors surrounding Jin Min, his eyelids twitched incessantly. This was utterly preposterous, beyond absurdity. It was an outrageous farce. Entering the 8 forbidden grounds was one thing. But listen to what these disciples were saying: infiltrating the territory of the Black Tiger Demon King, slaying the Demon King, and even more extravagantly, taming it as a steed. The status of such a Demon King is on par with that of the Honored One. Even the Honored One lacks the capability to subdue a Demon King as a mount. If Jin Min could achieve this feat, one might as well consider replacing the master of the Divine Sword Peak. As if that were not enough, after the meal, during a casual exchange among numerous disciples, the senior brother who had been defeated by Jin Min in the morning suddenly spoke up. "Brothers and sisters, I have made a decision. I too shall venture out to train, much like sister Jin Min." "Are you out of your mind? Is that training? Or is it a march to your demise?" came an immediate rebuttal. However, the senior brother scoffed in disdain. "Thus, the peak master is right in scolding you. With your current demeanor, you wouldn't even catch a warm meal. Do you truly believe that your current training is arduous?" Faced with this inquiry, the crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Is it arduous? Perhaps compared to disciples from other peaks, but certainly not when compared to Jin Min. Observing their silence, the senior brother curled his lips into a smile and rose with a grandiose declaration. "In my view, our current training resembles mere child's play. You all think you are diligent, yet little do you realize that at mealtime, securing a spot is entirely a matter of chance, devoid of any assurance." "Is that not so?" His words plunged the crowd into deeper silence, for the truth of the matter was indeed as he stated. Aside from a select few, such as Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu, most disciples lacked the absolute confidence to secure their places at every meal. To entrust everything to luck, doesn't that seem laughable? Do you know what Sister Jean Min said to me this morning? What? They inquired. She said that we, as cultivators, must take our destinies into our own hands, especially concerning meals. Whether we eat or not lies within us. When I desire to eat, I must ensure that I can, rather than leaving it to so-called luck. Instead of relinquishing everything to chance, it is far better to endure temporarily, to take a bold risk for future freedom in dining. To face great terrors between life and death, thereby enhancing oneself. This path may lead to death or a period without the culinary delights of Brother Chongqing, yet, if one perseveres, upon returning, every meal shall have a place reserved for you. At that time, it will no longer be a question of whether you can eat, but rather whether you desire to partake. His words ignited fervor among the crowd. Indeed, for most disciples, whether they could dine at mealtime truly depended on luck. However, the duration of such fortune remains uncertain, and they aspire to seize control of their own sustenance. After a brief silence, one disciple promptly echoed, "What the elder brother says is indeed correct. I, too, have resolved to venture forth, daring to challenge the forbidden grounds, in pursuit of the freedom to dine." Before long, an increasing number of disciples rallied in agreement, and the small courtyard of the kitchen erupted with fervent cheers. To venture forth, to brave the forbidden grounds, for the freedom to dine. The chant resonated, as the disciples' eyes glimmered with fervor and their foreheads pulsed with excitement. Yi Chongqing stood in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. But just a moment ago, weren't we feasting quite heartily? Why the sudden urge to confront the forbidden grounds? Chapter 58. Yi Chongqing stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding scene. Equally bewildered was Jean Min, the very epicenter of the event. Originally engrossed in her meal among the crowd, Jean Min looked up in a daze, her mouth still speckled with rice grains, upon hearing the enthusiastic calls from numerous disciples. Particularly, when she spotted a senior brother amidst the throng, she felt a surge of indignation, wishing to shout, "I never uttered such words, do not slander me." Yet, the fervor of the disciples had already reached a crescendo, and before Jean Min could articulate her thoughts, the senior brother approached her with earnestness. "Thank you, junior sister Jean, for imparting this wisdom to me. Rest assured, if you can achieve it, so can I," he declared. A multitude of disciples behind him bowed in gratitude. And before Jean Min could respond, they swept away in a grand procession, leaving her dazed and bewildered. "What on earth did I say?" she pondered, momentarily overwhelmed. In an instant, the audacious declarations of venturing forth to hone their skills and brave the forbidden lands swept through the entire Divine Sword Peak like a tempest. Many disciples clamored to learn from Jean Min, aspiring to seize the liberty of dining, firmly taking control of their meals. Moreover, through the disciples' discussions, it became evident that mere outdoor training was somewhat unprofitable. Prior to this, they could visit the main peak's task hall to undertake various assignments. This approach would not only allow for practical experience but also enable them to earn sect points, which could later be exchanged for spells, elixirs, divine weapons, and more upon their return to the sect. It was indeed a virtuous cycle. Such remarkable ingenuity. Upon hearing this notion, numerous disciples raised their thumbs in admiration, expressing their genuine respect. "You flatter me, fellow disciples. I merely had an occasional epiphany. However, the duration of outdoor training will undoubtedly be lengthy. So it is advisable to take on several tasks," the senior brother cautioned. "Rest assured, we are well aware of this," they replied. From the following day onward, disciples from the Divine Sword Peak began to depart in succession for their outdoor training. Of course, before their departure, they did not forget to first visit the main peak's task hall to accept some assignments. Consequently, over the past 2 days, the task hall became populated with numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, many adorned with bandages and visible injuries. These disciples of the Divine Sword Peak are truly relentless. "Even injured, they still seek tasks?" murmured others, incredulous. "It seems the Divine Sword Peak is quite mad." In light of this, other disciples kept their distance, astonished by their fervor. However, when they observed how the Divine Sword Peak disciples accepted tasks, their composure began to waver. Typically, Disciples from other peaks would first review the task details and then select one that suited them. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak followed suit. Yet rather than scanning one or two tasks, they perused several lines at a time. Approaching the array that displayed the tasks, the shimmering projection revealed a neat array of assignments, distinctly categorized by star ratings. However, after a thorough examination, one disciple from the Divine Sword Peak spoke, leaving those around him utterly speechless. "Excuse me, esteemed steward, I shall undertake this entire line of tasks." Upon hearing this declaration, the steward responsible for task registration was taken aback, staring blankly at the disciple from the Sword Peak. The disciple reiterated, "I have indeed accepted this entire line of tasks." Confirming that he had not misheard, the steward was left speechless. Having served in the task hall for over a century, he believed he had encountered countless disciples. While some did prefer to take on several tasks at once, the maximum was typically 5 or 6, rarely did anyone accept more than a dozen. Yet here stood a disciple of the Sword Peak, boldly claiming an entire line of tasks, at least 30 or more. "Were you here to engage in wholesale dealings?" Regaining his composure, the steward replied earnestly, "Disciple, our sect's regulations prohibit the transfer or reallocation of tasks." The disciple clarified, "That is not my intention. I will personally complete all these tasks." "Is there a limit to the number of tasks one can accept according to sect rules?" Astonishingly, this inquiry left the steward at a loss for words. Ultimately, amidst the wide-eyed astonishment of all present, he proceeded to register the disciple. And the luminous screen promptly displayed the disappearance of over 30 tasks. Once accepted, tasks in the sect cannot be reassigned unless they have been failed. With his tasks officially assigned, the disciple from the Sword Peak turned and departed without hesitation. A resolute glint in his eyes, this outing would either yield success or result in his demise. Observing his retreating figure, the disciples from various peaks began to murmur among themselves. "See, I told you the disciples of Sword Peak are problematic. It's not just a minor issue, it seems to have escalated since last time." Indeed. With daily intense duels and now this frenzied task acceptance sigh. What was initially thought to be an isolated incident soon proved otherwise. As more and more disciples from Sword Peak arrived at the task hall, each taking on entire lines of tasks either horizontally or vertically, the rapid depletion of available tasks was evident, leaving only a handful of 3-star and 4-star tasks, along with a few exceedingly difficult 5-star ones. The other disciples could no longer remain composed. If this continues, the Sword Peak will exhaust all tasks. Just then, as another disciple from Sword Peak approached the luminous screen, before he could speak, a disciple from another peak interjected, "Are you Sword Peak disciples out of your minds? How can you accept tasks in such a manner? Line after line?" The tone was tinged with desperation. "This is enough. We all come here to accept tasks. What on earth are you Sword Peak trying to accomplish?" In response, the Sword Peak disciple merely cast a casual glance, uttering a line that left others speechless. "Is it against sect regulations to accept tasks in lines?" Without waiting for a reply, he turned his attention back to the steward beside the luminous screen. Noticing the gaze upon him, the steward, for reasons unknown, seemed to tremble slightly, his complexion paling. "Are there no more complete tasks available? Then, I shall take all the remaining 3-star tasks. Package them, please." "Yes, package them. And then I shall consider suitable 4-star tasks." It was the first time he had heard the term package in the task hall, and astonishingly, he wanted to select a few more. The steward was rendered speechless, while many disciples seethed with anger. "You, from the Divine Sword Peak, are being excessively arrogant." "Very well. You no longer regard us as equals, do you? Just wait, I shall report you to the law enforcement hall." "I will accompany you." The disciples' eyes were filled with fury. They were unable to accept any tasks at all. In the face of such ire and threats from the multitude, the disciple from the Divine Sword Peak remained unfazed, diligently recording the tasks before departing with indifference. In this endeavor, as always, failure would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 59, Disciple. I beseech you, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, in their fervor for undertaking quests, have incited the ire of their peers across various peaks, prompting many to band together and report grievances at the law enforcement hall. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Divine Sword Peak, the zeal among disciples to venture forth for training has surged to unprecedented heights. One can scarcely traverse the grounds without encountering disciples passionately proclaiming their desire to embark on journeys of enlightenment, eager to learn from Senior Sister Jean Min. Yet, amidst their fervent declarations, the throngs of disciples remain undiminished during mealtimes, still gathered in droves.
Initially, Yi Chongqing felt disheartened. Were they not all clamoring to undertake training? Why? Then, did they ultimately refrain?
It was only upon overhearing a casual conversation among a few disciples that the truth began to unravel.
Brother, did you not express just days ago your intention to train outside with Brother Chen?
Yet, he departed yesterday. How come you?
I never truly intended to go. Ah, so you deceived Brother Chen?
Do you presume that training amidst life and death,
enduring great terrors to achieve rapid advancement like Senior Sister Jean Min, is a simple endeavor?
One misstep could spell disaster, losing one's life, and in such a case, you wouldn't even have the luxury of a meal, let alone anything else. It is evident that not every disciple of the Divine Sword Peak possesses the resolve or courage to undertake such perilous journeys.
After all,
the kind of training that Jean Min engages in is, quite frankly, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, exceedingly hazardous.
Thus, when all is considered, the number of disciples truly venturing out for training is rather limited.
However, upon hearing this discourse, the expressions of the other disciples grew complex.
But brother, if you never intended to go, why did you support and encourage Brother Chen? Are you fools? For competitors like Brother Chen, the fewer there are, the better. If he does not depart, how shall I secure my own sustenance? Have you not noticed how much lighter the pressure has felt these last few days? At this proclamation,
the disciples nodded in unison, and such scenes were not uncommon among them. For those determined to venture out for training, it was primarily support, encouragement, and persuasion from their fellow disciples, who would even go so far as to offer elixirs and talismans for protection. They would coax and deceive their peers into embarking on these treacherous journeys. Initially, Yi Chongqing assumed this camaraderie stemmed from genuine concern for the well-being of their companions. Yet, it has become evident that these individuals are rather unscrupulous.
In their quest for sustenance, they resort to any means necessary. Of course, their concern is not entirely feigned, otherwise, they would not genuinely offer elixirs and talismans.
Moreover, Elder Hong has implemented certain measures in response. For any disciple wishing to venture out for training akin to Jean Min, he generously bestowed upon them a portable teleportation array disc. This device allows one to establish a connection with the main array in advance, ensuring that, upon encountering peril, they can activate it to be instantly transported back to the main array of the Daoist sect.
It can be considered a remarkably precious life-saving item,
and its cost is not insignificant. This was all acquired at the personal expense of Master Hong, who reportedly made a special trip to Wanjin Peak to negotiate with its lord before successfully procuring these teleportation array discs.
However, even with these items, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed.
After all, should one encounter a being such as a demon king, it is likely that the array discs would not even have the chance to be activated before one meets their demise. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Master Hong has exerted every effort to ensure the safety of the disciples venturing out from the Divine Sword Peak. Upon discerning the true sentiments of these disciples, Yi Chongqing reclined on a lounge chair after mealtime, his face etched with helplessness. The matter of dining had become a cunning game for these disciples,
with each scheme more unscrupulous than the last.
Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such matters and opened the character panel.
Host, Yi Chongqing.
Identity, miscellaneous disciple of Daoist sect. Cultivation, minor completion of pulse opening realm, 8931 Technique, Mingxin Ju, perfection, 10,000 Arts, Shadow Blade. Perfection, 10,000 7 star steps, perfection, 10,000 Spirit Wall, major completion 18635, 30000, reputation, fame gradually rising. Talent, upper middle grade, 306 70,000, root bone, upper middle grade 11446 70000, comprehension, upper grade intermediate, 89,997 10000. His cultivation had once again broken through a minor realm, reaching the minor completion of the pulse opening realm, with his talent also advancing to upper middle grade, marking a commendable improvement.
Considering the time, it was time to undertake this month's tasks.
He murmured softly, recalling that last month, in his excitement, he had forgotten to accept the assignment. Thus this time he paid particular attention. After enjoying a comfortable afternoon nap, he stretched lazily before commencing his training for the day.
Meanwhile, atop Divine Sword Peak,
within Master Hong's abode, he sat opposite Elder Shur and the head of the law enforcement hall, the second elder, who wore an expression of anger and grievance.
Junior brother, what exactly is your Divine Sword Peak intending to do? Are you aware of how many complaints I have received in just 3 short days?
Almost every disciple from each peak has lodged grievances. I implore you, please, let your Divine Sword Peak maintain some tranquility, otherwise. My law enforcement hall is on the verge of becoming a marketplace.
Shur Song was on the brink of madness. In the past,
the law enforcement hall was not only the most desolate place on the main peak, but it was also the area all disciples avoided at all costs.
After all, everyone knew that any involvement with the law enforcement hall could only herald misfortune. Yet, in recent times, it felt as though the law enforcement hall was rivaling both the task hall and the alchemy hall. Each day,
a steady stream of disciples came to the law enforcement hall to voice their complaints, and without question, the targets of these grievances were invariably the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. The enforcement hall has always been short-staffed, and as time has passed,
the pressure has driven its members to the brink of insanity.
According to the regulations of the Taoist sect, every disciple who brings a complaint to the enforcement hall must undergo meticulous registration, detailing the events in question.
Consequently, they find themselves seated at their desks, endlessly writing. Devoid of any time for cultivation, and even during the night, they are compelled to work overtime. The predicament is that there seems to be no end in sight.
The unresolved matters from the previous day are merely compounded by the arrival of new complaints the following day. This relentless cycle has led some of the enforcers to reach their breaking point, prompting them to request a transfer from Shur Song.
Hall Master,
I implore you to reassign me from the enforcement hall. I cannot endure this any longer. Hall Master, I have erred. I engaged in a conflict with Senior Brother Li.
Fully aware that my transgressions are unforgivable, I beseech you to punish me.
I too have acted out. Please, Hall Master, impose a penalty upon me.
In a desperate bid to secure a transfer from the enforcement hall, some enforcers even resort to deliberately committing minor infractions, hoping to be demoted from their posts. This phenomenon is unprecedented in the annals of the Taoist sect.
Historically, the enforcement hall has been a coveted position,
wielding authority over the sect's penalties and enjoying considerable status and benefits.
Yet now, the individuals under Shur Song's command regard it with trepidation.
All due to the imposing presence of Hong Zun.
As Shur Song spoke, the grievances that had long been suppressed surged forth, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 60, 10,000 disciples ascend the main peak. As Shur Song spoke, his eyes reddened, and a hint of tears crept into his voice,
prompting a sense of urgency in Hong Zun. Brother, why are you crying?
Just discuss the matter at hand. At his age, it was rather unbecoming to shed tears.
Hong Zun was quite flustered, yet Shur Song could no longer restrain himself.
This was the first time in his 1,386 years as the head of the law enforcement hall that he had encountered such indignity.
Struggling to hold back his tears, Shur Song gritted his teeth and asked, Junior brother, will things ever improve for me? Hong Zun, startled out of his stupor, quickly reassured him, what are you talking about, brother?
After all these years as brothers, I certainly wish the best for you.
Then, regarding the Divine Sword Peak, I will ensure strict supervision, replied the junior brother. That is your promise, then?
Indeed, brother, you need not worry. With Hong Zun's affirmative response,
Shur Song finally felt some relief and was willing to depart.
It was understandable that Shur Song was in such a state. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak had incurred the wrath of many, disturbing the peace of the law enforcement hall daily.
Yet, they had not violated any sect regulations,
as there was no rule forbidding the acceptance of tasks in groups. Shur Song, being a stickler for rules, found himself helpless, since they were not breaking any regulations. The law enforcement hall had no grounds to act against them, thus compelling him to seek out Hong Zun personally.
After receiving assurances from Hong Zun,
Shur Song returned to the main peak and sought out the third elder in charge of the task hall.
Junior brother, has Hong Zun resolved the matter?
Rest assured, brother. I have instructed my subordinates to increase the issuance of tasks, and all should be well. Upon hearing this, Shirsong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He initially thought the issue was resolved, and for the next few days, no disciples from Divine Sword Peak came to accept tasks in groups. The task hall returned to normalcy, bringing relief not only to the task hall attendants but also to disciples from various peaks. However, within Divine Sword Peak, the disciples were soon confronted with another dilemma: their sect points had dwindled. After fervently cultivating to enhance their strength, they had exchanged their points for various techniques, elixirs, and skills at a frantic pace. Nearly all disciples had exhausted the sect points they had accumulated over years, even decades, in the span of just over a month. Without sect points, their cultivation had inevitably slowed to a crawl. As mealtime approached, many disciples gathered to discuss this pressing concern. "Brother, how many sect points do you have left?" "Alas, I am down to just over 100 points. With that, one can only exchange for a basic yellow level technique."
"Indeed. Purchasing numerous elixirs has drained our resources.
This cannot continue. Without sect points, progress within the sect becomes exceedingly difficult.
We have no choice but to accept tasks again." "Are you suggesting we take on several tasks as we did before? Are you foolish?"
"The Peak Master has explicitly prohibited it.
Disciples of Divine Sword Peak can accept a maximum of 3 tasks at a time."
"Indeed, this was the command of Hongzun, established since Shirsong's last visit."
"What does that imply for my senior brother?"
"We certainly cannot emulate senior sister Jean Min, however, the sect's missions are imperative.
Without fulfilling them, we risk stagnation in our cultivation and jeopardize our sustenance.
To maintain rapid advancement and secure our positions, sect points are indispensable.
Thus, we must endure some hardship and undertake more tasks."
Aside from cultivation and meals, every moment should be devoted to accepting missions.
Ensuring that no time is squandered during their execution, striving to complete them promptly and return to the sect to continue our endeavors.
This senior brother candidly expressed his thoughts and garnered considerable support from the disciples. Indeed, to secure our meals, we must grow stronger, and to grow stronger, we naturally require various resources.
And how do we acquire these resources? Clearly, through sect points. Therefore,
we must exert ourselves to complete as many tasks as possible to sustain our cultivation.
Lacking the determination and courage of senior sister Jean Min, we must rely on diligence,
sparing no time to enhance our strength, even during task periods.
Hard work can indeed compensate for shortcomings. Lying on a nearby recliner,
Yi Changqing listened to the discussions of the disciples and felt an inexplicable familiarity with their demeanor.
Pondering this sensation, he was unable to discern its origin until mealtime concluded and the crowd began to disperse.
Suddenly, a change flickered across his face, and his mouth twitched involuntarily.
"Now I understand why it felt so familiar. This is merely a reflection of myself."
The reference here is to Yi Changqing from his past life. A quintessential overachiever on Earth. After his disappointing college entrance examination results, he transformed into a relentless scholar.
Due to his poor scores,
he could only enroll in a culinary school, and upon realizing his regret, it was too late. He had to learn a craft.
During his studies,
he often took the initiative in the kitchen, consistently ranking at the top, which inadvertently pressured his classmates to follow suit.
Later, when he entered the workforce,
he frequently volunteered for overtime, driven by the simple desire for extra pay.
Consequently, his fellow chefs were compelled to intensify their efforts as well. Eventually,
he opened his own restaurant, while establishments nearby closed by 10. Yi Changqing, in pursuit of more business, opted to close at midnight, prompting neighboring eateries to shift to round-the-clock service, creating an intense competitive atmosphere. The expressions of the disciples during their conversations mirrored those of Yi Changqing in his previous life. Yet now, after his reincarnation, he found himself unable to engage in such relentless competition, reflecting on this with a sense of wistfulness.
Could there be trouble brewing again?
I have a nagging feeling that these brothers and sisters are about to stir up some mischief.
Recently,
even Yi Changqing has sensed the resentment harbored by disciples from other peaks towards the Divine Sword Peak. On a few occasions when he ventured away from the Divine Sword Peak, he noticed the hostile glances from disciples of other peaks upon seeing the Divine Sword Peak insignia embroidered on his chest.
It seems as if there exists some profound enmity,
causing Yi Changqing to feel a twinge of guilt.
After enduring a few days of tranquility under the strict orders of Hongzun,
It appears that trouble is once again on the horizon. An unsettling sensation lingers in his heart, yet Yi Changqing finds himself unable to control the situation. Contemplating that he might need to remain at the Xinjian peak for a while, fearing he might be overwhelmed by disciples from other peaks. As fate would have it, after mealtime, a swarm of disciples from Xinjian peak surged towards the main peak. Just as these disciples entered, Song, the overseer of the law enforcement hall, received alarming news. There was no escaping the fact that Xinjian peak had become the focal point of scrutiny for the law enforcement hall. Just 1 or 2 disciples from Xinjian peak were already a headache, yet this time, an astonishing number exceeding 10,000 had arrived. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Song leapt from his chair, responding as if faced with a formidable adversary. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, his expression one of sheer horror. The steward, with a face of despair, could only lament, "Hall master, over 10,000 disciples from Xinjian peak have ascended to the main peak." Over 10,000? What on earth are they planning? What do they intend to do? He stammered, his voice trembling. It had only been a few days of calm, and now, with such a multitude of disciples converging on the main peak, was Xinjian peak preparing to launch an assault? Chapter 61, Fortunately Now. Upon seeing a disciple from the Sword Peak, Song felt an overwhelming headache, let alone the prospect of over 10,000 disciples converging on the main peak. After a furious roar, he immediately addressed the steward before him. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry, ascertain their intentions." The pressing concern was to determine the purpose of these Sword Peak disciples' visit to the main peak, while the law enforcement hall remained on high alert, prepared to respond to any unforeseen events. Not only Song and the law enforcement hall, but all the disciples from various peaks who encountered the multitude of Sword Peak disciples along the way felt a chill run down their spines. What scheme was the Sword Peak concocting this time? Hadn't it only been a few days of peace? This is truly baffling. What on earth does the Sword Peak aim to achieve? Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, the disciples from the Sword Peak continued their ascent, whispering amongst themselves in small groups. They strategized to avoid taking on too many tasks at once, opting for simplicity, yet emphasizing the necessity for speed, swift travel, swift combat, and swift execution of all endeavors. If quality was lacking, they would compensate with quantity, even if a single task yielded merely 10 sect points, completing 10, 100, or even 1,000 tasks would still amount to a significant gain. "Rest assured, senior brother, we understand," one disciple reassured. "Understanding is paramount. Remember, there is but one overarching requirement: speed. Everything must be swift." With their minds consumed by sect tasks, the disciples of the Sword Peak raced forward. Yet a group of them was intercepted by a steward from the law enforcement hall. With trepidation, the steward addressed the gathering of Sword Peak disciples, his eyelids twitching. "What is the purpose of your presence at the main peak with so many from the Sword Peak?" Misunderstanding their intent, the disciples replied courteously, "We are merely here to accept sect tasks." Their straightforwardness left the steward drenched in cold sweat. Accepting tasks? The last time, just over 1,000 Sword Peak disciples had completely depleted the task hall of its assignments. Now, with this multitude, the steward found himself unable to contemplate further. Noticing the steward's stunned silence, a disciple inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" The steward opened his mouth but found himself rendered speechless. What could he say? They were simply here to accept sect tasks. If anything, they were merely a larger group, without any violation of sect regulations. Leaving the law enforcement hall with no grounds to act, he could only watch helplessly as this group of Sword Peak disciples departed. And this was merely a fraction of the countless Sword Peak disciples present. This is disastrous. With a grave expression, he turned and hurried off to report this matter to the hall master. Soon after, within the law enforcement hall, Song was left dumbfounded upon receiving this news. Accepting tasks, accepting tasks, accepting tasks. Are you saying they went to the task hall to collect sect assignments? At first, it was merely a soft murmur, but soon it escalated into an angry shout, filled with indignation and frustration. They had clearly come to an agreement with Elder Hong. Why then was this happening? His eyes burned with fury as he swiftly made his way towards the mission hall. This insurrection by the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak was truly audacious, utterly disregarding the authority of their esteemed elder. Meanwhile, within the law enforcement hall, the influx of Divine Sword Peak disciples left the other disciples and the task hall stewards in a state of shock. Suddenly, as if a realization struck them, their expressions changed dramatically, with some unable to restrain their outrage. Not again. This is intolerable. Just days prior, a similar incident had transpired. And it seemed poised to repeat itself, this time with an even greater number of participants. Was this an attempt to clear out the mission hall once more? The steward responsible for registrations donned a mask of despair, seemingly foreseeing the inevitable chorus of, "I will take this task," echoing through the hall. However, to everyone's surprise, upon entering the mission hall, the Divine Sword Peak disciples did not engage in the usual chaotic manner of task selection. Instead, each individual only claimed 3 tasks. This unexpected behavior brought a collective sigh of relief among the onlookers. As long as the process was orderly, it was acceptable. The disciples felt a weight lift from their shoulders, a sentiment shared by the stewards and the hastily arriving Song and Elder San. Clearly, Elder Hong had imparted some instructions. Observing the disciplined manner in which the Divine Sword Peak disciples claimed their tasks, and the reasonable limit of 3 tasks per person, Elder San let out a sigh of relief. Yet, Song remained furrowed in thought. For reasons he could not articulate, he sensed something was amiss. Was it truly in the nature of the Divine Sword Peak to be so compliant? Despite his unease, the orderly conduct of the disciples left him powerless to intervene. "Is there enough work in your mission hall?" he pondered, turning to Elder San. With confidence, Elder San replied, "If the disciples of Divine Sword Peak continue behaving as they are now, there will be no problem. The tasks accumulated previously are more than sufficient. As long as they refrain from causing further disturbances, the task volume will remain stable, allowing operations to proceed smoothly." Upon hearing this, Song felt somewhat reassured. As long as the task volume was secure, major issues could likely be avoided. However, neither of them noticed that while the Divine Sword Peak disciples were indeed orderly, their pace seemed unusually rapid. Each disciple entering the mission hall merely glanced at the array of tasks before selecting 3, registering them, and promptly departing. The average time to complete this process was less than 10 breaths, as if they were not even reading the task details. Initially, no one paid attention, but gradually, some disciples began to sense that something was amiss. Are these Divine Sword Peak disciples behaving unusually? In what way are they unusual? It appears that they have scarcely considered the essence of the task at hand, merely glancing at its star rating and the minimum cultivation requirement before hastily accepting it. Upon this revelation, the rest began to pay heed to this detail, and indeed, it was as suspected. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak seem utterly indifferent to the substance of the tasks, offering nothing more than a cursory glance. How could one truly comprehend anything with such a superficial approach? Accepting a task without even perusing its contents is utterly preposterous. A disquieting premonition began to germinate within, suggesting that matters might not be as straightforward as they appear. Nevertheless, some disciples consoled themselves with optimism, reasoning that since each had only taken on 3 tasks, any potential complication should be trivial, and all would likely be well. Yes, as long as it does not unfold as it did previously, all should be fine. Upon hearing this, many disciples nodded in agreement, while the Divine Sword Peak disciples remained oblivious, having accepted their tasks and promptly exited the task hall without pause, swiftly departing thereafter. Chapter 62. I am quite busy. Without a moment's pause, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak came and went in a flurry, vanishing from the task hall in less than half an hour. What remained was a sparsely populated array of luminous screens. I curse it all. It's empty once again. Are they akin to a band of marauders? Observing the swift completion of the lower-tier tasks, leaving only the more challenging 4- and 5-star missions, the disciples from various peaks felt overwhelmed once more. It was akin to locusts sweeping through. In the shadows, Song watched the scene with gritted teeth, knowing that the Divine Sword Peak had once again cleaned out the task hall. However, Elder San remained remarkably composed. "Fear not, I have made prior arrangements." With his words, a new batch of low-tier tasks swiftly updated on the luminous screen, restoring a semblance of calm among the disciples. It is quite normal for so many disciples from the Divine Sword Peak to take on tasks simultaneously. There is no need for undue concern, my brother. After offering this reassurance to Song, he visibly relaxed, responding, "Well then, I appreciate your efforts, junior brother. Rest assured. As long as the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak conduct themselves properly, the task hall will not encounter any issues." "That is good to hear." With matters resolved, Song departed from the task hall, silently hoping his apprehensions were unfounded. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had already begun to arrive at the Daoyi sect's horse grounds. This establishment housed all the horses of the Daoyi sect, which were far from ordinary. Even the most basic were half-demons, while the higher-tier mounts possessed the prowess of profound demon steeds. The disciples selected suitable mounts according to their respective needs. The sudden influx of so many disciples left the steward of the horse grounds utterly flabbergasted. "What brings you all here?" "We wish to rent horses." "I would like a black-scaled horse." "I require a dragon horse." "I too need a dragon horse." "And I request a swift wind." "I need a thunderclap." With each disciple clamoring for their choice, the lower-tier mounts soon diminished by more than half, leaving only high-tier steeds available. "Fellow brothers, remember our objective, we must be swift." "Do not worry, senior brother." "Very well, until we meet again at the sect." At the entrance of the horse grounds, a sea of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, mounted on demon steeds of various ranks, bade each other farewell before dispersing in different directions. The steward, having witnessed the entire affair, remained perplexed, wondering, "Why are there so many disciples venturing out today?" The demon steeds raised in the Daoyi sect primarily served the disciples for their excursions. These mounts were remarkably swift. However, renting them required sect points, and the cost varied significantly based on the steed's rank. While low-tier mounts were relatively affordable, high-tier steeds were beyond the means of ordinary disciples. Even if one possessed the sect points, few would squander them in this manner, preferring instead to reserve them for the purchase of medicinal pills or spells, which were far more enticing. Not long after the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak departed, other disciples from various peaks began to arrive in succession. Some had legitimate business that required them to leave the sect, others were tasked with completing missions, while some had personal matters to attend to. However, upon arriving at the horse ranch, they were left utterly astonished. The expansive ranch, which had once been teeming with low-tier demon horses, now harbored only a sparse few. Was this ranch robbed? Previously, the ranch was filled with demon horses. Yet now it seemed to have lost half of its stock. After the initial shock, these disciples still proceeded to rent the available mounts and set off. As time went on, each new group of disciples arriving at the ranch was met with the same incredulous sight. Gradually, the number of demon horses dwindled until, ultimately, all low-tier demon horses had vanished. When the next disciples arrived and beheld the barren low-tier area, they were taken aback, exclaiming, "Where have all the horses gone? There were so many!" A sense of frustration washed over them. They had accepted their missions, yet now found themselves without mounts. Upon inquiring with the steward, they learned that all the low-tier demon horses had been rented out, leaving only the high-tier ones available. However, upon learning the rental price, the disciples' expressions darkened, for they realized it was far beyond their means. As ordinary outer disciples, they not only questioned whether their sect had sufficient funds but also recognized that, given their cultivation levels, it would be difficult to handle high-tier demon horses. Observing the fluctuating emotions on the faces of the disciples, the steward helplessly suggested, "Perhaps you could wait a day. Tomorrow, some disciples may return, freeing up low-tier demon horses." With no other choice, the group sighed in resignation and turned back to the sect, having wasted an entire day and feeling exceedingly disheartened. More disciples continued to arrive. Yet nearly all returned in disappointment, as without demon horses, they could not possibly embark on their missions on foot. Aside from a few who owned their own demon beasts, the rest had no choice but to wait for the following day when more demon horses would become available before setting out again. The situation at the ranch did not attract much attention, most assumed it was merely a coincidence. Meanwhile, at Divine Sword Peak, dinner that evening saw noticeably fewer attendees. As many disciples finally indulged in the long-awaited meals from the kitchen, their happiness palpable. However, once the meal concluded, the disciples hastily made their way to the main peak to accept new missions. The food was too delectable, they were determined not to miss out in the future. Thus they resolved to exert themselves fully in their cultivation. As night fell over the main peak, another wave of Divine Sword Peak disciples arrived. Although their numbers had significantly decreased, the steward at the task hall remained on edge. Fortunately, these disciples adhered to the rules, each taking on only 3 tasks. The sole inconvenience was the lack of low-tier demon horses at the ranch. Consequently, the disciples of Divine Sword Peak collectively decided to rent horses directly from San Juan City. That night, Divine Sword Peak was enveloped in a profound tranquility, with over 80% of the disciples out fulfilling their missions. The sudden stillness felt rather unusual. And outside the Dawi sect, numerous disciples of Divine Sword Peak galloped tirelessly under the cloak of night, racing swiftly to the designated location. The disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, despite the late hour, showed no inclination for rest and proceeded directly to the residence of the town's official. "I am a disciple of the Dawi sect, allow me to explain the circumstances." The official, who had long since succumbed to slumber, warmly welcomed the late-night visitor. However, upon observing the disciple's anxious demeanor, the official inquired with curiosity, "Esteemed master, it is quite late, perhaps we could discuss this tomorrow." "No need for that. I am pressed for time. Please, state the matter directly." Though perplexed, the official relayed the details of the disturbances caused by malevolent spirits in the town. After a moment of contemplation, the disciple devised a strategy to lure out the malevolence and promptly instructed the official to arrange a team. Showing no signs of fatigue, the disciple successfully enticed and vanquished the evil entity. With the mission accomplished, the disciple swiftly mounted his steed and, glancing at the sky, murmured to himself, "There should still be time for breakfast." In less than a day, this disciple completed 3 tasks assigned to him, then vanished into the night under the watchful gaze of the official and others, making his way back to the Dawi sect. The entire endeavor, from entering the town to slaying the malevolent spirit, took no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Chapter 63, Returning to the Sect. Departing from the sect as he observed the departing figure of the disciple, Mr. Zhang opened his mouth, ultimately exclaiming, "The immortal master is indeed quite occupied." Indeed, indeed. The people behind him nodded in agreement. Was it not so? The entire encounter lasted merely the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Truth be told, Mr. Zhang, having lived for so many years, had never encountered such a situation before. The disciples from previous sects, even those from smaller factions, carried themselves with an air of arrogance. When seeking their assistance to vanquish demons, one had to ensure they were well attended to. How different it was with the disciple from the Dawi sect. When they claimed to come to exorcise demons, they did so with utmost sincerity, not even pausing to sip a cup of tea. Truly, they were the disciples of a major sect. With a heartfelt sigh of admiration, Mr. Zhang remained oblivious to the fact that the disciple's haste was merely due to a desire to return for breakfast. Compared to the fare from the kitchen, what was the worth of that meager tea? Under the cloak of night, he galloped fiercely towards the Dawi sect. Such scenes were not uncommon that night. And judging by their attire, they were all disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Having accepted 3 tasks during the day, they completed them through the night without a moment's rest, all for the sake of a single bite of breakfast. As dawn broke, the sound of hooves echoed faintly in the Dawi sect stables. The steward, who had been meditating, was suddenly jolted awake, stepping outside with a puzzled expression. Who could it be at this early hour? No sooner had he spoken than clouds of dust rose from all directions, revealing thousands of Divine Sword Peak disciples, riding demon steeds at full gallop towards the stables. Goodness! It felt as though he was facing a charge of 1,000 troops. The steward's expression shifted dramatically, and with swift reflexes, he sidestepped to avoid the oncoming throng. "Steward, the horses are here, please register them, I have matters to attend to." "Me too. I appreciate your help, steward. Count me in as well." Before he could utter a word, the disciples leapt from their mounts, hastily leaving behind a few words before turning to depart. Their speed was astonishing, appearing even swifter than when they were mounted. In less than 10 breaths, thousands of Divine Sword Peak disciples vanished from sight, leaving behind a bewildered steward and a group of demon steeds, all laden with confusion. These demon steeds possessed a degree of intelligence, albeit limited, rendering them incapable of comprehending overly complex matters. They only recognized that their outing had involved relentless running. And beyond that, they had engaged in nothing else. Some of the more reckless disciples had neglected even to offer these steeds a single sip of water, leading to a few of them exhibiting signs of dehydration. Monsters! After inspecting the steeds, the steward quickly deduced the cause: excessive fatigue from prolonged galloping, compounded by a lack of food and water, had resulted in their collapse. Fuming, the steward scolded. "I have overseen this stable for many years and have never witnessed such behavior from disciples. What harm would it have done to give the horses a drink?" Watching the steeds on the verge of frothing at the mouth, the steward felt an overwhelming sense of pity. However, the disciples of the Sword Peak were blissfully unaware of these matters. They hurried back to the Sword Peak, foregoing their quarters and making a beeline for the kitchen. After a day of relentless running, they lamented their exhaustion, yearning for the culinary delights crafted by their fellow disciple, Chongqing. As the returning disciples converged with those already at the Sword Peak, their paths inevitably crossed at a bend. In that fleeting moment, the disciples who had not yet embarked on their missions beamed with radiant smiles, with one boldly proclaiming, "Let us engage. We have toiled all day, the advantage is ours. Charge forth." In an instant, the two groups collided, soldier against soldier, disciple against disciple, and the ranks of miscellaneous workers clashing with their counterparts from the outer and inner sects alike. Amidst the fierce skirmish, breakfast commenced in earnest. Today's morning meal featured tangy and spicy wontons, perfectly designed to replenish their strength. This was a deliberate choice by Yi Chongqing, who was aware that many disciples had been dispatched on tasks, thus selecting this nourishing breakfast. Delicious, delicious. Chew with your mouth closed. Do you not know that one should not speak while eating? You nearly sprayed drool on my face. The meal was consumed with great haste. Yet there was something peculiar about today. After finishing their breakfast, the disciples did not linger for idle chatter as was customary. Instead, they promptly departed for their destination, the task hall at the main peak. They first submitted the tasks they had completed the previous day before taking on new assignments. As dawn's light barely illuminated the sky, the hall steward had just completed their shift and was discussing matters pertaining to the Sword Peak. Nothing unusual happened yesterday? No. Everything was quite orderly, each person took on only 3 tasks. That is good. Yet before the steward could finish, a throng of Sword Peak disciples surged in from outside. The stewards, taken aback, stammered, What do you all intend to do?" "We are here to submit our tasks." Thousands of Sword Peak disciples began the process of registering their completed assignments. The stewards were left bewildered upon observing the tasks being submitted. If memory served correctly, these tasks had been assigned just yesterday. And nearly every disciple had taken on 3 assignments, meaning they had completed 3 tasks in less than a day. In a state of utter confusion, they finished the registration, only for the disciples to select new tasks, again taking 3 each. After registering with the stewards, they swiftly exited the hall. All within a span of less than half an hour. What should we inform the hall master? What would we say? They merely took on 3 tasks each and committed no infractions. What would we report? True, they merely displayed a bit more efficiency. Watching the array of shimmering formations now considerably diminished, the steward sighed in resignation, just as other disciples from different peaks arrived. At this early juncture, upon entering the mission hall and beholding the array's luminous barrier, their steps abruptly halted. Why are there so few tasks available? Could it be that the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak have arrived again? Surely not, could they have come so soon? After inquiring, they discovered that indeed, disciples from the Divine Sword Peak were present, leaving them momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the stewards promptly replenished the tasks, restoring a semblance of stability. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the stewards, having rested for only a brief interlude, were once more greeted by the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Among them were several familiar faces, prompting one steward to question, "Didn't you just return to the sect? Why are you setting out again?" The disciples replied, "There have been quite a few tasks recently, we kindly request that you register us swiftly." It struck him as peculiar. For were not the sect's mandatory tasks issued only once a month? How could these disciples be so incessantly occupied? Having returned to the sect for scarcely an hour, they were already poised to depart once more. Truly strange. Chapter 64. The horses gone. There was an unsettling aura surrounding the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, however. Duty called, and the steward could not impede the disciples from renting demon steeds. Yet, amidst the presence of the Divine Sword Peak disciples, the steward felt compelled to issue a cautionary reminder. You may rent the demon steeds, but do not inflict deliberate cruelty upon them. Conditions such as depriving them of water must never occur. Very well, please proceed with the registration. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak nodded in unison, their minds solely fixated on completing the task at hand. Lunch seemed impossible at this point, yet with haste, they might manage to secure dinner. Under the persistent urging of the disciples, the stewardess' lips twitched in annoyance, inwardly cursing their incompetence. He had just conducted a rough count and discovered that over 300 demon steeds rented out the previous day had suffered from dehydration and exhaustion, necessitating several days of recuperation. After meticulously registering the disciples and collecting the sect fees, the group hurried towards the stable to select their mounts. However, upon their arrival, the demon steeds inexplicably retreated, visibly trembling as if confronted by a horde of fiends. Some disciples found that their chosen steeds refused to budge, stubbornly remaining stationary within the confines of the stable. Hey, steward, what's wrong with these horses? They won't move at all. It was not just one or two. The majority of steeds previously rented exhibited such behavior. As the steward approached, he was met with the pitiful gazes of the demon steeds, as if they were pleading for rescue. It seems they are unwilling to accompany you, the steward muttered, his lips twitching in frustration. What manner of individuals are you? Even the demon steeds are repulsed. Upon hearing this, the disciples were incensed, casting cold, menacing glances at their mounts. In an eerily calm yet chilling tone, one disciple declared, Listen well, I am pressed for time. Should you dare to delay my meal, I will ensure your demise. Do you understand? An aura of lethal intent involuntarily emanated from them, causing the steward to panic. What do you intend to do? Do not harm these demon steeds. To the steward's astonishment, as the disciples' words echoed, the previously immobile demon steeds suddenly surged forth with newfound vigor, racing out of the stable like the wind, vanishing from sight in an instant. Damn it! Faced with this spectacle, the steward gritted his teeth and cursed, Are you all jesting with me? Just moments ago, they refused to budge. If the demon steeds could speak, they would surely retort, It's not about whether we can move, if we delay our meal, we might perish. And that murderous intent is no jest. The instinct of demon beasts is inherently more acute than that of humans, particularly regarding the perception of lethal intent. Thus, the demon steeds were acutely aware that the disciples of Divine Sword Peak were not joking. To risk delaying their meals was tantamount to courting death. And so they chose to act from their hearts, a decision born not out of cowardice, but sheer survival instinct. Once again, the disciples raced ahead. And in a bid to conserve time for hydration, many of them surprisingly agreed to share their water pouches with the demon steeds, drinking while they ran. While quenching their thirst was permissible, halting was not an option. The urgency of time weighed heavily on them. After the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had departed, others from different peaks gradually arrived at the horse ranch, primarily those who had failed to secure a demon steed the previous day. Steward, are there any demon steeds available today? In response to the eager inquiries of the gathered disciples, the steward, with a grim expression, simply replied, Not yet. Still none? Why is that? Came the anxious query. The disciples from the Divine Sword Peak just arrived. Upon hearing this, the disciples momentarily fell silent, their expressions darkening. Just then, one of them spotted the remaining few hundred demon steeds in the ranch and voiced their dissatisfaction. But there are still some left. Those steeds are unridable and require several days of rest, the steward clarified. Leading the way, the steward and the disciples approached, only to discover that each of the hundreds of steeds appeared listless and drained of vitality. How could this be? They knew that the care provided by the Taoist sect for the demon steeds was meticulous, with such a situation never having arisen before. Under the disciples' persistent questioning, the steward reluctantly recounted the entire sequence of events, revealing that it was indeed the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak responsible for this predicament. A disciple could no longer contain their fury and shouted, A bunch of beasts! They even prey on the horses! With the lower-tier demon steeds at the ranch depleted, they had no choice but to opt for the higher tier ones. However, most disciples either lacked sufficient sect points or the cultivation level necessary to command such steeds. Ultimately, someone proposed, "Let us go to San Yuan City to rent horses." This suggestion garnered considerable approval among the disciples. Yet, upon inquiring in San Yuan City, they were met with dismay. There were no steeds available. "Where are the horses? You run such a large establishment, yet you have not even a few low-tier demon steeds?" they questioned, exasperated. The shopkeeper, wary of offending the disciples of Taoist sect, could only offer a wry smile. "Didn't a large number of your sect's disciples come to rent steeds yesterday? All our low-tier demon steeds have been leased out. It's not just us. Every shop in Yuan City has also run out of low-tier demon steeds. Do you know which peak those disciples belong to? The Divine Sword Peak." Once again, it was the disciples from Divine Sword Peak. Enraged, the gathered disciples clenched their teeth, their fists tightening, their bodies trembling with indignation. With the horses of their sect's ranch gone and the surrounding 3 major cities also devoid of steeds, all were undeniably the doing of the Divine Sword Peak's disciples. What were they planning? Had all the disciples from Divine Sword Peak ventured out simultaneously? Ever since the inexplicable obliteration of Heihu Yuan, the Divine Sword Peak had become increasingly brazen. First, they took on tasks from the empty task hall in droves. And now they had emptied the surrounding areas of all low-tier steeds. A disciple could no longer restrain their rage and howled towards the heavens, "This is intolerable. Li Chang, vow to never coexist peacefully with the Divine Sword Peak." Listening to the furious cries of the disciple, the shopkeeper stood by, utterly bewildered. How could fellow disciples come to such a point of irreconcilable conflict? Unaware of the plight of other disciples from different peaks, Yi Chongqing rose after a brief respite following breakfast and made his way towards the main peak's mission hall. He had yet to complete this month's mandatory tasks and intended to inquire at the mission hall. Upon arriving, he began to peruse the tasks categorized under the 1-star level. He sought a mission that was both nearby and uncomplicated. After some contemplation, he swiftly selected a task to exterminate an evil spirit. The location was not far from the Taoist sect, and the spirit's strength was relatively weak, merely a gray heart ghost, equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent Qi stage. It would suffice. After accepting the task, Yi Chongqing proceeded to register with the steward. During this process, the steward looked at him with a curious expression and inquired, "You are a disciple of the Divine Sword Peak?" To which Yi Chongqing replied, "Indeed, is there a problem?" The steward responded, "No." Shortly thereafter, Yi Chongqing overheard the steward muttering softly, "It is truly remarkable that a disciple from the Divine Sword Peak has taken on only one task." Chapter 65, Too Tender Under the Peculiar Gaze of the Attendant. Yi Chongqing departed from the task hall. He planned to complete his lunch before undertaking the mission. With Xiaobai's speed, he should have ample time in 2 hours. During lunchtime, although the number of disciples had decreased significantly, there were still thousands returning to the sect at the mealtime. While competition remained, it was considerably less intense compared to before. Yet the disciples did not dare to let their guard down. Such was the nature of the Divine Sword Peak, one must either advance or retreat. Those who do not strive to better themselves risk going hungry and can only envy others from the sidelines. During this time, the disciples learned that Yi Chongqing would be going out on a mission in the afternoon. For reasons unknown, apprehension spread among them, prompting several to urge him to reconsider. "Changqing, you need not personally deal with a mere disheartened spirit. I have a mission this afternoon as well, leave it to me. And I shall return with that spirit tomorrow. You may do as you wish with it. Indeed, leave it to your senior brother. Rest well in the sect, Chongqing." They left no room for Yi Chongqing to undertake the mission, and in the end, he had no choice but to entrust the task to his senior brothers. At that moment, within a quaint village known as Julin Village, a disheartened spirit, having just consumed a human, involuntarily shuddered, sensing an ominous presence looming. It thought to itself that being hidden away in such a remote village, coupled with its lack of strength, should keep it from drawing any attention. Vigilance had always been its strong suit. However, that evening, when it found itself encircled by 5 disciples from the Taoist sect's Divine Sword Peak, confusion filled its eyes. It was merely a small disheartened spirit. Why, then, were 5 formidable cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm seeking it out?
listening to their conversation.
It became clear they were indeed after it.
Could it be?
It must be the disheartened spirit of Julin village, just as recorded in the mission.
Regardless,
they intended to capture all the surrounding malevolent creatures and demonic beasts to present to Yi Changqing for selection. This would save them the trouble later.
Listen, listen.
This is human speech, it thought, as fear gripped the disheartened spirit while the 5 men sprang into action. They not only apprehended it but also ensnared all malevolent entities and demons within 100 miles of Julin village. Some demons, peacefully slumbering in their caves, were abruptly awakened by the intrusion of 5 imposing figures, who wasted no time in binding them.
What are you doing? Damn it, has the Dawi sect gone mad? I am but a half-demon. Roaring in protest. Due to Julin village's remote location, the inhabitants were primarily minor demons of feeble strength. In the past,
encountering even a single cultivator at the core formation stage was a rare occurrence, much less 5 of the Purple Mansion realm.
Yet that night, the 5 Purple Mansion cultivators swept through the area with impunity.
The following day, upon seeing so many malevolent entities and demons in the kitchen,
Yi Changqing was utterly taken aback.
He looked at his 5 senior brothers and said, "Brothers, my task seemed to involve only a disheartened spirit."
Fearing the possibility of error,
"Brother Changqing, please take a look and simply present it for inspection, we shall handle the rest."
The myriad of demons and malevolent spirits trembled at the sound of their conversation, finally comprehending their predicament.
They had been summoned here solely due to a trivial 1-star mission from the Dawi sect.
How utterly absurd! Does the Dawi sect not realize the madness of their actions?
In the end, Yi Changqing reluctantly selected the mission target, and the 5 senior brothers promptly executed it. The malevolent spirits held little worth, but the demonic beasts were deemed suitable for retention. Unsurprisingly, these creatures became the provisions for the kitchen of the Divine Sword Peak. In the ensuing days, the lives of the disciples at Divine Sword Peak remained unadorned, eating, cultivating, and undertaking missions.
However, in recent days,
disciples from other peaks began to unite in their desire to confront the disciples of Divine Sword Peak.
Each morning, the mission hall was thronged with people. Truly,
I am astounded by this group, they arrive so early each day to accept tasks. If the disciples of Divine Sword Peak do not regard me as a person,
then I shall reciprocate. Is it merely a matter of seizing tasks and demonic steeds? Who fears whom? Come forth. If Divine Sword Peak denies me a steed,
I shall also deny them one. Let us witness how they complete their missions.
Ultimately, the pent-up resentment could no longer be contained, leading to a gradual escalation of conflict between the peaks. As a result, the mission hall became the liveliest spot on the main peak. Almost at all times,
disciples stood guard outside the hall, and when new tasks were posted, they surged forward, snatching them up in an instant.
Yet, even so,
the probability of disciples from Divine Sword Peak obtaining missions remained the highest.
Aside from missions, the competition for demonic steeds ensued. Upon exiting the mission hall,
disciples from other peaks would cast fierce glares at those from Divine Sword Peak before hastily rushing toward the stable at the foot of the mountain.
Initially,
the disciples from Divine Sword Peak were oblivious to their intentions until they later realized they sought to seize the steeds.
A cold smirk emerged among them.
"It is not that I look down upon you, you are simply too inexperienced to vie for the steeds." As they all raced toward the foot of the mountain, the disciples from Divine Sword Peak scoffed at the techniques displayed by their counterparts.
How laughable to showcase such rudimentary techniques.
Observe my mastery of the flowing light step.
Watch closely.
The disciples from the other peaks were generally inferior in skill compared to those of Divine Sword Peak.
As they executed their techniques,
the disciples from Divine Sword Peak swiftly vanished from sight, leaving their counterparts bewildered.
What in the world was that? Are you blind?
That was the perfected flowing light step.
Perfected?
If it were just 1 or 2, it might be forgivable. But nearly every disciple from Divine Sword Peak had cultivated their techniques to at least the major accomplishment level. It was merely a matter of rank.
This is utterly outrageous.
Watching the disciples of Divine Sword Peak disappear in an instant, the others realized there was no hope of competing. By the time they arrived breathlessly at the stable, unsurprisingly,
the steeds had vanished. I am utterly perplexed by the enigma of the Divine Sword Peak. Is it truly the case that every individual possesses such extraordinary agility?
They seem to dart about with the swiftness of a rabbit. Though it pains me to admit it, in terms of agility, I am inclined to regard Divine Sword Peak as the most formidable. Alas, I am filled with a sense of discontent. Outside the horse racing grounds, disciples from various peaks lament their fate, while those from Divine Sword Peak, having taken the lead, sit astride their steeds, wearing expressions of disdain. To think they would attempt to seize the horses is nothing short of absurd. In the daily competition for food, I have never been bested. If I can secure my meals, how could I possibly fail to claim a horse? Such naivety! They are still too young. Thus, those who had intended to retaliate soon tragically realized they could not outpace the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. Henceforth, perhaps Divine Sword Peak should be renamed Agility Peak. For with such unparalleled swiftness, how can one compete? Chapter 66. Are you ready to play dirty? Upon witnessing the remarkable agility of the disciples from the Divine Sword Peak, the other disciples were utterly astonished. It was preposterous. How could those who primarily practiced sword techniques possess such exceptional skills in movement? A sense of resentment brewed within them. They simply could not swallow their pride. Each time they saw the Divine Sword disciples basking in their glory after capturing demon steeds, jealousy gnawed at their insides. In a word, they were insufferably smug. This was intolerable, they could not let this pass. What could they do? The Divine Sword disciples were all exceptionally agile. Surely, there had to be someone among them who could rival them, right? Were the disciples of the Shadow Peak truly inferior? The Shadow Peak, one of the 36 peaks of the Dao sect, was also the smallest and most enigmatic of them all. The intelligence of the entire sect was managed by the Shadow Peak, so while they may not excel in other areas, they undoubtedly mastered the art of movement. They may not compete with the Divine Sword Peak, but surely the Shadow Peak disciples could match them? With this thought, a disciple's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again as he reflected, that may be true, but those elusive fellows from the Shadow Peak. It would be challenging to coax them into action. Moreover, the Shadow Peak disciples do not need to undertake tasks like the others, their assignments are distinct and independent. Upon hearing this, the disciple chuckled, "Fear not. I recently made the acquaintance of a senior brother from the Shadow Peak, it should be manageable." That's reassuring. If we have a connection, then it should be straightforward. Without delay, several disciples set off towards the Shadow Peak. Simultaneously, other disciples, realizing they could not match the agility of the Divine Sword disciples, began to contemplate alternative strategies. Since they could not rely on movement, they would resort to underhanded tactics. They had been wronged, and they would not take it lightly. Senior brother, are you suggesting? Unless I vent this frustration, I cannot focus on my cultivation. I must reclaim some dignity. One fine morning, after breakfast, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak gradually made their way to the Central Peak's task hall. The other disciples did the same, and the competition had already commenced. Upon seeing the Divine Sword disciples arrive, the other disciples' eyes glinted with cold determination. They had already conspired, even if it meant employing dubious methods. They were resolved to teach the Divine Sword Peak a lesson today. As the Divine Sword disciples began to accept tasks, the demon steed capture contest ignited once more. Attack! At this signal, a disciple quietly commanded, and the prepared disciples from the other peaks sprang into action. This time, they would not compete in agility. They would resort to foul play. Whether by casting spells, utilizing binding talismans, or more directly, they would rush in and seize hold of their legs. Their singular aim was to restrain the Divine Sword disciples. Once they were under control, no matter how astonishing their agility, it would be rendered futile. In an instant, the familiar scene unfolded outside the Central Peak's task hall. The Divine Sword disciples were all too familiar with this scenario, as they endured it thrice daily. They felt no tension, rather, they were inclined to laugh. Hey, are you playing dirty? How naive to think that would be effective. These are merely remnants of my previous efforts. In an instant, a group of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak skillfully evaded numerous control techniques and binding talismans. That is not how one employs the binding technique, allow me to enlighten you. Originally, a disciple intended to use the binding technique to restrain a disciple from the Divine Sword Peak, but the latter merely smiled, sidestepped, and effortlessly evaded the attack. Subsequently, he executed the same technique, yet it was evident that he had mastered it to perfection. In comparing a novice binding technique to a perfected one, the outcome was unmistakable. Unsurprisingly, the disciple found himself ensnared, rendered immobile. Unable to even utilize his talismans, how could he hope to strike anyone? Faced with the onslaught of talismans, the disciple from Divine Sword Peak regarded it as child's play. Although there are rules against using external forces during competitions, the study of talismans has never ceased for the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. Preparation is paramount, who knows when these rules might change. Therefore, while the disciples may not be adept at inscribing talismans, their expertise in utilizing them is undoubtedly unparalleled. To this end, they have distilled the three essential elements of talisman usage: concealment, diversion, and surprise. Concealment refers to secrecy. When employing a talisman, one must always have an extra hand hidden. If the opponent detects your intention before you launch the talisman, it is evidently a failure. The later the opponent discovers your use of a talisman, the greater the likelihood of success. Diversion entails confusion. The more straightforward the attack of a talisman, the harder it is to succeed. If one were to hurl it directly at someone's face, especially when the cultivation levels are closely matched, evasion becomes trivial. Thus, one must obfuscate and mislead the opponent, striking from unexpected angles to dismantle their defenses. Lastly, surprise, as the term suggests, involves attacking when least expected, yielding remarkable results. These insights are the culmination of countless days and nights of experience painstakingly amassed by the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. Therefore, attempting to wield talismans in front of them is akin to brandishing a broadsword before the legendary Guan Yu. As the disciple evaded the talisman, a smile suddenly graced the face of the Divine Sword Peak disciple. "You have grown careless." At these words, the disciple was left bewildered, questioning how he could be deemed careless when there was still a considerable distance of over 10 meters between them. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden burst of light erupted from behind him, and he found himself immobilized. He had completely failed to perceive how the disciple from Divine Sword Peak had executed his maneuver until he glanced down at a small hole, no larger than 3 fingers, at his feet. Was this truly a hidden passage created by Sword Chi to deliver the talisman behind him? This was an unexpected tactic, leaving him utterly astonished. In all his years, he had never witnessed such an ingenious use of talismans. This is indeed the proper method of utilizing talismans. Make sure to learn it well. The senior brother shall take his leave now. With effortless ease, this disciple of the Divine Sword Peak dealt with his adversary and turned away with a smile. The same could be said for other locations. Facing the petty tricks of disciples from various peaks, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak remained unfazed, imparting a valuable lesson. In this world, there are no methods too unscrupulous, only those that are even more so. Your trivial tactics are merely remnants of what we have mastered at the Divine Sword Peak. Techniques such as control spells, binding talismans, or even the simple act of embracing someone are merely child's play. What was intended as a retaliatory action against the Divine Sword Peak ultimately resulted in the disciples from other peaks being the ones subdued and restrained. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak departed with poise. Observing the retreating figures of the Divine Sword Peak disciples, the others could no longer contain their tears of frustration. What, after all, is the Divine Sword Peak engrossed in studying each day? Chapter 67, How can a heart be so corrupted? With meticulous preparation, intricate planning, and steadfast execution, the intention was to seize control of the Divine Sword Peak. However, to their dismay, the tables were unexpectedly turned against them. Observing the triumphant figures of the Divine Sword Peak disciples departing, one of the inner disciples responsible for orchestrating the counterattack was filled with resentment, his fists clenched tightly. Why? Why did it come to this? Divine Sword Peak, he now felt that these disciples, apart from their lackluster swordsmanship, had seemingly mastered every other art. The variety in their talismans was astonishing. There was no trick they could not perform. A simple talisman in the hands of a Divine Sword Peak disciple had almost transformed into an unparalleled secret weapon, rendering defenses futile. Techniques such as tunneling with sword energy and feigning attacks were merely the tip of the iceberg. Their methods were astoundingly unscrupulous. The inner disciple, consumed by frustration over the outcome of their efforts, suddenly noticed a group of over 10 uninitiated disciples who had yet to escape. Compared to the outer sect, The methods of the Divine Sword Peak's uninitiated disciples, although also morally dubious, were limited by their lack of cultivation, leaving them at a disadvantage when faced with superior skills. A fire of rage ignited in his eyes. He resolved that if he could not contend with the outer and inner disciples of Divine Sword Peak, he would turn his attention to the uninitiated ones. Although it was somewhat disgraceful, he could hardly concern himself with such matters now. Even if the King of Heaven were to intervene, he was determined to teach a lesson to a few of Divine Sword Peak's disciples. No one would escape unscathed, he declared. With determination, he advanced towards the group of more than 10 uninitiated disciples. Observing this, those nearby sensed his intentions, and one disciple quietly remarked, "Senior brother, do you think it's appropriate to strike at the uninitiated disciples?" Typically, competition within the Taoist sect occurred among disciples of equal standing. If an inner disciple were to attack an outer disciple, it would invite disdain from others, let alone targeting the uninitiated. Yet, in his current state of fury, the inner disciple paid no heed to such concerns and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I do not care. Today, I will take on Divine Sword Peak." Overwhelmed by rage, the other disciples felt it futile to argue further. The group soon confronted the uninitiated disciples of Divine Sword Peak, who were clearly surrounded and had nowhere to flee. Coldly observing them, the leading inner disciple spoke in a deep voice, "I recognize that this action may be somewhat against the rules. Yet your Divine Sword Peak has truly gone too far." Before he could finish his statement, one of the uninitiated disciples suddenly knelt down with a thud. This unexpected gesture left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. Why such an act of submission? In that instant, all were frozen in place, and then, with reddened eyes, the kneeling disciple shed tears, speaking with heartfelt emotion. "Esteemed senior brothers and junior brothers, I, Wang Tai, was born in a destitute mountain village, where my family faced immense hardships. From a young age, my mother instilled in me the belief that children of the poor must shoulder responsibilities early on. Thus, in pursuit of my dreams, I endured numerous trials before joining the Taoist sect. Although I am merely a servant disciple, I find contentment in my status. My sole aspiration is to elevate my family's circumstances, to relieve my mother from suffering and humiliation. This month, I have yet to complete my mandatory task, and failing to do so would breach the sect's regulations. I implore my esteemed senior brothers to show leniency, allowing me to fulfill this obligation and remain within the Taoist sect. I sincerely thank you all." My heartfelt plea resonated deeply, moving all who listened. Witnessing Wang Tai, a grown man, weep like a delicate flower in the rain, the disciples from the surrounding peaks felt a pang of sympathy. Some even whispered, "Are we being too harsh? Indeed, he is but a servant disciple, without any backing. Surely life is a struggle for him. Perhaps we should let him go." As the crowd murmured, the leading inner disciple felt a twinge of guilt and discreetly produced a pouch of spirit stones. Though of lower quality, it contained several pieces. A considerable sum for a servant disciple devoid of connections. "I am sorry, brother," he said. "Please, do not say anything more. Wang Tai, hurry along. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me at the Bachang Peak." "Thank you, senior brother." With that, under the gaze of the assembly, Wang Tai accepted the spirit stones and swiftly descended the mountain. Observing this scene, the other disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were taken aback. Realizing such a strategy was indeed possible, they were well aware of Wang Tai's formidable background. He was undoubtedly the scion of a powerful family, the son of a great general in the mortal realm, who had gained entry through connections. Inspired by Wang Tai's example, another servant disciple soon knelt, eyes brimming with tears. "Esteemed senior brothers, I am in a somewhat better position than Wang Tai. My family, while not affluent, can at least make ends meet. However, I have a childhood sweetheart, whose meridians are inherently blocked. We once vowed to join the sect together and remain devoted to one another forever. Yet, now that I am in the Taoist sect, she remains in the mundane world. If she cannot cultivate, her mortal life may be but a fleeting few decades. And one day, we may be separated by the chasm of life and death. Throughout the years, I have gathered firewood, fetched water, and swept the floors, never daring to take a day of rest, all to accumulate sect points to exchange for a cleansing elixir for her. Now, only one task remains. And this disciple's performance was masterful, not a loud wail but a profound expression of emotion, truly embodying the essence of his plight. Before he could finish, The leading inner disciple interrupted again, producing another pouch of lower-grade spirit stones. Junior brother, do not linger, go swiftly. I have faith that you shall achieve a union of hearts. Thank you, senior brother. With that, he accepted the spirit stone and turned to leave. This individual was also a scion of a prominent family, known in the mundane world as a dandy. He was entangled in romantic liaisons with countless childhood sweethearts. A true libertine in matters of love, akin to a lone wolf amidst the vast sea. Senior brother, I have an octogenarian mother at home, and... Senior brother. I am not eloquent, nor am I skilled in the art of persuasion. My parents departed early, and I have over 20 siblings relying on me for sustenance. Subsequently, each disciple from the Sword Peak recounted their heartrending tales, vividly illustrating the harsh realities of life. The female disciples, tender-hearted, could not restrain their tears upon hearing their stories. The world is rife with cruelty, merely existing is a formidable challenge. We are fortunate to receive the sanctuary of our sect, yet what of our junior brothers? Chapter 68, The tiger roars in the mountains. The atmosphere gradually morphed into one of sorrow and oppression. Why do mortals aspire to become cultivators? Beyond the pursuit of immortality and transcendence from reincarnation, could there not be a desire to escape the sea of suffering? In the hearts of many mortals, the realm of cultivators is envisioned as a paradise. Even though most may never encounter a cultivator in their lifetime, they stubbornly cling to this belief. Humans have a tendency to construct beautiful illusions within their minds, even if merely imaginative. Yet, they only consider the favorable aspects of cultivation, neglecting its other facets. Much like the inner disciple at this moment. Upon hearing the poignant tale of a disciple from the Divine Sword Peak, he was filled with sympathy, continuously offering bags of spirit stones while also attempting to console him. Junior brother, those are all matters of the past. Now, you are a disciple of the Tao One sect, capable of caring for and protecting your family. Take these spirit stones, do not be shy with your senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Indeed, it is a hard lot for you, junior brother, at such a young age, having to raise over 20 siblings alone. I admire your resilience. Please accept these spirit stones without hesitation. Thank you, senior brother. Predictably, soon all the more than 10 miscellaneous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak were released. Until that moment, nobody noticed anything amiss, still lamenting. I never imagined that the lives of the miscellaneous disciples of our Tao One sect could be so fraught with hardship. Indeed, upon reflection, it makes sense. The innate talents of the miscellaneous disciples are generally lackluster, and without any background, life can be quite challenging. Thinking back, my attitude towards the miscellaneous disciples seems to have been overly stern. They were genuinely touched, though such sentiments did not linger long. With the arrival of an outer disciple from the dominant Spear Peak, who happened to witness his senior brother bestowing spirit stones, confusion ensued. Brother Zhu, why are you giving Li Tong spirit stones? He shouldn't be lacking in them, should he? The individual referred to as Li Tong was indeed the one who claimed to have lost his parents and raised over 20 siblings alone. And this outer disciple happened to know him, being from the same place. Upon hearing this, Brother Zhu sighed with a mournful expression. So, his name is Li Tong. Alas! He is indeed a person of misfortune. There is little I can do to assist him, all I can offer are these spirit stones. Misfortunate? The newly arrived outer disciple was bewildered. What do you mean by that? Li Tong should not be associated with misfortune. Brother Zhu paused, sensing something was amiss. He suddenly turned to his junior brother, his face contorted with a hint of ferocity. What do you mean by that? Both the junior brother and Li Tong hailed from the imperial capital of the Yanfeng kingdom. He was a member of the royal family. The sole son of King Anil, leading a life of luxury since childhood, thus having no connection to misfortune whatsoever. Upon uttering these words, Brother Zhu was rendered speechless. And the surrounding disciples were equally dumbfounded. With eyes wide in disbelief, it took Brother Zhu a moment to regain his composure. His eyes reddened, resembling a beast poised to attack, as he roared with fury. On the Divine Sword Peak, I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards you all. In the throes of fury, it felt as though something within Brother Zhu had been irrevocably shattered. Perhaps it was his understanding of the world's inherent goodness. Is it not said that human nature is fundamentally benevolent?
Why, then, can a heart become so tainted? Is the heart-reflecting mirror of our sect malfunctioning? The hearts of the disciples from Divine Sword Peak are indeed dark. Why can we not perceive this through the heart-reflecting realm? Why? His voice resonated with profound sorrow and rage, as passers-by observed Brother Zhu and his companions, their expressions laden with bewilderment. What has happened to them? Who knows? Could they have lost their minds? Surely not. If Divine Sword Peak has descended into madness, what of the other peaks? After his furious outburst, Brother Zhu coldly uttered a single word: pursue. Immediately, a throng of disciples surged towards the foot of the mountain, intent on the chase. However, their late pursuit yielded predictable results. By the time they reached the stables, the individuals from Divine Sword Peak had long vanished without a trace. Only the steward remained, eyeing the disciples whose eyes were bloodshot and veins bulging, cautiously inquiring, Are you all right? We are fine, Brother Zhu replied. But are you certain this qualifies as fine? Your eyes are nearly popping out, and those bloodshot veins, along with your throbbing temples, does this truly denote wellness? The cruelty of the demonic beasts pales in comparison to this. Perhaps we should visit the 100-herb peak. Be cautious. Thank you for your concern, steward. But I assure you, I am truly fine. His visit to 100-herb peak would be futile. Reluctantly departing from the stables, it was rumored that Brother Zhu ventured out of the sect alone, targeting over a dozen gathering spots of malevolent entities, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The rationale behind his actions remained a mystery to all but those present at the time, earning him the admiration of the peak master of the overbearing Spear Peak, who praised his righteous spirit and urged others to emulate him. However, those who witnessed the scene remarked that Brother Zhu maintained a sullen demeanor, silent throughout, his eyes brimming with unquenchable fury directed towards Divine Sword Peak. Around the same time, an earth-shattering roar emanated from the Tiger Ridge of the eastern continent, sending numerous cultivators fleeing in haste, for it was the roar of a demon king. Deep within the mountains of Tiger Ridge, a massive black tiger, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury, howled skyward, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Just moments ago, a human thief of the Purple Mansion realm had dared to trespass into its territory, somehow infiltrating one of its treasure vaults and plundering it entirely. Moreover, this audacious thief left behind a defiant inscription: Black Tiger Demon King, what senior sister Jean Min can accomplish, I too can achieve. Today, I raid your treasury. In the future, I shall claim you as my steed. Prepare yourself and await your fate. Signed, the Glutton. Upon reading this message, the Black Tiger Demon King erupted in fury. Such audacity. Yet, by the time it emerged in pursuit, the thief had vanished without a trace. At the very moment when the Black Tiger Demon King was consumed with rage, a figure swiftly darted towards him. This silhouette was familiar to the Sword Peak. Unmistakably that of the former overlord of the Black Tiger Abyss, the bloodthirsty tiger. After the annihilation of the Black Tiger Abyss, he had fled to the Tiger Ridge, remaining ever close to the Black Tiger Demon King. The Demon King, having quelled his fury, discovered that this Jean Min was an inner disciple of the Taoist sect, who had indeed visited the Tiger Ridge before, only to be pursued by the Blood Tiger Demon King and narrowly escaped. Furthermore, based on the residual aura, it was confirmed that he practiced the techniques of the Taoist sect. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in the eyes of the Black Tiger Demon King, who grimly declared, The Taoist sect, how audacious they are. Do they truly believe that we of the Tiger Ridge harbor fear of them? I implore the Demon King to issue the command to assault the Taoist sect, to raise the Sword Peak to the ground and avenge our honor. Thinking the Black Tiger Demon King intended to confront the Taoist sect, the bloodthirsty tiger eagerly interjected, harboring an unrelenting hatred towards the Sword Peak. Having been inexplicably vanquished, who could fathom such an outcome? Believing he had merely offered flattery, he was taken aback when, in the next instant, the Black Tiger Demon King swatted him away with a single blow, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Are you a fool? An attack on the Taoist sect? Get lost. Chapter 69. The situation begins to unravel in the Taoist sect. None were aware of the events at Tiger Ridge, nor did anyone suspect that a disciple would dare to provoke a demon king. In the kitchen, Yi Chongqing had just concluded his meditation and took a sip from his teacup. He opened his character panel. Host, Yi Chongqing. Identity, miscellaneous disciple of Taoist sect. Cultivation, complete Zhou My Realm, 86,351,100000. Technique, Mingxin Ju, complete, 10,000 Zhizhong Ju, complete, 30,000. Art, Shadow Blade. Complete, 10,000. 7-star step, complete, 10,000. Lingbai, great accomplishment, 25,687. 30,000. Reputation, fame gradually emerging. Talent, upper middle grade, 26,587. 50,000. Root bone, upper middle grade, 62,546. 70,000. Comprehension, upper grade, 7,762. 20,000. After a period of arduous training, he had made considerable progress, reaching the complete Zhou My realm and was poised to break through to the Jiedan realm. Additionally, his Zhizhong Ju was perfected, and his comprehension had ascended to the upper grade. The fruits of his labor were finally manifesting. Satisfied, he closed the character panel, cradled his teacup, and settled into a reclining chair for a brief respite. It was nearly time to prepare dinner. It seemed that the mission hall had been bustling of late. On several occasions, Yi Changqing had visited the hall, each time met with throngs of disciples. Furthermore, tasks within the hall were snatched away the moment they were released, especially the low-star tasks, which had become exceedingly rare. The enthusiasm among the disciples for undertaking missions was palpable, and the competition was fierce. Yi Changqing, however, expressed little desire to join the fray. In his previous life, he had engaged in enough competition. In this life, he yearned for a more tranquil existence. While undertaking missions could prove beneficial, strengthening the sect would ultimately afford him greater security. With a faint smile, he murmured softly. Unbeknownst to him, the main peak's mission hall had descended into chaos, with numerous disciples engaged in furious complaints. Have all the tasks been claimed already? Enough! Do those disciples from the Divine Sword Peak never rest? I'm truly exasperated. How many rounds of tasks must one take in a day? Completing one should suffice, let others have a chance. Steward, are there no new tasks available? Hurry and post new ones, we have been waiting for half an hour. In the realm of competition, Divine Sword Peak excelled beyond compare. Even when disciples from other peaks united, they had never managed to gain an advantage over those from Divine Sword Peak. Realizing they were outmatched, the disciples from other peaks learned to adapt. They decided to compete as well. Yet, as they attempted to compete, they discovered that even that was futile. The disciples from Divine Sword Peak were excessively formidable, undertaking several rounds of tasks daily, each one invigorated as if by a potent elixir. Now, attempting to take on a task felt akin to facing a tribulation. Without enduring layers of trials, not only was it impossible to claim a task, even approaching the Formation S barrier seemed out of reach. Except for the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, the agility displayed by the others was nothing short of extraordinary. They darted through the crowd with the fluidity of loaches, gliding past effortlessly. After waiting for half an hour without any new tasks being posted, the disciples grew anxious. However, the ones truly on edge were the stewards of the task hall and the presiding elder, the third elder. Master, there are no more tasks available. Not a single 1-star or 2-star task remains, and only a handful of 3-star tasks are left, reported the stewards, their expressions filled with despair. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time they encountered such a situation. Disciples had completely exhausted the sect's task offerings. Was this not a perplexing predicament? Previously, the sect had instituted mandatory tasks precisely to encourage disciples to fulfill them. In the past, they had been indifferent to the tasks, necessitating the sect's regulations. Now, the roles had reversed. Disciples were eager to undertake tasks, yet none were available. Listening to the lamentations of the stewards, the third elder furrowed his brow. How could this happen? There were still plenty of tasks before. Upon hearing this, the stewards replied in unison, "It's all because of the Divine Sword Peak." The mere mention of Divine Sword Peak tightened the third elder's chest. It was a case of fearing the worst. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to inquire. Have they begun to flout the rules again? No, the disciples of Divine Sword Peak still adhere to the limit of accepting only 3 tasks at a time. Then why? The third elder was perplexed. If the disciples of Divine Sword Peak were so compliant, how could such a situation arise? However, one of the stewards soon provided clarity. Their efficiency is astonishing. Although they accept few tasks at a time, they come daily.
The most remarkable among them completed 8 tasks in a single day. None of us can fathom how he accomplished this. They may take on fewer tasks, but their frequency is overwhelming, leaving us utterly bewildered. Even the third elder was taken aback by this revelation. 8 tasks in one day? What sort of prodigy is this? Do you think it's as simple as consuming buns, one after another? In truth, if it were solely the disciples of Divine Sword Peak, the situation might not have escalated to this extent. However, upon witnessing such performance, disciples from other peaks began to follow suit. Pausing for a moment, the stewards added, "The root of the issue still lies with Divine Sword Peak." The third elder, now grasping the frustrations previously expressed by the second senior brother, Sherson, contemplated. Should I visit Divine Sword Peak myself? Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. What purpose would such a visit serve? They were already adhering to the rules, accepting only 3 tasks each. Shouldn't their diligence be commended rather than criticized? Thus, there was no compelling reason for him to go to Divine Sword Peak. However, the situation outside was chaotic. After a moment of deep contemplation, the third elder arrived at an unprecedented decision. Let us temporarily suspend the tasks. What? The stewards were taken aback by his pronouncement, to which the third elder replied with exasperation, What other course of action do we have? With no tasks at hand, what purpose does the task hall serve? It should be temporarily closed. The closure of the task hall marks an unprecedented event since the establishment of our sect. Soon, the stewards departed, making their way to the grand hall, where they beheld the raucous assembly of disciples. Silence. With the steward's command, the noise gradually subsided, and they instructed the disciples to await outside. Disciples, do not congregate within the grand hall, kindly step outside and wait. For reasons unknown, the disciples complied, believing they would wait briefly outside. However, to their astonishment, as they exited the task hall, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. What does this signify? Can they truly not comprehend? The task hall has been closed. This maneuver left the disciples utterly bewildered, while within, the steward's voices echoed once more. Effective immediately. The task hall is temporarily closed, the reopening date will be announced later. Upon hearing this, the disciples stood frozen in disbelief. Has the task hall truly been shut? In stark contrast, the stewards within the grand hall displayed expressions of palpable relief. Although the closure of the task hall may not appear honorable, at least it promises a respite of tranquility for the next 2 days. Chapter 70, Sending you out. The news of the task hall's closure swiftly stirred a tremendous commotion within the Taoist sect. After a brief moment of astonishment, the disciples from various peaks first reacted with excitement and joy. The primary reasons were that they would no longer be burdened with exhausting tasks, and, moreover, the Xinjian peak also had no tasks to accept. How splendid! Let it be closed, no one should take on any tasks. I can't help but feel a sense of vindication. Haha, the third elder is truly formidable, the disciples of Xinjian peak must be bewildered. Indeed. The disciples of Xinjian peak were taken aback. Many returned from their tasks, eager to report back at the task hall, only to find the doors shut. During dinner time, after their meal, the disciples gathered in the kitchen, unable to restrain their complaints. Is the task hall even reliable? Why is it closed? One lamented. I still have 3 tasks to submit. Another chimed in. Who doesn't have 3 tasks pending? The real question is, what will we do now? If the task hall remains closed, how are we to accept new tasks? The disciples of Xinjian peak were utterly disheartened, while Yi Changqing and Hong Zun nearby could only twitch their lips in exasperation. They truly closed it, Hong Zun remarked, feeling as if someone was bound to come knocking. However, upon reflection, he thought, what do I care? The disciples of Xinjian peak are well behaved and never engage in improper conduct, even if the senior brother were to come. He wouldn't have much to say. Hong Zun was already well informed about the situation, it was merely a case of the disciples of Xinjian peak being a bit too diligent. What was wrong with that? He felt emboldened. Meanwhile, atop the main peak, in the cave of the second elder, Sherson, the third elder and he sat together with furrowed brows. What are we to do, second brother? The task hall is now closed. the third elder asked with a bitter expression. Shirsong sighed helplessly. What could be done? Perhaps you could send the law enforcement hall to issue a warning to the disciples of Xinjian Peak? Have you lost your mind? What fault do the disciples of Xinjian Peak have? How could I possibly address that? Is being industrious a crime? Then what shall we do? The third elder lamented. Fully aware that even when the task hall reopened in a few days, the outcome would remain unchanged. It was indeed quite frustrating. Especially since there was no justification to confront them about it. I am truly exasperated with that old drunkard, Hong Zun. In a fit of vexation, the third elder cursed. But at that moment, Shirsong's eyes suddenly lit up as if struck by inspiration. He turned to the third elder with excitement. Junior brother, I have an idea. What is it? Isn't the coastal camp due for rotation? It just so happens to involve Xinjian Peak. Upon hearing this, the third elder was momentarily stunned. Then quickly shared in the excitement. Indeed. How could I have forgotten about that? The coastal camp refers to the juncture between Dongzhou and the East Sea, where countless aquatic beasts and demons dwell. In ancient times, these creatures relentlessly plagued the coastal regions. Consequently, the Daoyi sect and the aquatic tribes of the East Sea engaged in numerous fierce battles, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Ultimately, the Daoyi sect dispatched a Grand Master, who established a formidable array along the shores of the East Sea, successfully preventing the aquatic denizens from breaching the boundary. However, within this array, there existed a fissure, permitting those with a bone age not exceeding 200 and cultivators and beasts of no greater rank than the Dharma manifestation realm to pass through. Consequently, the Daoyi sect erected a settlement known as the Near Sea Camp, excluding a few exceptional peaks such as Shadow Peak and Hundred Herbs Peak. The other peaks would rotate their guardianship of the Near Sea Camp annually, a mandate that required all disciples to partake. The inherent dangers were minimal, as the formidable beings of the East Sea could not penetrate this refuge. Although skirmishes did arise, they remained insignificant in scale. In essence, it was merely a matter of spending a year at the Near Sea Camp. This arrangement was fortuitous for Shirsong and his companion. Indeed, if they could not eradicate the troubles, they could eliminate the source of the troubles. By sending the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak away, they would address the issue at its roots. Second senior brother. You are truly gifted, Shirsong remarked. It dawned on me that this might be what one calls divine providence. Shall we now seek out the senior brother? That sounds reasonable. The rotation of the Near Sea Camp should indeed be on our agenda. Elated, the two hastened to the dwelling of their senior brother, Qi Xiong. Upon their arrival, Qi Xiong initially regarded them with curiosity. What brings you both here together? Senior brother, we have come to discuss the rotation of the Near Sea Camp. The time for rotation is just around the corner, and the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak have completed their year. It is now Divine Sword Peak's turn, Shirsong explained. Yet, upon hearing this, Qi Xiong expressed doubt. That may be so, but what has prompted you to concern yourselves with such matters? The rotation of the Near Sea Camp is not typically within your purview. You have never shown interest in these affairs before. Hearing Qi Xiong's words, Shirsong and his companion fell silent for a moment before they began to pour out their grievances. Senior brother, you cannot fathom my plight. My law enforcement hall has been transformed into a veritable marketplace. Disciples swarm in daily to lodge complaints, all against the Divine Sword Peak. And me, senior brother. My task hall has essentially shut its doors, as all low-tier tasks within the sect have been claimed. If we do not send them away soon, I shall be unable to fulfill my duties as the hall master. Qi Xiong, previously unaware of these tribulations due to his recent seclusion, began to display an increasingly perplexed expression upon hearing Shirsong's lamentations. As the conversation progressed, perhaps recalling the harrowing past, the eyes of Shirsong and his companion grew misty. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, they rose simultaneously and implored, Senior brother, have mercy on your junior brothers, allow the Divine Sword Peak to depart. We earnestly beseech you to send the Divine Sword Peak to the Near Sea Camp. They were genuinely terrified by their circumstances. Observing their distress, Qi Xiong opened his mouth to speak. Alas, my dear junior brothers, you have endured much hardship. Senior brother, this is not merely a matter of hardship. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak must depart.
Indeed, the sooner, the better. The two individuals were resolute in their decision to send away the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. They suggested that the others should remain at the coastal camp, which, albeit only for a year, would suffice. Shirsong and his companion dared not harbor excessive hopes, they merely wished to peacefully endure this year. Their determination was unwavering. And upon witnessing this, Qi contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Tomorrow I shall personally speak with Brother Hong and request that he expedite the arrangements for the rotation. Upon hearing these words, Shirsong and his companion finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had received a great pardon. Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. This is undoubtedly Qi Xiong's most sagacious decision. As they departed from Qi Xiong, gazing up at the starry sky, Shirsong and his companion felt that the stars shone even brighter this night. Truly, joy brings a refreshing spirit. Congratulations, brother, on the imminent reopening of the task hall. Congratulations indeed. An indescribable sense of ease enveloped them, leaving them in profound admiration. Chapter 71, The Sixth Disciple. The following day, shortly after breakfast, Hongzun and Qingshi were summoned to the Grand Hall by Qi Xiong. Brother Qingshi, are you adapting well to Taoist sect? Qi Xiong inquired with concern. Everything is quite satisfactory. I particularly enjoy the atmosphere at the Divine Sword Peak, Qingshi replied with a smile and a nod. That's splendid, Qi Xiong said, exchanging pleasantries before addressing the matter at hand. He turned to Hongzun and stated, Junior brother, it is nearly time for the rotation at the coastal camp. And this time it is your Divine Sword Peak's turn. Upon hearing this, Hongzun was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression changed dramatically. Oh no! How could I have forgotten this? All disciples of the peak were required to serve at the coastal camp, barring any exceptional circumstances. This was not the issue, rather. He was troubled about how to keep Chongqing from going. He could not leave, and Hongzun would be unable to enter the coastal camp, meaning he would not see Yi Chongqing again for at least a year. Noticing Hongzun's intense reaction, Qi Xiong inquired, What is troubling you, junior brother? Nothing. Nothing at all. I just forgot about this matter, Hongzun managed a strained smile. Qi Xiong sensed something was amiss but chose not to pry further, simply nodding in response. Then, junior brother, please begin your preparations and promptly coordinate with the disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak. Understood. There was no avoiding the assignment to the coastal camp, and Hongzun's current focus was on how to keep Chongqing from being dispatched there. After finalizing the arrangements, Hongzun and Qingshi took their leave, but throughout their return to the Divine Sword Peak, Hongzun wore a deeply furrowed brow. What's wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? Qingshi asked, puzzled. Did you not hear about the coastal camp rotation? What of it? It is a sect regulation. Besides, it is merely a posting at the coastal camp, there is not much danger involved. What are you so worried about? Qingshi assumed Hongzun was concerned for the safety of the disciples, but Hongzun retorted irritably, I am not worried about that, it is about Chongqing. All disciples of the peak must go to the coastal camp, barring special circumstances, and Chongqing is no exception. Realization dawned on Qingshi. Oh no! This is quite serious. What will we do without Chongqing? I can't believe I overlooked this. See? This is what happens when you can't focus on anything other than eating, Hongzun grumbled before turning to enter his cave. Qingshi quickly followed, urging. Think of a way to keep Chongqing from going, he cannot go to the coastal camp. I am indeed thinking about it. The two entered Hongzun's cave, entirely oblivious to Su Jia, who happened to be passing by nearby and had overheard their entire conversation. Su Jia was not particularly concerned about the coastal camp, after all. He had been there before and regarded it merely as a change of training location. However, what truly caught his attention was the implication that their master seemed intent on preventing Chongqing from accompanying them. How could that possibly be allowed? Immediately, Su Jie turned and made his way to Lu Shuang's cave, where Lu Yuyu and Wang Yao were present. Upon seeing the three women, Su Jie displayed an expression of urgency. A grave situation has arisen. At his words, the three women looked at Su Jie in confusion, wondering what could possibly be so serious. Have you forgotten about the rotation at the coastal camp? We haven't forgotten, we've been prepared and are merely awaiting the master's command. Lu Yu replied, puzzled. It's just a coastal camp, why the anxiety? That's not it.
I mean to say that the master intends to keep Brother Changqing here.
Think about it, if Brother Changqing doesn't go to the coastal camp, we won't have food for an entire year. Hearing this,
the expressions of the three women shifted as they too became anxious.
What should we do?
Indeed, without Brother Changqing, I won't be able to manage.
Neither will I. Thus, I have come to discuss how we might address this predicament. Yet, the master's decision. Hongzun wishes to retain Yi Changqing.
Even though Su Jie and the others are his direct disciples, they find themselves powerless against such authority.
After a round of deliberation, the four wore furrowed brows.
Only after a prolonged silence did Su Jie appear to devise a plan, speaking mysteriously to the three women. To thwart the master, we cannot rely solely on ourselves.
We must enlist external assistance. External assistance? Yes, we need someone who can rival the master.
After a brief, hushed discussion, satisfied expressions adorned their faces, indicating they had formulated a strategy. Su Jie then departed from the Divine Sword Peak, making his way alone to the main peak.
Unexpectedly,
he did not head to the Spell Hall or the Alchemy Hall, but instead proceeded straight to the Law Enforcement Hall. Within the Law Enforcement Hall, Song, who was practicing, was taken aback upon hearing that Su Jie, the third disciple of the Divine Sword Peak, sought an audience.
Without hesitation, he declared, I will not see him.
But, Master, Su Jie claims to have important matters to report regarding the Divine Sword Peak.
What could this be? A disciple from the Divine Sword Peak coming to the main peak's law enforcement hall to discuss affairs of the Divine Sword Peak? After pondering briefly, Song relented. Let him in.
Soon, under the guidance of the hall steward, Su Jie was ushered into the presence of Song. Su Jie was not particularly familiar with this second elder, known for his stern demeanor and rigid nature, making him less than popular among the disciples.
Yet,
upon seeing Song this time, Su Jie wore a bright smile and respectfully bowed.
Disciple Su Jie, I pay my respects to the second elder. Something feels amiss. Why is he smiling like a withered flower? Song thought warily, though he maintained an impassive facade, and inquired. You say you have matters regarding the Divine Sword Peak to report?
Indeed, and it is of utmost importance.
Speak.
Song, preferring to dispense with pleasantries, directly addressed the matter at hand, while Su Jie had long been prepared with his words. His expression turned serious as he spoke.
As it happens,
the rotation at the coastal camp has arrived, and this time it falls to my Divine Sword Peak.
Just moments ago,
a disciple inadvertently overheard our master expressing his desire to retain a portion of the Divine Sword Peak disciples.
Is this not a violation of the sect's regulations?
All disciples are required to report to the coastal camp. It is a matter of sect rules, and our master, fully aware of this, still chooses to disregard it.
Wait a moment.
Su Jie continued his lengthy discourse, but before he could finish, Song interrupted him, gazing at him with an expression of peculiar intrigue.
Are you here to accuse your master, Hongzun? In that instant, Song regarded Su Jie as if he were a rebellious spirit.
A young man with a predatory glint in his eye, not one to be trusted.
To this, Su Jie adopted a demeanor of unwavering righteousness. Indeed, I have come to accuse my master.
The elders may perceive my actions as a sign of rebellion, yet I assure you, I harbor no selfish motives in this matter. My sole intention is to uphold the integrity of our sect, fueled by a genuine love for our teachings.
As the leader of a peak, one must not knowingly transgress established rules.
Even if it concerns my own master, as a disciple of Daoi's sect, I believe in the principle of justice above familial ties. This is the conviction that resides within me. I stand firm and unyielding, unafraid of how others may judge my actions.
Chapter 72, Master. Do not blame me looking at Su Jie, who appeared steadfast and righteous.
One might believe he was indeed sacrificing his own interests for the greater good by bringing forth charges against his master.
Song, with a gaze as profound as the depths of the ocean, inquired softly, Is that so? What do you wish for me to do?
Regardless of the veracity of Su Jie's claims, had he demanded that Song impose severe punishment upon Hongzun, or even resort to actions that would harm him? Without hesitation, Song would have subdued him immediately. Such a disciple was not one that the Taoist sect required. However, in response to Song's question, Jie deftly shifted the conversation, stating, "I have come only in hopes that my master may reconsider his actions. As the leader of a peak, one should not break the law. As for punishment..." At this juncture, Jie bowed deeply, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. "I humbly request to bear the punishment on behalf of my master." Upon hearing these words, Song's expression softened slightly, if this was all there was to it. Then Jie was indeed commendable. He understood the significance of the sect's regulations and harbored loyalty towards his master. Yet, Song remained oblivious to the subtle smile that crept upon Jie's lips as he bowed his head. He had anticipated this very outcome and had never intended to harm his master, but rather felt compelled by circumstance. His sole aim was to leave with Yi Changqing. So where lay the fault in that? "Master, do not hold it against me," he silently recited in his heart. At that moment, Song's voice broke through his thoughts. "Rise." Following the command, Jie lifted his head as Song calmly declared, "I am already aware of this matter and shall handle it. You may go." "Understood." Although no definitive answer was provided, Jie was absolutely certain that Song would not turn a blind eye, as it was not in his nature to do so. With everything proceeding smoothly, upon returning to the Divine Sword Peak, Jie went directly to the room of his second senior sister, Lu Shuang. Upon his arrival, Lu Shuang and the other two women inquired, "How did it go? Is there anything I couldn't handle?" In response, Jie boasted, "Now we await Elder Song's methods." Meanwhile, after deliberation, Hongzun and Changshi decided to secretly conceal Yi Changqing. Hiding a mere servant disciple was relatively simple. They could easily bring him directly to Hongzun's dwelling. This matter might require a heads-up to the young lad, Changqing. Very well. With a plan in mind, both felt significantly more relaxed, unaware that their most trusted disciple was already preparing to deliver a betrayal from the shadows. During dinner that evening, Yi Changqing prepared a new dish, roasted whole lamb, specifically 200 sharp-horned mountain goats, truly a feast fit for the extraordinary. It must be said, the culinary conditions at Divine Sword Peak had markedly improved. The entire Divine Sword Peak's Elder Hall never turned down requests from the kitchen, providing whatever was needed, as long as it could be procured. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted lamb, and the disciples could hardly contain their primal energies merely from the scent. With the task hall closed, they had no choice but to remain within the sect, with no one venturing outside. Thus, the competition today is fiercer than ever before. I, Li Dazue, declare that anyone who dares to impede my meal today shall face the consequences. It's been half a month, and yet some are still at the early stages of foundation establishment, still yearning for sustenance? Before I could finish my words, a disciple beside me was sent flying with a swift kick. "Esteemed brothers, I have 7 sisters. Each one as enchanting as the legends of beauty. Whoever offers me a spot shall be honored as my brother-in-law. Begone! Not only do you attempt to seize a position, but you also wish to take advantage of me? My mother remains unmarried, and if any brother is willing, I have no use for unfilial children like you." Scram! The chaos was overwhelming, with injured disciples littered about. Although their wounds were not fatal, the sight of blood was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Some disciples, undeterred, consumed healing elixirs while fiercely battling, refusing to yield. "Enough already! Have you consumed 10 healing pills? What of it? I have plenty, and today I shall exhaust you until you can endure no more. Who fears whom? Do you think you are the only one with resources? Today is a feast. Who wouldn't want the first bite of something fresh?" When mealtime arrived, those who secured their spots entered the courtyard with heads held high, only to be stunned by the sight before them. There were orderly piles of charcoal, but more importantly, on top of them lay whole lambs, golden and crispy, perfectly roasted. The golden skin glistened as fat dripped, sizzling, and accompanied by the sound of eager disciples swallowing in anticipation. The aroma wafted through the air, and at that moment, the lamb seemed to radiate a golden glow in the eyes of the disciples. At that moment, Yi Changqing emerged from the kitchen, holding a teacup, and addressed the crowd. Brothers, today we feast on whole roasted lambs, and there will be no divisions. There are 200 lambs in total, 10 men to 1 lamb, along with flatbreads. Please help yourselves. Upon hearing this, the disciples could no longer contain themselves, rushing towards the roasted lamb as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. 10 men gathered together. One yanked off a leg, provoking discontent among the others. Your greed is excessive, share half with me. Dream on. Watching the ensuing chaos, Yi Changqing realized he might have made a grave error in not distributing the food beforehand. Alas, it was a lapse in judgment, not due to laziness, I assure you. The aroma of the roasted lamb was irresistible, and some disciples were astonished to discover it could actually enhance their spiritual energy. The efficacy was truly remarkable. Enough with the chatter, if we don't eat now, there will be nothing left but bones. Don't discard the bones, if you can't gnaw on them. Give them to me. My teeth are strong. Can't gnaw, you say? I'll devour even the marrow. In the end, the disciples didn't spare even the bones. After the meal concluded, the disciples were thoroughly satisfied, save for those unfortunate souls who had failed to secure a place at the table. They had gazed longingly at the feast, their appetites whetted. Initially, they had hoped to salvage something, even if it were merely a bone to gnaw on. Yet, upon inspection, they found not even a scrap of bone remained, nothing but emptiness. After resting for about half an hour, the disciples began to disperse gradually. It was not until the last of them had departed, leaving only Hongzun, Qingshi, Lu Xuan, Su Jia, and a few others, that Hongzun turned to Su Jia and his companions, annoyance evident in his tone. What are you still doing here? He demanded. You lot, off you go. Hurry and leave. Hongzun had matters to discuss with Yi Changqing, and seeing these young men linger without any awareness, he could no longer restrain himself from urging them to depart. After receiving a scolding from their master, Su Jia and the others feigned ignorance and exited. Once they had left, Hongzun turned to Yi Changqing, a smile gracing his face. Come here, young man, he beckoned. Chapter 73, The Golden Core Realm. An elderly face beamed with delight, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing approached Hongzun, observing his expression with a sudden, inexplicable trepidation. Peak Master, is there something amiss? Naturally, Hongzun was elated. Upon reflection, he stumbled upon a startling realization. The disciples had all ventured to the coastal camp, which meant that the culinary creations of the young Changqing would be solely cackling with glee. How could one not be pleased? Thus, it is said that fortune often conceals misfortune, and misfortune is but a guise for fortune. One must not merely scratch the surface of matters. You are aware of the situation at the coastal camp, I presume? Yes, I have heard from the senior brothers. Since you are informed, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. This time, I do not intend to allow you to go. Although the coastal camp may appear devoid of peril at first glance, it is, after all, in proximity to the Eastern Sea, and one can never predict what may transpire. The essence of his message was clear: the coastal camp harbored dangers, and I, as an old man, am considering your welfare. Therefore, it would be best for you to remain within the sect while I devise other plans. However, Yi Changqing furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before responding, but, Peak Master, I still wish to go. After all, we cannot treat this situation as exceptional. Are you jesting? If all the disciples depart, what remains but a few old fellows like us? How will you accumulate your points? Thus, Yi Changqing was determined to attend the coastal camp and had even taken the initiative to research its circumstances, realizing that Hongzun's concerns were somewhat exaggerated. Based on past experiences, stationed at the coastal camp, incidents of casualties were exceedingly rare, even in the event of skirmishes. They were typically minor and unlikely to involve him directly. Yet, upon hearing this, Hongzun grew anxious. This simply wouldn't do. If you were to go, what would become of me? He immediately began to beseech him earnestly. Young man, you must understand that I would never wish harm upon you. As the saying goes, heed the words of the elders, lest you suffer the consequences. At my age, my advice is akin to a medicinal remedy. Nonetheless, Yi Changqing remained resolute, ultimately provoking Hongzun's ire. I am the Peak Master of the Divine Sword Peak. I decree that you shall not go. Thus, you shall not go. End of discussion. With that, without awaiting Yi Changqing's response, he rose and departed. Hongzun's intention was simple, regardless of the circumstances. He aimed to keep the young man from leaving. What to do now? Faced with Hongzun's adamant stance, Yi Changqing felt helpless. Just then, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, Lu Yuyu, and Wang Yao stealthily entered. Senior Su, Senior Sister Lu, did you not leave? Yi Changqing exclaimed in surprise at their unexpected return. Su Jia stepped forward, wearing a broad smile. He, that's not the point. Junior brother Changqing, did Master not just instruct you not to go to the coastal camp? Indeed. And what about you? Me? I wish to go, after all, it is the sect's regulation, Yi Changqing stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's smile widened radiantly. Changqing, you truly embody the spirit of our Daoist sect. In truth, this senior brother shares the same intention to devise a means to escort you to the coastal camp. However, the peak master has just. No matter, Changqing, there is no need for you to worry about anything else. Just follow the instructions of our master. And leave the rest to me. I shall ensure your journey to the coastal camp. These words seemed familiar to Yi Changqing, reminiscent of something he had heard before. Yes. Master Hong had said something similar. Both were assuring him to concern himself with nothing, for they would handle it all. What scheme were these teacher and disciple concocting? Until Su Jia and the others departed, Yi Changqing remained somewhat perplexed, sensing as though the two were engaged in a subtle contest of wills. One sought to prevent his departure, while the other was determined to take him alone. It struck him as odd, yet he soon shook his head. It was unlikely. Unless Su Jia had lost his senses, how could he dare to contest with the peak master? Such an endeavor would be akin to an egg attempting to clash with a rock. Yi Changqing believed Su Jia would not be so reckless. Yet he had not considered the extent to which the so-called senior brother Su might go to ensure his own agenda was fulfilled. The following days passed with a serene normalcy. Yi Changqing experienced a breakthrough to the core formation stage, with Master Hong imparting the corresponding techniques. In truth, it was only upon reaching the core formation stage that one could be considered to have genuinely embarked upon the path of cultivation, recognized by mortals as a true immortal. Upon achieving this stage, a golden core is formed within, providing a genuine reservoir for spiritual energy, enabling a practitioner to soar through the skies. Furthermore, life expectancy undergoes a qualitative leap, extending to 500 years. This advancement allows for the study of several high-level techniques. Previously, the Shadow Blade and 7 Star Steps were merely low-tier yellow-level techniques, adequate for the Qi and Pulse stages, yet they became inadequate upon reaching the core formation stage. Thus, Yi Changqing seized the opportunity to visit the technique hall, selecting several low-tier Shen-level spells for cultivation. Life continued to unfold in a tranquil and fulfilling manner. Meanwhile, in Master Hong's abode, Shirsong personally paid a visit today. Upon seeing Shirsong, Master Hong initially felt a twinge of curiosity. Why has the second senior brother come? Shirsong, maintaining his composure, replied, I have come to inquire about the coastal camp. It has been 3 days, yet there has been no movement from your side. Ever since Su Jia had visited him, Shirsong had been closely monitoring the activities of the Divine Sword Peak. He discovered that 3 days had passed without any sign of progress. Although all disciples were aware of the need to head to the coastal camp, Master Hong had yet to issue any orders. This left Shirsong feeling somewhat restless. Are we going or not? Combining this with Su Jia's earlier words, Shirsong felt compelled to visit personally, primarily to urge Master Hong to expedite the departure of those from Divine Sword Peak. To this, Master Hong, unfazed, responded with a smile, so that is the matter at hand. There is still time, we can depart in a few days. Junior brother? That is not how it should be articulated. The coastal camp is several 100,000 miles from the Sword Peak, and the journey will undoubtedly consume time. Furthermore, an early departure allows for better preparation. What my senior brother says holds merit. Shall we set out 3 days hence? What are your thoughts, junior brother? However, there are still some disciples currently out on their training. That is of no consequence. Those who are out training may return to the sect before making their way to the coastal camp. Such matters are trivial. Ignoring Hongzun's excuses, It is clear, you must go, whether you wish to or not. In response, Hong Zun cast a peculiar glance at Shi Song. Are you so eager for me to head to the coastal camp from Sword Peak? Yet, given the sect's regulations, Hong Zun could not make any alterations and, after some contemplation, acquiesced. Very well, as you say, senior brother. 3 days it shall be. After all, the timing of our departure holds little significance to me. As long as that young lad Chongqing remains. Having settled on a timeline, Shi Song did not linger, rising to take his leave. Yet, he remained vigilant. For Su Jie had warned him that this old fellow intended to hide someone, and it seemed he would need to personally oversee the matter. He would not rest easy until he witnessed every disciple of Sword Peak depart with his own eyes. His heart remained unsettled. Chapter 74, A fatal strike. The time had been set, and thus, Hong Zun did not linger on the matter, issuing the order that very day. 3 days hence, all disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were to proceed to the coastal camp, preparing for the handover with the Jade Maiden Peak. The disciples remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of surprise, as they had completed all necessary preparations. Within the cave abode, Hong Zun and Xingshi sat opposite each other. What do you think? Should we truly resort to force to keep that young man, Changqing, from leaving? In recent days, both Hong Zun and Xingshi had spared no effort in persuading Yi Changqing, yet the lad remained obstinately set on his course. This situation vexed both men. Time was of the essence, and Hong Zun, feeling cornered, gritted his teeth and responded to Qingshi's words. Let us first ensure he remains under our control. I cannot fathom his stubbornness in wanting to go to that coastal camp. Surely, staying within the sect is far more advantageous than venturing to that place. Upon hearing this, Xingshi nodded in agreement. It was imperative that Chongqing did not leave. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Xingshi departed to his own quarters. Spotting Wang Yao practicing in the courtyard, Xingshi approached her with a smile. How are preparations coming along? Are you ready? His inquiry pertained to the journey to the coastal camp. Wang Yao smiled and nodded in response. I've been ready for quite some time, master, rest assured. Very well. Just remember to listen to your seniors once we arrive at the coastal camp. Do not act impulsively. Unbeknownst to Xingshi, the once docile girl had begun to change. Previously, she had shared everything with her master, yet now she was treading a path of rebellion. For instance, she had never breathed a word to her master regarding Yi Changqing's intentions, resulting in Xingshi remaining oblivious to their awareness of his and Hong Zun's plans. Moreover, much of the intelligence had been gleaned by Wang Yao from Xingshi himself. Ultimately, there remained a lack of vigilance. Akin to how paternal affection can be as unpredictable as a landslide, this little cotton-padded jacket was also prone to letting in the cold. Consequently, Wang Yao and her companions were not merely well-informed but had a clear understanding of Hong Zun's strategies. After expressing his concern, Xingshi retreated to his chamber. Observing her master's imposing silhouette, Wang Yao silently remarked, Master, I too am compelled by circumstance. Without junior brother Changqing, I truly cannot endure. Each harbored their own schemes, and thus, 3 days swiftly passed. On the eve of their departure, following dinner, once the other disciples had vacated, Hong Zun and Xingshi unexpectedly returned. Chongqing. Peak Master? Grand Elder? Tomorrow we embark, there is no time to explain. You shall stay with me tonight. Without waiting for Yi Changqing's response, Hong Zun seized him and soared towards the peak, with Xiaobai trailing closely behind. Obediently following at a mere glance from Hong Zun, Yi Changqing did not resist, the reason being, Su Jie had previously approached him, indicating that he was to accompany Hong Zun. It is rather peculiar. How did you know that the Peak Master intended to escort me back to the cave? The recent tug-of-war between the master and disciple, with their extreme maneuvers, has been a spectacle almost akin to a gripping tale of intrigue. Initially, Yi Changqing would inquire about matters, but eventually, he resigned himself, declaring, I shall remain at ease, you two may do as you wish. Burdened with an excess of cunning, Yi Changqing expressed his fatigue. Before long, they arrived at Hong Zun's cave, which appeared to have been pre-arranged for him. Changqing, you shall reside here for a few days. Hong Zun instructed. Very well, Peak Master, came the obedient reply. Satisfied by Yi Changqing's compliance, Hong Zun nodded, untroubled by the prospect of him sneaking away. For the cave was safeguarded by protective formations that rendered escape impossible. Within the entire Divine Sword Peak, aside from himself, only Zhao Zhangping, Lu Shuang, Su Jie, and a few other disciples understood how to activate and deactivate these formations. On the following morning, 3 starships descended upon Divine Sword Peak. Similar to spirit boats, starships are also a type of flying artifact, though considerably larger and far more costly. Each of these starships spans several hundred meters, capable of accommodating thousands of disciples from Divine Sword Peak. As the starships arrived, the disciples began to board in succession, while the elders and deacons oversaw the operations. Everything unfolded according to Hong Zun's plans, with Yi Changqing still within his cave. At that moment, Song, accompanied by a cohort from the law enforcement hall, approached. Upon noticing them, Hong Zun paused briefly, but quickly regained his composure and stepped forward. "Second senior brother, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing of great importance. I've come to see off the disciples of Divine Sword Peak heading to the coastal camp," Song replied. "See off?" That claim was hardly credible. Who would bring the entire law enforcement hall for such a purpose? Moreover, if you were merely seeing them off, why conduct thorough searches room by room? It was evident that you feared I might be concealing someone. Yet, it struck me as curious how this old fellow could suspect I was hiding someone. Despite the doubt, I remained unfazed. Changqing was in my cave, and how could the law enforcement hall search my domain? With confidence bolstering my resolve, even if Song turned the entire Divine Sword Peak upside down today, he would not uncover Changqing. As the two engaged in subtle banter, their subordinates diligently executed their respective orders. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak boarded the ships in preparation for departure, while the law enforcement hall personnel conducted searches to ensure no one was concealed. Observing Hong Zun's composed demeanor, Song's wariness gradually dissipated, leading him to believe that perhaps there was no one hidden away after all. He may have misjudged his junior. As he contemplated this, a radiant smile adorned his face, convinced he had wronged his disciple. However, sensing the change in Song's expression, Hong Zun shared a similar sentiment. "Still intent on searching my domain? Ha! A jest indeed. Even if the King of Heaven himself sought to find someone I wished to hide, he would be unsuccessful." Just as both men exhaled in relief, a voice emerged from behind them. "Master, I see that Changqing is indeed here with you. No wonder I could find him nowhere else." Upon the utterance of those words, the smiles of Song, Hong Zun, and Chang Shi all solidified, leaving them frozen in place. The three turned their heads in bewilderment, only to behold Su Jie, accompanied by Yi Changqing and Xiao Bai, emerging from Hong Zun's cave dwelling. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, tinged with awkwardness. In an instant, Hong Zun was rendered utterly bewildered. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that his own disciple, the one closest to him, would turn against him in such a treacherous manner. This betrayal was swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of anger, an unmistakable murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Under the weight of Hong Zun's piercing stare, Su Jie felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The intensity of his master's gaze was fearsome indeed. Nevertheless, for the sake of sustenance, Su Jie steeled himself, forcing an air of composure as he managed a strained smile. "Ah, it appears the second elder is also present. I shall not disturb you further. I will escort junior brother Changqing to the ship." Chapter 75, a hidden strategy. As Su Jie attempted to make his escape, Hong Zun, of course, could not permit it. Instantly, he donned a benevolent smile and swiftly blocked the path of the two, cheerfully inquiring, "My dear disciple, what brings you to my cave dwelling?" Though he smiled, Su Jie was enveloped by an overwhelming chill, and even Yi Changqing, behind him, shrank back. For the Peak Master's grin was rather intimidating. "Master, I intended to visit you in your cave, but inadvertently encountered junior brother Changqing, and thus decided to accompany him out." Despite having prepared himself, facing his master's formidable presence left Su Jie undeniably anxious. In response, Hong Zun merely sneered. "Oh, is that so? I do not believe a word of what you have said. You came to find me in my cave? I am a rather large figure standing right outside, and you failed to notice? And what of this fortuitous meeting with Changqing?" "That is utter nonsense. You are clearly scheming." "Yet, how did he know that Changqing was in his cave?" This matter had been known solely to him and Qingshi, and out of caution. He had not even informed the other elders. The situation was rife with suspicion, but now was not the time for deeper inquiry. What needed to be considered was how to retain Changqing, especially since fear begets fear. Stone Pine, having regained his composure, interjected.
Junior brother, what does this mean?
His eyes were filled with skepticism, and he harbored a vague sense of anger, realizing he had mistakenly doubted this old drunkard. This revelation stung like a slap to his own face. In the face of Stone Pine's question, Hongzun feigned calmness and replied with a smile, Brother, you have misunderstood. This young man is someone I intend to accept as my disciple. I was previously unaware of him, thus I brought him to my cave.
Surely, this is quite reasonable. No?
Upon hearing this, Stone Pine scrutinized Yi Changqing closely, noting his mere core formation level of cultivation. Apart from his appearance, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about him. His initial reaction was to think that this old drunkard was once again trying to deceive him.
Just as he was about to speak, Hongzun preempted him. Brother, as a peak master, my decision to accept a disciple should not contravene the sect's regulations, should it? While uncertain of Hongzun's intentions, Stone Pine nodded in agreement.
Within the Daoyi sect, each peak master generally held authority over their own affairs, and the law enforcement hall could not arbitrarily intervene.
Moreover, the decision to take on a disciple was a private matter, thus there were no grounds for interference. Not only Stone Pine, but even Su Jie, standing nearby, was filled with confusion. What was his master up to? He could not comprehend, yet an instinctive feeling warned him that trouble was brewing. Under the watchful eyes of the three, a smile gradually spread across Hongzun's face as he declared, Then it is settled. Moreover, I plan to subject this young man to some trials soon, therefore, he will not be able to go to the coastal camp for the time being. This should be considered a special circumstance. Once the trials conclude, I will personally escort him to the coastal camp. Upon hearing those words, Su Jie felt a chill run down his spine. After devising so many schemes, he never anticipated that his master would deliver such a decisive blow. Moreover, this left him utterly bereft of options. The notion of sending someone to the coastal camp later was nothing more than a far-fetched fantasy. If they could not take senior brother Changqing today, the prospect of doing so in the future was even more improbable. Unfortunately, Su Jie found himself unable to discuss this matter with Shirsong. Upon hearing Hongzun's statement, Shirsong pondered for a moment. The absence of a golden core disciple seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, since Hongzun had voiced his thoughts, it would be unreasonable to disregard them entirely. After all, the departure of one or two disciples was not of great significance. Just as Shirsong was about to acquiesce, an unexpected voice interrupted. Master, I oppose this decision. Whom? Just as Shirsong appeared ready to nod in agreement, who dared to disrupt the proceedings? With a furious glare, Hongzun turned to see Zhao Zhengping, recently emerged from seclusion, hastening towards him, flanked by Lu Xuan, Lu Yuyu, and Wang Yao. Observing the four and recalling Su Jie's recent rebellious antics, Hongzun felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that they were also involved? Meanwhile, Su Jie cast a puzzled glance at Lu Xuan, silently inquiring about the situation and how the senior brother had been summoned. Lu Xuan offered a reassuring response. The group, exchanging furtive glances, was enveloped in an atmosphere thick with schemes. Master. Zhao Zhengping approached Hongzun with solemnity, performing a respectful bow. Amidst Hongzun's bewildered gaze, he spoke with righteous fervor. Master, I disagree. What do you disagree with? Hongzun retorted, incredulous. What business is it of yours? You have no stake in this matter. Nor have you dined on Changqing's cooking. Although Zhao Zhengping had never tasted the meals prepared by Yi Changqing, he had been approached by Lu Xuan, who informed him that the master was concerned for the disciples' safety and intended to secretly harbor some within the sect. Such an act was a violation of sect rules. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengping, known for his unwavering integrity, could not remain idle. He rushed over immediately. In the entirety of the Daoyi sect, if Shirsong was considered a stubborn old mule, then Zhao Zhengping was a young mule in his own right, displaying an even more tenacious adherence to certain principles, especially those pertaining to sect regulations. This was influenced by Zhao Zhengping's upbringing, having been rescued by Hongzun as a child and raised in Daoyi sect,
It was the only home he knew, making him value the sect more than anyone else. Even before his master, Zhao Zhangping stood resolute. I understand that you care for us, master, but the duty to guard the coastal camp is a sect mandate. If no one is willing to occupy that post, shall we simply allow the aquatic tribes to wreak havoc in our eastern continent? As the foremost righteous sect of the eastern continent, it is our solemn duty to protect its people. No, as your master, I. Since the sect mandates that every year, all disciples from each peak must attend, it is imperative that everyone complies. Whom did you hear these things from? I. The master is concerned for the safety of his disciples. Be silent. As disciples of the Taoist sect, we must confront demons without fear and protect the eastern continent.
Hongzun spoke, followed by Zhao Zhangping, each expressing their thoughts.
Yet ultimately, Zhao Zhangping's voice overshadowed Hongzun's, leaving the elder without retort. The senior brother is truly formidable.
Witnessing this scene, Lu Xuan, Su Jia,
and the others were not particularly surprised, for the senior brother and master had often clashed, especially when the senior brother was obstinate. Even the master found him unmanageable. Neither scolding nor striking would prove effective. It was akin to a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding.
This may be an exaggeration. Yet it remains true that the senior brother is an exceedingly resolute individual. What is the situation now?
At this moment, Su Jia also communicated with Lu Shuang,
inquiring about the preparations for a contingency, fearing you might not handle it.
Chapter 76, I, Zhao Zhangping, upright and unyielding. Although the specifics of Lu Shuang's actions remained unclear, it was evident that the senior brother had been thoroughly deceived, prompting Su Jia to discreetly give a thumbs up. The second senior sister was truly impressive.
Meanwhile, Yi Chongcheng, observing the confrontation between Zhao Zhangping and Hongzun, felt utterly bewildered. What was the intention behind this? Was it an attempt to usurp authority?
Yi Chongqing had never encountered Zhao Zhangping before, and thus had no knowledge of his character.
However, judging from the current situation, it was clear that he was a formidable individual.
One could compare Su Jia's earlier demeanor before Hongzun with Zhao Zhangping's,
reinforcing the notion that Zhao Zhangping's position as senior brother was well-deserved. Enraged by Zhao Zhangping's defiance, Hongzun's face flushed with fury as he bellowed, "Get out! Go to the coastal camp."
Understood. In response to Hongzun's outburst, Zhao Zhangping obediently acknowledged and turned to leave, but he intended to take Su Jia, Lu Yuyu, and, of course, Yi Chongqing along with him.
Wait. Upon seeing Yi Chongqing being taken away, Hongzun felt utterly perplexed. I meant for you to leave alone. Does the master have further matters to attend to?
You may leave, but this young man must stay. The message was unequivocal, yet Zhao Zhangping replied. The sect's regulations state that all disciples must report to the coastal camp. When it is said that all must go, it means precisely that. I have already decided to take this young man as my disciple and intend to test him. This is a special circumstance.
In the eyes of the disciples, this hardly constituted a special circumstance. I am the master of the divine sword peak. Is it your authority or mine that holds sway? The sect's regulations determine what is authoritative. As the quarrel escalated once more, Hongzun's face turned a deep shade of purple. In any other situation,
one might have recoiled, yet Zhao Zhangping displayed no signs of fear. He boldly stepped forward, addressing Hongzun earnestly.
Master,
today all disciples of Divine Sword Peak must proceed to the coastal camp.
That is impossible.
As long as I am present, this young man shall not depart. While other matters could be negotiated, this was one Hongzun would not relent on, even against Zhao Zhangping's obstinate nature.
Witnessing Hongzun's unwavering determination to retain Yi Chongqing,
Su Jia remarked with trepidation, I did not expect the master to be so resolute.
Of course. While other matters might be negotiable,
this is one that the master will not concede, Lu Shuang replied, having prepared contingencies to bring the senior brother along.
In the entirety of Divine Sword Peak, who else but the senior brother would dare confront the master directly?
Perhaps now, one could add Elder Qingshi to that list. Resolutely intent on preventing Yi Chongqing from leaving, Zhao Zhangping solemnly declared, Master, your actions contravene sect regulations.
Absolute nonsense.
I have already stated this is a special circumstance.
Master, Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? I have declared it a special circumstance.
Then, as your disciple, I must take offense.
What does this rebellious disciple intend to do?
Before Hong Zun could comprehend the situation, Zhao Zhangping had already retrieved a formation disc from his bosom. The moment Hong Zun laid eyes on the disc, his eyelids twitched violently, and fury surged within him.
Rebellious disciple, what do you intend to do?
This formation disc was all too familiar to Hong Zun. It had been personally bestowed upon Zhao Zhangping by his senior brother, Shi Xiong.
It was a sacred-level formation disc, inscribed with a formidable sacred-level array.
At this moment, as the rebellious disciple unveiled the disc, it was evident that he intended to.
Indeed.
Before Hong Zun could finish his admonition, Zhao Zhangping activated the formation, immediately enveloping Hong Zun within its confines.
This rebellious disciple actually sought to trap him with a sacred-level array.
Although such an array could not contain Hong Zun for an extended period, it would suffice for Zhao Zhangping and his companions to make their escape.
Ensnared within the formation, Hong Zun's rage erupted, his eyes blazing with fury. This is treachery. I am your master, do you dare to betray your mentor and destroy your lineage?
Yet, in the face of Hong Zun's thunderous denunciation, Zhao Zhangping remained unfazed. He bowed thrice before the formation and declared, "Disciple is merely upholding the sect's regulations.
Once I escort my fellow disciples to the coastal camp. You may do with me as you wish."
With that, he turned and departed, accompanied by Yi Changqing, Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and others.
However, Yi Changqing could only feel a buzzing in his head. What in the world is happening? A disciple has trapped his master with a sacred-level array? Do not be perplexed.
Junior brother Changqing, you will understand in due time. Our senior brother is simply a man of unwavering principle, Su Jia consoled. To this, Yi Changqing's lips twitched in disbelief.
Is this what you call unwavering principle?
The group hastily departed, leaving behind the echoes of Hong Zun's furious shouts.
Rebellious disciples! A calamity has befallen our house.
As he roared, Hong Zun relentlessly assaulted the formation, striving to extricate himself, his explosive force shaking the very foundations of the Daoist sect.
On the summit, Shi Xiong, immersed in his cultivation, suddenly felt the earth tremble and the heavens shake.
With a sweep of his consciousness, he quickly discerned the commotion at the sword peak, leaving him momentarily stunned.
What is happening?
He beheld Hong Zun frantically bombarding the formation, vociferously cursing the rebellious disciples and lamenting the misfortune of his lineage.
What has transpired at Sword Peak? Someone.
He soon summoned an attendant, and upon inquiry, learned that Zhao Zhangping had ensnared his own master, Hong Zun, using the sacred-level formation Shi Xiong had bestowed upon him. After grasping the unfolding events, Shi Xiong found himself in a quandary,
uncertain whether his gift to Zhao Zhangping was a blessing or a curse.
Meanwhile, disciples from the other peaks stood agape, utterly astonished.
This is unprecedented in all of history. See?
I told you the Sword Peak's affliction was worsening. Thankfully, they plan to head to the coastal camp, otherwise, we would have no peace.
Indeed. A disciple has ensnared his master with a formation. What happened to decorum?
But one cannot entirely blame Brother Zhao, perhaps he has succumbed to madness.
Regardless. It's a relief that they are leaving.
The disciples were engaged in fervent discussions, while atop the divine sword peak, Hong Zun, relentlessly assaulting the formation, cast a furious glance at the motionless Qingshi standing outside the array.
Why are you standing there in a daze? Pursue them.
In truth, Qingshi was equally bewildered, his mind buzzing in confusion, unable to grasp the situation at hand. Until this moment, he had been a paragon of mentorship and filial devotion alongside Wang Yao. Qingshi cherished Wang Yao, and she, in turn, honored him. They had never encountered such a bizarre scenario. The disciples had ensnared their master within a formation. What an extraordinary turn of events! It felt as if his worldview had been utterly upended, leaving him rooted in place,
paralyzed by the shock.
Only upon hearing Hong Zun's urgent command did Qingshi snap back to reality, albeit still somewhat dazed, and nodded slowly.
Oh, all right, I shall give chase. Hurry, the starship is about to depart.
Hong Zun, in a state of panic akin to ants on a hot pan, lamented his past misdeeds. His disciples had all turned against him, and here was Qingshi, his companion, acting like a mere blockhead. Truly, he felt beset by overwhelming difficulties. Chapter 77. All are apostates. Hong Zun urged Qingshi to hasten his pursuit. If these young rascals were to infiltrate the coastal camp, it would spell disaster. Just as Qingshi prepared to take action, Shi Song obstructed his path. Given the gravity of the situation, allowing Qingshi to continue the chase would likely provoke Zhao Zhengping's obstinate nature. If he dared to entrap his own master with formations, confronting Qingshi would be no different. To prevent further escalation, Shi Song was resolute in preventing Qingshi from engaging. He merely desired tranquility. How could such a modest request be so challenging? Qingshi, this is where we draw the line, Shi Song asserted. Step aside, Shi Song. Or this matter will not end well between us, Qingshi retorted. However, before Qingshi could further respond, Hong Zun within the formation had already unleashed a furious roar. His eyes ablaze and expression menacing, resembling a wrathful lion. He bellowed at Qingshi, "What are you waiting for? Go after him!" As the disciples successfully boarded the starship, which began its ascent, Hong Zun grew increasingly agitated. Realizing the urgency, Qingshi sprang into action, and the two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. Senior brother on the starship, observing the fierce clash between Qingshi and Shi Song, one disciple inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Zhengping replied, "Ignore them, let us depart." Instantly, the three starships roared to life, disregarding the expenditure of spirit stones, vanishing into the skies in a flash. The speed of the starships was astonishing. And as they disappeared without a trace, Hong Zun was on the brink of madness. "Apostates, apostates!" Only his mournful cries echoed throughout the sword peak. Meanwhile, as the starships departed, Shi Song chose to withdraw, and soon after, Hong Zun shattered the formation, storming out in a fury. His gaze filled with venom directed at Shi Song. "You fool, do you realize what I have lost? Without that young lad, how am I to endure this year? How can I endure?" Naturally, Shi Song was oblivious to the depths of Hong Zun's anguish. Faced with that fierce glare, he instinctively recoiled. Yet he could not help but feel perplexed. Was it truly such a calamity? Just one disciple, if he left, he could simply be taken back in a year's time. However, Shi Song dared not voice such thoughts. It was best not to provoke him further. "Ah! That junior brother, since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. The law enforcement hall still has many matters to attend to. You needn't see me off," Shi Song said, attempting to make his exit. Yet Hong Zun erupted with a furious shout, "You old cur, don't you dare leave!" With that, he charged forward. Shi Song felt a chill run down his spine, retreating in haste to evade him. Yet Hong Zun was relentless, seemingly fueled by some animosity or grievance. Perhaps incited by Zhao Zhengping and the other disciples. Indeed, to be betrayed by one's own apprentice was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Thus, Shi Song thought. "Forgive me, Su Jie." Wishing to avoid further entanglement with Hong Zun, he retreated and called out urgently, "Junior brother, please wait." What final words does the old man have? In the spirit of brotherhood, I shall allow you to speak. Do not be agitated, my junior, I possess a secret I must share with you. But you must let me leave. Ha! You old rascal, always thwarting my endeavors, do you think I will be deceived? Truly, I assure you. I speak no falsehood regarding your disciple Su Jie. Speak. Upon hearing the matter concerning those treacherous disciples, Hong Zun's interest was piqued, and he calmed slightly. Noticing this, Shi Song swallowed hard and quickly began, "Your disciple Su Jie sought me out a few days ago." His words flowed with astonishing speed, and before he could linger, Shi Song vanished without a trace. He resolved that for the next year, the law enforcement hall would refrain from meddling with the divine sword peak. Hong Zun, unfazed by Shi Song's escape, was momentarily stunned by the revelation, then suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice echoing into the heavens. "Ha ha, ha! Now I understand, completely understand. So that's how it is. A wretched group of rebellious disciples, a cunning pack of little rascals. How audacious to use such despicable means to stab their master in the back. Truly, you are the finest disciples I could ever wish for." His laughter was wild, mingled with sorrow and fury, tinged with bitterness. Seeing his distress, Qingshi approached with concern. "Are you all right? Sai, these little rascals are indeed outrageous. Showing no respect for their teacher. Do not take it to heart, after all, they are your own disciples. With some guidance, they can surely improve. Unlike me. Qingshi genuinely worried that Hongzun might be overwhelmed by despair. Observing this old comrade, Qingshi felt fortunate that his own disciple, Wang Yao, was well behaved. Unlike Hongzun's rebellious students. However, before Qingshi could finish, Hongzun interrupted him with a cold smile. Like you? What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I am as foolish as you? I was merely concerned for your well-being. Concerned for me? You should focus on yourself. Is your disciple truly a paragon of virtue? What do you mean by that? Consider this carefully. Only you and I are privy to the entire affair. How did those treacherous disciples learn of the young Qing residing in my abode? I have confided in no one, my disciples are unaware. The only potential source of this leak is you. Although you may be somewhat dim-witted, you are not utterly hopeless, at least you won't divulge it to others. The only one who might know is, with Hongzun's words, Qingshi was struck dumb. If that is the case, then my little Wang Yao has betrayed me? He was acutely aware that he had shared considerable information with Wang Yao. Previously, he had given it little thought, but now, reflecting on it, it seemed that Wang Yao had been deliberately probing for such intelligence, yet he had been utterly unprepared and had failed to notice anything amiss. However, their entire scheme has undoubtedly been compromised by those traitors. It is inconceivable, how could Xiao Wangyao betray me? I am her master. In an instant, the thin fabric of the cotton jacket became inadequate, and the biting cold wind penetrated, chilling Qingshi to the core. Observing Qingshi's incredulous expression, Hongzun let out a cold laugh. Such notions of filial piety and a bond akin to father and daughter ultimately yield nothing but betrayal. In just a few words, a mere girl managed to ensnare you completely, it seems you have squandered your years. Indeed, Hongzun was furious, his words harsher than intended. But he could not restrain himself. Considering the entire situation, the gravest blunder lay with Qingshi. Had he not disclosed their plan to Wang Yao? Those traitors would never have succeeded so effortlessly. Thus, one should not fear a wolf-like adversary, but rather. With a cold huff, he stepped away. Where are you going? I shall pursue them, am I to hang myself instead? Chapter 78, An Unexpected Encounter and a Grievous Inquiry in an Instant. Hongzun vanished from sight. Although the starship was swift, there remained a glimmer of hope for pursuit. Other matters could be addressed later. But should anyone dare to impede his efforts to retain the young Changqing today, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Oblivious to Hongzun's departure, Qingshi was engulfed in self-doubt, muttering incessantly to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Xiao Wangyao betray her master? She is so devoted, whenever there is something delicious, she thinks of her master, and when she encounters something she fancies, she thinks of her master. No, she cannot be like this. Memories of their time together flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Xiao Wangyao, with her sweet smile, always by his side. Obedient and dutiful, how could she possibly be a wayward disciple? The recollections shifted to when the master and disciple joined the Taoist sect at the Divine Sword Peak. And the faces of Su Jia, Lu Shuang, and Lu Yuyu began to emerge, gradually filling Qingshi's eyes with a glint of coldness. Yes. It was them, the wayward disciples of Hongzun who had led Xiao Wangyao astray. It was undoubtedly them. He had finally identified the culprits who disrupted their master-disciple bond. Qingshi roared towards the heavens, it is they who have corrupted my pupil, my once obedient disciple. Return the old Xiao Wangyao to me. With that furious declaration, Qingshi too vanished into the horizon, in hot pursuit of Hongzun. He sought retribution, determined to demand Su Jia and the others return as Xiao Wangyao. Old drunkard, you cannot even manage your own disciples and have led my pupil astray, your sins are unforgivable. His anger surged, and his speed escalated to its utmost. Both Qingshi and Hongzun had reached their maximum velocity. The disciples of the Taoist sect on other peaks, sensing the turmoil at the Divine Sword Peak, fell silent in fear. Many chose to circumvent the peak entirely rather than draw near. Meanwhile, Hongzun raced towards the coastal camp at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of slowing down. However, after traversing thousands of miles, he unexpectedly encountered a demon king hurtling towards him, and his eyes lit up. Ah!
What a fortunate coincidence! Here I am, having searched high and low, only to run into you.
This Demon King was none other than the Black Tiger Demon King of the Tiger Ridge. The events of the past had left him seething with rage, his anger still causing him physical pain. Yet, out of respect for the strength of the Daoist sect, he had refrained from confronting them directly.
But now,
in this external realm, far from the Daoist sect, he had chanced upon Hongzun alone. The Black Tiger Demon King was eager to inquire whether the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak truly regarded the Tiger Ridge with such disdain.
Over the years,
while there had been continuous friction between the Daoist sect and the Tiger Ridge, most conflicts had been minor skirmishes. It had been many years since a battle of Demon King caliber had erupted.
However,
now the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak not only dared to steal from his treasury but even boasted about wanting to take him as a mount.
This was an affront that could no longer be tolerated.
Without further contemplation, the Black Tiger Demon King stepped forward to obstruct Hongzun's path, seeking clarification.
Hongzun,
a disciple of the Divine Sword Peak has pilfered from my treasury. Furthermore, he bellowed in fury, expecting Hongzun to halt, if not to provide an explanation. However, as the distance between them diminished, the Black Tiger Demon King was taken aback to find that this old man showed no intention of stopping, his speed unwavering.
Hongzun, I am addressing you a halt, wait a moment, you.
As Hongzun charged directly towards him, the Black Tiger Demon King momentarily felt bewildered.
What was this ancient being intending to do?
The imprint of footsteps drew closer, leaving the Black Tiger Demon King no time to react before he was sent flying by a powerful kick from Hongzun.
Begone!
He roared in anger as he was propelled backward. Hongzun, your Daoist sect is too overbearing, I will. Yet, Hongzun paid him no heed, vanishing in an instant. For the Black Tiger Demon King, that kick had caused little physical harm, but the humiliation was profound. A whole mountain crumbled under his wrath. Yet he quickly ascended from the ruins, hovering in mid-air, glaring at the direction Hongzun had departed. His tiger-like eyes burned with rage, resembling a predator poised to devour its prey.
Ah, now I comprehend why the disciples of Divine Sword Peak are so audacious.
It appears the root of their arrogance lies in the flawed leadership above. As the Tiger Ridge Demon King, my cultivation and status are comparable to Hongzun's.
Yet he offers me such blatant disrespect.
No wonder the disciples of Divine Sword Peak would dare to act in such a manner.
Hongzun,
I shall not let this matter rest.
Overwhelmed by indignation, the Black Tiger Demon King felt a surge of violent demonic energy, the surrounding atmosphere shifting ominously. Yet,
before he could finish his declaration, he was once again sent flying by a powerful kick from behind.
You scoundrel!
The rage within him intensified as he turned to see a figure swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Although the speed was remarkable,
the Black Tiger Demon King recognized the identity of the individual.
Xingshi.
Ah!
I shall ensure that Divine Sword Peak is brought to its knees. With a thunderous crash, another mountain was shattered by the Black Tiger Demon King's wrath.
Hongzun, return my precious Wang Yao to me. The once gentle and understanding Wang Yao.
Unfazed by the Black Tiger Demon King, Xingshi had acted decisively upon encountering a demon beast in his path. It was a demon beast, after all, and warranted no further consideration. At that moment, Xingshi's mind was consumed with thoughts of his treasured disciple, his dear little darling. The two pursued one another relentlessly, while simultaneously, the starship carrying the disciples surged forward with all its might.
Third junior brother, is this truly necessary?
Observing Su Jie utterly disregarding the consumption of spirit stones, he pushed the starship to its utmost limits, with the array radiating an intense brilliance,
seemingly on the verge of transcendence. Zhao Zhengping remarked in disbelief, is he in a hurry to meet his demise?
Beside him, Yi Chongqing gripped the railing tightly,
striving to maintain his balance.
If one were to liken the starship to an automobile from a past life, it would seem Su Jie had pressed the accelerator so hard that it reached the fuel tank. In response to Zhao Zhengping's words, Su Jie continued to replenish the spirit stones while earnestly stating, I am doing this for everyone's benefit. If we do not hasten,
we may not reach the coastal camp in time. How could we possibly not reach the coastal camp?
Zhao Zhengping was clearly unaware of the determination his master had instilled in junior brother Chongqing. Even though they had successfully departed from the Sword Peak, they could not afford to lower their guard for even a moment until they reached the coastal camp. As the saying goes,
No one understands the master better than the disciple. If my conjecture is correct, master should already be on the pursuit. Master.
Having been your disciple for over 100 years, I have long since discerned the intricacies of your thoughts.
Chapter 79. Master, I cannot hear the starship.
Pressed to its limits, emitted mournful cries. Third junior brother, the starship is about to fall apart.
Rest assured, senior brother, I am well aware.
We are merely several thousand miles away, and we shall arrive shortly. This is not merely a matter of speed, the starship.
Do not worry, senior brother.
I am accelerating swiftly, you need only endure for a moment longer. Without the slightest inclination to decelerate, the vessel continued to surge forward.
Meanwhile, at the coastal camp,
an endless shoreline lay shrouded beneath an immense formation, from which over a dozen female disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak emerged. The leading sister voiced her complaints, senior sister.
Truly, did not the Sword Peak set out this morning? Why are we now summoned to wait?
Even if they had a starship, they would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest.
Who knows? Perhaps senior sister is yearning for brother Zhao. It is quite possible, after all.
It has been a year since they last met. These female disciples had come specifically to greet the Sword Peak disciples.
However, considering the time,
it was evident they would not arrive today, thus they felt no urgency and began to jest amongst themselves. Yet, amidst their playful banter, 3 starships suddenly streaked across the sky like comets.
Look! Are those not our Doi sect starships?
Indeed, but how could they arrive so swiftly?
This is unexpected.
They departed this morning, and it is only now evening.
Such speed is astonishing.
Before the women could fully grasp the situation, the 3 starships descended with a startling force,
landing outside the formation.
To describe their landing as a mere descent would be an understatement, it was more akin to a crash. The resounding impact stirred up a cloud of dust, leaving the female disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak utterly astounded.
Is it possible to operate a starship in such a manner?
Before they could recover from their shock, an enraged roar echoed from the distance, infused with a violent surge of spiritual energy that rattled their very souls.
Rebellious disciples, halt! You cannot escape. What is happening?
The disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak were bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Then, from the starship, disciples of the Sword Peak leaped down.
Thankfully,
they were indeed disciples of the Sword Peak, there was no mistake. Just as one of them attempted to approach, they encountered Yi Changqing, Lu Shuang, and others,
who dared not linger.
Su Jie swiftly grasped the hand of a Jade Maiden Peak disciple.
There is no time for explanations, we must enter the formation.
As he had surmised, Master was truly in pursuit. Had he not exerted every effort to control the starship, regardless of spiritual stone consumption, they would have surely been cornered.
Amidst the confusion of the Jade Maiden Peak disciples, they were promptly pulled into the formation. Meanwhile, Hongzun, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief.
Particularly at the moment Yi Changqing entered the formation, Hongzun could no longer contain himself.
Rebellious disciple, halt immediately. Stop.
Regrettably, no one paid him any heed.
Lu Xuan tugged Yi Changqing and swiftly vanished into the formation. By the time Hongzun arrived, all the disciples had already entered the formation.
Through the barrier, although he could see the figures of the disciples and hear their voices, Master Hong was unable to enter.
This left him in a state of agitation. His gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Zhangping and a few other favored disciples, his eyes reddening with fury, veins bulging.
Rebellious disciple, come forth at once.
Master, why must you be so harsh?
Zhao Zhangping replied.
Enough with the idle chatter, all of you come out. Master, please forgive me, but I cannot comply.
Zhao Zhangping remained unmoved. Hong turned his attention to Lu Shuang, who was holding Yi Changqing. Rebellious disciple, step forward. Yet Lu Shuang kept her head bowed, silent,
showing no intent to emerge.
Before long, Shengshi arrived, immediately bellowing, Hong, return my disciple Wang Yao.
Have you lost your mind?
My little Wang Yao was once so well behaved until your disciples led her astray, return her to me.
Why should I care? If you have the ability, let your disciple come out.
Through the barrier, Shengshi spotted Wang Yao standing beside Lu Yuyu and was immediately overcome with tears.
Little Yao, I am your master.
Upon hearing this, Wang Yao lowered her head like a child who had misbehaved, unable to meet her master's gaze. Compared to Su Jia and others, Wang Yao was still quite obedient. Witnessing this, Qingshi felt a surge of regret. Look, my disciple is such an innocent soul. It is those beasts who have led her astray. He shot a fierce glare at Zhao Zhangping and the others, then turned his gaze back to Wang Yao with a tender expression. Little Yao, your master knows you have been led astray by them, I do not blame you. Bring your brother Changqing out first, be good. Wang Yao remained silent. Have you forgotten what I told you, dear disciple? I would never harm you. Be good, little Yao. And bring your brother Changqing out. As Qingshi's pleas grew increasingly desperate, Wang Yao continued to remain mute, prompting him to exclaim, I command you. Bring your brother Changqing out now. At this, Wang Yao finally reacted, glancing up at her master and then at Yi Changqing beside her, before gritting her teeth and saying, Master. Seeing Wang Yao finally willing to speak, Qingshi was filled with joy. Ah, little Yao, do not be afraid, your master does not blame you. Come out with your brother Changqing, and I shall show you a great treasure. It was a mix of coaxing and deceit, yet Wang Yao shook her head, her eyes gradually filling with determination. Master, it has come to this, you should let it go. I cannot be without brother Changqing. We shall meet again in a year. With that, she turned with Lu Xuan, Lu Yuyu, and Yi Changqing, walking back into the barrier. Seeing this unfold, Qingshi could no longer contain himself. His expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide with fury. Rebellious disciple, you wish to drive me to my grave? Stop right there. Yet, no matter how much Qingshi shouted, Wang Yao did not respond, and soon, they vanished from sight. As several individuals departed, only Zhao Zhangping and Su Jia remained among the disciples present. Hong Zun's eyes narrowed slightly, his earlier fury replaced by a cold smirk as he addressed Su Jia. Su Jia, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Obediently surrender the young disciple Changqing, and I can overlook the previous incidents. Observing Hong Zun's demeanor, Su Jia involuntarily shivered, fully aware that this was his master's reaction upon reaching the zenith of anger. Although outwardly composed, the barely slitted eyes of Hong Zun resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet, having reached such a critical juncture, surrendering Changqing was utterly out of the question. Bracing himself against the oppressive aura emanating from his master, Su Jia soon donned a perplexed expression, cupping his ear and loudly exclaiming to Hong Zun, Ah, master! What did you say? Noticing this, the smile on Hong Zun's face grew increasingly frigid. You impertinent brat, do not feign ignorance. Master, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you at all. Chapter 80, The Tiger's Roar. I cannot hear you, master. What did you say? Su Jia feigned ignorance, theatrically touching the formation's luminous barrier, his face a mask of confusion. How peculiar. When did the coastal camp's formation upgrade? It even obstructs sound. Observing Su Jia's self-directed performance, Hong Zun chuckled, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Young one, I am aware that you can hear me. I shall reiterate my warning, do not test my limits. Immediately. Bring forth the young man from Changqing, or else. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, capturing the attention of all present. They turned to see the black tiger demon king charging toward them, appearing somewhat disheveled. His countenance was ferocious, an aura of demonic energy swirling around him. A massive black tiger looming ominously behind. The black tiger demon king, gasped the women of Yunu Peak, who had been in a state of bewilderment. Now! With the appearance of the demon king, they wondered what kind of tumultuous events were unfolding today. Fixing their gaze upon Hong Zun, Qingshi, and the black tiger demon king bellowed, Hong Zun, Qingshi, you of Daoi's sect have gone too far. This king. The black tiger demon king was genuinely incensed, though he retained a semblance of rationality. He had come seeking an explanation from Hong Zun, refraining from immediate aggression. Battles of such magnitude between demon kings and sages were rarely ignited, as they could easily escalate into full-scale wars between their factions. The black tiger demon king presumed that Qingshi would think twice before acting rashly. After all, despite their inherent enmity, a delicate balance had been maintained between the Tiger Ridge and Daoi's sect for many years. No one would dare disrupt it lightly. However, these were not ordinary times. Hongzun stood on the precipice of fury, akin to a dormant volcano awaiting a mere tremor to unleash its wrath. The arrival of the Black Tiger Demon King was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Before the Black Tiger Demon King could finish his statement, Hongzun turned to face him, his gaze icy enough to momentarily halt the Demon King's words. Something was amiss with this man. Realizing the unusual state Hongzun was in, the Black Tiger Demon King hesitated, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, Hongzun materialized before him, wielding a seemingly rudimentary longsword, rusted and worn. You seek an explanation, do you? Hongzun's voice was devoid of emotion, yet an undercurrent of rage, resentment, and murderous intent emanated from him, compelling the Black Tiger Demon King to instinctively step back. Today, Hongzun was not in a good state. Hongzun, please remain calm. This king. The Demon King dared not provoke him further, pondering how to articulate his intentions delicately. However, before he could finish, Hongzun had already swung his sword. You want an explanation? Here it is. Calm down, Hongzun. I remain remarkably composed. The sword's edge slices through the air, exuding a terrifying aura that distorts the very fabric of the surrounding space. Confronted by this strike from Hongzun, the Black Tiger Demon King is abruptly engulfed by a chilling sensation that surges from his spine to his head. Although both the Demon King and the Sage occupy the same realm of cultivation, a hierarchy of the demon race includes half-demon, common demon, mysterious demon, purple demon, primordial demon, earth demon, heaven demon, demon king, and demon emperor. The human race features chi condensation, meridian opening, golden elixir, purple mansion, primordial infant, dharma form, celestial being, saint realm, and great saint. However, the Black Tiger Demon King has merely attained a minor accomplishment in the realm of demon kings, while Hongzun has attained perfection in the saint realm. Even though the difference to great saint is merely a half step, a disparity in strength remains evident between them. As he speaks, the Black Tiger Demon King dares not confront the attack head-on and hastily retreats, narrowly evading Hongzun's sword strike. Damn it, Hongzun, calm yourself. This king has no opportunity, he begins, but before he can finish, Hongzun unleashes another sword strike, igniting a fierce battle between the Demon King and the human sage in the heavens above. Within the formation, the disciples observing this scene gulp nervously, especially Su Jie. It appears that Master is truly furious. It is indeed unfortunate for the Black Tiger Demon King to seek trouble at such a moment. Has he not realized he is courting disaster? The disciples of Yunu Peak, oblivious to the backstory, can only discern that the master of the Divine Sword Peak has seemingly gone mad, engaging in battle with the Black Tiger Demon King over a trivial disagreement. They remain rooted in place, their eyes filled with confusion. Under the onslaught of Hongzun's sword, the Black Tiger Demon King soon bears several grievous wounds that reveal bone beneath the flesh. Blood flows incessantly, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Hongzun, have you lost your mind? I came with no intention of hostility, please, let us speak amicably. The Black Tiger Demon King is rendered speechless, wondering if he has desecrated the ancestral grave of Hongzun. Yet, these words seem to fall on deaf ears. Hongzun's assault does not wane, rather, it intensifies with increasing ferocity. Ultimately, the Black Tiger Demon King is struck in the chest by Hongzun's sword, forcefully crashing against the formation. The entire coastal camp's formation trembles violently, shaking the very earth. As he slides down the formation's light barrier, the Black Tiger Demon King lands pitifully before Su Jie and the others. Hongzun seizes the Black Tiger Demon King's neck, and through the formation, it appears as if he stands side by side with Su Jie. At this moment, Hongzun gazes expressionlessly at Su Jie within the formation, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. If you do not present that Long Qing lad to me today, this will be your fate. Do you understand? The sound of Su Jie swallowing hard resonates in the air. In his eyes, Hongzun seems to have transformed into a being entirely different from his usual self, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, the severely wounded Black Tiger Demon King, his breath faltering, manages to utter in a slurred voice. You have gone too far, the Daoist sect has overstepped its bounds. I am the king of the Tiger Ridge, and I shall not let this matter rest lightly. Blood Tiger, save me. At first, the sound was faint, barely perceptible to those who did not pay close attention. However, in a sudden turn of events, the Black Tiger Demon King erupted with a roar, reminiscent of a momentary revival. The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains. Its volume so immense that it dispersed the clouds in the sky, and with the augmentation of demonic power, it resonated across a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. Countless beings from both the human and demon realms lifted their gazes toward the heavens, chanting, "Blood Tiger, save me! Blood Tiger, save me! Blood Tiger, save me!" The echoes lingered in the air, but were soon overshadowed by a chorus of anguished wails. In the coastal camp, as the Black Tiger Demon King finished its roar, Hong Zun delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen. Blood erupted from the mouth of the once mighty Black Tiger Demon King, which had just experienced a fleeting moment of resurgence, now rendered powerless once more. "Within the next 10 breaths, I demand to see the young man, Chongqing," Hong Zun stated coldly, turning to Su Jie. At these words, Su Jie stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned into silence, unable to react. Observing this, Hong Zun unleashed another punch into the Black Tiger Demon King's belly, causing it to spew forth another stream of blood. "Do you understand?" Still, there was no response. Once more, Hong Zun struck, warning, "Do not test my patience further." With yet another blow, the Black Tiger Demon King succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 81. This is the Dawi sect. Time retreats slightly as we find ourselves near the coastal encampment, at a place known as Eagle Gorge. This location serves as the largest gathering ground for demonic beasts in the eastern region, ruled by the Golden Eagle Demon King. The Blood Tiger Demon King has arrived here to discuss matters with the Golden Eagle. What does the Water Clan say? They are prepared and merely await the opportune moment to strike. Excellent. In recent years, the human race has grown increasingly powerful, compelling us demons to feign compliance. This time, we shall decisively alter the balance of power. As they converse, a sudden roar echoes from the sky. "Blood Tiger, save me!" Upon hearing this, the Blood Tiger Demon King rises abruptly, a stormy expression crossing his face. It is the Black Tiger. As fellow demon kings of the Tiger Ridge, the bond between Blood Tiger and Black Tiger is akin to that of brothers. Upon hearing the plea for help from Black Tiger, the Blood Tiger Demon King cannot remain indifferent and shouts, "Damn it, it is the coastal encampment!" The Golden Eagle Demon King, witnessing the urgency, also springs to his feet, his expression filled with fury. "No need to worry, Blood Tiger. I shall accompany you to rescue Black Tiger." With a mighty screech, the Golden Eagle Demon King's call reverberates throughout Eagle Gorge. "All demons, follow me to raise the coastal encampment and rescue Black Tiger." As his command resounds, chaos erupts within Eagle Gorge, demonic energy surging towards the heavens. Like a dark cloud descending upon a city, countless demonic beasts surge forth, racing towards the coastal encampment under the leadership of the Golden Eagle and Blood Tiger. The two locations are not far apart, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the demonic horde arrives at the coastal encampment. From a distance, they see the Black Tiger Demon King, unconscious and helpless, being held aloft like a chick by Hong Zun. The Blood Tiger Demon King, incensed, bellows, "Stop!" Looking towards the source of the sound, he sees a multitude of demonic beasts charging towards him from the sky and the ground, their numbers resembling a vast, black wave. Yet, Hong Zun remains unfazed, advancing boldly to confront the approaching horde. In the face of countless demonic beasts, Hong Zun and Xingshi appear diminutive, as fragile as a lone boat amidst a tempestuous sea. Meanwhile, within the formation, Zhao Zhangping, upon witnessing the incoming beasts, silently draws his sword and strides towards the formation's perimeter. Su Jie, initially stunned, suddenly regains his senses, his expression darkening. By heavens, these wretched creatures have gone too far. Junior brothers, charge forth with me and vanquish them. Kill. Charge. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, who had been engaged in a battle of wits with Hong Zun, now rush out without a shred of hesitation, shouting as they surge forward. Unbeknownst to the Blood Tiger, his gaze remains fixated upon Hong Zun. Witnessing the pitiful state of Black Tiger, a surge of murderous intent envelopes him, and he sees Hong Zun hand over Black Tiger. In response, Hong Zun casts a disdainful glance at the unconscious Black Tiger Demon King before carelessly tossing him aside, as one might discard refuse. A useless being. If you have the capability, come and retrieve him. Hong Zun, do not be excessively arrogant.
If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not rest until I have my due. Confronted with Hong Zun's demeanor, the Blood Tiger Demon King gritted his teeth in fury, clearly dismissing the significance of Tiger Ridge. Observing this, the Golden Eagle Demon King coldly interjected. Do you truly believe that your Dawi sect can dominate the East Continent unchallenged? Is that not the case? Hong Zun replied with a calm expression, revealing his displeasure. Upon hearing this, both the Blood Tiger and Golden Eagle Demon Kings were overtaken by a surge of murderous intent. Hong Zun, this is not your Dawi sect. There are only the two of you here. Do you truly think I would hesitate to eliminate you? Go ahead, try. In the face of the multitude of demon beasts, Hong Zun displayed not an ounce of concern, even with only himself and Qing Shi present. The Golden Eagle Demon King laughed menacingly. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige you. Let us see how the two of you contend with the horde of beasts from Flying Eagle Gorge. Slay them! At his command, a cacophony of furious roars erupted as numerous demon beasts charged toward Hong Zun and his companion. The ground trembled beneath the assault, yet Hong Zun remained steadfast, a faint smile gracing his lips, brimming with confidence. The din of the beasts was relentless, their sheer ferocity striking terror, regardless of their individual strength. Just as the horde seemed poised to overrun Hong Zun, a battle cry resonated from behind. From within the formation, a throng of disciples from the Divine Sword Peak emerged, swords drawn. Su Jie, who had previously hesitated to leave the array, now led the charge alongside Zhao Zhengping. Brothers, advance! Let us vanquish them! Kill! As the battle cries echoed, Hong Zun's smile deepened. Although his disciples might occasionally act in a manner unbecoming, he was certain of one thing: in times of true crisis, he could place absolute trust in these young rascals. In this moment, the disciples surged past him and Qing Shi without hesitation, colliding fiercely with the beast horde. Su Jie and Zhao Zhengping, previously irked beyond measure, now surged to the forefront. With a single stroke, Su Jie felled a demon beast, his eyes alight with murderous intent, shedding his earlier frivolity. He appeared an entirely different person, as did the other disciples, each transforming into avatars of destruction. Unlike their usual squabbles, at this moment, the disciples of Divine Sword Peak emerged like unsheathed blades, radiating brilliance. The Blood Tiger and Golden Eagle Demon Kings, witnessing the sudden emergence of the Divine Sword Peak disciples from the array, wore expressions as dark as soot. At that moment, Hong Zun finally spoke. As long as there exists a disciple of my Dawi sect, I shall never stand alone. His gaze swept over each disciple valiantly battling the beasts, softening as he continued. These young rascals, though they often frustrate me with their antics, possess a spirit of tenacity. However, as long as they are present, I shall never be alone. Thus, with these words, Hong Zun lifted his gaze once more towards the Blood Tiger Demon King and the Golden Eagle Demon King, his tone calm yet resolutely unwavering. Whatever explanations you seek, I, on behalf of the Sword Peak, shall provide them today. Just as Hong Zun serves as the backbone for the disciples of the Sword Peak, so too do the disciples fortify his strength. Though the Sword Peak may appear somewhat disorganized in their daily lives, when faced with genuine adversity, they undoubtedly prove to be the most trustworthy allies. This is a truth Hong Zun has never doubted. Upon hearing his declaration, the Blood Tiger Demon King and the Golden Eagle Demon King wore grim expressions, momentarily caught in a dilemma, astonished by the unyielding nature of the Sword Peak as they charged forward. Just as they hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed, Su Jie, amidst the fierce battle, unexpectedly turned to Hong Zun and shouted, "Master, why are you still standing there? Engage them!" Chapter 82. A frenzy of bloodshed. The Blood Tiger Demon King and the Golden Eagle Demon King were, in fact, reluctant to engage in direct conflict with the Dawi sect. This moment was pivotal to their plans. Initiating a grand battle now would be unwise and could potentially jeopardize their carefully laid strategies. The harsh words exchanged earlier stemmed from witnessing the Black Tiger's humiliating defeat, igniting their anger. Additionally, matters of pride played a role, for they were beings of stature, demons, nonetheless. Yet, who would have anticipated that those from the Divine Sword Peak would be so audacious, launching an unprovoked assault without uttering a word? Now, retracting their actions was proving difficult. The question remained, how could they even broach the subject? At that moment, amidst the chaos, an impudent onlooker shouted, "Master, what are you waiting for? Strike him!" Upon hearing this,
Master Hong smirked and nodded. "Very well, I shall deal with him." With that, Hong and Qingshi stepped forward, their presence swelling with each stride. As they approached, the Blood Tiger and Golden Eagle Demon Kings were rendered speechless. Were they truly engaging in a dialogue while preparing for battle? "Hong, have you thought this through? The Dawi sect and my Tiger Ridge." While they were unwilling to truly escalate the conflict, they were too proud to concede. The Blood Tiger Demon King attempted to invoke the greater good. However, was Hong the type to prioritize such matters? Perhaps other powerful figures from the Dawi sect might have hesitated, but Hong was a notorious drunkard, one who had never been inclined to consider the broader implications. Thus, the Blood Tiger's words fell on deaf ears. "Enough of this nonsense, let us fight." Without a hint of acquiescence, Hong unleashed a sword strike, clashing fiercely with the Blood Tiger Demon King, while Qingshi followed suit, delivering a palm strike towards the Golden Eagle Demon King. The fierce battle between the Demon Kings and the human sages erupted once more. Yet, the prowess of the Blood Tiger and Golden Eagle Demon Kings was evidently superior to that of the Black Tiger, having attained the pinnacle of the Demon King realm. In terms of cultivation, they stood on equal footing with Hong and Qingshi. Observing his master finally take action, Su Jie grinned. If his master was still willing to engage with him, it signified that there was still a chance for redemption. Su Jie, a cunning individual, had posed the earlier question to gauge whether Hong was genuinely upset with him. If so, his master would certainly have ignored him, yet Hong responded and even smiled, bringing a wave of relief to Su Jie. Lost in thought, Su Jie swiftly dispatched a demon beast with a swing of his sword, but suddenly, his foot slipped, causing him to stumble precariously. "What tripped me?" Looking down, he noticed a humanoid figure sprawled on the ground, covered in shoe prints, evidently having been trampled by countless others. He could not discern who it was, but he could confirm it was a demon beast, as it bore fur. Without hesitation, he kicked the creature away. "Get lost, you hindrance!" Though Su Jie could not identify it, the Blood Tiger above watched the scene unfold with eyes wide in fury. What lay before them was the unconscious Black Tiger Demon King. From the onset of the battle, it was evident that the Black Tiger Demon King had been mercilessly trampled by the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. In the chaos of the melee, who had the leisure to observe what lay beneath their feet? There was a desire to intervene, yet no opportunity presented itself. At this moment, witnessing Su Jie kick the Black Tiger Demon King away, only for another disciple of the Divine Sword Peak to stomp on its face with brutal force, the Blood Tiger Demon King's eyes turned crimson. That was his brother, his flesh and blood, subjected to such inhumane treatment by the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. Who, then, were the true beasts? The entire coastal camp had transformed into a battlefield, and in terms of numbers, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were clearly at a disadvantage. The number of demon beasts was at least tenfold compared to the disciples, with nearly every disciple facing the peril of being besieged. However, fewer numbers did not equate to defeat, on the contrary. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak surprisingly held the upper hand, each one exhibiting remarkable prowess. Slowly, too slowly, one outer disciple of the Divine Sword Peak was engaged in fierce combat with a Shen-level leopard demon, effortlessly evading the beast's attacks. The disciple moved as if he were dancing gracefully upon the battlefield. Seizing the moment, he struck with his sword, slaying the leopard demon. It seemed that, at some point, agility had become a significant advantage for the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak. With their exceptional skills, they fought with remarkable ease. Of course, there were exceptions. Another outer disciple faced the assault of 3 demon beasts. Despite his impeccable evasion, he could not escape the final beast strike. Just then, another outer disciple rushed forward without hesitation, blocking the attack. Together, they vanquished the 3 demon beasts. "Are you all right, brother?" the concerned junior inquired, looking at his injured senior. The senior, unfazed, replied with a smile, "It's just a minor injury." "If you feel indebted, why not grant me a meal in return?" The once grateful junior's expression changed instantly. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Later, the senior found himself in peril once more. At a critical moment, the junior suddenly appeared from nowhere. blocking another attack from the demon beast. Afterward, the junior calmly stated, "Now we are even, we owe each other nothing."
Did you think I would let you take my place? In your dreams. I've been keeping an eye on you. You blocked for me, and I blocked for you. We owe each other nothing.
As demon beasts continued to fall beneath the swords of the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, the numerical disparity was rapidly diminishing. With their numbers no longer an advantage, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak became like tigers among sheep, utterly rampaging. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay scattered across the ground. Although some disciples sustained injuries, none lost their fighting spirit.
This was certainly a testament to their daily struggles for survival. The daily,
relentless skirmishes, seemingly chaotic on the surface, are, in truth, the finest form of practical training.
Moreover,
the continuous injuries have compelled the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak to cultivate their own methods of managing wounds and discerning the least harmful areas to sustain them. For instance, when confronted with an unavoidable strike, while others might simply choose to endure, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak would contemplate the optimal location to incur the least damage.
The contrast becomes evident in the heat of battle. Gradually,
the situation has begun to tilt in favor of the disciples of Divine Sword Peak. However, at this moment, Lu Yuyu, Lu Shuang, and a host of other disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak burst forth from the formation. Upon hearing that the disciples of Divine Sword Peak were engaged in combat with the demon beasts of Flying Eagle Gorge, Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu swiftly brandished their swords and charged out.
After all, how could they possibly miss out on a fight involving Divine Sword Peak?
Chapter 83, all in chaos observing the battlefield where their fellow brothers were engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter.
Lu Shuang and Lu Yuyu charged forth without a hint of hesitation. Such valiant women would not yield to their male counterparts. What has transpired? Why has conflict erupted with Fei Gorge? Alas, Lu Junior's sister, wait a moment.
Even the words of Zhao Rou, the senior sister from Yunu Peak, fell on deaf ears as the two women pressed on.
What should we do now? A female disciple from Yunu Peak turned to Zhao Rou for guidance.
But Zhao Rou stood there, entranced, her gaze fixated on a figure amidst the chaos. Following her line of sight, the other disciple's expression shifted in alarm.
Is that not Brother Zhao Zhengping? He too is on the battlefield?
Naturally, as the elder brother of Xinjian Peak, it was expected he would join the fray.
However,
now that Brother Zhao has entered the fray, what of the senior sister? Sure enough, in the next moment, a longsword materialized in Zhao Rou's hand. And with a swift movement, she darted towards Zhao Zhengping, joining the battle. Zhao Rou and Zhao Zhengping had grown up together, being among the same batch of disciples who entered Daoyi sect. Their childhood experiences were strikingly similar, and feelings had blossomed early on. Their bond was profound. Had they not yet formally become partners, they would undoubtedly have been the envy of many as the illustrious sword couple.
Brother Ping, I am here to assist you.
As Zhao Rou joined the fray, the other disciples from Yunu Peak anticipated this response.
Whenever Zhao Zhengping was involved, she would invariably act this way,
completely abandoning her usual composure.
What now? What else can we do? The senior sister has entered the fray, can we merely stand by? Shall we join as well? Indeed.
Let us charge forth. A cacophony of battle cries erupted anew, yet this time, the voices bore a distinct feminine softness. With the influx of Yunu Peak's female disciples onto the battlefield, the situation became dire for the beasts. In the skies above, witnessing the ruthless slaughter of his minions, the Golden Eagle Demon King felt his heart bleed and roared in fury.
Damn it all.
With heavy casualties mounting, he summoned forth his lifeblood, which coalesced around him before darting in various directions. This was a unique communication method of the demon race bloodline transmission.
As long as two beasts established a bloodline connection,
they could communicate through such means, with the distance dependent on their strength. It functions similarly to the transmission talismans and formations used by human cultivators.
The Golden Eagle Demon King was utterly enraged, seeking assistance from the other beasts.
However, Xingshi paid him no heed,
resolutely determined to eliminate as many as he could today.
Meanwhile, the Blood Tiger Demon King, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions. Yet, he could not blame the Golden Eagle Demon King. After all, it was his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered. Anyone would be unable to endure such a sight.
Moreover, this incident had arisen due to the Black Tiger Demon King, leaving the Blood Tiger Demon King with no choice but to plunge into the fray. Hong Zun, you have forced my hand. As he spoke, the Blood Tiger Demon King similarly employed bloodline communication to summon other demon kings for assistance. Just as within the human ranks there exists competition, so too does rivalry exist among the demon clans. However, when the matter escalates to that of race, all demonkind stands united against external threats. In an instant, the various demon beast clans scattered throughout the eastern continent erupted in chaos upon receiving the news. The human race intends to ignite a racial war? Has the Daoi sect taken action? Indeed, this appears to have been a long-planned scheme. Humph. While the Daoi sect may currently bask in glory, our demon race will not be so easily subdued. Gather, my kin, and let us march towards the coastal encampment to rescue the Golden Eagle Demon King. The beasts of the Tiger Ridge heeded the command, determined to level the coastal encampment and save the Black Tiger and the Blood Tiger. The various demon beast clans mobilized en masse, and soon the entirety of the eastern continent was set ablaze with fervor. Across the great mountains and rivers, countless demon beasts soared into the sky, their potent aura enveloping the surroundings. The roars of the beasts echoed, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Faced with such tumultuous upheaval among the demon beasts, the human cultivators responded with alacrity. The reality of the eastern continent is such that nearly every cultivation sect has prepared for a potential gathering of demon beasts, wary of their sudden uprisings that could harm the innocent populace. Given the current movements of these demon beasts, the various immortal sects were quick to act. They organized their disciples to establish a blockade. All disciples from the outer sect and above were mobilized, determined to prevent these creatures from breaching the forest's edge. They must not be allowed to approach the cities. Numerous sects took action, and across the eastern continent, battles erupted in quick succession. Even the esteemed four great sects, such as the Falling Sunset sect, found themselves embroiled in the fray. Within the Grand Hall of the Falling Sunset sect, the sect leader dispatched numerous powerful individuals to intercept the Monkey Mountain Demon Clan. Much like the Tiger Ridge, Monkey Mountain is one of the four great demon clans of the eastern continent, possessing formidable strength. The Falling Sunset sect has always been tasked with overseeing the Monkey Mountain, just as the Daoi sect oversees the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Sea. At this moment, the sect leader of the Falling Sunset sect was utterly perplexed. Without the slightest inkling of forewarning, Monkey Mountain had erupted into chaos without cause. Demon kings soared into the sky, leading their subordinates out of Monkey Mountain. This sudden upheaval caught the Falling Sunset sect completely off guard. What madness has overtaken these foul monkeys? Nothing significant seems to have transpired recently. There have been no large-scale confrontations between the Falling Sunset sect and Monkey Mountain, and all seemed mundane. Yet, inexplicably, the monkeys have gone berserk. Pondering left and right yielded no clarity, when another report arrived. Leader, the Monkey Mountain has truly gone mad, all 8 demon kings have emerged. And Elder Lin and the others cannot withstand the assault. Upon hearing this, the corner of the sect leader's mouth twitched. Is this a fight to the death? All 8 demon kings have emerged, intent on waging full-scale war against the Falling Sunset sect? There must be some hidden truth behind this. But what in the world has transpired? While the Falling Sunset sect remained in the dark, the other sects, such as Qingyun sect and Huangji sect, were equally oblivious. As one of the 4 great celestial sects, both the Qingyun sect and the Huangji sect are currently exerting all their efforts to thwart the rampaging demonic beasts. What madness possesses these creatures? This situation is far from ordinary. It is not merely our sect that is in turmoil, but the entirety of the eastern continent has descended into chaos. Nearly all tribes of demonic beasts are in revolt. Are they intent on igniting a war between humans and demons? This predicament transcends the concerns of a single sect. It has escalated into a collective conflict involving all sects against the demonic beasts. The frenzy exhibited by these creatures is bewildering, as it erupted so suddenly. At the Daoi sect's main hall on the summit, Xiong, alongside prominent elders and peak masters, convened in solemn assembly. With a grave expression, Xiong addressed the gathering, stating, "The entire eastern continent is embroiled in conflict, and the demon clan appears to have gone mad. Such a large-scale operation could not have been undertaken without prior planning, yet we received no forewarning." Zhu Ying, What is the situation with your shadow peak? Were there no signs of this upheaval? Given the magnitude of the disturbance caused by the demon clan, one would expect ample forewarning. However, the Dawi sect had received no prior intelligence. As the peak master of Shadow Peak, Zhu is undoubtedly held accountable for the oversight. In response, a rare look of grievance flashed across Zhu Ying's otherwise impassive face as he replied, "Senior brother, I truly had no inkling of this." Chapter 84, The inability of the sect master. Draped in a sleek black outfit, her ample bosom was enticingly prominent, yet an aura of icy detachment surrounded her. With her usual expression of indifference, the usually stoic Zhu Ying now wore a look of grievance. It was not that the Shadow Peak had faltered. Nor was it that she, the leader of Shadow Peak, had been remiss, rather, they were utterly perplexed. There had been no prior indication of this sudden turn of events, leaving the entire Shadow Peak in a state of confusion. Observing Zhu Ying's demeanor, Qi felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The burdens of leadership weighed heavily upon him. He urged for the people of Shadow Peak to expedite their investigations. "I have already dispatched individuals to look into it," he replied. While an investigation was imperative, the pressing question remained, what to do in the interim. Just as Qi felt mentally drained, the Grand Elder, who had been intently studying the map below, suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. The direction of the demon clan's advance. The Grand Elder, with keen insight, had discerned a critical issue based on the latest developments. Hearing this, Qi turned to the Grand Elder, prompting, "Speak your mind." Though his tone was not particularly amiable, it was understandable. The Grand Elder, undeterred, pointed at the map and said, "Senior brother, have you not noticed that the objectives of these demon beasts are remarkably aligned?" "What?" Qi inquired, curiosity piqued. "Look," the Grand Elder continued, "regardless of the direction from which they approach, it appears that all the demon clans are converging toward a singular location." As he spoke, he retrieved a brush and traced the routes of the demon beasts upon the map. The onlookers were entranced by the unfolding revelation, and when all the routes were marked, they converged upon a singular point on the map, coincidentally, the location of the coastal camp. As they absorbed this information, a palpable heaviness settled over Qi Song, the third elder, Zhu Ying, and all present. "Surely not," Qi murmured, his mouth agape. "Why would it be the coastal camp? That cannot be. Could it be related to the Divine Sword Peak?" Song was the first to connect the dots. Realizing that the Divine Sword Peak had just departed from the sect earlier that day, heading toward the coastal camp. At this revelation, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After finally managing to send the Divine Sword Peak away, they had hoped for a period of tranquility, yet within less than a day, chaos had ensued. What could the Divine Sword Peak have done to provoke such a frenzy among the demon clan? "Should we reach out to Master Hong?" the third elder suggested cautiously. In response, Qi grit his teeth and retorted, "Then hurry and inquire. Find out what the Divine Sword Peak is up to." He promptly retrieved a communication talisman to contact Master Hong, but instead of a response from him, other sect leaders began reaching out to Dawi sect. "Master, the leader of Luexia's sect wishes to speak." "Master, the leader of Qingyun's sect is attempting to connect." "Master, the leader of Huangji's sect seeks to confer." Not only the other three major sects, but also at least 20 additional sects gradually established contact with the Dawi sect through the manifestation array. Soon, the grand hall was filled with arrays of luminous screens, within which the figures of numerous sect masters emerged. Without exception, these masters, upon speaking, posed the same inquiry. "Qi, what is the situation with the Dawi sect? What transpired at the near-sea camp? Indeed, the beasts of Tiger Ridge are desperately rushing towards the near-sea camp. What schemes is the Dawi sect concocting?" "Qi, even if your sect has plans, you should at least inform us in advance. This leaves us utterly unprepared." "Yes, we are all of the human race. We should at least keep each other informed in times of crisis." The grand hall erupted in a cacophony of voices, with various sect masters believing that the Dawi sect harbored some undisclosed plans, their words laced with grievances. Faced with the barrage of questions, Qi temples throbbed with tension.
It was not until the voice of the Lord of the Falling Sunset sect pierced through the din that he could no longer contain his frustration.
Qi Xiong, do speak. What can I say? I, too, am in the dark about this matter. What do you expect me to convey? Tell me, what am I supposed to say? Naturally,
the other sect masters were skeptical.
You don't know?
You are the leader of a sect, and the Nirsi camp is under your jurisdiction.
How can you not know? I know nothing of value.
This position of sect master, he was about to angrily retort when, suddenly, a beam of golden light flashed from outside the hall. It was a reply from Hong Zun.
Quickly,
the golden light transformed into a transmission talisman that landed in the hands of the third elder.
Qi Xiong coldly commanded, "Let everyone hear it."
He could not be bothered to explain further. Let Hong Zun address the sect masters himself.
Initially,
one might have expected the reply to contain at least a few words of clarification.
However, as the third elder activated the transmission talisman, Hong Zun's voice resonated,
leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded.
"I'm busy, I'll speak after I'm done. Prepare for battle. Ah, Hong Zun, I will fight you to the end. Do you even think you stand a chance?"
With that, the transmission talisman dissipated. Upon hearing Hong Zun's dialogue, all present, including the sect masters within the luminous screens,
were left in a state of shock. What is happening? Are they actually fighting? I cannot comprehend this. That voice seemed to belong to the Blood Tiger Demon King of Tiger Ridge, did it not? Indeed, it bears resemblance. Therefore, the demon race is heading to the Nirsi camp to rescue someone? As the situation began to clarify,
a plethora of questions remained in the minds of the Dawi sect members regarding the sect masters. Why did the Divine Sword Peak only arrive at the Nirsi camp today, yet find themselves embroiled in a conflict with the demon race?
Furthermore, if a battle was to ensue, it should have been against the East Sea Water Tribe, so why was it against the Blood Tiger Demon King instead? Perplexed,
they pondered until a resounding crash echoed from the main seat as Qi Xiong smashed the table before him, his expression darkening to an extreme.
Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Shirsan, Bai Hua, accompany me to the Nirsi camp. As for those demons, select a few demon kings to head to the Nirsi camp. If they refuse, then let us engage in battle. Regardless of the events transpiring at the coastal camp, a visit is undoubtedly imperative." Upon hearing this, no one objected. The leaders of various sects expressed their agreement.
Consequently, Qi Xiong, Shirsan, and Bai Hua, the master of Jade Maiden Peak, hastened towards the coastal camp.
Meanwhile,
outside the coastal camp, after responding to the communication talisman from the third elder, Hong Zun resumed his fierce battle with the Blood Tiger. The confrontation between the man and the beast was intensely stalemated, yet the creatures below suffered grievously. The Golden Eagle Demon King lamented its losses, realizing that by the end of this conflict, it would be left bereft of allies, and the Flying Eagle Gorge would likely be rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Consumed by rage yet feeling powerless, it suddenly noticed a dense aura of demonic energy swiftly approaching from a distance. The Golden Eagle Demon King bellowed in fury, demanding the slaughter of these disciples from Divine Sword Peak. With reinforcements from its demon kin arriving, the Golden Eagle Demon King was singularly focused on eliminating these disciples to avenge the demons of Flying Eagle Gorge. Chapter 85, Broth on the battlefield. The reinforcements from the demon clan have arrived.
Although there is no demon king present, the number of lesser demons is considerable. With a commanding call from the Golden Eagle Demon King, a multitude of beasts surged onto the battlefield. Instantly,
the disciples of the Sword Peak and the Jade Maiden Peak felt an overwhelming increase in pressure.
What can we do against such a horde of demon beasts?
Some disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak wore grave expressions. Together, their numbers barely exceeded 20,000.
Yet,
the current wave of demon beasts numbered at least over 100,000, with many more arriving continuously.
How could they possibly fight this? Why don't we retreat to the formation? It can withstand a portion of the demon beasts, suggested one disciple. This was indeed a prudent idea.
But as soon as the words left their lips, they were met with scorn from a nearby disciple of the Sword Peak.
Retreat? Are you suggesting we abandon our peak leader? A mere 100,000 demon beasts? We shall slay them.
The disciples of the Sword Peak exhibited not a trace of retreat.
If they withdrew, what would happen to Hongzun and Qingshi? They could not enter the coastal camp.
Thus, even with the arrival of demon beast reinforcements, they would not yield, they would fight to the end. Feeling a pang of guilt, one disciple wondered if they truly would not retreat. But their injuries were severe. And if this continued, they would be worn down to nothing. Indeed, the situation was dire. Yet at the entrance of the formation, Yi Chongqing, accompanied by Wang Yao, had already set up several large pots. Arriving late and witnessing the bloody battle outside, Yi Chongqing felt deep concern for his fellow disciples.
He wished to assist. But with his current cultivation level, even joining the fray would not sway the tide of battle. Moreover, he was a chef, and chefs ought to engage in culinary tasks.
After reviewing the menu he had acquired, an idea soon blossomed in his mind. High bone broth, a nutritious broth crafted from various demon beast bones, highly versatile, allowing for the selection of any beast bones, combined with heavenly ginseng, goji berries, and cordyceps, renowned for its exquisite flavor and rich nutrients, offering short-term pain relief, hemostatic effects,
and healing properties.
While healing was secondary, pain relief and hemostasis would be invaluable in the current predicament. Faced with such a disparity in numbers, if the disciples of Daoi's sect lost their fighting capability, they would be utterly at the mercy of their foes.
However,
if they could sustain their combat effectiveness for a while longer and significantly alleviate their wounds' pain, there was hope.
As for healing afterward, there would be ample time once the battle concluded. Without further ado,
Yi Chongqing retrieved pots and utensils from his bag and asked Wang Yao to gather several disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak to collect the corpses of the demon beasts from the battlefield. These were readily available ingredients.
"Are you planning to cook, junior brother?"
The disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak were taken aback as they watched Yi Chongqing set the pot to boil water.
"We're in the midst of a battle. Could you take this seriously? How can you think of cooking at a time like this?" they exclaimed.
"There is no time to explain, I implore you, sisters. Lend a hand," he urged.
"Indeed, junior brother Chongqing is an excellent cook," Wang Yao interjected, supporting him.
"This is not merely a matter of culinary skill.
It is."
"Oh dear, I find myself at a loss for words. You should simply heed the instructions of brother Chongqing."
Ultimately, under Wang Yao's persuasion,
several disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak, though with peculiar expressions, took action and swiftly returned with numerous carcasses of demonic beasts.
Soon after,
Yi Chongqing wielded his knife with a dazzling flourish, skillfully peeling and deboning the meat, before placing it into pots.
With the infusion of spiritual energy,
rich broth after rich broth was rapidly prepared. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the disciples from Jade Maiden Peak to salivate uncontrollably.
"How delightful!" they exclaimed. "Is this really just about the aroma? What time is it?" One of them remarked, "Sister, could you please wipe your drool while speaking? It's about to drip." The women craned their necks to peer into the pots, longing to dive right in.
Though aware that the timing was inappropriate, the fragrance was irresistible, stirring their appetites.
"All right.
Dear sisters, please use your spiritual energy to call out loudly for the injured disciples to come here for soup."
Upon hearing Yi Chongqing's words, the women were taken aback.
"Wait, this broth is indeed delectable, but we are on a battlefield, how can you ask everyone to come over for soup?" One sister replied, suppressing her drool.
"This is rather inappropriate given the circumstances."
Without further ado, Yi Chongqing ladled a bowl for each of them. After tasting it, their eyes gleamed with delight. "Delicious, truly delicious,"
they exclaimed. "So fresh."
The amalgamation of various beast bones, complemented by ginseng, goji berries, and cordyceps, created a seemingly conflicting yet unexpectedly harmonious flavor.
Stop, sisters. Take a moment to feel the effects,"
Yi Chongqing interjected. "I offered this for you to experience its benefits, not merely to savor its taste.
And yet you critique it, this is rather excessive."
The women, slightly embarrassed, retracted their necks and took another sip, this time focusing intently on the soup's effects.
In an instant,
their eyes widened, the pain from their wounds subsided remarkably, showcasing potent analgesic properties, and even internal injuries seemed to improve.
They quickly grasped Yi Chongqing's intentions. Without further hesitation,
The women harnessed their spiritual energy and called towards the battlefield, "Injured disciples, please come to the entrance of the formation for soup." Their voices, amplified by spiritual energy, swiftly echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, both the demonic beasts and the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak were momentarily stunned. What madness is this? We are in the throes of life and death, and you are inviting us for soup? Some beasts, seasoned through countless encounters with human cultivators, found themselves bewildered by such an occurrence. Just as our blood is boiling with battle, you tell us it's time for soup? Should we also be offered wine to fill our bellies first? It was not only the demonic beasts who were puzzled, the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak were equally perplexed. What is the meaning of this? It appears to be Chin Shimmy and her companions. Such folly, amidst battle, who thinks of soup? Indeed. Junior sister, please hold the fort for me. I shall step away for a moment to drink some soup and shall return promptly. Just as a stern admonishment was issued against such conduct, the disciples of Shinjin Peak suddenly began to speak in unison, requesting the elder and junior sisters of Yuna Peak to hold their positions while they stepped away for a brief respite. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Yuna Peak were rendered utterly speechless. How could they possibly endure this? No, brother, I cannot withstand this. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. You must hold on just a little longer. Hey, you better not run away. I can't hold on much longer. Come back. How am I supposed to maintain this? Just moments ago, they swore to fight to the death. Why are they fleeing now? Have the words you just uttered been fed to the dogs? Come back and face me. Chapter 86, a surge of vigor observing the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak, who had fervently declared their steadfastness just moments ago, now retreating in utter disarray from a mere horde of over 100,000 demonic beasts. The disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak stared in disbelief. Had they truly abandoned them without a trace of hesitation? Such scoundrels! In the midst of the skirmish, they had fled, leaving a group of women to face the onslaught alone. Infuriated, these celestial maidens could not suppress their exclamations of frustration. On the opposite side, the demonic beasts, initially taken aback, quickly regained their composure, their gazes toward the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak now rife with mockery. Is this truly the esteemed Taoist sect? What a fine leader of the righteous path, they jeered. Abandoned by your comrades, are you? Attack! In an instant, the demonic beasts surged forth like a tide, encircling the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes, the disciples were left with nothing but a profound bitterness. They had not fallen to the might of the beasts, but rather to the betrayal of their own kin. With no chance of escape, they could only brace themselves for the impending clash. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak had already reached the entrance of the formation. Wang Yao, along with several female disciples, had prepared bowls of steaming soup laid out on a table. Though they longed to partake, they understood the gravity of the situation, ensuring the nourishment of their fellow disciples took precedence. As for Yi Changqing, he remained busy, aware that the numbers were vast, and the soup was insufficient. Come on, let us not resort to underhanded tactics during such a critical time. Who's tangled up? One shouted in exasperation. On the battlefield. Must we stoop so low? No pushing, everyone will get their share. No casting spells or attacking your own, everyone will receive their portion. Hey, junior brother. Kindly set down that talisman. Enough already. Did you not hear there is enough for all? Will it kill you to queue? Another implored. I'm gravely injured. Bitten 7 times and clawed 18. I can hardly hold on, let me drink first. You think you're the only one? I've been slashed 28 times. Hurry and let me drink. The scene remained chaotic, yet the act of consuming the soup was straightforward. As the disciples in the front finished their bowls, those behind swiftly followed suit. With each sip of the nourishing broth, the previously battered disciples of the Divine Sword Peak felt an invigorating surge, as if they had been revitalized. This soup, how does it taste? Really delicious. Enough with the chit-chat about flavor. I feel rejuvenated. Then hurry and move aside. Are you savoring wine up front? Drink quickly, the blood 1 tea stopped flowing. Though they yearned for more, They understood the immense pressure faced by their counterparts at Jade Maiden Peak. Thus, without delay, they set their bowls down and turned back toward the battlefield, ready to re-engage.
Sister, I'm coming.
Quickly, let us finish them off, perhaps we can even seize the remnants of the soup.
Charge! In a moment.
Numerous disciples from the Divine Sword Peak surged back onto the battlefield, their fervor surpassing even that of their initial entry. The women of Jade Maiden Peak, who had thought themselves abandoned, were at a loss for words as they beheld the valiant return of the Divine Sword Peak disciples.
So, you truly did go to drink soup? Even the myriad of demonic beasts were taken aback. Did the Divine Sword Peak not flee? But soon. Their fury reached a boiling point. Was this a display of contempt towards them? Did they genuinely believe they were merely playing house? In an instant, the demonic beasts descended into a frenzy, yet the disciples of Divine Sword Peak were even more ferocious. Their wounds no longer throbbed, and more crucially, having partaken of Yi Changqing's broth, their spirits soared with elation. The psychological effect seemed to be far more profound, a notion Yi Changqing had not anticipated. In a single encounter, a disciple of Divine Sword Peak swung his sword with an aura of invincibility, as if he had never been injured. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. Beasts, your grandfather has returned, prepare to meet your end. The sight of such a formidable onslaught left the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak in shock. Sister, something feels off, doesn't it? One remarked.
Although they had been fierce moments ago, they were still injured, and their momentum could not compare to their earlier might. Yet now, their ferocity seemed excessive.
Look! One person is handling 7 or 8 demonic beasts and causing chaos. It's almost absurd. Could that soup hold some secret?
A disciple of Jade Maiden Peak pondered aloud.
Sister, should we also partake of a bowl?
Upon hearing this, the senior sister glanced at the Divine Sword Peak disciples before hesitantly nodding.
All right, let us see. In an instant,
the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak dashed towards the entrance of the formation. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Hongzun yearned for the broth as well. But the Blood Tiger Demon King clung to him, leaving him no opportunity to escape.
Moreover, should Hongzun depart,
the disciples below would undoubtedly falter against the Blood Tiger Demon King. Such a jest was one he dared not entertain.
Desiring the soup yet finding no chance,
Hongzun suddenly turned to the nearby Qingshi and said, I will go drink the soup, you hold the line. Qingshi was taken aback, questioning,
how can I hold against 2 demon kings? Realizing what Qingshi was contemplating, Hongzun responded, I'll return after I drink. Can't you withstand for just over 10 breaths? Just tell me if you wish to drink.
This was their only option. Upon hearing this, Qingshi, who had been hesitant, immediately nodded without a trace of doubt.
Very well. With that, Hongzun swiftly retreated, while Qingshi seized the moment,
striking out with a palm to pull the Blood Tiger Demon King into the fray.
The Blood Tiger Demon King was momentarily bewildered.
Had he just heard correctly? The opponent he was engaged with, Hongzun, was leaving to drink soup, instructing Qingshi to hold him off in a 1 versus 2 scenario.
Overwhelmed by humiliation, the Blood Tiger Demon King bellowed, Hongzun, do you look down on me? Yet Hongzun offered no reply, darting toward the entrance of the formation. At the entrance,
Hongzun and a group of disciples from Yunu Peak were engaged in a fierce scramble. Initially, these disciples of Yunu Peak paid little heed, but after tasting the broth,
they instantly transformed into fervent disciples of Xinjian Peak. Delicious, simply exquisite, they exclaimed. It became evident why the disciples of Xinjian Peak appeared invigorated, as if they had been imbued with vitality.
I had never encountered such a delightful soup before.
Changqing, do you lack a companion on your path? One inquired. You wish to be a partner?
Changqing glanced at me. I could serve as a maid.
The kind that warms the bed.
Fear not, for I shall support you henceforth, she asserted, beyond being captivated by the flavor. The fervent gazes directed at Changqing were even more intense. At that moment, Yi Changqing, who was diligently boiling the soup, experienced a sensation akin to being surrounded by a pack of wolves. The multitude of burning stares seemed as if they intended to devour him whole. The various predatory remarks he heard made him want to surrender.
Who claims that female immortals in the cultivation realm are reserved?
Just look at these disciples from Unipeak. They are undeniably ferocious. Chapter 87, The sweetness of the battlefield at last, the fervor of the disciples from Shinjian Peak became comprehensible. The disciples from Unipeak were equally enamored with the broth in their hands, and it was simply insufficient. Just as the disciples from Unipeak succumbed to their frenzy, anguished roars erupted from the disciples of Shinjian Peak ahead. For heaven's sake, is it ready yet? We can't hold on any longer. Each of you has a bowl, leave us some. Once you've had your fill, come back and let us take our turn. Observing the Unipeak disciples guzzling bowl after bowl, the Shinjian Peak disciples were utterly exasperated. Is this how you drink? Hurry and come to the front. The pressure on the front line was indeed immense. Even Hongzun could not help but curse, "Get going. What time is it? Finish drinking and get back here." Though reluctant, the situation demanded it, and the Unipeak disciples turned to charge toward the front line. After consuming the broth, each of them seemed to be revitalized, exuding an aura of invincibility. Upon witnessing the return of the Unipeak disciples, the Shinjian Peak members had no choice but to flee without hesitation. Originally, 6 demonic beasts were besieging a disciple from Shinjian Peak, but in the midst of their assault, the disciple deftly evaded and was promptly replaced by a Unipeak disciple. "Junior sister, hold your ground. Senior brother, hurry. Fear not, I shall be swift." In the midst of combat, the sudden exchange of fighters bewildered several demonic beasts. What is this, a contest? Their ire flared. These disciples from Daoyi sect had utterly disregarded them. Yet, undeterred by the onslaught of multiple beasts, the Unipeak disciples stood resolute. "I have partaken of the broth." Such scenes were rampant on the battlefield, with countless beasts rendered confused as their opponents suddenly switched. "This is absurd, it's utter madness. Look at your Unipeak disciples, this is a battle, not a farce." Only one individual was vociferously reprimanding them, Zhao Zhengping, the senior brother of Shinjian Peak. As it stood, only he and Zhao Rou had yet to experience Yi Changqing's culinary prowess. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Rou, who had fought alongside him, wore an odd expression. "Pinggu, it seems you Shinjian Peak initiated this." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Zhengping's face flushed red. But he stubbornly replied, "They are beyond saving, I can't even be bothered to comment. However, Rome, Unipeak cannot continue this way. You must guide them onto the right path." "Is that so?" Observing the Unipeak disciples, now fiercely charging into battle, a flicker of doubt arose in Zhao Rou's heart. After a moment of hesitation, she could no longer restrain herself and spoke, "I sense something peculiar about this broth. Pinggu, shall we not try some ourselves?" The transformation in her demeanor was stark. Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhao Zhengping's expression darkened as he prepared to refuse outright. "What nonsense! I am the senior brother of Shinjian Peak, we are in a fight for survival. How can we allow ourselves to be swayed by mere broth? It is impossible. I, Zhao Zhengping, would rather perish on the battlefield than." Moments later, at the entrance of the formation, gazing at the exquisite bone soup in his hands, Zhao Zhengping wore an expression of pure delight. "Sister Rou, this soup is utterly fragrant. Indeed, it is quite aromatic." Unable to resist, he took a sip, and instantly, Zhao Zhengping stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across his features. This soup. What happened? Pinggu? It is delicious. Sister Rou, you must try it, it's truly exquisite. I have never tasted such a delightful soup before. Observing Zhao Zhengping, typically so stoic, display such emotion, Zhao Rou chuckled softly and took a sip herself, only to mirror his astonished reaction. No wonder the crowd was so fervent. There was reason behind their enthusiasm. "Pinggu, so this is the delectable fare you have been enjoying at the Divine Sword Peak all along." His words were spoken without much thought, yet upon hearing them, Zhao Zhengping was taken aback. "Have we been eating this all along? Why have I never tasted it?" He cast a deeply resentful glance at Yi Changqing, whose busy demeanor turned to meet Zhao Zhengping's gaze. Though he had little interaction with this senior brother, Yi Changqing offered a polite smile in greeting. At that moment, Zhao Zhengping felt as if the entire world had turned gray. As if the entire Divine Sword Peak had forsaken him. Pinggu, are you alright?" Only when Zhao Rou's voice reached him did he snap back to reality. smiling as he shook his head. I'm fine, this soup is truly exceptional, and it has remarkable pain-relieving properties.
Sister Ro, you should drink more. Indeed, Pingu. You too. Look, you are still bleeding. All right.
The two shared a tender exchange that made onlookers uncomfortable, yet they stood before the table, blocking several disciples behind them.
Eventually, someone could no longer hold back and spoke up. I say, senior brother, could you two save your display of affection until after the battle? The situation is dire.
Yes.
Indeed.
I've been slashed in a major artery and cannot stop the bleeding. I urgently need a bowl of soup to replenish my strength.
Could you two perhaps step aside a bit?
Feel free to express your affection however you wish.
Is there no escape from this wretched display of love even on the battlefield?
In response to the disciples' banter, Zhao Rou's cheeks turned crimson.
And even Zhao Zhangping's usually stoic face couldn't maintain its composure.
Dear disciples, Just as he was about to explain, an immense force suddenly propelled him upward, sending him soaring towards the battlefield.
Enough of the nonsense, finish your soup and depart.
Hongzun had appeared behind Zhao Zhangping, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. With one hand holding the bowl and a satisfied smile gracing his lips, Hongzun relished the moment, feeling a small measure of vengeance satisfied.
Finally,
he had taken back some interest for being trapped by the formation. After savoring another delightful sip of the soup, he felt it was even sweeter than before. As he imparted lessons to his disciples and savored several bowls of soup, Hongzun lost himself in indulgence. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the heavens, that of Qingshi.
Hongzun, have you finally regained your senses?
Qingshi was genuinely enraged. The old fellow had promised to enjoy his soup while asking Qingshi to hold the fort in his absence, only to vanish without a trace. Leaving Qingshi alone to confront the Blood Tiger Demon King and the Golden Eagle Demon King. Outnumbered, Qingshi fought valiantly, barely managing to fend them off. Yet, as time dragged on with no sign of Hongzun's return, he could no longer contain his fury and cursed aloud. Upon hearing Qingshi's furious shout,
Hongzun suddenly came to his senses. Oh no, I almost forgot.
The surrounding disciples twitched at the corners of their mouths. Here was Qingshi, fighting desperately, while Hongzun had completely overlooked him.
Gulping down the last of his soup, Hongzun swiftly dashed towards Qingshi. In a swift exchange, Hongzun faced the two adversaries while Qingshi retreated to enjoy his soup.
This scene incited a furious tremor in the Blood Tiger Demon King, who felt utterly disdained. This was a blatant affront to his authority.
Ah, Hongzun, I will kill you.
Yet, Hongzun paid no heed, instead shouting back at Qingshi.
Hurry up. Finish your soup and come back to take my place. The Blood Tiger Demon King could only sputter in disbelief.
Chapter 88. The developments take an unexpected turn at long last. Having fulfilled his wish, Qingshi savored the broth at the entrance of the formation, nodding in delight.
Indeed.
This broth is a celestial delight, a rarity seldom encountered on earth.
Qingshi, are you done yet?
The thunderous voice of Hongzun echoed from the skies.
Yet.
Qingshi seemed oblivious, eyes closed in sheer enjoyment.
Moments later, Hongzun's roar resounded once more. Are you finished or not?
This broth, infused with the flavors of the world, draws one deeper with each sip.
Hurry up, I can barely hold on. All right. Each bowl of broth possesses its unique essence, seemingly alike yet vastly distinct. Stop pretending. Hurry back here so I can drink.
Hearing the relentless shouts from above, a nearby disciple couldn't help but remind Qingshi, Elder, the Peak Master is calling for you. In response, Qingshi merely replied without even glancing, No, you misheard. He is merely exchanging barbs with the Blood Tiger Demon King, we must not disturb him. The disciples stared in disbelief. They had thought their own tactics were cunning, but compared to the elder, they paled in insignificance.
Witnessing their elder brother face two demon kings single-handedly while remaining composed enough to sip broth and occasionally offer commentary was truly impressive. Sigh. It seems my uncle did not deceive me, one disciple remarked, to which another questioned, What do you mean he did not deceive you? My uncle once said that an old man who does not die is a thief. Look at the elder, to have lived this long is indeed beyond our youthful capabilities. Upon hearing this, the disciples rolled their eyes, with one patting the speaker's shoulder. Your uncle must be quite filial, then. How do you know?
Just a guess. As there was no response from Qingshi, Hongzun grew increasingly impatient, driving back the blood tiger demon king with a sword, then turning his gaze toward the formation entrance. His eyes nearly bursting with rage. While he was locked in a fierce battle, Qingshi, the old rascal, had somehow procured a chair and was seated like a landlord, blissfully sipping his broth. Ah! Hongzun, if I do not eliminate you today, I shall not be called blood tiger. Unaware of Hongzun's fury, the blood tiger demon king charged again, only to be repelled by a single strike. Old man with a white head and a long beard, put down my broth, he bellowed, bloodshot eyes glaring. At last, Qingshi lifted his gaze to Hongzun, a smile gracing his face. Why the rush? I'm just getting here. The broth was a bit hot, so I let it cool. Get lost, came the furious retort from Hongzun. Don't focus on the broth just yet. Let's resolve this first before you indulge. As Qingshi made his move, the blood tiger demon king and the golden eagle demon king swiftly found themselves at a disadvantage. In a one-on-one confrontation, they were no match for Hongzun and his companion. With Yi Changqing's intervention, the tide of battle gradually began to shift in favor of the Daoyi sect. The disciples, each more formidable than the last, overwhelmed the demon beasts, rendering them incapable of mounting a successful defense. Although reinforcements occasionally arrived, their speed was far outpaced by the rate at which their comrades were being dispatched. Consequently, the number of demon beasts dwindled, and astonishingly, the Daoyi sect now held the numerical advantage. With the pressure significantly alleviated, the disciples of the Daoyi sect became utterly frenzied in their assault. Everywhere one looked, disciples wielding long swords were reaping the lives of demon beasts. A disciple from the divine sword peak, poised to deliver a fatal strike to the demon beast before him, was suddenly halted by Su Jie, who inquired, "Third brother, what are you doing? Wait, don't kill it." Why not? We are in the midst of battle against these demon beasts, and you want me to refrain? Should we give them a moment's respite for a fair fight, lest others accuse our Daoyi sect of taking advantage? He gazed at Su Jie, perplexed. In response, Su Jie, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, stated, "Look at how many demon beasts remain." The disciple, though still puzzled, glanced around. Not many left. Perhaps just another quarter of an hour, and we can finish this. Indeed, the battle is nearing its conclusion. Once it ends, we shall be deprived of our share. Upon hearing this, the disciple's eyes widened in realization, as if he had stumbled upon a profound truth. Yes, once the battle concludes, we will miss out on the spoils. In that moment, the disciple regarded Su Jie with an expression of dread, grateful that his third brother had intervened in time, otherwise, he would have made a grave mistake. Observing the change in his junior's demeanor, Su Jie nodded with satisfaction, recognizing the potential for growth. What shall we do now? Third brother? The disciple inquired, steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. Su Jie's expression grew serious. There is but one course of action: we must prevent the battle from concluding. Prevent the battle from ending? The disciple looked around, sensing the challenge. The demon beasts clearly lacked the capacity to resist any further, and they merely needed to reap one last wave before the fight would be over. Simpleton! Do you not understand the art of human intervention? After a moment of confusion, the disciple's face lit up as comprehension dawned upon him. Third brother, you are a genius. I understand now. Very well. Su Jie then moved on to other areas while the disciple turned his attention back to the nearly defeated demon beast before him, suddenly filled with a sense of compassion. Demon brother, you must not perish. In the ensuing chaos of the battlefield, an increasing number of disciples began to weave through the fray. The demon beasts, which should have been felled by a single stroke, managed to survive against all odds. Junior sister, spare the demon beneath your sword. What is this, senior brother? We cannot slay them. How shall we partake in the spoils if we do? The battle cannot conclude so swiftly, sparing their lives proves to be of great importance. Do you wish to savor some soup? Indeed. If you desire it, then killing is not an option. Are you thinking with a pig's brain? Reflect upon why junior brother Chongqing would prepare soup. Because of the battle? Precisely, hence, we must not allow the conflict to end prematurely. Or how shall we enjoy the soup? Understood, thank you, senior brother. Fortunately, your timely reminder has saved me from making a grave mistake.
One by one,
the disciples communicated this realization, and soon the atmosphere on the battlefield underwent a complete transformation. The disciples gazed upon the feeble demonic beasts, their murderous intent diminishing significantly,
replaced by expressions of compassion, concern, and even worry.
These are no mere beasts, they are living tokens of sustenance. With their presence, the disciples may continue to relish their soup.
Oh, dear beast, you must rally and not succumb so easily. Chapter 89, The battle rages on, chaos ensues as Zhao Zhengping, in a fit of rage, argues vehemently with Su Jie. You want me to spare it when a single strike could resolve this conflict? Letting it live for now,
only to slay it later after we have quenched our thirst, is simply not an option. I, Zhao, shall never coexist with the demon kin.
In the midst of the battlefield, Su Jie stands resolutely between Zhao Zhengping and a land demon, their quarrel escalating.
Observing Zhao Zhengping's irritable demeanor, Su Jie sighs.
Do you even wish for a drink?
Understanding his senior brother's stubborn nature, Su Jie realizes that even their master sometimes struggles to rein him in.
Initially contemplating giving up,
he is taken aback when Zhao Zhengping, his face flushed with indignation, grits his teeth and utters a solitary word, want. This simple utterance strikes Su Jie as the most improbable of events. Under Su Jie's astonished gaze, Zhao Zhengping, avoiding eye contact, feebly explains. It is my sister who wishes for a drink, just this once, I swear. Very well, brother, your noble intentions are noted. With Zhao Zhengping pacified, Su Jie breathes a sigh of relief, now free to indulge in the broth. The disciples of the Daoist sect, united in their decision, leave the surviving beasts utterly bewildered. The once hostile disciples now exhibit an unexpected compassion towards their foes. Are you all right? One disciple from Yunu Peak inquires with genuine concern, prompting a look of confusion from the demon before him. Just moments ago, the blade had hovered perilously close, invoking the specter of death, yet here he was, alive, with a disciple expressing care. Furthermore, as they encounter demons suffering grievous injuries, the disciples tenderly offer their healing elixirs. Hey, demon brother, wake up. Don't sleep now. You need to get up. With a few sharp slaps and the restorative medicine, they manage to rouse the creature. Dazed, the demon gazes upwards. Confronted by the circle of Daoyi disciples, and weakly murmurs, does even the underworld have disciples of Daoyi? As the demon regains consciousness, a wave of relief washes over the disciples. Sister, keep a close watch over it, do not let it perish. I shall go have a sip of soup first. Following their agreed-upon rotation, the disciples proceed to the entrance of the formation to partake in the broth. Su Jie stands comfortably before Yi Changqing, savoring his soup, while Yi Changqing busily attends to matters at hand, casually inquiring, "Third brother, how goes the situation?" What was meant to be a casual question causes Su Jie to pause, though he quickly regains his composure and feigns seriousness. Alas, the battle remains fierce, everyone is embroiled in a bloody struggle. Indeed, it appears the soup cannot cease. Yes. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Changqing. Without your soup, the brothers could not persevere. Rest assured, I am aware. Thank you for your hard work, Changqing. With a heartfelt pat on Yi Changqing's shoulder, Su Jie felt as though his once elusive dream had materialized unlimited access to Yi Changqing's culinary prowess. How delightful it was to experience such a moment. His heart blossomed with joy until Yi Changqing's voice broke through his reverie. Oh, third senior brother. Isn't your wound already staunched? If it isn't bleeding, there's no need for you to have the soup, let it be for those disciples who truly require it. Yi Changqing, glancing up casually, uttered these words without much thought. However, upon hearing them, Su Jie felt a surge of anxiety. He discreetly summoned his spiritual energy, intentionally tearing open one of his wounds, allowing blood to flow profusely. It hasn't stopped, junior brother, quickly, bring me another bowl of soup. Witnessing this, Yi Changqing suspected nothing amiss and promptly handed Su Jie a bowl of soup before returning to his tasks, to ensure a sufficient supply of rich bone broth. Yi Changqing dared not relax for a moment. Meanwhile, as Su Jie savored the soup, a wave of apprehension washed over him. He resolved to inform everyone later that in the art of deception, one must commit fully, leaving no room for error. Returning to the battlefield. Although the clamor of combat was deafening, a closer inspection revealed a group of 7 or 8 disciples from the Daoist sect encircling a demon beast. As if preparing a great cauldron for a feast, while they shouted vehemently, "Damn the demon kin, I'll fight you to the death. Kill. Today, it's either you or me." The demon beast was intermittently kicked, and the disciples shouted, "Yell. Once I'm done, it's your turn. Ah, kill. Did you not eat today? We're in battle. Can you muster some spirit? Look at me, shout as I do. Kill. Kill." From the sounds alone, one could deduce that this was an exceedingly brutal struggle, with both sides fighting for their lives. Yet, some demon beasts could scarcely endure such indignity. You Daoist sect are overly oppressive. A soldier may be slain but cannot be insulted. If you have the ability, shut your mouth. Fearing that Yi Changqing might overhear from a distance, one disciple swiftly delivered a sharp slap, then covered the demon beast's mouth. Muffled cries ensued, and the demon beast could only watch as several disciples from the Daoist sect conferred among themselves. "This fellow is unruly. Shall we switch to another one? There are none left, look around, where is there another living demon beast? But it isn't cooperating. Perhaps we should try again. Alright, you negotiate with it." Turning their gaze back to the demon beast, they warned, "You wouldn't want to wish for a fate worse than death, would you?" After some amicable negotiations, the demon beast reluctantly uttered a cry of kill, but was met with another swift slap. "Are you lamenting? This is a battlefield, and your whimpering is unacceptable. Do it again. If you don't shout properly, I'll make you regret it." Alas! As the words escaped once more, the moment was indeed commendable. Yet tears of humiliation streamed down. The disciples of the Daoist sect were utterly relentless in their torment of the demons. At the entrance of the formation, the diligent Yi Changqing could easily discern the cacophony of battle cries resonating from the battlefield. It appeared that reinforcements for the demon beasts were plentiful. May they hold their ground. Surrounding him were numerous disciples, their shouts rising and falling in fervent waves. "Hurry, bring the broth. The blood 1T stop." The onslaught of the demon beasts surged again as I found myself besieged by 10 of them, managing to retaliate with great difficulty. "Hold firm, brothers. Victory is within our grasp." His senior spoke wisely, "As long as I have broth, I can continue to fight. Indeed, I shall not rest until the broth is exhausted." A voice echoed, and soon the disciples joined in a powerful chorus. "We shall not rest until the broth is exhausted. We shall not rest until the broth is exhausted. We shall not rest until the broth is exhausted." The soaring morale deeply moved Yi Changqing, and he realized that as a chef, he was not without his worth. On another front of the battlefield, 7 or 8 disciples of the Daoist sect encircled a demon beast, their expressions amiable yet firm. "Otherwise, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. If not, you might as well kill me? Seeking death? Haven't you heard? We shall not rest until the broth is exhausted. Woe is me. Kill." Chapter 90, Shi Xiong arrives. The cacophony of battle cries persisted unabated, and the high-bone broth flowed continuously, while beads of perspiration adorned Yi Changqing's forehead. Yet, the thought of his numerous brothers in arms valiantly fighting on the battlefield alleviated his sense of suffering. "Ah, this broth is truly delightful, I feel rejuvenated. Having recovered, why not return to the fray and slay the demonic beasts?" As Yi Changqing savored the moment, he was interrupted by Wang Yao, who, noticing his sweat-soaked brow, offered her handkerchief to wipe his face. This unexpected, tender gesture left Yi Changqing momentarily speechless. "Sister," he stammered, causing Wang Yao's cheeks to flush as she mumbled an explanation, "I merely noticed you were sweating profusely and thought to assist." Seeing her face aflame, Yi Changqing chuckled softly, though he had little time to ponder the situation, and resumed his labors. At the entrance of the formation, a constant stream of disciples bustled about, clamoring for broth. Meanwhile, those on the battlefield idly chatted, occasionally raising their voices in a rallying cry. "Ah, my junior sister, let me tell you. It is no easy feat to secure a morsel of food from senior brother Changqing on ordinary days." "Kill. What do you mean by that?" "Kill. Every mealtime resembles a battle, it's a struggle for a seat.
You, junior sister, being from the divine sword peak, wouldn't understand. Kill. Then, senior brother. May I join you at divine sword peak for a meal in the future? Kill. That will not do. Shout. How many times must I cry out before it's your turn? With a swift kick aimed at a nearby demonic beast, he barked in fury. In that moment, the beast, momentarily lost in what seemed a glimpse of hellish light, was jolted back to reality by the searing pain, and it whimpered in despair, gazing at the seemingly benevolent disciple of the Taoist sect. Kill. At that instant, the multitude of demonic beasts harbored but one desire: to meet their demise swiftly. For these humans were indeed devils. They sought nothing more than a merciful end. Finally, amidst the cacophony of the beasts' laments, salvation arrived. From the distance, over a dozen demon kings surged forth, their wrath palpable as they neared the battlefield outside the coastal encampment. One of the demon kings bellowed, "Cease!" The sudden roar drew the disciples' attention skyward, revealing not only the demon kings but also Qi Xiong, Shi Song, Bai Hua, and other formidable figures from various sections. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly drawing their swords to vanquish the demon beasts before them. With the arrival of the sect leaders, it was evident that the performance could no longer continue. At the entrance of the formation, Su Jia acted with alacrity, promptly stowing away Yi Changqing's cooking utensils within his spatial ring. Su Jia, what are you doing? Zhao Zhengping, who had been enjoying the broth alongside Zhao Rou, turned swiftly to find nothing left and glared at Su Jia in indignation. The sect leader has arrived, Su Jia replied, gesturing towards the sky. Zhao Zhengping's expression shifted to understanding, and without further ado, he discreetly stored his empty bowl in his own spatial ring. Elder brother, what is this? Yi Changqing gazed in bewilderment as Su Jia gathered his pots and pans. Ha, that senior brother is assisting you. The sect master has arrived. There should be no pressing matters at hand now. Oh. At these words, Yi Changqing nodded, albeit with a lingering sense of unease that he could not quite articulate. As he lifted his gaze to the horizon, it became evident that the formidable figures from both sides had begun to converge. And Hong Zun along with Qing Shi too had ceased their battle. They gathered together, hovering in mid-air, exchanging glances. With the prominent figures now present, it was naturally up to these titans to determine the subsequent course of events. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sword Peak whispered to their counterparts from the Jade Maiden Peak. Junior sister, you must not let the matter concerning junior brother Changqing slip out. Why? Initially perplexed, the Jade Maiden Peak disciple soon understood as the Sword Peak disciple continued. Junior sister, you wouldn't wish for another rival, would you? There is no doubt about junior brother Yi's culinary skills, such a secret must be kept under wraps. The fewer who know, the less pressure there will be during mealtimes. To be honest, even the presence of a single disciple from the Jade Maiden Peak had already irked the Sword Peak disciples. Had it not been for the abrupt turn of events and the urgency of the situation, they would never have disclosed this matter. Though the maidens of the Jade Maiden Peak were undoubtedly enchanting, fostering closer ties with them was not entirely unwelcome. After all, within the Taoist sect, the male disciples from various peaks harbored an inexplicable yearning for the Jade Maiden Peak. Many aspired to engage in some form of interaction with its disciples. Yet the thought of their greatest secret being exposed left the Sword Peak disciples feeling quite unsettled. However, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to keep this information as discreet as possible. Upon hearing the Sword Peak disciples' reasoning, the Jade Maiden Peak disciples quickly grasped the situation. But their response nearly caused the Sword Peak disciples to choke on their own incredulity. Elder brother, you wouldn't want the secrets of your Sword Peak to be known by others, would you? At this declaration, the Sword Peak disciples were left in shock. What on earth did I just hear? Faced with the innocent and sweet smiles of these enchanting maidens, the disciples felt the treachery of human nature. It was indeed a sordid affair. We kindly invited you for soup, and now you dare to threaten us? Furrowed brows adorned the faces of the Sword Peak disciples as they spoke sternly. Junior sister, junior brother, is this truly appropriate? We merely wish to enjoy a meal. Elder brother, junior brother, you see, our Jade Maiden Peak is renowned for its discretion, we are famously tight-lipped. However, we would like to request that whenever it is mealtime, we sisters may visit the Sword Peak for dining. Surely, this small request would not be denied, would it? Caught in a bind. Feeling as if their very Achilles' heel had been struck, the Sword Peak disciples could only recall the tale of the farmer and the serpent. Indeed. The more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. With no recourse left, the disciples of the Sword Peak could only nod in reluctant agreement, knowing that their mealtime pressures would only intensify henceforth. As the disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak smiled like blooming flowers, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak felt as though their hearts had turned to ashes. Meanwhile, the esteemed figures in the sky were embroiled in a heated dispute. Qi Xiong, your human race must provide us with an explanation for this matter. An explanation for what? You have slain countless demonic beasts, should you not be accountable? Nonsense. The situation is far from clear, and you demand an explanation already? What if your demon race initiated the attack? That is utterly impossible. Although the demon and human races are adversaries, there exist fragile agreements to prevent large-scale confrontations, which, while tenuous, can sometimes serve a purpose. Of course, this is contingent upon both sides possessing comparable strength, otherwise, any agreement is rendered meaningless. Only in a state of mutual restraint do such pacts hold any significance. After a lengthy debate, with each side presenting valid points, Qi Xiong turned his gaze toward Hongzun, who appeared unfazed and was even indulging in drink. Overwhelmed with frustration, he exclaimed, "Hongzun, what is going on? You explain." At this, Hongzun was momentarily taken aback. He had not spoken at all. Confused, he scanned the surroundings and inadvertently spotted the Black Tiger Demon King, who had just awakened from amidst the corpses. Pointing a finger, he bellowed, "It is him. It is all because of him." Chapter 91, Where there are disciples, there are masters. Following Hongzun's pointed finger, the crowd beheld a most peculiar entity emerging unsteadily from the mound of corpses. Its body was smeared with dark, muddied footprints, and its visage was contorted beyond recognition. Even the formidable human warriors, including Qi Xiong, stood momentarily stunned, as did the assembly of demon kings. What in the world is that? It was the Blood Tiger Demon King who first recognized the figure, exclaiming in shock as he rushed forward to steady the nearly toppling Black Tiger Demon King. Concern etched across his face. "Black Tiger, what has happened to you? Are you well? Please, respond." His urgent inquiries were met with the Black Tiger's disorientation and muddled thoughts, leaving it momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. The incessant shouting from the Blood Tiger only added to the confusion, causing a ringing in its head. "Stop shouting!" After a considerable effort, the Black Tiger regained some composure, feeling as though its entire body was in disarray. Had it not been a demon king, it might have remained unconscious. Gazing at the Blood Tiger supporting him, gratitude flickered in the Black Tiger's eyes, truly a good brother. However, its gaze soon shifted to the heavens where Hongzun hovered, a flicker of anger igniting in the latter's eyes as he bellowed, "Hongzun!" The Black Tiger Demon King could hardly forget the events preceding his unconsciousness, but before he could voice his thoughts, Hongzun's voice thundered once more. "What a fine Black Tiger you are! You conspired to harm a disciple of my Taoist sect, inciting a war between humans and demons, thereby violating the covenant between our races. What defense do you offer?" Intending to reclaim his dignity, the Black Tiger was taken aback by Hongzun's accusation, instinctively retorting, "I did not. Do not wrongfully accuse me." He was baffled, having never intended to harm a disciple of the Taoist sect. The other demon kings echoed his disbelief. "Indeed, you claim it to be true, but where is your evidence? These are merely the words of your human race. Present your proof." Faced with the collective skepticism of the demon kings, Hongzun's lips curled into a cold smile. "Proof, you seek? Very well, I shall provide it." He turned to the Black Tiger, his voice low and commanding. "Black Tiger, tell me, why are you here?" Though the Black Tiger had regained consciousness, its mind remained clouded. Without much thought, it replied, "I was on my way to Feiying Gorge to find Blood Tiger, when I unexpectedly encountered you." After recounting the events, the Black Tiger believed it had clarified the matter. However, upon hearing this, Hongzun merely scoffed, addressing the assembly. "Do you believe such a flimsy lie? That would fool no one, not even a 3-year-old. In truth, the Black Tiger learned that a disciple from my Divine Sword Peak would be traveling to the coastal camp for a change of guard today. And he lay in wait along the way,
intending to ambush my disciple. The motive is clear: to instigate a conflict between our two races. Imagine if I had not accompanied them today, my disciples from Divine Sword Peak would surely have faced annihilation, and a war between our races would have inevitably ensued. Thus, the actions of the Black Tiger are steeped in malice, sowing discord. Not only is he a formidable enemy of our human race, but he is also a traitor within your demon clan, harboring secrets that are undoubtedly nefarious. I propose that you hand him over to my Taoist sect, where we shall subject him to rigorous interrogation. Upon hearing this, the Black Tiger stood dumbfounded, perplexed at the accusation that he sought to incite a war between humans and demons. Moreover, while you claim allegiance to the human race, when have I ever considered betraying the demon clan? With an indignant glare directed at Hongzun, the Black Tiger bellowed in outrage. He lies, he slanders me. He is defaming me, cough, cough. Overcome with emotion, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to spit forth more blood. In contrast, Hongzun remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping his wine, and remarked nonchalantly, "Observe how agitated he has become. This is the reaction of one ensnared by the truth." The Black Tiger's treacherous ambitions are now laid bare. He has indeed betrayed your demon clan. Will you persist in being deceived by him? The more placid Hongzun appeared, the more incensed the Black Tiger grew, prompting even Xuehu to interject. "Hongzun, cease your attempts to sow discord." "Sow discord?" Hongzun retorted with a smirk. "Pray tell, how did the Black Tiger come to be on the path frequented by my Divine Sword Peak disciples? Was it not previously declared a mere coincidence?" "Coincidence? Then by that logic, should I wander through your Tiger Ridge tomorrow, it too would be a coincidence?" Xuehu found himself at a loss for words as Hongzun continued, "In this world, coincidences are scarce. Let me enlighten you, the Black Tiger's presence there was entirely intentional, aimed explicitly at my disciples. This is not a coincidence but rather a premeditated and orchestrated endeavor. The Black Tiger has openly breached the accord between our two races." As Xuehu listened, unease gnawed at him, and he hastily countered, "If that were the case, why then did the Black Tiger seek my assistance?" At this, Hongzun gazed at Xuehu incredulously, as if to say, "You refuse to believe that your intellect is lacking. I have already stated that had it not been for me, the Black Tiger would have succeeded. He did not anticipate my arrival, which led to the collapse of his scheme, leaving him no choice but to plead for aid. The matter is now abundantly clear. I have provided you with the evidence you sought, and thus, it is incumbent upon your demon clan to account for this situation." With this, Hongzun turned to the assembled demon kings and shouted in fury. Following this exchange, Qi Xiong, Bai Hua, and the powerful figures from various sects exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. Only Song exhibited an air of profound insight, as though he alone possessed clarity amidst the confusion, akin to the scenario involving the Luoxia sect from before. However, in that instance, it was Hongzun's disciple Su Jie who spoke up. Now, it was the master himself who took center stage. Previously, one could not help but notice how Su Jie articulated his points so convincingly, leaving no room for rebuttal. It now appears that the source has indeed been identified. As the saying goes, a disciple is bound to have a master, and in comparison to Su Jie, Hongzun is undeniably sharper and more seasoned. After all, your master remains your master. The assembly of demon kings was left speechless by Hongzun's assertions, with the Black Tiger in particular infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Observing this, Hongzun could not resist adding, "You see, I was not mistaken. Black Tiger has been rendered speechless and is bleeding from shame. This serves as the finest evidence." "This is not blood from shame, I am injured," Black Tiger retorted, filled with indignation. The other demon kings, equally vexed, were not prepared to concede so easily. One of them boldly interjected, "Hongzun, cease your baseless ramblings. This remains merely your opinion. If you possess the capability, present substantial evidence." Just as the words left his lips, a chorus of voices erupted from the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak below. "I bear witness. Indeed, the Peak Master speaks the truth. It is the Black Tiger Demon King, he is the one." The disciples fervently expressed their outrage, their accusations unwaveringly directed at the Black Tiger Demon King. Chapter 92, We Are the Righteous Path. The disciples of Xinjian Peak spoke in unison, each one embodying an air of righteous conviction as they corroborated the words of Master Hong. Indeed, the Peak Master was correct. The Black Tiger Demon King sought to incite a war between our two races. Just moments prior, we were aboard our starship, engaged in lively conversation, when we were suddenly ambushed by the Black Tiger Demon King. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Peak Master, we would surely have faced annihilation at the hands of this formidable foe. It was a serene morning, and we, the disciples of Shinjian Peak, were exuberantly traveling to the coastal camp for a change of guard. Little did we expect to encounter a demon king midway through our journey, intent on slaughtering us. Fortunately, the Peak Master arrived just in time to save our lives. On the 8th day of the 4th month in the year 9963 of the Houdu calendar, I, as a disciple of Shinjian Peak, was set to proceed to the coastal camp for my duty. Everything was proceeding smoothly until we were unexpectedly confronted by the Demon King, who sought to eliminate us in order to provoke a conflict between humans and demons. The disciples voiced their grievances, with some even collapsing to the ground, wailing in despair. "Master, look at my leg, it was wounded by the Black Tiger Demon King," exclaimed one. "And my hand too, the wound has extended to my heel. Merely talking is insufficient. We must display our injuries as well," remarked a disciple from Yunu Peak, observing the scene with a bemused expression. "Brother, that wound has already scabbed over," noted another. "Impossible. Sister, take a closer look." The previously scabbed wound suddenly oozed blood again, causing the disciples of Yunu Peak to twitch at the corners of their mouths, astonished by the audacity of their companion. "Enough! I have never encountered you." Ah, cough, cough. Unable to contain itself any longer, the Black Tiger Demon King roared in fury, only to spew forth blood and faint once more. "Behold! The Black Tiger Demon King has taken its own life out of guilt," someone shouted, prompting a chorus of agreement from the disciples of Shinjian Peak. "Realizing its defeat, it has committed suicide. I suspect there are accomplices lurking behind this incident," one disciple postulated. "Indeed, the Black Tiger Demon King must have sacrificed itself to protect its allies," another affirmed. It mentions seeking the Blood Tiger Demon King in Fei Ying Gorge, which raises significant suspicion against him. Exactly. If not for accomplices, why would the Blood Tiger Demon King appear so conveniently in Fei Ying Gorge? He must have been there to assist the Black Tiger Demon King and ensure success. Moreover, the Golden Eagle Demon King cannot be absolved of blame either. This is a calculated ambush targeting the disciples of our Daoyi sect. The Master must not let these treacherous demons escape justice. We implore the Master to take decisive action," the disciples urged, transforming into astute detectives as they meticulously analyzed the situation, implicating both the Blood Tiger and Golden Eagle Demon Kings as co-conspirators. The revelation left not only the disciples of Yunu Peak astonished but also sent chills down the spines of Qi Xiong and others. However, the one most taken aback was Shi Song, who felt that a master is often reflected in their disciple. However, at this moment, he simply wishes to express his sincerest apologies for his hasty judgments, acknowledging that this situation has indeed surpassed expectations. While Hong Zun's criticisms may have been somewhat justified, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak have engaged in a far more egregious display of unfounded accusations. Strangely, they carry themselves with an air of seriousness that baffles Shi Song. He cannot fathom how these disciples, all equipped with the same faculties, can utter such shameless remarks. He resolves to seek out the mirror of reflection to examine the Divine Sword Peak more closely. As the head of the law enforcement hall, Shi Song increasingly suspects that something is amiss at the Divine Sword Peak, deeming it an opportune moment to unveil the truth. Meanwhile, the various demon kings, incensed by these statements, were on the verge of exploding with rage, particularly the Blood Tiger Demon King and the Golden Eagle Demon King. They vehemently denounced the claims as utter nonsense, asserting their integrity amidst the unfounded allegations. "I, the Golden Eagle, stand firm and unyielding against your slander. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak cannot be deemed credible witnesses. They are undoubtedly your allies and will speak in your favor." As the demon kings attempted to defend themselves further, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were quick to retort, "Oh, a bunch of beasts dare to challenge us with mere words? You must not be aware that the most formidable weapon we possess is our voice." They continued, "If you doubt our words, surely you cannot dismiss the testimony of the disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak." In an instant, Numerous disciples of the Divine Sword Peak turned their gazes toward the nearby disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak, who, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, changed their expressions and resolutely declared, "Senior brothers and sisters, we are disciples of the righteous path. Indeed," they proclaimed, "we adhere to the path of righteousness. And in the face of the demon race, we must resort to any means necessary. We possess dignity, they are merely beasts. I cannot utter such words. Do you wish to continue feasting? Let us not forget that Brother Changqing is also one of us from the Divine Sword Peak." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak trembled, their expressions shifting to one of earnest seriousness. This incident was indeed orchestrated by the Black Tiger Demon King. When the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak fled to the coastal camp aboard their starship, the Black Tiger Demon King pursued them relentlessly. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Master Hongzun and Elder Qingshi, a massacre would have ensued. Furthermore, they recounted, upon reaching the coastal camp, the Black Tiger Demon King not only sought to slaughter the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak but also intended to target us. Woe is us! It had the audacity to desire to capture us and take us back to Tiger Ridge as its pets. Master, had it not been for the swift intervention of Master Hongzun, you might never see your disciple again. It even claimed that our kin only existed to propagate, whereas interspecies unions were true love. Thank goodness for Master Hongzun, or else the disciples would have. Woe is me! Initially, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak nodded in agreement, satisfied with the unfolding narrative, believing it to be beyond reproach. However, as the tale progressed, an unsettling revelation emerged. How could the notion of being pets even surface? The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak were left in shock, gazing at the Jade Maiden Peak disciples, who were weeping pitifully, utterly devastated. The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak found themselves at a loss for words. Had they not been present throughout, one might have easily been convinced, for their performance was so lifelike. It seemed as though the Black Tiger Demon King truly committed such acts. It is not merely a request for testimony, why must they embellish the tale? Nevertheless, it must be conceded that this woman possesses an innate talent for acting that appears to surpass that of men by a notable margin. Her portrayal lacks the rigidity often found in male performances, infused instead with a refreshing vivacity. Upon hearing such accounts, Baihua did not hesitate to believe them outright. Firstly, the sorrow of the disciples was palpable, and secondly, Baihua held unwavering faith in her own disciples. She had always placed great emphasis on their character, often encouraging them to engage in reading and learning alongside their cultivation. The disciples of Yunu Peak were all well-educated and virtuous, in stark contrast to those from Xinjian Peak, who were rather unruly and lacking in decorum, much like the old drunkard Hongzun. Thus, while Baihua might harbor doubts about the words of Xinjian Peak's disciples, she had little skepticism regarding her own. Not only Baihua, but even Shi Xiong, who stood nearby, wore a complicated expression, while Song furrowed his brow in deep thought. Could it be that Hongzun was indeed telling the truth? It seemed implausible. How could one trust the words of that old rascal? Yet, the disciples of Yunu Peak would surely not deceive, as they were unlike those from Xinjian Peak. Chapter 93, Observing the performance of the disciples from Yunu Peak. The members of Xinjian Peak silently raised their thumbs in admiration. Look at this is what one calls professionalism. In that moment, many disciples of Xinjian Peak realized their own shortcomings, illustrating that one must never become complacent. The pursuit of knowledge should continue throughout one's life. As for Yi Changqing, he was utterly in awe. He had thought that after witnessing the various techniques of the Xinjian Peak disciples, he had gained considerable insight. However, it now appeared that, in certain aspects, the disciples of Xinjian Peak still fell short. This may be what is referred to as talent. Just observe the effortless performance. The tears that flow so naturally, leaving no room for critique. Even someone like Song was moved, beginning to question his previous notions. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Zhao Zhangping at the entrance of the formation, and a spark of realization ignited within him. Of course, he could inquire about Zhao Zhangping. Even if there were issues among the disciples of Yunu Peak, Zhao Zhangping would undoubtedly be above reproach, given his upright character. Without hesitation, Song asked Zhao Zhangping, "Is what the disciples have said true?" As long as Zhao Zhangping's answer was satisfactory, everything would become clear. Upon hearing Song call out Zhao Zhangping's name, Hongzun lost all previous concerns and instead took a sip of wine with satisfaction. Second brother, times have changed, Zhao Zhangping has also been through trials. In response to Shursong's inquiry, Zhao Ro tightened her grip on Zhao Zhangping's hand. Indeed, the two had been holding hands all along. Su Jie beside them had long ceased to comment, simply acknowledging the prowess of having a formidable partner. Zhao Zhangping, meanwhile, bore a conflicted expression, clearly engaged in an internal struggle. Yet, this battle dissipated instantly with Zhao Ro's words. Brother Ping, I still wish to savor the meals prepared by senior brother Chongqing. Returning to the second elder, there is not a shred of falsehood in what my fellow disciples have stated. Upon hearing this, the frown on Shursong's face relaxed. It was evident that Zhao Zhangping would not deceive him. Turning his attention to the assembly of demon kings, Qi Xiong spoke up, is there anything further to discuss? Whether it be Shenjian Peak or Yunu Peak, they are all disciples of Daoyi sect, how can this be dismissed? Can your demon clan provide evidence? Upon hearing this, the demon kings glanced at the battlefield below, where not a single soul remained to testify. What can you possibly present? Qi Xiong pressed further. The situation is quite clear. It was your demon clan that instigated. If you fail to provide an explanation, we, the human race, will not let this matter rest. In light of Qi Xiong's aggressive stance, one of the demon kings erupted in anger. Qi Xiong, this is merely one-sided. Do you truly believe that my demon clan? Very well, this matter indeed reflects poorly on my demon clan, and compensation will be delivered shortly. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by another demon king from the Tiger Ridge. Upon hearing this, the other demon kings remained silent, while the blood tiger below roared in fury. I did not, this is slander, I did nothing. In this manner, does it not imply an acknowledgement of everything? The blood tiger demon king does not concede. I have done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the king of Tiger Ridge uttered no further words, casting a glance before turning to Qi Xiong and inquiring, are you satisfied now? Humph. Let it be so this time. Should there be another occasion, my human race shall not let it pass lightly. Without further ado, the assembly of demon kings, burdened with the severely injured black tiger, along with the blood tiger, golden eagle, and the multitude of slain beast carcasses, turned and departed. Wait a moment. Those corpses are ours. Observing the bodies being taken away, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak immediately protested. Unfortunately, the demon kings paid them no heed, swiftly collecting the remains and vanishing from sight. As the demon kings retreated, the disciples of Divine Sword Peak were left in despair, lamenting the splendid resources squandered in the hands of those fiends. Very well. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak shall continue to guard the coastal camp while the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak return to the sect, Qi Xiong declared. Yet, in the next moment, the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak began to voice their concerns. Master, I fear the beasts will not simply relent. It would be prudent to leave 2 disciples from our peak to ensure stability at the coastal camp. Therefore, I request to remain. Indeed, those beasts are exceedingly treacherous. Who knows what schemes they might employ? We should collaborate with Divine Sword Peak in guarding the coastal camp to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I earnestly implore the Master to allow Jade Maiden Peak to continue its vigil at the coastal camp. Seeing the reluctance of his disciples to depart, Qi Xiong's expression twitched with irritation as he barked, nonsense. Is there not enough chaos already? All of you, immediately board the ships and return to the sect. He was about to voice more when Bai Hua, with a stern countenance, interjected, do you not heed the command? Yes. Faced with their peak master's directive, the disciples could only nod weakly, casting lingering glances at Yi Changqing, their eyes reflecting sentiments akin to that of a spurned lover filled with resentment and grievance, leaving Yi Changqing utterly perplexed. Reluctantly, the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak boarded the starship, while Hongzun was busily searching for something. How peculiar, where is that wayward disciple? And where is the lad Changqing? He had not forgotten Yi Changqing, yet after a thorough search, he found nothing. Ultimately, he inadvertently glanced toward the formation, noticing that Su Jie had somehow taken Yi Changqing into the array and was currently waving at him. Wayward disciple. A surge of anger and embarrassment welled within him, while Su Jie within the formation wore a radiant smile, thinking how he had anticipated such a situation and had thus taken Changqing into the formation early on. Hongzun, you too shall return with me. Just as he intended to approach, Qi Xiong's voice reached him. Hearing this, Hong Zun grinned. "Senior brother, I am concerned."
"Concerned about what nonsense? Get back."
Without granting Hong Zun a moment to speak, Qi Xiong exploded in anger, feeling as though his lifespan was rapidly diminishing.
It seemed this sect leader might lose several hundred years.
With no room for negotiation, Hong Zun cast a fierce glance at Su Jia, who simply waved goodbye.
Gritting his teeth, Hong Zun reluctantly followed Qi Xiong out. "You little rascal, just wait." Once they departed,
only the members of the Divine Sword Peak remained within the coastal camp.
"Come, Chengqing, my junior brother, I shall take you to the coastal camp."
Although it may seem rudimentary and pales in comparison to the sect, here is where we truly reign supreme. Figures like the stewards, elders,
and especially our venerable master cannot enter.
Thus, for the coming year, we can do as we please.
Just think about how delightful that is.
Su Jia exclaimed with a broad smile, eagerly leading Yi Changqing into the formation.
With matters concluded, the next year promises to be a time of leisure and indulgence.
Without those old-timers around, 3 meals a day are guaranteed for Su Jia.
Chapter 94, Brotherhood at the Divine Sword Peak departing from the coastal camp.
The group of demon kings gazed at the ample collection of beast carcasses within their spatial rings, their expressions darkening to an extreme. Particularly, the blood tiger demon king,
with a face etched in dissatisfaction, confronted the demon king who had previously acquiesced to Qi Xiong, exclaiming, "Why did you agree? I clearly did not commit the act." "You know I did not." In response to the blood tiger demon king's inquiry, the other demon king retorted angrily, "What do you propose we do? Shall we declare war on the human race?"
At this, the blood tiger demon king's imposing presence faltered, yet he stubbornly insisted, "I am truly wronged."
"Humph. Look at your lack of ambition. What is a momentary grievance worth? The true victor is the one who laughs last. Do you comprehend why, in the Eastern continent, the human race consistently subjugates our demon race? It is because of the Eastern Sea aquatic clan. Indeed.
Had it not been for the founding ancestor of the Daoyi sect, who expended countless treasures to inscribe that grand formation in the Eastern Sea, preventing the aquatic beings from encroaching upon the Eastern continent, our demon race would undoubtedly surpass the humans in strength.
Why must we engage in such pretense with them? Now, we have finally discovered an opportunity. The Dragon Clan has unearthed the means to dismantle the formation.
Once the formation is breached,
countless aquatic beings will surge into the Eastern continent without hindrance.
At that moment, our demon clans will rise in unison, and we shall decisively vanquish the human race.
What we need now is time. Do you wish to squander years of preparation due to a fleeting setback or grievance? Upon hearing this,
the blood tiger demon king fell silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Everything must revolve around the Eastern Sea aquatic clan. We must not allow the humans to catch wind of our plans.
Moreover, this presents a splendid opportunity. As the demon king spoke, a cold smile crept across his face, provoking a look of confusion from the blood tiger. After this fierce battle, the disciples of the Divine Sword Peak have sustained grievous injuries.
Perhaps those humans believe nothing will come of it, but we can exploit this chance.
Let the Eastern Sea aquatic clan strike abruptly, seizing the coastal camp before the formation is breached. If we secure the coastal camp, our victory will be assured.
Upon hearing this, the other demon king's eyes gleamed with realization,
and they readily expressed their